1. Time travel. Unworthy to be a member of the Su family. Blue star. Jade capital. The Su family. In the luxurious and elegant hall, the dignified, square-faced middle-aged man raised the teacup in his hand. Banged. Tea splashed, and porcelain shards scattered across the floor. Rebellious son Neil. Our Su family's martial Dao legacy fights on the front lines against star beasts. Everyone in the family is like a dragon. How could such a good-for-nothing come from us? 18 years old and only Caillou in 3rd level, with no progress for half a month. Your younger brother kindly wanted to guide you, yet you actually said he occupied your position and told him to get out of the Su family. You even dared to hit him. Is this how I taught you? The more the middle-aged man spoke, the angrier he became. His aura surged, and the once bright hall was instantly enveloped in killing intent. The crystal chandelier above shook continuously. Beside the middle-aged man, the beautiful noblewoman coldly glanced at the young man in the hall, then turned to look tenderly at the young man beside her. Xiao Yang, don't worry. You will always be our Su family's child. Even if Su Ye leaves, I will never let you leave me. Su Yang, the young man beside the middle-aged beautiful woman, was handsome and refined. One side of his attractive face bore a clear slap mark, and he looked deeply moved at this moment. Mom, I can't bear to leave you and my sisters too. On Su Yang's other side, 2 exquisitely beautiful young women looked at the isolated and helpless young man in the hall with disgust. Su Minju, I said we shouldn't have let Su Ye come back. A hooligan from the slum is simply beyond saving. Su Xingqian, I Su Xingqian only recognize Su Yang as my brother. Su Ye is not worthy of being a Su family member. In the hall, the 17 or 18-year-old young man seemed abandoned by the entire world. Thin pale. There were also deep dark circles under his eyes. But at this moment, the young man's eyes held a hint of bewilderment. What's going on? 1 second he was frantically studying for the civil service exam, the next second, he was facing a storm. A wave of memories flooded in. Su Ye gradually understood. Oh, he had transmigrated. And he had transmigrated into a high martial world. An alien blue star, spiritual chi revival, star beasts descending, martial Dao emerging, supernatural ability awakening. A favored son of heaven, lost among the common people, finally found, a cultivation good for nothing, conflicts constantly arising. Perhaps having accepted the original owner's memories, Su Ye subconsciously clutched his chest, feeling a surge of stifled emotion. He looked up at the angry middle-aged man at the head of the room. Su Zhengdao, the Su family head, one of the 7 war gods of Donghuang. He guarded the southeast battlefield, and his hegemon saber intimidated millions of star beasts, preventing them from taking a single step out of the secret realm to invade Eastern Radiance. However, such a great hero, praised by all. To Su Ye, he was merely an irresponsible father. 18 years ago, a powerful star beast appeared in the Southeast Sea, bringing tens of thousands of marine star beasts about to come ashore. Su Zhengdao rushed to reinforce, accompanied by his pregnant wife, Xiao and Mingmu. After a great battle, Su Zhengdao slew the marine star beast. But at the same time, the newborn child born during the battle was lost among the common people. That child was Su Ye. Fortunately, the infant Su Ye was adopted by a kind couple and never knew his true parentage until then. Until half a month ago, during his senior high school physical examination, someone suddenly came and told Su Ye, "Child, we are your biological parents." His biological father was the war god of Donghuang, a great hero who resisted star beasts. Su Ye was excited at first. However, after returning to the family, Su Ye did not receive the longed-for family affection. Father Su Zhengdao's anger at his lack of ambition, Mother Xiao and Mingmu's cold indifference, his 2 elder sisters Su Minju and Su Xingqian's disdain for him coming from the slum, and their vigilance, like guarding against a thief, fearing he would bully Su Yang. And Su Yang, this was an orphan left by a comrade in arms, adopted by Su Zhengdao and Xiao and Mingmu to compensate for the pain of losing their son. They didn't go looking for their lost biological son, but treated this substitute as a treasure. They used the best resources to cultivate him into a genius of the Su family, then turned around and said that Su Ye, their biological son, couldn't even compare to the adopted son. How ridiculous. Laugh, you can still laugh. Is this how I taught you? Seeing that Su Ye not only showed no remorse but could even laugh, Su Zhengdao immediately became even angrier. Banged. Another teacup was slammed heavily at Su Ye's feet, scattering shards of porcelain everywhere. One shard grazed Su Ye's cheek, leaving a bloody mark. Instantly, Su Ye's already unstable emotions, due to the fusion of memories, directly erupted. Teach what? The young man raised his head. On his pale face, a pair of black pupils seemed to surge with blood-red light. What have you taught me? Have you ever taught me? No, you did teach me. You taught me to fawn over you, to endure beatings and scolding. Now you still want to teach me to admit to things I didn't do, to confess to slanders. Anyway, all the wrongdoings in this world are done by me, Xiao Ye, aren't they? The young man coldly uttered sarcastic words, which only made the furious Su Zhengdao at the head of the room even angrier. Good, you not only don't admit your mistake, you even dare to contradict me. How can I, Su Zhengdao, have such a shameless son? Su Zhengdao's hands trembled with anger. How could Su Ye be so ungrateful? How could such a disgrace come from their Su family? However, Su Ye gave a cold laugh. You never treated me as a son in the first place, so why speak so grandiosely? I've been back for half a month. Have you ever publicly acknowledged my identity? Have you ever thought about recognizing me? Since you detest me, why did you even recognize me and bring me back in the first place? Su Zhengdao stood up abruptly, his trembling finger pointing at Xiao Ye. You still have the nerve to blame me. The reason I don't acknowledge your identity is precisely because you have no aptitude for cultivation. Do I have to let everyone know that I, Su Zhengdao, have a good-for-nothing son? Heh. Su Ye couldn't help but sneer. Having no aptitude for cultivation means I'm not your son anymore. How laughable. But Su Zhengdao, remember this flesh and blood of mine is given by you. If you truly resent me for being a good-for-nothing, you should resent yourself. Why is your son, Su Zhengdao's son, such a good-for-nothing? But I suppose a big shot like you would never reflect. Anyway, if your biological son isn't good enough, you still have a genius adopted son who can still satisfy your vanity. You. Su Zhengdao never expected that Xiao Ye, who had been cautious and ingratiating, always timid and submissive since being recognized, would dare to contradict him publicly like this. And yet, though he was unwilling to admit it, Xiao Ye's words seemed to truly pierce a deep, hidden part of his heart. The middle-aged beautiful woman, Chunyuan Mingmo, gave Xiao Ye a displeased look. Xiao Ye, how can you talk back to your father? He's doing this for your own good. You should apologize properly to your father. Hypocrite. Xiao Ye directly interrupted the woman. You speak beautifully, but I've been apologizing every day for these past days, and what's the result? Just more and more baseless accusations on my back. Besides, when have you ever treated me as your biological son? You lost me 18 years ago, and I don't believe that with the Su family's immense power, if you truly wanted to find me, you couldn't find me for 18 years. It's just that you didn't want to face the mistake of losing your biological son. Since I came back, have you ever genuinely cared about me? So many slanders, so many scoldings. I said I didn't steal anything, didn't fool around with people, didn't bully your beloved adopted son, but did you believe me even once? Did you investigate even once? You only tell me to apologize to others, you only keep throwing dirt on me. Are you even fit to be a mother? Disgusting. 2. Betrayed by his family, his talent awakened, he became the king of night slaughter. Silence. The Su family hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. No one expected that Xiao Ye, who had always been timid, would suddenly erupt. Yet Xiao Ye's words were like knives, accurately hitting upon the secrets that Su Zhengdao and Chunyuan Mingmu themselves were unwilling to speak of. And in this silence, the handsome young man, Su Yang, suddenly spoke. Xiao Ye, I know you resent me for occupying your position and enjoying everything that should have been yours, although this was not my intention. I am willing to compensate you. You can hit me or scold me as you wish, and I will also leave the Su family, returning all of this to you. I just hope you don't resent Mom and Dad. They've also worked very hard these years. As Su Yang spoke, he looked at Su Zhengdao and Chunyuan Mingmu with reddened eyes. Mom and Dad, this is all my fault. Please don't be angry anymore and treat Xiao Ye well. You are the real family. As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, Chunyuan Mingmu immediately grabbed his hand. No, Xiao Yang, Mom will never allow you to leave the Su family. Su Minju also nodded repeatedly. Mom is right, fourth brother. You are the child of our Su family. You are the future of our Su family. Su Xingqian was even more direct. That's right, fourth brother. You are already at the peak of transcendence second heaven at only 18 years old, while Xiao Ye is only at Kaiyuan third level, not even reaching transcendence. A useless person like him isn't even worthy of the Su surname. No, you can't say that. Su Yang shook his head repeatedly. Not having cultivation talent isn't something Xiao Ye brother wanted. He's still very diligent. Su Minju shook her head. Fourth brother, you are just too kind. Don't cover for Xiao Ye. He doesn't cultivate properly every day, runs around outside, steals money from home, and hangs out with disreputable people. He's just a hooligan. Su Xingqian looked directly at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, you are disliked in this family because you are too incompetent, and it has nothing to do with Xiao Yang. Yet you laid hands on Xiao Yang because of this. You are simply outrageous. You must be severely punished. As she spoke, A purple lightning bolt flickered on Su Xingqian's fingertip, directly striking into Su Yi's physique. Su Ye immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion instantly becoming even paler. Su Xingqian was stunned. She did intend to teach Su Ye a lesson, but she didn't really mean to seriously injure Su Ye. How could his body be so weak? Su Ye looked up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and his cold gaze swept over the family, finally landing on Su Yang, who wore a worried expression but had a hint of triumph in his eyes. Are you satisfied? Su Yang was puzzled. Su Ye, brother, what are you saying? Heh, weren't all those groundless accusations I suffered these days concocted by you? The one in this family who most wants me to leave is you, isn't it? That's right, no matter how useless I am, as long as I am still in the Su family, I will remind everyone, you are a fake. You don't even have the Su surname. Everything you possess was stolen from me. Su Yang took 2 steps back, his complexion also turning pale, shaking his head frantically but unable to say anything. And when Su Yang didn't speak, someone naturally spoke for him. Slap. A heavy hand slapped down, and Su Ye, who was originally relying on the anger in his heart to stubbornly maintain his standing, was directly knocked to the ground by this slap. Unfilial son. Su Zhengdao was furious. You dare to blame Xiao Yang for the absurd things you've done yourself. I, Su Zhengdao, do not have a son like you. Get out of here. If Su Zhengdao had held a glimmer of hope for Su Ye before, now, all those hopes had completely vanished. This biological son was useless. Su Ye wad, spitting out another mouthful of fresh blood. But a smile played on his lips. He knew that as long as they mentioned their beloved Su Yang, it would touch their bottom line. Just right, it would also allow him to be completely free. Taking a deep breath, Su Ye slowly got up and stood straight. Of course I will leave, but not by rolling out, but by leaving the Su family with dignity. This Su family, I haven't wanted to stay here for a long time. Do you really think it's some good place? It's simply the dirtiest place in this world. This slap, consider it me repaying your birth grace. As for the nurture grace, you never nurtured me, so I have nothing to repay. From now on I, Su Ye, and your Su family are completely severed. What? Su Ye actually wanted to sever ties with the Su family. Everyone couldn't believe their ears. This was the Su family. The Su family of the war god of Donghuang, Su Zhengdao. The Su family of Eastern Radiance's top wealthy families. Su Ye actually wanted to abandon his family. Was he mad? However, Su Ye's expression was firm. He took out a black card from his pocket, then removed a necklace from his neck, and placed both on the coffee table in front of Su Zhengdao. The 368 yuan in this card is the money you gave me after I arrived at the Su family. I saved it all, didn't spend a single cent, and return it all to you. This way, we are truly even. From now on, you walk your broad path, and I'll cross my single log bridge. From this separation, we part ways and will never interact again. After speaking, Su Ye turned and left without any hesitation, walking out of the Su family. Standing on the deserted tree-lined path, Su Ye, looking forlorn, gazed up at the sky. The bright moon hung high, and starlight filled the sky. Is this the new world I'll be living in from now on? Su Ye took a deep breath. Next, where should he go? Just as Su Ye was feeling lost. Ding, the slaughter value system is activating. Supernatural ability awakening. Awakening successful, system activated. What? There's a system. Su Ye was pleasantly surprised. A moment later, a tremor in his soul. A translucent panel suddenly appeared before Su Ye. Host Su Ye. Supernatural ability, vampire newborn evolvable. Cultivation, shadow art Kaiyuan 3rd level. Martial skill, basic combat technique mastered. Talent none. Slaughter value, 444.4. Note, slaughter value can be obtained through slaughter. Burning slaughter value can improve cultivation, martial skill, talent, etc. At the same time, power gradually surged into Su Ye's originally weak physique. Su Ye could feel his body automatically absorbing the moonlight and starlight above his head, slowly recovering his internal injuries. And as the internal energy increased, Su Ye could clearly feel his body becoming stronger, his vision sharper, his hearing more acute, and he felt as if he could easily merge into the darkness. Meanwhile, what Su Ye didn't see was, as his supernatural ability awakened, his skin became paler, his already handsome appearance became even more handsome, his body, though still slender, became powerful, and in his pupils, a blood-red color seemed to surge, then return to calm. Is this supernatural ability awakening? I actually awakened a blood-sucking physique. This was a world of martial Tao cultivation. Martial artists could strengthen their bodies, fight against heaven and earth, move mountains and overturn seas, possessing indescribable power. And besides martial Tao, in every world, there were always some who were favored by heaven and earth. In this world, these favored ones were innate supernatural ability awakeners. Among these people, some awakened elemental control, able to manipulate fire, wind, and thunder, just like Su Xingqian who could control lightning earlier. Some awakened talents like spiritual, time, or space abilities, able to manipulate objects from a distance or perform spatial jumps. And some awakened special physiques, capable of immense strength or being invincible in battle. Evidently, what Xiao Ye awakened was a special physique. Vampire physique. The favored child of the night, the monarch of blood. Feeling the surging power within his body and the energy brought by the moonlit night above, Xiao Ye clenched his fists. From now on, I will be the king of slaughter of the dark night. 3. Xiao Ye can only live in the basement in the Su family. Silence. The Su family was completely silent. Ever since young Master Xiao Ye turned and left without a trace of hesitation, the Su family members were utterly stunned. After a long while, it was Xiao Yang who spoke tentatively. Big brother Xiao Ye really left. I'll go find him. No. Xuanyu and Mingmu spoke subconsciously, then frowned slightly. Xiao Yang, don't interact with him alone in the future. That child is full of hostility towards you and you don't know how to protect yourself. You'll get hurt. Su Zhengdao, on the other hand, took a step back and slumped onto the sofa. That rebellious son, he really left. Su Minju snorted. He's definitely faking it. Slamming the door and leaving without taking anything. He's certainly waiting for us to go find him. Going out to bring him back now will only make him more smug. She saw through this manipulative trick at a glance. She really didn't know where he learned such underhanded schemes. How despicable. People from the slum are indeed disgusting. Only Su Xingqian couldn't help but walk to the coffee table and look at the black card. He said, there's only 368 yuan in this card. The dignified, legitimate son of the Su family, yet he only had 368 yuan. This money wasn't even enough for her to tip someone once. And Xiao Ye, after returning to the Su family, he only received this much money. And he didn't spend a single bit of it. Then how did he live during this time? Su Xingqian didn't touch the bank card, but instead picked up the necklace on the coffee table. Clicking. The mechanism at the bottom of the necklace unfolded, the pendant opened, revealing the treasured photo inside. Su Xingqian's pupils suddenly constricted. The photo hidden in the necklace pendant was, surprisingly, a family photo. In the photo, Su Zhengdao and Xuanyu and Mingmu sat in front. Between the two of them, Xiao Yang smiled very brightly. And behind the three of them, big sister Su Teibai, second sister Su Minju and herself, as well as little sister Xuanyu and 17, stood at the back. Young Master Xiao Ye stood carefully at the very edge, but his face held an undisguised smile. Su Xingqian remembered. When young Master Xiao Ye had just been found and brought back, everyone asked him what his wish was. At that time, young Master Xiao Ye only wished to take a family photo. It was just that later, Su Xingqian didn't pay any more attention to this family photo, which felt like a task. She never expected that young Master Xiao Ye would carefully keep this family photo in his necklace. When young Master Xiao Ye first returned to the Su family, although she thought he was a young man from the slum, she actually had some expectations for him. But when did this expectation turn into the current disgust, even wishing he would disappear from the Su family immediately? Su Xingqian couldn't remember. But, since young Master Xiao Ye even left behind this necklace containing the family photo, could it be that he? Su Xingqian seemed to suddenly realize and quickly looked towards a corner of the hall. Uncle Zhang, where is young Master Xiao Ye's room? Where are his things? Su Minju, who was still comforting her mother, heard this and couldn't help but look at the butler, Su Zhang, in the corner. Yes, Uncle Zhang, didn't that guy say he was leaving the Su family? Then let him leave completely. Pack up all his things. When he can't make it outside and wants to come back, just throw his things at him. In the corner, Su Zhang, who had witnessed everything that had just happened, sighed inwardly and stepped forward. Master, madam, two young misses. Young Master Xiao Ye lives in the basement, and as for his things, he doesn't have any things in the Su family. What? As the words fell, the room fell silent once again. Su Xingqian felt her throat dry. You mean, young Master Xiao Ye has been living in the basement all this time? The dignified, legitimate son of the Su family, the only son, the biological son found after 18 years. He lived in the basement. It was simply unbelievable. However, Su Zhang nodded earnestly. Yes, when young Master Xiao Ye returned, we were originally going to prepare a master bedroom for him on the second floor, but because some things happened. Later there were no other rooms, so we could only arrange for young Master Xiao Ye to live in the basement first, and it has remained unchanged ever since. At this moment, Xuanyuan Mingmu suddenly remembered. When young Master Xiao Ye first returned, she did want him to live on the second floor, closer to her and her husband. But that day, Xiao Yang's cultivation suddenly went awry, and she couldn't pay attention to the newly returned young Master Xiao Ye. And later, Xiao Yang was always being bullied by young Master Xiao Ye, and she was too heartbroken to care. She was both disappointed and angry with young Master Xiao Ye. She had no mind to pay attention to where young Master Xiao Ye lived, or how he was doing. Thinking of how young Master Xiao Ye had just mocked her for being hypocritical, saying she never cared about him, Xuanyuan Mingmu suddenly clutched her chest. She felt as if something had truly left her. Su Zhang looked at the silent family, and sighed again in his heart. Actually, the room on the second floor had already been prepared, but young Master Xiao Yang said that room was originally his childhood rest room, and he couldn't bear to part with it. Later, several other rooms were changed, but they were always unsuitable in one way or another, and ultimately young Master Xiao Ye was placed in the basement, which was originally used for storage. Glancing at the handsome and innocent Xiao Yang, butler Su Zhang silently averted his gaze. He had once secretly advised the master, but Su Zhengdao had not taken it to heart, and later Su Zhang stopped trying to persuade him. However, thinking of young Master Xiao Ye's resolute back as he left just now, Su Zhang couldn't help but recall the back of Su Zhengdao, who had once entered the secret realm without hesitation, guarding a region. In fact, the one who truly resembled the master was not the cultivation genius Xiao Yang, but young Master Xiao Ye. Su Zingchen took a deep breath. Take me to see. Soon, everyone arrived at the basement, and entered young Master Xiao Ye's room for the first time. The Su family was a top wealthy family, and the rooms of Su Zingchen and the others were all very luxurious and spacious. They included a bedroom, study, cultivation room, etc., with each room being much larger than the area of an ordinary person's home. However, the room before them was only a dozen square meters, and more than half of the space was filled with miscellaneous items. Those miscellaneous items were carefully stacked by young Master Xiao Ye, neatly arranged, making this small room not look too shabby. In one corner of the room, there was only a bed and a set of chairs, with an open book and a water cup on the table. Other than that, there was nothing else. In fact, there wasn't even a single piece of clothing. He lived here. Su Zingchen could hardly believe her eyes. She even turned back to look at her mother, Xuanyuan Mingmu, in confusion. Mom, you didn't buy him any clothes, not even prepare a personal terminal for him. Xuanyuan Mingmu felt her face burning slightly, and instinctively avoided her daughter's gaze. I thought someone else had prepared it for him. Su Zingchen's eyes held disbelief and disappointment, and even a hint of self-distrust. In this family, who would prepare these things for young Master Xiao Ye? Half a month ago, young Master Xiao Ye came to the Su family alone, bringing nothing. Half a month later, young Master Xiao Ye left the Su family alone, taking nothing. What did the Su family mean to him? No, in that case, young Master Xiao Ye really left. But where could he go all by himself? 4. Go home, back to where we started. While Su Zingchen was puzzled, Xiao Ye was actually pondering the same question. Where should he go next? Although he had a system, becoming strong had to be a gradual process. Currently, he didn't even have a place to stay, and the only valuable thing he owned was probably the phone in his pocket. He opened it and found his linked bank card. Balance 219.8. This was hard-earned money from the original owner's previous part-time jobs, originally over 3,000, but then during his time at the Su family. Never mind, let's not talk about it. This small amount of money wouldn't even be enough for a few days in a hotel. Moreover, he still needed to learn the martial Tao of this world. Just as he was worrying, buzz. His phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID showed, Mom. This mom wasn't Xuanyuan Mingmu, his biological mother, but his adoptive mother, Liu Ruxin, who had adopted and lovingly raised him for 18 years. He swiped his finger. A gentle voice came through the receiver. Xiao Ye, are you free to talk now? Hearing that incredibly familiar voice from his memories, so he couldn't help but feel his eyes sting. Yes, Mom, I'm free. That single mom made Liu Ruxin on the other end instinctively respond with a soft AI, her voice even a little choked up. Free is good, free is good. Xiao Ye, you work hard cultivating over there, but you must also remember to rest. It's already so late. Although he knew she couldn't see him, so he still smiled and nodded. Yes, I know, I'll listen to Mom. Liu Ruxin's voice held a touch more happiness. Xiao Ye, tomorrow is your 18th birthday. Mom wants to wish you a happy birthday. I've transferred 3,000 yuan to you. Go buy yourself something delicious. Mom knows it's not much, but I still want to do something for you. Su Yi's adoptive parents, Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin, were ordinary people who had not undergone supernatural ability awakening and had no cultivation talent. They had no background and no special opportunities. Years ago, when the beast tide invaded the coast, they lost their relatives and became displaced. Liu Ruxin was also injured during the beast tide. The entire family could only rely on Su Xiangdong doing manual labor to earn a meager amount of hard-earned money. Yet despite this, after finding Su Ye in his swaddling clothes, they raised him meticulously as if he were their own son, giving Su Ye everything they could. In Su Ye's heart, Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin were his true parents. Xiao Ye. On the other end of the phone, Liu Ruxin's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Xiao Ye, will you be able to come back in the future? Can we see you? Mom misses you. Su Ye took a deep breath. Mom, I'm coming back right now. Half an hour later, Su Ye boarded the maglev train bound for Fangyuan City. Dawn gradually broke. Su Ye walked onto the streets of the old district, finally stopping in front of a 50-story high-rise building. This was the Su family's residence. More accurately, it was the place the Su family rented. He heard that when high-rise buildings first appeared, only wealthy people could live in them, but now, such high-rises were the standard for the poor. They were built and rented out by the government, with prices that weren't high, ensuring basic housing for low-income groups and maximizing the reduction of social instability. Meanwhile, those with martial Dao talent or powerful resources lived in the new city. Small villas and detached houses with better greenery and lower space utilization were the standard for the wealthy. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 32nd floor. There were over 10 households on each floor. The door of one of them was already open. Xiao Ye. Liu Ruxin had been listening for sounds outside ever since she hung up the phone last night. At this moment, she finally saw her son after half a month. Xiao Ye, it really is you. Mom, I'm home. So he took 2 steps forward and grasped Liu Ruxin's hand. Liu Ruxin's eyes were red, and she looked him up and down with heartache. You've lost weight, how could you lose so much? Child, you've suffered outside. Xiao Ye, this is your eternal home. You can stay as long as you want. A slightly aged, tall man also walked out, his eyes red as he patted Su Ye's shoulder. It was Su Xiangdong. After Liu Ruxin called Su Ye yesterday, the couple hadn't slept all night. Su Xiangdong even cancelled his work for today, waiting at home for his son to return. Although Su Ye hadn't said anything, he must have been wronged. Otherwise, how could Su Ye possibly run back from the Yujing Su family, the family of a national war god, in the middle of the night? The couple exchanged glances, but tacitly didn't ask what exactly had happened to Su Ye. As long as their son was whole and well, everything was fine. If Su Ye didn't want to talk, they wouldn't ask. Anyway, as long as they were here, Su Ye would always have a place to eat. Brother, you're finally back. Now that you're back, that little fatty next door won't dare to bully me anymore. A little lowly squeezed over and hugged Su Ye's leg. It was Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin's daughter, the 7-year-old little lowly Su baby. Oh, that little fatty next door bullied my baby again. Wait till I help you bully him back. Su baby giggled, hugging Su Ye's leg and refusing to let go. Good, good. Brother, chase him around downstairs for 100 laps without stopping, and don't let him drink water, HMPH, tire him to death. Su Ye played with the little lowly for a while, and then the family walked back into their home. The Su family's home was small. There was only one bedroom, with a bunk bed. Liu Ruxin and her daughter slept on the bottom bunk, while Su Ye slept on the top bunk. Su Xiangdong placed a camp bed in the living room and slept there at night. The living room of the Yujing Su family was 10 times larger than the Su family's entire home, yet standing here, Su Ye only felt incredibly relaxed. It felt like returning to a safe harbor. Dad, Mom, I've already severed ties with the Yujing Su family. From now on, I am still the old Su Ye. Su Ye explained with a smile, saying nothing more. When a person isn't strong enough, saying things like he will definitely make the Su family regret it in the future would only sound like a joke to others. He just needed to do it. Liu Ruxin and Su Xiangdong exchanged glances and both nodded. Good, good, it's good that you're back, Xiao Ye. Su baby blinked her big eyes. Brother, happy birthday. Mom bought your favorite shrimp, let's eat quickly. And there's cake too, birthday cake. Su Ye tapped the little lowly's forehead. Alright, today I'll show you my skills and make braised shrimp. Su baby clapped her little hands, happily jumping up and down. Wow, Big Brother is the best tilde tilde tilde. Indeed, with Big Brother back, their home felt complete tilde. 5. This actually earns kill points. School report. Su Ye walked into the kitchen. Fangyuan City is near the sea, so seafood is cheap and fresh, something Su Ye had loved since he was a child. Liu Ruxin also liked to use seafood to supplement her children's nutrition, and among them, oil-blasted prawns were the dish Xiao Ye made best. A dozen prawns, 20 to 30 centimeters long, were kept in a basin by Liu Ruxin, occasionally jumping around. Ever since the spiritual qi revival, the spiritual qi in heaven and earth became abundant, and the things in the original world also absorbed spiritual qi, making their meat more delicious and their size larger. For example, these prawns in front of him, which were considered the most common in the market, were still each larger than his hand. He picked up a prawn, and it immediately thrashed violently, showing considerable strength. He grabbed its head and slammed it heavily onto the cutting board, stunning the prawn, then removed its head in vain. Slaughter value plus 0.1. Xiao Ye was startled. He could get slaughter value for this too. That's right, after all, this prawn was also a life, and a life imbued with spiritual qi. Though the spiritual qi was very little. So, the 444.4 slaughter value he originally had on his panel was accumulated from killing things before. Xiao Ye suddenly became excited. Slaughter value plus 0.1. Slaughter value plus 0.1. After processing the prawns, Xiao Ye's slaughter value directly increased by 1.2. Sitting in the Su family's small living room, Xiao Ye and his family ate lunch together, and then, amidst his family's blessings and birthday songs, he took a bite of the cake specially bought for him. The cake is too sweet, Su baby. You can finish the rest for your brother. Xiao Ye pushed the cake away with a look of disgust. Su baby, who had long been drooling with anticipation, immediately wanted to pull the cake over, but she still looked at Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin first, and only after getting confirmation from her mom and dad did she pull the cake in front of her. She took a big bite, eating a small piece of cream. Wow, so sweet, so delicious. Xiao Ye smiled as he watched the little lowly meticulously eat a small piece of cake until it was completely gone, even scraping every bit of cream from the fork and plate. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Su family was still too poor. He had to find a way to make money. To let his parents live in a big house, a small Western-style building. To let his sister eat cake whenever she wanted, Fangyuan City Second Middle School. After having lunch with his family, Xiao Ye came to school. Teacher's office. Xiao Ye knocked and entered but didn't find the class teacher, Lan Jingfei. Presumably it was lunchtime, and there was only one male teacher in the office. You are Xiao Ye, why are you back? The male teacher, Ren Qi, also taught geography to Xiao Ye's class. His eyes lit up when he saw Xiao Ye. You've come at just the right time, help me buy 2 cups of coffee downstairs. Xiao Ye suddenly remembered that Ren Qi used to love asking students to buy him coffee, and most importantly, he never paid. He's taking advantage of students, isn't he? Xiao Ye smiled slightly. Okay teacher, what flavor would you like? How about 2 extra-large caramel macchiatos? Ren Qi looked at Xiao Ye with appreciation. This kid is good, he even knows to order the most expensive one, promising future. Alright, that's what we'll do. Okay teacher, please wait. Xiao Ye walked out of the office, and indeed, obediently went to the coffee shop outside the school to order 2 large caramel macchiatos. Then while waiting for the coffee, he opened the class group chat. Night God, for those who bought coffee for the miser and didn't get paid, send me your payment proof. It was noon, and many students were idly scrolling on their phones after eating. Seeing this message, the previously quiet class group chat suddenly became lively. Nickname, Holy Cow Xiao Ye, you're finally back. Nickname, Xiao Ye, did the miser make you buy coffee too? Misty Rain, welcome back student Su. Night God, I'm back. Night God, I have a way to make the miser pay back the money, send me the proof. As soon as this was said, several classmates in the group chat immediately started sending screenshots to Xiao Ye, and one classmate even sent more than a dozen. Misty Rain, collection PDF. Misty Rain, Xiao Ye, I've organized all the proofs into a file for you. Night God, awesome, it had to be you, class monitor. Just then the coffee was ready. Xiao Ye, carrying the 2 cups of coffee, turned directly and went to the print shop next door. Teacher's office. Xiao Ye stood at the door for a while, finally seeing a familiar figure. Light blue high heels, long hair draped over her shoulders, and a faint scent of perfume as she walked in. It was Xiao Ye's class teacher, Lan Jingfei. Xiao Ye, you're back. Seeing Xiao Ye, Lan Jingfei was also very surprised. Lan Jingfei had a deep impression of Xiao Ye. Although this student's talent in cultivation was not good, his cultural subject grades were excellent, especially in science, where his performance was outstanding. At the beginning of the 3rd year of high school, Lan Jingfei had even spoken to Xiao Ye privately, recommending several non-martial Dao universities to him, and suggesting that he could develop in the direction of scientific research. It was just a pity. At the beginning of the second semester of the third year, Su Yi suddenly took a leave of absence. Lan Jingfei had even regretted it for a few days. She didn't expect that Su Yi, who had applied for a leave of absence, would suddenly appear. "Teacher, I'm back to school." Su Yi felt a bit fortunate at this moment. Fortunate that Su Zhengdao and Chuanyuan Mingmu had wanted to keep a low profile back then, and had not widely publicized his identity, and even only arranged a leave of absence for him instead of dropping out. "Have things been taken care of? That's good. You've only been gone for half a month, so your cultural subjects shouldn't have been delayed much. I'll process the paperwork for you now, and you can attend class this afternoon. If you encounter any more problems, just tell me." Lan Jingfei didn't ask further. To apply for a leave of absence at such a critical moment in the third year of high school, he must have encountered something major. Now that he could return, it proved that the issue was mostly resolved. She only hoped it wouldn't affect Su Yi too much. As Lan Jingfei spoke, she reached out to open the door to the teacher's office. But Su Yi didn't leave. Instead, he followed Lan Jingfei inside. "Su Yi, is there anything else?" Lan Jingfei asked, puzzled. Meanwhile, Ren Qi, who had been waiting impatiently, saw Su Yi and walked over with a smile. What else could there be, of course? He was bringing him coffee. However, Su Yi smiled slightly. "Teacher, I've awakened." Lan Jingfei. Ren Qi. "Su Yi, teacher, I've awakened a supernatural ability. According to school rules, isn't there a reward?" 6. Superpower awakening confirmed, Tower of Babel. After a moment of silence, Lan Jingfei gasped in surprise. "You've awakened. You've really awakened a supernatural ability." Su Yi smiled and nodded. "My luck wasn't bad, I just happened to awaken. The first thing to do when I return to school is to announce that I am a genius." Su Yi never considered pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, hiding the fact that he had awakened. To pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, the prerequisite is that you are a pig, and a very destructive pig at that. But the current Su Yi could at most be considered a small ant. Especially when facing a behemoth like the Yujingsu family, he was even less significant. So he had to immediately display his talent so that he could be valued by the school, thereby gaining resources and rapidly improving. Lan Jingfei's expression was mixed with surprise and a hint of speechlessness. Su Yi really showed off this time. This isn't just good luck, he's practically a favored son of heaven. One must know that in the martial Tao world, the probability of an ability user awakening is less than 1 in 10,000. And once a supernatural ability is awakened, martial Tao cultivation will rapidly improve, at least to become an intermediate cultivator. Some ability users who have awakened special supernatural abilities will even become highly sought after by the government or syndicates. "You wait here. I'll tell Principal Zhang the news right away, and then ask him to take you to the heaven-reaching tower for testing. Then I'll trouble Teacher Lan." Not long after, Principal Zhang, whose head was slightly bald, appeared in the teacher's office, reaching out to grab Su Yi's hand. Fortunately, Su Yi took 2 steps back. "This must be Student Su, right? Good, excellent." Principal Zhang didn't mind, looking at Su Yi with a beaming smile, as if he were looking at his most beloved child. "Come, I'll take you to the heaven-reaching tower right away." The heaven-reaching tower is the Eastern Radiance's divine artifact, the pillar of the nation. The true heaven-reaching tower is said to be in Jade Capital, and there are also sub-towers of the heaven-reaching tower throughout the country. To cultivate advanced cultivation techniques and obtain advanced legacies, one must go to the heaven-reaching tower. Of course, after an ability user awakens, the heaven-reaching tower can also confirm the awakening type and register the corresponding supernatural ability information. From then on, they will be a registered ability user. Su Yi nodded and then raised the coffee in his hand. "Principal Zhang, there's no hurry to go to the heaven-reaching tower. I haven't given Teacher Ren the coffee I bought for him yet." Saying this, Su Yi respectfully handed the coffee to Ren Qi. "Teacher Ren, here are the 2 extra-large caramel macchiatos you wanted." Ren Qi, Principal Zhang frowned. "What do you mean? Ren Qi, you're making students buy coffee for you." Ren Qi quickly waved his hand. "No, Principal Zhang, listen to me. Su Yi, Teacher Ren, could you help reimburse me for the coffee? After all, my family's financial situation isn't good. 2 cups of coffee cost over 70 yuan, which is enough for several days of my food expenses." Principal Zhang's eyes were already filled with anger. "What do you mean? Ren Qi, you made a student buy coffee for you and you didn't even pay him." Ren Qi was almost in tears. Why would he, of all people, ask Su Yi to buy him coffee? And he was caught by Principal Zhang. If he had known Su Yi was an awakened, he practically wished he could enshrine him. I just asked Student Su for a favor, and Student Su immediately ran out. I didn't even have time to give him the money." Student Su, I'll transfer the money to you right now." Saying this, Ren Qi raised his hand to use his optical computer to transfer money to Su Yi. Oh right, he didn't have Su Yi's contact information. However, that wasn't all. Su Yi raised his hand, holding a stack of printed documents. "Since Teacher Ren is free now, why don't we transfer the money for the coffee you asked other students to buy in the past as well?" "Principal Zhang, Ren Qi, explain yourself, what exactly is going on?" A full half-hour later, Su Yi finally walked out of the teacher's office with Principal Zhang. Behind them, Ren Qi was holding his optical computer, almost in tears, returning money to the students. Besides returning money, Ren Qi also faced fines, demerits, and a public apology. Su Yi held 2 cups of coffee in his hand. "Principal Zhang, would you like some coffee?" Principal Zhang, don't think he couldn't see it. This kid, Su Yi, was just using him to make Ren Qi return the money. This kid was definitely not his most beloved child. This must be a troublemaker. "No." "Oh, then Teacher Lan, would you like a cup?" Su Yi offered the coffee to Lan Jingfei again. "Lan Jingfei, thank you, I'm not thirsty." In her impression, Su Yi was a rather quiet child. How did he suddenly become like this? "Oh, then I'll drink it myself." Such expensive coffee, let alone the original owner, he usually wouldn't be willing to drink it. Before, to pass the civil service exam, he relied on the cheapest black coffee powder to sustain himself. Su Yi took a sip, and indeed it tasted quite good. It was just that the sun overhead made Su Yi feel a bit uncomfortable, far less at ease than in the night. One could only say, was it truly the blood-sucking physique? A Fangyuan City. Star Energy Association. Principal Zhang and Lan Jingfei brought Su Yi inside. After registering their identities, Principal Zhang swiped his card and took Su Yi up a special elevator. The elevator descended. It took more than 10 minutes to stop. Then, after several more checks, Principal Zhang finally brought Su Yi to a heavily guarded door. "The heaven-reaching tower is inside, don't be nervous." On the way, Principal Zhang had already explained all the precautions for taking the heaven-reaching tower's test. So to be honest, Su Yi wasn't nervous at all. Instead, Principal Zhang took a deep breath. Buzz. The door was pushed open. Inside the door was a very spacious hall. What caught Su Yi's attention the most was the 15-meter-tall grayish-brown, high tower in the center of the hall. This was the heaven-reaching tower. The sub-tower of Eastern Radiance's divine artifact. However, it didn't look like a tower. It looked more like a pillar that was narrower at the top and wider at the bottom, or perhaps a tree trunk. A faint pressure emanated from it, making Su Yi feel a bit heavy. While Su Yi was observing the heaven-reaching tower, Principal Zhang had already pressed a button on the wall. After swiping his card, he tapped on the light screen for a while. Then, a light screen appeared out of thin air in the hall, and at the same time, an electronic voice sounded. "Deep Blue System at your service. Supernatural Ability Confirmation Function activated. Applicant, please move to 3 meters in front of the heaven-reaching tower. Fingerprint verification, passed. Iris verification, passed. Hello, Su Yi." Su Yi followed the instructions of the intelligent system, stood at the cursor position, and after a series of basic checks, a ray of light fell from the heaven-reaching tower, enveloping Su Yi. Su Yi could vaguely feel a probing energy scanning his body. A moment later, the electronic voice sounded again. Supernatural ability, awakening verification successful. Awakening type, special physique. This physique possesses stronger strength, faster speed, and more powerful life recovery ability. This physique will have stronger combat power at night. Su Yi secretly nodded in his heart. As expected of a divine artifact, it described his awakened blood-sucking physique almost perfectly. Congratulations, Mr. Su Yi, on the successful awakening of your supernatural ability. Cultivation technique upgrade passed. Please choose the cultivation technique you wish to learn. 7. Cultivation technique transformation, dark prison demon dragon technique. Su Yi turned to look at Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang's face was filled with excitement. It was a special physique. And from the description, greater strength, faster speed, and even stronger recovery ability. This was clearly a physique born for battle. Their Fangyuan City second middle school was about to produce another genius. Meeting Su Yi's gaze, Principal Zhang chuckled. This is a benefit from the school. I just checked your information. You originally studied the elementary cultivation technique, shadow art. This elementary cultivation technique is clearly not suitable for you, so I have already applied for advanced cultivation technique learning access for you. In the martial Dao world, resources are allocated according to talent and strength. Cultivation techniques are also a resource. Su Yi began to dabble in martial Dao at the age of 16. Because his talent was not outstanding, He was only allocated the elementary cultivation technique, shadow art, at that time. But now that he had awakened a supernatural ability, the principal helped him apply for an advanced cultivation technique. "Thank you, principal." Xiao Ye was not polite and immediately started researching on the light screen. He finally selected a cultivation technique. Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique. It is said that a human race senior once had the good fortune to witness an ancient beast, the Dark Prison Demonic Dragon, hunting. Afterwards, based on a wisp of aura and the fighting style of the Dark Prison Demonic Dragon he captured, he created this advanced cultivation technique, the Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique. The Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique primarily focuses on strength and slaughter. Applying the essence blood of Dragon Clan star beasts can enhance the physical body's strength. Continuously slaughtering to condense evil chi can also temper the physical body and increase destructive power. As Xiao Ye made his final confirmation, a stream of light shot into Xiao Ye's glabella. Instantly, a large amount of information exploded in Xiao Ye's mind, all about the Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique. Moreover, a Dark Prison Demonic Dragon concept slowly integrated into Xiao Ye's body. This was also Eastern Radiance's protection for advanced cultivation techniques. To learn an advanced cultivation technique, one had to apply through the system, and then exchange and learn it in front of the heaven-reaching tower, no longer using traditional written forms. This way, the spread of cultivation techniques could be avoided to the greatest extent. As for verbal transmission after learning, many cultivation techniques require the transmission of concept, and simple verbal transmission has very poor effects. After an unknown period, Xiao Ye finally woke up. The light screen in front of him had disappeared, replaced by Principal Zhang's bright head appearing before him. "How do you feel?" "I feel pretty good." "Perfect. While the concept is still in your body, Xiao Ye, you can try to immediately switch cultivation techniques." Xiao Ye nodded. He had already had that idea. He immediately sat cross-legged and allowed the star power in his body to circulate according to the Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique's operational method. Detecting Advanced Cultivation Technique, Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique. Do you want to burn 60 slaughter value to switch cultivation techniques? "It's here." Xiao Ye's lips curled slightly. The reason Xiao Ye hadn't immediately burned slaughter value to increase his cultivation after obtaining the system was for this moment. As he expected, practicing advanced cultivation techniques allowed him to quickly switch cultivation techniques by using slaughter value. And after switching, Xiao Ye immediately selected yes. Immediately, a wonderful power flowed through Xiao Ye's body. The star power in his body rapidly transformed from the original shadow art to the Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique. But it wasn't over yet. Burn slaughter value upgrade. Immediately, the slaughter value on Xiao Ye's panel began to drop rapidly. Burning 40 slaughter value, cultivation increased by +1. Boom! Xiao Ye's body trembled. He had broken through. Kaiyuan 4th level. However, Xiao Ye did not stop. He continued to burn. Burning 50 slaughter value, cultivation increased by +1. Boom! Xiao Ye's aura rose again. Kaiyuan 5th level. Continue. Burning 60 slaughter value, cultivation increased by +1. Kaiyuan 6th level. At this moment, the data on Xiao Ye's panel had changed. Host Xiao Ye. Supernatural ability, Vampire Newborn Evolvable. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique, Kaiyuan 6th level. Martial Skill, Basic Combat Technique Mastery. Talent None. Slaughter Value, 235.6. Burning more slaughter value should still allow him to continue increasing his cultivation. However, Xiao Ye stopped. After all, he was a low-key person. Moreover, he was also preparing to try burning slaughter value to enhance martial skills, so he needed to save some slaughter value. Xiao Ye slowly stopped circulating his cultivation technique and opened his eyes. Then he met Principal Zhang's eyes, which had widened by a factor of 2. What a monster! Xiao Ye almost threw a punch, but managed to stop at the last moment. "Principal, what are you doing?" Principal Zhang rubbed the top of his head, still somewhat disbelieving. "You actually completed the cultivation technique switch so quickly. You actually increased your cultivation by 3 levels the first time you practiced an advanced cultivation technique. Is this still a normal human race?" Although both Kaiyuan 3rd level and Kaiyuan 6th level were insignificant to Principal Zhang. But this speed of improvement still made Principal Zhang's eyes pop out. "Good luck." Xiao Ye smiled slightly. "It might also be because this cultivation technique is quite compatible with my physique." Principal Zhang nodded. The dark prison demonic dragon technique and your awakened supernatural ability physique are indeed very compatible. Moreover, supernatural ability awakeners will all experience a wave of rapid improvement when they first awaken. Thinking about it this way, it's quite reasonable. Reasonable my foot. Second middle school had several other supernatural ability awakeners before, but none of them improved as exaggeratedly as Xiao Ye. Principal Zhang took a deep breath. No matter what, Xiao Ye being able to improve so quickly was certainly not a bad thing. Principal Zhang brought Xiao Ye back to the school and then took Xiao Ye to the principal's office and took out a few items. 2 bottles of primary nutrient solution, 2 bottles of Star Beast Essence blood, and a black bank card. Principal, this is? Xiao Ye asked knowingly. Principal Zhang, these are all resource subsidies from the school for you. As a supernatural ability awakener, you can receive 2 bottles of primary nutrient solution from the school every month. These 2 bottles of Star Beast Essence blood are the essence blood of Dragon Clan Star Beasts. When you cultivate the dark prison demonic dragon technique, applying the essence blood to your body will result in better cultivation effects. This is considered the school's support for you. As for this bank card, it has 600,000 inside. 500,000 is the school's reward for supernatural ability awakeners, and the other 100,000 is from your class teacher, Teacher Lan. Xiao Ye was genuinely a little surprised this time, Teacher Lan. Xiao Ye had already expected the school to give him resource subsidies. The reason he informed the school about his awakening immediately was for these resources. He hadn't expected Lan Jingfei to also transfer money to him. Principal Zhang had just learned about Xiao Ye's background and knew that the child's family was ordinary, even a bit difficult. No wonder Lan Jingfei would pay out of her own pocket to give Xiao Ye money. Teacher Lan also hopes that you can use this money to buy resources and improve your strength as quickly as possible. If you want to thank Teacher Lan, then try to enter the elite class and achieve good results in the college entrance examination. So you put away the items and nodded. Elite class, huh? He would join. 8. Perfect proficiency, school beauty Zio Kyu. Elite class. As the name suggests, it's a class where elites gather. Xiao Ye remembered that, when the second semester of the 3rd year of high school began, there were rumors of an elite class within the school. After all, the number 2 high school's college entrance examination results haven't been ideal these past 2 years, so the school probably wanted to select elite students to make a push. Xiao Ye returned to school and walked into class 37 of grade 10, just in time to hear the class teacher, Lan Jingfei, announcing the news. Each class will recommend 10 people for a unified school selection. The top 50 selected can enter the elite class. Our class's preliminary list is the top 10 in Martial Dao scores. If anyone else wants to compete, you can challenge the top 10 in tomorrow's Martial Dao class. On Blue Star, where Martial Dao is flourishing, the scores of 3rd-year high school students are divided into 2 parts: cultural classes and Martial Dao scores. Clearly, Martial Dao scores are more important. Hearing Lan Jingfei's news, the students originally ranked in the top 10 in Martial Dao scores showed smug expressions, while those outside the top 10 secretly pondered whether they could unseat the top 10. Martial Dao top 10, that must include me, Grandpa Zia. Xiao Ye's deskmate, Zia Jikyu, chuckled, then patted Xiao Ye's shoulder. Xiao, when I go to the elite class later, don't miss me too much. Zia Jikyu, who was also known as nickname in the class group, was indeed 3rd in Martial Dao in the class. His cultivation was Kaiyuan 7th level. Xiao Ye and Zia Jikyu had been classmates since junior high, and in high school, they had been deskmates for over 2 years, sharing a very good relationship. By the way, Xiao, how did you get that stingy iron rooster to pay back the money? Not long after Xiao Ye sent a message in the group. Ren Qi, that stingy iron rooster, actually went around paying back money to his classmates, which became a great spectacle in their class 37 of grade 10. Many people were calling out to Xiao Ye in the group, asking for the reason, but Xiao Ye, after popping up at noon, remained silent and only returned several hours later. And Zia Jikyu rubbed his chin. Xiao, why do I feel like you've gotten even more handsome after half a month apart? Originally, Xiao Ye was handsome enough to make half the girls in the class faint, but after half a month apart, he had become even more handsome, and his skin was even fairer than a girl's. Zia Jikyu keenly noticed that almost all the girls in the class were secretly looking at Xiao Ye now. How were other people supposed to live? How can I answer so many questions at once? Xiao Ye smiled slightly. But you want to know the answer, you'll find out tomorrow. Damn it, Xiao, you've gone bad, you're teasing people. A night. Xiao family. Xiao Ye sat cross-legged in the living room. His parents had taken his younger sister, Xiao baby, for a walk downstairs. My current goal is to enter the elite class and get more resources. According to the last mock test in the 3rd year of high school, to enter the top 50 in the entire grade, the minimum cultivation must be Kaiyuan 5th level. As for the top student of the year, I heard he's already Kaiyuan 9th level and is about to break through to the transcendent rank. That means, with my current cultivation of Kaiyuan 6th level, it shouldn't be too difficult to enter the top 50. However, cultivation is only one aspect. The most important thing is actual combat. Having awakened the vampire newborn physique, my strength is greater, my speed is faster, and I have stronger recovery abilities, but my combat skills are not quite enough. Burn slaughter value to increase the proficiency of basic combat technique. Xiao Ye quickly made a decision. Burn 100 slaughter value, basic combat technique proficiency +1. Martial skill, basic combat technique perfect. Increasing proficiency by 1 point actually requires 100 slaughter value. This is even more than what it costs to increase cultivation. Xiao Ye felt a little pained. However, when he was increasing his cultivation during the day, he noticed that Kaiyuan 4th level required 40 points, Kaiyuan 5th level required 50 points. Clearly, the higher the cultivation, the more points needed for each upgrade. Thinking about it this way, the core problem is still not enough slaughter value. I need to find a way to earn more slaughter value. But for now, again, burn 100 slaughter value, basic combat technique proficiency +1. Looking at the panel again. Host Xiao Ye. Supernatural ability, vampire newborn evolvable. Cultivation, dark prison demonic dragon technique, Kaiyuan 6th level. Martial skill, basic combat technique perfect. Talent none. Slaughter value, 35.6. Damn it, proficiency didn't continue to increase. It seems I still need to burn slaughter value, but I don't know how many times I need to burn it to increase proficiency again. By the way, after proficiency reaches perfect, what will the next rank be? Xiao Ye rubbed his forehead. Acquiring slaughter value was imminent, the next day. As soon as dawn broke, Xiao Ye left home and ran all the way to the He River. Fangyuan City is by the sea, and a long He River runs through the urban area. And this He River also became the dividing line between the old and new urban areas. The old and chaotic Hedong, and the wealthy and technologically advanced Hexi. Standing by the He River, looking at the completely different scenery on both sides, Xiao Ye only wanted to move his family to Hexi as soon as possible. Finding an unmanned spot, Xiao Ye began to test the basic combat technique he had cultivated yesterday. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of wind gusted. The countless experiences of basic combat technique gained after adding points were gradually applied by Xiao Ye, thoroughly integrating with this body. After 6 repetitions, Xiao Ye was drenched in sweat. Awesome! The basic combat technique, which was originally a bit strenuous to use, was now as easy as moving his arm. If he added the dark prison demonic dragon technique of Kaiyuan 6th level, Xiao Ye would have even more confidence in entering the elite class. Boom! He threw another punch. Xiao Ye blinked and slowly retracted his fist. Behind him, a white graceful figure had appeared behind Xiao Ye at some unknown time. Turning his head, the girl was wearing a white school uniform with blue stripes, her long hair tied into a ponytail. In the early morning she was like a dewdrop, clear and gentle. Xiao Qiyu. Xiao Ye quickly recognized the girl's identity. The recognized school beauty of number 2 high school, the undisputed goddess in the hearts of the boys. Moreover, the girl was not only exquisitely beautiful but also an awakened, and her cultivation had reached Kaiyuan 8th level. It was said that her father was also a high-level cultivator. All of this made the halo above the girl's head even more dazzling. Xiao Ye, hello. Xiao Qiyu smiled slightly. I saw you practicing basic combat technique when I passed by just now, and I unconsciously stopped to watch for a while. I apologize for the disturbance. Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow. You know me. Xiao Qiyu nodded. Last exam, the last big question in the comprehensive science, only you got full marks in the entire school, which is very impressive. So it was because of that. Xiao Qiyu paused, and your progress in basic combat technique is very fast, very astonishing. At this point, a hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Qiyu's eyes. She had seen Xiao Ye practice basic combat technique before, and compared to before, it was truly a world of difference. Most importantly, the aura around Xiao Ye had also changed. Student Xiao Ye, I'd like to spar with you if that's okay. 9. You can borrow my school uniform. A man cannot say he can't. Facing Xiao Qiyu's gaze, Xiao Ye nodded. I can. Although Xiao Qiyu's cultivation was higher than his, Xiao Ye also wanted to fight an expert and test his true combat power. After all, Suyi didn't just want to enter the elite class. He also wanted to get into the best martial arts university and become someone the Su family members of Jade Capital looked up to. It's just, Student Su, don't worry, I will suppress my star power. We'll only compare moves, not cultivation. Xiao Qiu suggested thoughtfully. Suyi, all right then. Bang! Two figures quickly exchanged blows by the river. The more they fought, the more Xiao Qiu was startled. Suyi's basic combat technique was not only skillfully used but also incredibly solid. Xiao Qiu naturally didn't know that Suyi had a cheat. After one stat point allocation yesterday, although his proficiency only increased by 1 rank, the leap from proficient to perfect was a qualitative change. What startled Xiao Qiu even more was, she could feel that Suyi wasn't using star power, but the force transmitted when their fists and feet collided was immense. Suyi's reaction speed and agility were also extraordinary. Soon Xiao Qiu was completely suppressed. Watch out! Xiao Qiu let out a light shout and suddenly changed her move. This time, Xiao Qiu was no longer using basic combat technique, but a more exquisite combat technique. She instantly went from being suppressed to suppressing Su Yi in return. Su Yi's eyes lit up. What an exquisite combat technique. Perfect. Su Yi immediately stopped holding back and unleashed his basic combat technique to its limit. Bang bang bang. A moment later, they exchanged another punch. Xiao Qiu staggered back a few steps, leaning against a tree to stop herself. All right, no more fighting. Seeing this, Su Yi reluctantly lowered his hands, feeling a slight regret. The exchange of blows just now was truly exhilarating. Closing his eyes, Su Yi recalled the battle, feeling he had gained a lot. He just didn't know what combat technique Xiao Qiu used after changing her move. Opening his eyes again, Su Yi saw Xiao Qiu, still leaning against the tree, drenched in sweat. He then awkwardly extended his hand. Sorry, did I hurt you? Xiao Qiu took a deep breath, a hint of amusement in her eyes. It seemed this was the first time someone had so thoroughly ignored her. This time my skill was inferior. I should thank you for holding back. Xiao Qiu's bangs were damp with sweat, sticking to her jade-like face. She seemed a bit uncomfortable and lowered her head, reaching for a tissue. Then she realized. After the earlier exchange, her body was damp with sweat, and her white school uniform clung tightly to her, outlining her perfect curves. Ugh! Xiao Qiu let out a soft gasp. And Su Yi, following Xiao Qiu's gaze, saw that towering sight. He quickly turned his head away. But the image lingered in his mind. Cough, you can wear my clothes for now. Su Yi handed his school uniform top, which he had casually placed aside, to Xiao Qiu. Xiao Qiu's pretty face flushed slightly as she took Su Yi's clothes and quickly put them on. Immediately, a clean scent of soap filled her nostrils, making Xiao Qiu's cheeks even redder. Cough, thank you. I'll wash them and return them to you later. Hearing the movement behind him, Su Yi finally turned around. The girl was already wearing his loose school uniform, which concealed her delicate curves, but her small face was flushed, and her eyes sparkled. A little cute. It's fine, no rush. It's almost time for school, why don't we go together? Xiao Qiu lowered her head and softly hummed in agreement. Fangyuan City Second Middle School. Su Yi and Xiao Qiu walked into the campus together. Student Su, same place as today. I'll bring your school uniform tomorrow morning. Xiao Qiu left this message with a slightly red face and quickly went to her class. Smelling the faint fragrance lingering in the air, Su Yi shook his head, as if to shake off the fleeting, alluring thoughts in his mind. For him now, the most important thing was to improve his cultivation, so he could provide a better life for his family. And also, the Yujingsu family. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi walked into class 37 of grade 10. Then, Asu. Xia Jikyu, like a large monkey, bounced over, about to put his arm around Su Yi's shoulder. As a result, Su Yi immediately took a step back, causing Xia Jikyu to miss. Damn, Asu, when did you get so fast? Xia Jikyu exclaimed. But that wasn't important. What was important was, Asu, tell me quickly, you actually know our school beauty, and honestly confess, is the uniform the school beauty is wearing yours? I'm telling you, your brother here has super strong eyesight, 5.2 in both eyes, you definitely can't fool me. Asu, what exactly is your relationship with our school beauty? They even lent clothes. No one would believe they had no relationship. Su Yi glanced at Xia Jikyu's eyes, which were filled with gossip. Don't overthink it, we just ran into each other on the way. Tusk, Asu, don't hide it from me. No wonder you didn't fancy Liao Tingting from the next class. With a school beauty, who would want the class beauty from the next class? If only I were as handsome as you, Asu, I wouldn't even need to do anything, and class beauties and school beauties would actively come to confess. Xiao was almost in tears with envy. Why wasn't he as handsome as Su Yi? Speaking of which, Su, how come I feel like you've gotten even more handsome after coming back from half a month away? His skin was fairer, and he seemed to have grown taller. Su Yi smiled bitterly, helplessly. I already said, Xiao and I just met. If you have the energy, why don't you think about the top 10 martial arts competition later, so you don't get challenged and knocked out at a critical moment? At this, Xiao's attention was indeed diverted. There's no way I'll be knocked out. I'm genius Xiao. As for you, Su, don't miss me too much when I'm no longer your deskmate. Hee. Su Yi quietly waited for the top 10 martial arts competition within the class to begin. But what he didn't know was, his going to school with Xiao had already been noticed by many people. Class 1 of grade 10. Zhang Chuan, a handsome young master, was being secretly watched by several blushing girls. At this moment, his gaze fell on Xiao not far ahead. Looking at the clearly male school uniform on the girl, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Young Master Chuan, I found out. The person who came with school beauty Xiao this morning is named Su Yi, from class 17. His cultural class grades are good, but his martial arts are trash, and he's from the slum on the east side of the river. Zhang Chuan's subordinate leaned over and quickly relayed Su Yi's information. Zhang Chuan couldn't help but sneer, so he's a kid from the slum. The subordinate understood immediately upon hearing this. That's right, but a kid from the slum actually dares to compete with you, young Master Chuan, for a woman. He's practically seeking death. How about I take some people to teach him a good lesson and make him stay away from school beauty Xiao in the future? Zhang Chuan thought for a moment, then finally shook his head. Forget it, he probably just happened to meet July. If I were to act, it would be giving him too much credit. Even if someone like him appears in July's life, he's just a fleeting passerby. The subordinate at the side immediately understood again. Young Master Chuan is magnanimous. You're right, that kind of kid from the slum isn't worth you, young Master Chuan, making a move. It would simply dirty your hands. Just as Zhang Chuan smiled and nodded. Buzz. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Seeing the caller ID, Zhang Chuan first froze, then suddenly stood up. His surprise was mixed with intense ecstasy and disbelief. The caller ID clearly showed, young Master Su Yang of Jade Capital. 10. Su Yang, I just want someone to take care of Su Yi. Young Master Su. Zhang Chuan quickly went to the corridor, and even though the person on the other end of the phone couldn't see him, his expression remained respectful. A moment later, the call ended. Su Yi, young Master Su Yang actually knows this Su Yi. What's this kid's background? But this kid is unlucky to have provoked young Master Su Yang. Zhang Chuan shook his head, waved, and called his subordinate over. You said you wanted to take people to teach Su Yi a lesson before. The subordinate was a little confused. He had indeed suggested it, but hadn't young Master Chuan already refused? Why was he suddenly bringing it up again? But since young Master Chuan had spoken, as an understanding subordinate, he naturally had to understand. Then I'll take people to teach him a lesson again. Zhang Chuan nodded in satisfaction. He added, be ruthless. Just as Zhang Chuan was instructing his subordinate to act. Yujing Jade Capital. Su family. Su Yang, standing by the window, hung up the phone, a gentle smile still on his face. He was about to turn around. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Xiao Yang, who were you just talking to on the phone? Su Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he turned to see his second sister, Su Minju. Su Minju's eyes were suspicious. I just heard you mention Su Yi. That brat Su Yi had actually left their Su family. And he had even run back to his adoptive parents' home in the slum. Su Minju simply couldn't understand. But at the same time, she looked down on Su Yi even more, to actually give up the Yujing Su family and run off to live with people from the slum. He was simply content to fall into depravity. Su Minju could see through the future of such a person at a glance. He would probably only be able to stay in the slum his entire life, worrying about today's meals and tomorrow's rent. How could their Su family's bloodline appear in Su Yi, instead of the outstanding Su Yang before her? Su Minju felt a pang of regret. And Su Yang's heart was momentarily lifted high. However, a gentle smile still remained on his face. Second sister, I heard that Su Yi returned to Fangyuan City. I was thinking that our family also has some businesses in Fangyuan City, so I wanted to ask someone there to help Su Yi out. After all, he is the true young master of the Su family. As he spoke, Su Yang's expression became dejected. It made Su Minju's heart ache. Xiao Yang, you're just too kind. Why do you care about that kind of person? Look, this is the child their Su family raised. Even if Su Yi spoke harshly to Su Yang still wanted to look after Su Yi. unlike those from the slum, who even dared to talk back to their parents. Moreover, if we ask someone to look after Xiao Ye, people will definitely suspect Xiao Ye's relationship with our Su family. If they find out that our Yujing Su family has such a son living in the slum, wouldn't they laugh our family to death? No, Xiao Yang, you're not allowed to be so kind anymore, and you're certainly not allowed to let anyone look after Xiao Ye. Second sister, how can that be? Xiao Ye is just confused for a while. If we care for him more, he will definitely change his mind and apologize to mom and dad. Su Yang still wanted to persuade her, but Su Minju's attitude was firm. In the end, Su Yang gave a bitter smile and conceded. All right, second sister, I won't let anyone look after him anymore, all right. Don't be angry, but Xiao Ye he. Enough, mom and dad are returning to guard the secret realm today. Let's have a good family meal and not mention unhappy people. This sigh all right. Su Minju and Su Yang went downstairs hand in hand. After the two left, another figure emerged from around the corner. It was Su Zengchen. Xiao Ye returned to Fangyuan City. It seems to him those who adopted him are more like his family than us. It's just, even I didn't know Xiao Ye returned to Fangyuan City, how did Xiao Yang know? Thinking of what Xiao Ye said before leaving home, that the person in the entire Su family who most hoped he would leave was Su Yang, an uncontrollable suspicion arose in Su Zengchen's heart. No, how can I suspect Xiao Yang? It must be Xiao Ye who is too sensitive and overthinking things. However, Xiao Ye is a member of the Su family after all. Even if he is unmotivated, our Su family's bloodline flows in his body. It's better to find someone to look after him. After thinking for a moment, Su Zengchen made a call. Brother Zhang, I want to ask you for a favor. Xiao Ye naturally didn't know about the Su family's actions. At this moment, he was standing on the sports field. The top 10 students in martial arts from class 37 of grade 10 stood at the front, each with a smug expression. Although being in the top 10 of the class didn't necessarily guarantee a ranking in the top 50 of the entire school to enter the elite class, and could even be said to have a very low probability. But for now, enjoying the moment was enough. Looking at the envious and jealous little glances from the other classmates. This feeling was just too good. The class teacher Lan Jingfei spoke. Our class's top 10 in martial arts are, first place Zhao Fei, second place Wen Ran, third place Zia Jikyu, 10th place Sun Shan. However, to prevent any mistakes, there can now be free challenges. Everyone who thinks they can challenge someone can come up and try. As long as you can knock the opponent off their position, you can take their spot. As she spoke, Lan Jingfei looked at the eager students below and smiled slightly. They were all energetic children. Having drive was a good thing. Lan Jingfei was also willing to encourage these children to strive for their goals. Especially, her gaze fell on Xiao Ye under the shade of the tree, and Lan Jingfei's lips curved slightly upwards. Soon, this student would make a name for himself. Xiao Ye stood under the tree, feeling a bit sluggish. Today was a sunny day, originally good weather. But for Xiao Ye, being in the sunlight made him feel uncomfortable all over. So when Lan Jingfei announced, whoever wants to challenge can sign up, Xiao Ye spoke a beat slower than others. Me. Besides Xiao Ye, there were also two others eager for a top 10 spot. Lan Jingfei was not surprised and called on the first person to speak. Lu Zhenggren, you go first. Lu Zhenggren chuckled and looked directly at Sun Shan, who was ranked 10th. Grandson, come on. Sun Shan was annoyed. He knew it would be like this. He was clearly in the top 10 in martial arts, but now he had become a soft persimmon, being squeezed first. Then let Grandpa teach you a good lesson. Sun Shan and Lu Zhenggren walked directly to the open space on the sports field, bowed to each other with cupped fists. Begin. Martial arts are prevalent on Blue Star, but most people only officially begin to engage with martial arts at 16, and during high school, they primarily cultivate Kaiyuan cultivation technique, continuously absorbing star power to temper their bodies. The combat techniques taught in school were only basic combat technique, mainly for strengthening the body and guiding the star power within. Only after reaching Kaiyuan 9th level and achieving a breakthrough to the transcendent realm are they considered true cultivators, learning more profound martial skill. So at this moment, both Sun Shan and Lu Zhenggren were using basic combat technique. However, after watching for a while, Xiao Ye shook his head. It was clear that Sun Shan's basic combat technique was more refined. Indeed. Bang! Fists and feet collided, and Lu Zhenggren retreated several steps, his chi and blood churning within him. I lost. Sun Shan smiled faintly, standing with his hands behind his back. 10th in the entire class, terrifying indeed. 7th in the class, is that all? Sun Shan stood with his hands behind his back. Next. Immediately, Zheng Wang, the second person to raise his hand wanting to challenge, quickly leaped forward and came before Sun Shan. He grinned. You asked for this. Sun Shan had just fought a battle and was depleted of energy. Now was the time to seize the opportunity. Zheng Wang had originally worried that challenging Sun Shan immediately would make people say he was taking advantage, but now Sun Shan had actively requested it. Sun Shan, damn, I was careless. To show off, he had put himself in a passive position. Fortunately, Sun Shan's strength, being among the top 10 in his class's martial arts, was still quite impressive. After exchanging blows for 30 to 40 moves, Sun Shan finally used his more refined basic combat technique to throw Zheng Wang out of the combat zone. Sun Shan wins. Lan Jingfei announced loudly. Sun Shan, meanwhile, was already leaning on his knees, panting heavily. What to do? If another one came, he was afraid he would really have to give up. As he thought about it, Sun Shan lay directly on the ground. Ugh. Seeing this, two people immediately rushed out of the crowd. They were two individuals who usually got along well with Sun Shan. One was Xiao Ye, 7th in martial arts, and the other was Zhen Xingyun, 9th in martial arts. Sun Shan, how are you? Lan Jingfei also walked over to check him, then looked at Sun Shan with a strange expression. He seems to be exhausted from continuous fighting. He'll be fine after a short rest. These kids nowadays, to maintain their status, they really push themselves too hard. They've even mastered the trick of feigning illness so skillfully. Actually, Lan Jingfei had initially wanted to add a rule that continuous challenges were not allowed, but before she could speak, Sun Shan collapsed. Hearing Lan Jingfei say that Sun Shan was fine, Zhen Xingyun breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he's okay. Xiao Ye, however, snorted coldly. Repeated challenges are disgraceful. Then he looked at Su Yi. Su Yi, are you also going to challenge Sun Shan? Su Yi, no, I challenge you. He was still hesitating who to choose, but someone had unexpectedly offered themselves up. HMPH, overestimating yourself. Xiao Ye's chi and blood surged around him, and he directly stepped onto the empty space, beckoning to Su Yi with a finger. Come. Let me tell you, the dignity of the 7th ranked in martial arts cannot be insulted. And then, bang. Fists and palms met. A figure was sent flying directly. He fell heavily outside the empty space, his head tilted, and he passed out. However, to everyone's surprise, the person who flew out and fainted was not Su Yi, but Xiao Ye, who had just been so arrogant. Su Yi, on the other hand, still stood in place, casually clapping his hands. Is that all? The entire class was stunned into silence. Su Yi was handsome but very weak. Wasn't that what their class generally believed? Otherwise, how could such a handsome person still be available for the class beauty from the next class to confess to him? He would have been digested internally by their class long ago. It was precisely because everyone knew that Su Yi had no cultivation talent, and was innate to be inferior in this world where martial arts reigned supreme. But what was going on today? Their class teacher, Lan Jingfei, however, had a calm expression, having long anticipated this outcome. Su Yi wins, enters the top 10 in class martial arts, and will represent class 17 in the upcoming elite class sprint. Zhen Xingyun, go check on Xiao Ye. Students, you see, even with unfavorable innate conditions, classmate Su Yi can still break into the top 10 in class martial arts through his own efforts, which shows that talent is only one aspect. More important is effort. Now, does anyone else want to challenge? Lan Jingfei's words immediately stirred the fighting spirit of these young students. That's right. If even Su Yi could do it, they could do it even more. Me, and me. The entire class was in a frenzy, all standing up to challenge. Although they all knew the possibility was small, what if? Watching this lively scene, Lan Jingfei smiled slightly, announced the new rule that no one could be challenged repeatedly, and then began to preside over the subsequent challenges. Only Su Yi looked speechless. He had actually become Lan Jingfei's teaching material. But he was a man with a cheat. He was a supernatural ability awakener. Su Yi had wanted to generously announce his awakener identity, but seeing that Lan Jingfei was using him as inspiring motivation, he could only shake his head and cooperate with Lan Jingfei's performance. However, in the subsequent challenges, no one chose Su Yi. The scene of Su Yi sending Xiao Ye flying with one palm was still vivid in their minds. They wouldn't be as foolish as Xiao Ye. After a round of challenges, the results were in. Except for Su Yi's successful challenge, the others in the top 10 in martial arts remained unchanged. After Lan Jingfei announced the results, Xia Zhikyu put an arm around Su Yi's shoulder, his expression sorrowful. Su, good for you, when did you break through? Needless to say, for Su Yi to easily send Xiao Ye flying, He must have breakthrough and he hadn't told him, his good brother. I just breakthrough, I was lucky. Su Yi smiled slightly. To mend your wounded heart, I'll treat you to cola. Xiao instantly revived. I want 2 bottles chilled. After school. Su Yi did not stay in the school's cultivation room for extra practice like the original owner, nor did he go straight home. Instead, he followed the crowd to Fangyuan City's most famous food street. This place was not far from the school, and it was already dinner time. The streets were bustling with people. Su Yi walked among the crowd, and occasionally young girls would secretly glance at him. So handsome. And how was his skin even fairer than a girl's? He also carried a faint coolness, making him seem even more like a noble young master. Just as 2 girls, after some mental preparation, were about to go up to ask Su Yi for his contact information, Su Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Found it. Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. Fangyuan City's largest seafood restaurant. Most importantly, they were hiring here. Excuse me, can the kitchen assistant they're hiring only work in the evenings? Su Yi asked the front desk. The most important job of a kitchen assistant in a seafood restaurant is to process ingredients, which means killing. Isn't that perfect for Su Yi's system? It would allow him to earn slaughter value. The young miss at the front desk suddenly saw a super handsome guy asking her a question, and her little heart was beating at a frequency that was about to exceed 150. Originally, the hotel was not looking for temporary workers, but who could resist his good looks? I'll ask the manager. Okay, thank you. Su Yi smiled slightly and stood aside, quietly waiting for the young miss at the front desk to call the manager. Just then. Oh, isn't this our great scholar Su? Is young Master Su here to work at the hotel? Tusk, it seems he knows his college entrance examination is hopeless and is preparing his fallback plan in advance. Su Yi frowned slightly, turned around, and saw a group of 7 or 8 young men and women. The 2 at the front were a long-haired girl in a miniskirt, Liao Tingting, the class beauty from the next class. The other person looked to be in his 20s, with yellow hair, affectionately embracing Liao Tingting's slender waist, and was looking at Su Yi with a mocking expression. 12. Reunited with the school beauty, working part-time at a hotel. Su Yi quickly searched through the original owner's memories, and soon found information about the green hair in front of him. Zheng Feng. He was a senior brother 2 grades above Su Yi, studying at a 3rd-tier university in the local area. Like the original owner Su Yi, Zheng Feng's cultivation talent was not outstanding, and his academic performance was also very average. It was a mystery how he managed to get into a 3rd-tier university, perhaps by some stroke of luck. Logically, such a person shouldn't have any capital to be arrogant, but he had an uncle who owned a martial arts gym, so he was considered a small 2nd-generation rich kid. And because there were many senior brothers and disciples at the martial arts gym, Zheng Feng was very arrogant in his daily conduct. If anyone dared to offend him, he would call his senior brothers and disciples to teach them a lesson. The large number of people and lack of control made Zheng Feng very inflated. Logically speaking, Su Yi and someone like Zheng Feng should have no interaction. However, Zheng Feng had liked Liao Tingting, the little girl next door who grew up with him as childhood sweethearts since he was young. But who would have thought that Liao Tingting would confess to Su Yi? Although Su Yi rejected her very decisively, Zheng Feng was still very displeased with Su Yi. Extremely displeased. He actually dared to refuse. No, Su Yi shouldn't have appeared at all. He must have used some means to bewilder Tingting. For this, Zheng Feng even had people trouble the original owner. If it weren't for a passing patrol officer at the time, the original owner would have likely been hospitalized for at least half a month. It's just that Su Yi didn't understand. Looking at Zheng Feng and Liao Tingting's current appearance, it was clear they were already together. Why would Zheng Feng still bother him? Su Yi turned around, not intending to respond. However, Su Yi's indifferent attitude made Zheng Feng even angrier. Although Liao Tingting had accepted his pursuit, when they were together, Liao Tingting subconsciously mentioned Su Yi several times, and even compared the 2 of them. Who could tolerate that? Zheng Feng felt like the yellow hair on his head was about to turn green hair. At this moment, the young miss at the front desk had already inquired with the manager via internal phone, and looked at Su Yi apologetically. Sorry, our manager said we are not hiring for evening part-time positions at the moment. What a pity, such a handsome young man, she wouldn't be able to see him every day. Su Yi felt regretful, but still nodded and thanked her, preparing to find another place for a part-time job while earning slaughter value. However, Oh Su, the great talent, actually needs to find a part-time job. Oh right, Su, the great talent, came out of the slum. If he doesn't find a part-time job, his whole family will probably starve. People from the slum carry a stench with them. It's disgusting. Such a stinking commoner actually dares to walk into Jinyu's seafood restaurant. It simply dirties this place. Today, this young master will do Jinyu's seafood restaurant a favor and throw out the trash. Saying that, Zhang Feng pointed, and two of his subordinates rushed out, intending to sweep Su Yi out the door. Moreover, those two clearly had cultivation, and when they struck, the wind whistled, obviously aiming to injure Su Yi. Su Yi's eyes turned cold. He originally didn't want to pay attention to Zhang Feng. But some people took his disregard as fear. In that case, a bloody glint flashed in Su Yi's eyes. He was about to counterattack. It's just to stop. A cold shout. At the same time, a figure flashed, and the two subordinates who were about to attack Su Yi were instantly sent flying backward, then clutched their hands, groaning in pain. Ah, it hurts so much, it hurts so much. Who is it? Su Yi looked in the direction of the voice, and was surprised to see a familiar figure. Xiao Ye. Why was she here? And around her, like stars surrounding the moon, were 4 or 5 black-suited men with extraordinary aura. Su Yi, we meet again. Xiao Ye quickly walked to Su Yi's front, and seeing that Su Yi was not injured, she slightly relaxed. Then she turned to look at Zhang Feng and the others, her pretty face cold. Fighting is strictly prohibited in Jinyu's seafood restaurant. Please escort these people out, and tell the security guard to be more vigilant. They are not welcome here in the future. Yes, young miss. 2 black-suited men stepped out, ready to escort Zhang Feng and the others out. What are you doing? I'm here to eat. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? You don't scare me. This young master isn't easily intimidated. All right, I'll leave, just don't touch me. Grandpa, I was wrong. Zhang Feng, from his initial arrogant defiance, quickly turned to continuous apologies, and was smoothly escorted out by the 2 black-suited men, along with his subordinates and Liao Tingting. Once the group left, Xiao Ye turned and smiled at Su Yi. Su Yi, why are you here? Su Yi looked at Xiao Ye, then at the golden plaque of Jinyu's seafood restaurant above. You are? Xiao Ye smiled slightly. This seafood restaurant is my family's business. I originally came here for dinner and just happened to run into you. He had long heard that Xiao Ye's family had an extraordinary background, but he never expected that the famous Jinyu seafood restaurant in Fangyuan City was actually her family's property. However, Su Yi didn't feel inferior because of this. He simply and openly explained his purpose after Xiao Ye asked. Su Yi, you want to find a part-time job? The college entrance examination is coming soon, actually. Xiao Ye originally wanted to persuade Su Yi to spend more time on studying and cultivating. Finding a part-time job to earn money at this time was really not wise. However, halfway through her sentence, Xiao Ye changed her mind. This was Su Yi's own decision. She shouldn't interfere. Moreover, Xiao Ye believed that Su Yi was not someone who didn't know his own limits, since he chose this. He must have his own considerations, or perhaps he really needed money. If Su Yi, you don't mind, I can make the decision to agree to you working here part-time. Do you still want to come? Xiao Ye asked for Su Yi's opinion. Since that's the case, then I won't be polite. Su Yi didn't hesitate and directly agreed. It would be foolish not to use connections. However, he would have to find a way to repay Xiao Ye's favor in the future. Immediately, Xiao Ye made a phone call to summon the hotel manager and had him process Su Yi's employment. As for the specific part-time salary, Xiao Ye didn't say much. She believed the hotel manager would certainly not dare to let Su Yi suffer any losses. Su Yi thanked Xiao Ye and was about to go to the kitchen with the manager. However, after taking 2 steps, Su Yi turned around and returned to Xiao Ye's front. I'm working here part-time, actually, because of the cultivation technique I cultivate. The dark prison demonic dragon technique requires condensing evil chi, so this explanation was not wrong. Xiao Ye blinked somewhat confusedly, seemingly not yet understanding why Su Yi suddenly turned back to tell her this. But soon, understanding flashed in Xiao Ye's eyes. Su Yi came not to earn money, but to cultivate. Although she didn't know what kind of cultivation technique required working a part-time job at a hotel, Xiao Ye couldn't help but smile, her eyes curving into 2 bright moons. So that's how it is. Then I look forward to your cultivation technique progressing, your cultivation improving, and you getting into a martial arts university, classmate Su Yi. Su Yi nodded. Definitely. 13 kill count increased, someone is tracking me. Young Master Su, this way please. Manager Liu, I'm not a young master, you can just call me Little Su. Then I'll call you Student Su. Student Su, do you have any requirements for the part-time job? As long as I can kill. Manager Liu. Manager Liu looked at the extraordinarily handsome young man in front of him, never expecting such a handsome face to utter such a ruthless sentence. However, since the other party was a friend favored by the young miss, his needs naturally had to be met. So Manager Liu directly led Xiao Ye to the back kitchen and pointed to the barely adequate fish tank. Student Su, after an order is placed, the head chef will directly send the material requirements to you. You just need to follow the instructions on the screen here, retrieve the corresponding seafood and process it. Manager Liu pointed to a screen nearby and personally introduced the work process to Xiao Ye. He even called over a burly man standing nearby. Old Zhao, this is Xiao Ye, Student Su, a new part-timer. He's new and unfamiliar with many things, so please help him out and look after him. Old Zhao, standing nearby, saw Manager Liu Yangning personally bring over a handsome young man and explain the work content to him, and had long realized that this young man was no ordinary person. Upon hearing this, he immediately nodded and said cheerfully, "No problem, Manager Liu. I'll definitely take good care of Student Su." Xiao Ye quickly familiarized himself with the work process and couldn't help but marvel. It was indeed the #1 seafood restaurant in Fangyuan City. The back kitchen was not only clean and tidy, but the process was also so modernized. Just then, a batch of requests appeared on the screen. 10 silver-scaled fish. Xiao Ye immediately used a fishing net to scoop out 10 silver-scaled fish from a fish tank. He skillfully stunned them, gutted them, removed the internal organs and scraped off the scales. Slaughter value plus 0.2. Indeed, he gained slaughter value. And it was even more slaughter value than what he got from killing large shrimp. Xiao Ye was motivated. With a swift movement of his knife, the 10 yinli fish were cleaned in no time. He then placed the processed fish into a box and put it on the conveyor belt. The conveyor belt started, and the processed silver-scaled fish were sent to the chef. Not needing to interact with the chefs in the back kitchen, perhaps the efficiency of gaining slaughter value could also increase significantly. Xiao Ye was quite satisfied. Ding! A notification sound rang out. A new order request was sent over. 20 black tiger shrimp. Before old Zhao could even ask how to distribute them, Xiao Ye had already quickly scooped out 20 black tiger shrimp and started processing them skillfully. Slaughter value plus 0.1. Old Zhao, standing nearby, watched in astonishment. This student Su looked handsome and had an extraordinary demeanor, making him think he was some young master coming to experience life. He never expected him to work so efficiently. But that was good too. There was no need to worry about this young master making mistakes in a rush and causing him trouble. Old Zhao happily began his own work, though he occasionally glanced at Xiao Ye to prevent any mistakes. He remained busy until 11 at night. Only then did Xiao Ye stop his actions. After a night of effort, Xiao Ye's slaughter value directly increased by 24.2. At this speed, in just 3 or 4 days, he could increase his cultivation by another level. In just 5 days, he could increase a martial skills proficiency by 1 point. Now, with 3 months left until the college entrance examination, didn't that mean he could completely raise his cultivation to Kaiyuan 9th level, or even break through to Transcendent before the college entrance examination? It was a pity that the path after Transcendent could only be systematically learned after attending university. However, the remaining slaughter value couldn't be wasted. It could continue to improve his basic combat technique. The Blue Star Martial Dao University College Entrance Examination score consisted of 4 parts. Cultural classes plus Martial Dao Basic Theory. Physique. Combat technique. Actual combat ability. Clearly, combat technique and actual combat ability were both closely related to basic combat technique. Xiao Ye quickly calculated how to use his future slaughter value, but he didn't notice that Manager Liu Yangning had already walked over. Student Su. Hello? Xiao Ye blinked, coming back to his senses. Manager Liu. Liu Yangning. As expected of the young Mrs. Friend, this arrogant demeanor is too natural. Student Su, you've worked hard today. This is your payment for today's part-time work. Saying this, Liu Yangning took out his phone and transferred money to Xiao Ye. Part-time pay. Xiao Ye was stunned. He had been so focused on earning slaughter value at the seafood restaurant that he had forgotten to ask about the part-time pay. He opened his phone and confirmed the receipt. 300 yuan. It was actually this much. If he came to work part-time every night for a month, wouldn't he earn 9,000 yuan a month? One had to know that Su Xiandong worked hard for a month, even doing heavy labor on a construction site, and could only earn 7,000 yuan a month. This money. Xiao Ye knew without thinking that the other party was definitely taking care of him, because of Xiao Ye. Manager Liu Yangning had been observing Xiao Ye's expression just now. Seeing that Xiao Ye had even forgotten about the part-time pay, he became even more certain that this was a young master who had come to experience life, and his smile grew even warmer. Student Su, I apologize for forgetting to discuss the part-time pay with you earlier. So, I'm paying you according to our Jinyu Seafood Restaurant's normal part-time wages. According to the rules, part-time wages are settled daily, 300 yuan per person per day. Please don't be offended. Oh, and by the way, it's not very safe at night recently, so student Su, please be careful on your way back. Su Yi, I'm not offended at all. I even want to introduce this job to my father Su Xiangdong. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. Su Yi really didn't feel comfortable constantly taking advantage of Xiao Qiu. To truly change the family's poverty, he still had to rely on himself. Alright then, thank you, Manager Liu. Su Yi put away his phone. In his heart, however, he secretly decided that if he had the chance in the future, he would repay this favor to Xiao Qiu. Speaking of which, in just one night he already owed Xiao Qiu 2 favors. He said goodbye to Manager Liu. Su Yi carried a hotel perk, seafood barbecue. He walked home. Although he had already sent a message to his mother, Liu Ruxin, telling them he would be back late and to rest first, Su Yi knew that with Liu Ruxin's personality, she would definitely wait for him at home. Thinking that there was a light waiting for him in the dark, Su Yi's heart warmed, and he quickened his pace. However, as he walked, Su Yi's steps paused slightly. Someone was following him. Could it be the murderous maniac, rumored to have been killing young women at night in the city recently? Su Yi couldn't help but recall Manager Liu's warning. But Su Yi quickly shook his head. After awakening his blood-sucking physique, Su Yi's hearing was greatly enhanced in the dark. Although the other party tried their best to conceal themselves, Su Yi still detected their presence from their faint footsteps and the rustling of the wind. And there were 2 groups of people following him. One group had heavy footsteps and a large number of people. The other group, however, consisted of only one person, with very light footsteps, yet it made Su Yi feel even more dangerous. Both groups were specifically targeting him. But neither seemed much like the murderous maniac who specifically targeted young women. This was interesting. Su Yi slowly stopped walking. A group of 7 or 8 young men blocked his way forward. At the same time, 5 or 6 people behind him cut off his retreat. Su Ye. That's right. Kid, you've offended someone you shouldn't have. Someone wants your 2 legs, be good and let us take care of you. Hey, so much nonsense. 14. Su Yi's politeness was exactly what he was waiting for. Kid, you're looking for death. Brothers, get him. Break both his legs and an arm for interest. With a loud crash, more than a dozen people rushed directly at Su Yi. These people were all small-time thugs in this area. Their martial arts talent was very ordinary. Most of them were Kaiyuan 3rd level or 4th level cultivators. Relying on their numbers and some fighting skills, they had often run rampant in this area. The patron who hired them initially said Su Yi was just a Kaiyuan 3rd level student. For these thugs, this job was simply too easy. However, no. Don't come any closer. Before long in the quiet night, the miserable wails of these thugs quickly echoed. Responding to their wails were Su Yi's swift and decisive actions. Bang, bang, bang. One punch, one whimperer. In a short while, a pile of thugs lay sprawled on the ground at Su Yi's feet. That's it. Su Yi frowned. Beating up a dozen thugs was even easier than fighting Xiao Qiu alone this morning. Too weak. Su Yi was a bit dissatisfied. The thugs on the ground, brother. My dear brother. You beat us up, and then you complain we're too weak. You can't bully people like this. Su Yi walked up to the leader of the thugs. Who sent you? The thug leader stubbornly closed his eyes. When you're in this line of work, you have to have principles. You can never betray your employer. Oh. Su Yi nodded, not making things difficult for him. After all, he was very gentle. He directly took the thug leader's phone from his pocket. Come on, open your eyes. The thug leader subconsciously opened his eyes. Facial recognition successful. Su Yi took the phone back, opened the communication app, and found the top-pinned conversation. The thug leader had good professional ethics. The patron's conversation was pinned and even noted as patron dad, making it very convenient for Su Yi to find. He clicked on it. Su Yi immediately confirmed that this was the person who had ordered these thugs to break his legs, but the other party had not revealed his identity, and Su Yi was not familiar with the contact name or profile picture. But this was not difficult. Su Yi directly made a video call. The other party was probably waiting for the thug's reply, so the video call was answered immediately after it was dialed. Su Yi immediately saw a slightly familiar face. It seemed to be a student from their school. He couldn't remember who exactly. However, now that he had seen the face, finding the other party would not be difficult. Meanwhile, on the other end of the video call, Zhang Chuan was completely stunned. You. Suyi nodded politely, hello. Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan immediately hung up the phone. However, he was filled with regret. Why did he answer the phone so casually just now? Judging by Suyi's appearance, he was completely unharmed, which meant those thugs had failed and also exposed him. But after his initial tension, Zhang Xuan quickly calmed down. Seeing Suyi's face so suddenly had given him a momentary feeling of being caught. But even if Suyi knew his identity, what then? What could a poor student from the slum do to him, Zhang Xuan? HMPH Suyi, you've offended young master Su Yang, and you'll have plenty of suffering to endure in the future. Regardless of how Zhang Xuan adjusted his mindset. On the dark street, Suyi looked at the disconnected call and shrugged. How rude, not even a goodbye. Unlike him, Suyi held the thug leader's phone in one hand, and his own phone in the other. Add friend. Initiate transfer. Smiling, he lifted the thug leader's hand. Come, press your fingerprint. Transfer successful. Delete friend. The series of actions was flawlessly executed. He put the phone back into the thug's pocket. Thinking of the more than 10,000 yuan he had just acquired, Suyi said very politely. Thank you. The thug leader, and the thug was a bit disoriented in the wind. And Suyi had already started looking at the nearby thugs. These were all money, after all. Suyi repeated the process. Just after transferring 7 or 8 times in a row. As Suyi walked towards the next thug. Whoosh! From behind, a gust of wind came. Suyi smiled faintly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Bang! Fists and feet collided. The person who had ambushed him from behind was sent stumbling backward, his face showing an expression of disbelief. How could this kid defend against his sneak attack? Did this kid have eyes on the back of his head? Or did he already know he was nearby? This kid is uncanny. The ambusher's heart was vigilant. Meanwhile, Suyi had quickly turned around, charging forward, swiftly executing his perfect-level basic combat technique. He gave the ambusher no time to react. At the same time, Suyi also saw the other person's appearance. He looked like a 40-year-old man, with a long scar on his left cheek, which made him appear very fierce. And indeed, his fighting style was very fierce. Suyi, having anticipated the attack, gained the upper hand with a continuous barrage of offensives after his initial successful strike. Yet even so, Scarface, after initially being somewhat flustered, quickly composed himself. His punches and kicks were very methodical, defending himself airtight. He even constantly looked for opportunities to counterattack while defending. Feeling the force in the opponent's fists, Suyi was secretly astonished. What great power! His punching power definitely exceeded 800 kilograms. The opponent was advanced Kaiyuan. At least Kaiyuan 8th level. As Suyi was startled, Scarface opposite him was also greatly surprised. This young man, what immense power! Clearly, this young man's cultivation was not as high as his, yet he could exchange blows with him without falling behind. Could it be that the other party possessed innate divine power? Moreover, this young man's speed and reaction agility far surpassed ordinary people, and his basic combat technique was incredibly powerful. If they continued to fight like this, he certainly wouldn't be able to take him down. Scarface quickly made a judgment. It seems he could only use that. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged more than a dozen more blows, moving from beside the fallen thugs to the corner of the wall. Taking advantage of the corner's concealment, Scarface suddenly bent down sharply. Immediately, a flash of silver beneath his t-shirt on his back was revealed. Whoosh! A silver gleam suddenly shot out. It was a hidden weapon. Danger! Suyi's heart suddenly accelerated. If he were hit by this silver gleam, he feared he would die on the spot. At this moment, Suyi's blood flowed faster throughout his body, and his heart rate suddenly quickened. Thumping! 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 A silvery moonlight poured down. At a certain moment, Suyi's heartbeat seemed to resonate with the entire starry sky. A powerful force suddenly surged within his body, making his strength greater, his speed faster, and his reactions more acute. Swish! In the nick of time, Suyi turned his head with a speed far exceeding human limits, just dodging the silver gleam. At the same time, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! This punch slammed heavily into Scarface's chest. The burly Scarface was sent flying backward, crashing heavily against the wall behind him, then sliding down weakly. Thud! Like a dead dog. 15, do you dare kill me? I dare. Thud! Scarface fell heavily to the ground, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. His ribs were broken. But Scarface was a ruthless man. He ignored the pain in his chest and tried to stand up immediately to counterattack. However, Crack! A dark figure flashed, and a hand had already clamped tightly around Scarface's neck. It was Xiao Ye, whose strength and speed had greatly increased. While one hand gripped his neck, Xiao Ye's other hand grabbed Scarface's arm. Crack! Crack! With two crisp sounds, Scarface's two arms hung limply at his sides, having been twisted off by Xiao Ye. He raised his foot. Thumping! Thumping! With two dull thuds, Scarface's knees were also cleanly kicked and broken by Xiao Ye. Only then did Xiao Ye look up, staring into Scarface's eyes. Who sent you? Ha ha ha, you won't get any information from me. Scarface spat out a mouthful of blood, but a smile was on his face. Strength and speed far exceeding ordinary people, and explosive power. So you're also a genius, but what I hate most is geniuses. Kid, I'm watching you, you'll definitely die by my hand. Even though Scarface had his limbs broken and his neck grabbed by Xiao Ye, he was still reckless, even threatening to kill Xiao Ye. Such an absurd scene made Xiao Ye Chinese letter smile. Aren't you afraid I'll just kill you? Scarface glanced behind Xiao Ye. The two robberies in a row had not been quiet, and residents nearby had already called the police. Scarface could even see a team of people rushing quickly from a distant intersection. Seeing this, Scarface revealed a wild smile. Do you dare? Kid, you probably don't even dare to kill a chicken, do you? Do you dare to kill a person? You're a good student, would you be willing to ruin your future by killing me? Haha, you wouldn't dare, so you can only be watched by me and never have peace. I'll drain your blood, watch you die little by little, then take out your bones and clean them, as a souvenir of me killing a genius. This will be the only proof you leave in this world. Won't you thank me? Genius. All should die. The footsteps behind him grew closer. We are patrol officers from the patrol bureau. The person in front, put down your weapon and raise your hands. Scarface's smile grew even more rampant. Kid, the patrol team is here. Do you still dare to kill me? His response was Xiao Ye's polite smile under the moonlight. I dare. Crack. Xiao Ye exerted force with his hand, and Scarface's neck immediately twisted into a bizarre arc. With wildness and disbelief still in his eyes, the light in Scarface's eyes gradually faded. Thud. Scarface's body was casually thrown to the ground by Xiao Ye. Slaughter value plus 11-2. Indeed, killing people also earns slaughter value. Xiao Ye curled his lips. He turned around. He raised both hands. Facing the nervous patrol team members, his smile was gentle and his attitude polite. I am Xiao Ye, a third-year student from Fangyuan City Second Middle School. I was robbed on my way home from work. I was just acting in self-defense. There were 7 or 8 patrol team members who rushed over. They looked at the thugs wailing on the ground, then at the motionless, twisted body in the corner. These patrol team members all showed strange expressions. This was self-defense. Fangyuan City, Jiangdong Patrol Bureau. Zhang Beichuan, the director of the patrol bureau, a man in his 40s with a deep frown line between his brows, stood in front of the one-way mirror, looking at the composed young man in the next room. Is this Xiao Ye? The one whom Su Xingqian of the Yujing Su family specifically called to ask him to take care of. Just then, the room door was pushed open, and a young man in his 20s walked in quickly. Boss, the situation has been investigated. What's going on? The people wailing on the ground are indeed the thugs from that area, and they admitted that they were indeed trying to rob Xiao Ye, but they were subdued by him. And the other one. The identity of the other Scarface has also been clarified. His name is Song Si, a coach at the Zhang Clan Martial Arts School in Hexi, with a Kaiyuan 9th level cultivation. According to the thugs' testimonies, Song Si indeed suddenly rushed out and attacked Xiao Ye when Xiao Ye had subdued those thugs, and Scarface was clearly a master, carrying many prohibited weapons. A dagger, a short knife, a back crossbow, and poison, of which the back crossbow had already been used. Oh, it seems Xiao Ye wasn't lying when he said he was acting in self-defense. The young man's expression was a bit strange. He was indeed passively defending, but, setting aside those thugs for now, Song Si's body is very problematic. All his limbs were broken, several ribs were also broken, and the fatal injury was a twisted neck. According to the condition of the body, it's clear that Xiao Ye had completely subdued Song Si at the time, but still killed him before we arrived. How was this self-defense? It was clearly excessive self-defense. Boss, what should we do next? Zhang Beichuan raised an eyebrow. He was quite ruthless. Zhang Beichuan did not answer the young man's question, but looked at Xiao Ye in the next room with interest. Xiao Li, what do you think Xiao Ye is thinking right now? I'm probably worried. This Xiao Ye was indeed a third-year student at Fangyuan City Second Middle School. His home was in the old city of Hedong. His mother was in poor health, his younger sister was young, and the whole family relied on his father to earn money at the construction site. Such a child, suddenly facing something like this, would surely be very flustered, right? Zhang Beichuan chuckled. Worried? I don't see him worried at all. Ever since Su Yi's identity was confirmed, Zhang Beichuan had been paying attention to him and found that this kid was truly unreserved. He was composed, and even applied to use his phone to call his family and teacher. Later, he even directly picked up his portion of his late-night snack from work and ate it all up. After eating, he carefully tidied up the takeaway box and wiped the table clean. Is this what worry looks like? This was clearly having no fear. Zhang Beichuan's curiosity was piqued, and he prepared to meet this mysterious Su Yi. Student Su Yi, I see that your cultural studies grades are excellent in school, so you must know the difference between legitimate self-defense and excessive self-defense, right? Do you have anything you'd like to say? Su Yi pondered for a moment. I'm a bit unlucky. Zhang Beichuan, unlucky to encounter two groups of robbers. Su Yi, unlucky that my 18th birthday was just yesterday. Zhang Beichuan, what he said made quite a lot of sense. Aren't you afraid of really being defined as excessive self-defense? Su Yi smiled slightly, but did not answer. Just as Zhang Beichuan was about to say something else, the door to the room was pushed open again. Xiao Li, who had just come to report the situation, had a look of surprise. Boss, someone's here. Principal Zhang of 2nd Middle School and Su Yi's class teacher, Lan Jingfei. They had all arrived. Xiao Li looked at Su Yi in disbelief. What was this young student's background anyway? 16. The principal of number 2 Middle School personally bailaid him out. The principal of number 2 High School personally came. Zhang Beichuan also had to take it seriously. After some discussion, Zhang Beichuan quickly led Principal Zhang and Lan Jingfei to Su Yi's room. Student Su Yi, you may leave. Zhang Beichuan no longer mentioned a single word about excessive self-defense. As if that option didn't exist. Su Yi was not surprised by this outcome. After all, he was a supernatural ability awakener. Scarface thought Su Yi wouldn't dare to sacrifice his bright future for his life. But he didn't know at all. As a supernatural ability awakener, not only could one receive preferential treatment and resources from the school, but their authority was also above that of ordinary martial artists of the same rank. Take this excessive self-defense incident for example. It might cause a little trouble for ordinary martial artists. But for supernatural ability awakeners, ensuring one's own safety is the top priority. Necessary violent means can be employed. Although he didn't know why Eastern Radiance, and even the entire Federation, attached such importance to supernatural ability awakeners. Su Yi had diligently read and thoroughly understood the manual for supernatural ability awakeners, with the attitude of preparing for a civil service exam after returning from the heaven-reaching tower. So, at the first moment after the incident, besides informing his family that he would be home late, Su Yi immediately notified the school. Sure enough, Principal Zhang came in person. Accompanied by Principal Zhang and Lan Jingfei, Su Yi walked out of the police station. Su Yi turned his head. Director Zhang, may I ask for Scarface's identity? Zhang Beichuan paused, then said, Song Si, a coach at Zheng Clan Martial Arts School. Zheng Clan Martial Arts School, Zheng Feng. Just because of a small dispute at Jinyu Seafood Restaurant, Zheng Feng wanted to find someone to kill him. This was illogical. Su Yi frowned, realizing that things were not simple. It was more likely that Zheng Feng found Song Si to teach him a lesson. It was just that Song Si developed a murderous intent after fighting him. This also explained why Song Si didn't use a weapon at first, only his bare hands. But after the two fought, Song Si suddenly used a crossbow. Thinking of Song Si's murderous intent towards geniuses, and his madness for collecting human bones as souvenirs, Su Yi politely reminded him. Director Zhang, perhaps you can thoroughly search Song Si's residence. You might find new discoveries. Old City District. Su Yi returned home. Indeed, Liu Ruxin and Su Xiangdong were both awake, waiting for him in the living room. As for little lowly Su Baby, who had been clamoring to wait for her brother to return, she couldn't resist the call of sleep and had fallen asleep early. Xiao Ye, everything all right at school today? Liu Ruxin stepped forward and saw that Su Yi's jacket was missing, and there were several red marks on his white school uniform. It was blood. Liu Ruxin's heart instantly leaped to her throat. Xiao Ye, are you all right? Are you injured? Even Su Xiangdong, who had been able to remain calm, couldn't help but become nervous. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I'm not injured. This blood. It should be Scarface Song Si's. It must have gotten on me by accident when I was gutting fish during my part-time job. It's good that you're not injured, it's good that you're not injured. Wait, Xiao Ye, what part-time job? Su Yi smiled slightly and explained that he had found a part-time job at Jinyu seafood restaurant, where he could earn 300 yuan every day after school in the evening. However, upon hearing about the high salary of 300 yuan, Liu Ruxin didn't feel happy. Instead, she frowned. Xiao Ye, the college entrance examination is in 3 months. You should spend more time on your studies. This part-time job, why don't you just quit it? Although 300 yuan was a lot, even more than what Su Xiangdong earned if he worked a full month. Liu Ruxin did not want Su Yi to delay this most important senior year of high school for money. Living in the old city district of Hedong, Liu Ruxin knew best that the best, and even the only way to escape this so-called slum, was the college entrance examination. If one got into a good university, they could leap over the dragon gate. Moreover, Su Yi's usual cultural class grades were so good, Liu Ruxin was even more reluctant for Su Yi to delay his future for a little money. Su Xiangdong beside her also nodded repeatedly. That's right, Xiao Yi, your mom is right. The most important thing for you now is studying. Seeing this, Su Yi smiled slightly. Dad, Mom, I actually took a part-time job at Jinyu seafood restaurant not for money, but for cultivation. Cultivation. That's right, because I awakened a supernatural ability. What? Amidst Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin's incredulous and joyful gazes, Su Yi briefly explained his supernatural ability awakening. Then he pulled out a card. It was the black card the school had rewarded him. Dad, Mom, here's 600,000. It's the school's reward for my supernatural ability awakening. With this money, Mom can go to a better hospital for a checkup and buy some tonics, and Dad won't have to work so hard at the construction site. We can also rent a bigger house, so Dad won't have a sore back from sleeping on the sofa every day, and we can prepare a separate room for baby. She's already so big, other children all have their own rooms. Our baby can't be worse than others. As for buying a house, Su Yi shook his head. 600,000 was still not enough. How can this be? This is the school's reward for you. Xiao Yi, you are at the most crucial time right now. Use this money to buy some resources. Liu Ruxin put the bank card back into Su Yi's hand. Oh, this is really great news. Xiao Yi, you've awakened a supernatural ability, and you'll be able to become a powerful martial artist in the future. That's great, really great. After Su Yi started high school and began to cultivate, Liu Ruxin also often paid attention to information in this area, and knew that once one awakened a supernatural ability, they would definitely become a martial artist. Moreover, supernatural ability users were more highly valued than ordinary martial artists. Even after graduation, if they joined an enterprise, their salary and benefits would be higher than those of martial artists of the same cultivation level. It could be said that once one awakened, as long as no accidents occurred, their future would definitely be smooth sailing. He truly lived up to being the son of the war god Su Zhengdao. Liu Ruxin thought of Su Yi's background and suddenly felt a little lost. Xiao Yi, do you want to tell your biological parents about your supernatural ability awakening? Although she didn't know why Su Yi would return from Jade Capital to a small place like Fangyuan City, with Su Yi's current aptitude, if he had the support of the Yujing Su family, his future would definitely be better, right? Mom, on happy days, let's not mention those unhappy people. You too take this money. My cultivation technique is special, and I don't need resources. With the system, Su Yi only needed to continuously kill to constantly improve his cultivation and martial skills. Resources, which were essential for others, were dispensable for Su Yi. Although Su Yi said so, Liu Ruxin and Su Xiangdong ultimately did not accept the 600,000, only stating that they would look at houses recently, and if they didn't have enough money, they would ask Su Yi for it. All right. Su Yi nodded. It seemed that just giving them money, his parents wouldn't spend it freely. He still needed to find a way to buy more tonics and such to bring back. 17. Talent Ultimate Burst. Night. Su Yi sat cross-legged on the ground. It was his first time killing someone, and Su Yi had originally thought he would be restless. But in reality he wasn't. Su Yi's heart was calm. The only ripple was probably, why did his strength and speed suddenly increase when he faced Scarface today? I guess I'm really suited for slaughter. Su Yi smiled slightly and summoned the system panel. Host Su Yi. Supernatural ability, Vampire Newborn Evolvable. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique, Kaiyuan 6th level. Martial Skill, Basic Combat Technique Perfect. Talent Limit Burst. Slaughter Value, 71. His slaughter value had increased by more than 30 points. And besides that, under the talent section, there was now a limit burst. At the same time, a reminder appeared at the bottom of the system panel. You have prematurely activated the Vampire Limit Burst state. In the Limit Burst state, all stats are boosted by 2 times, lasting for 1 second. The limit burst state consumes hidden physical energy. Nutrition must be replenished promptly after activating the limit burst state. So, the sudden increase in strength and speed when he fought Scarface was because he had prematurely activated the limit burst state. Understanding flashed in Suyi's mind. And precisely because he activated the limit burst state, Suyi felt extremely hungry at the patrol bureau and ate all the food he had intended to take home. Even so, Suyi rubbed his stomach. He still felt a bit hungry. Turning around, Suyi pulled out 2 small bottles from the backpack hanging on the chair beside him. Primary nutrient solution. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Suyi tilted his head back and drank an entire bottle of primary nutrient solution. Immediately, his body, which was still very hungry after eating a late-night snack, now felt a sense of fullness. The effect is this good. It seems that in the future, I can keep 2 bottles of the primary nutrient solution provided by the school with me to replenish nutrition immediately after a limit burst. Suyi thought to himself. As for the remaining bottle of primary nutrient solution, after thinking for a moment, Suyi directly tilted his head back and drank that bottle of nutrient solution as well. Earlier, Suyi told Liu Ruxin and Su Xiangdong that he didn't need resources, but what if it was useful? It's always right to try. After drinking another bottle of nutrient solution, Suyi was about to cultivate the dark prison demonic dragon technique. But who knew that warm current, after flowing into his body, disappeared in an instant? What's going on? Where's the energy? Suyi carefully sensed. The energy was indeed gone. Wait, the panel. Suyi summoned the panel again. Host Suyi. Supernatural ability, Vampire Newborn 1/100. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique, Kaiyuan 6th level. Martial skill, Basic Combat Technique perfect. Talent Limit Burst. Slaughter value, 71. On the panel in the Supernatural Ability column, after Vampire Newborn, the content in the parentheses had changed from evolvable to 1/100. Suyi had been curious before about how his supernatural ability would evolve, but he had never figured it out. Now he knew. It turns out he needed to consume resources. 1 bottle of primary nutrient solution provides 1 point of progress. So to evolve, he only needs to consume 100 bottles of primary nutrient solution. Suyi's heart filled with joy. As long as he found a way, it was fine. However, he opened his phone. Search for primary nutrient solution. Bang! Suyi immediately threw the phone away again. Damn it! 1 bottle of primary nutrient solution costs 10,000. 100 bottles would require 1 million. He used to think the 600,000 in his card was a lot. But now, haha. He still had to make money, while Suyi was worrying about money. Patrol Bureau. The gang leader, Huang Mao, with a group of small-time thugs, was finally released. Of course, it was mainly because someone bilayed them out. Let's talk. Zhang Chuan frowned as he looked at Huang Mao. I bilayed you out because you said you had important information about Suyi to tell me. If you he. Young Master Chuan, don't worry, I really do have news to tell you. Huang Mao quickly grinned and leaned closer, but seeing Zhang Chuan's slight frown, he paused and distanced himself a bit before continuing. Young Master Chuan, you told us before that Suyi was only at Kaiyuan 3rd level, but who would have thought? I took my brothers to cause trouble for Suyi, and we couldn't even take 1 move from him. He's really too powerful. Zhang Chuan's expression was displeased. You're saying I gave you wrong information. Are you blaming me? No, how could I dare to blame young Master Chuan? Look, you even made a special trip for us late at night, I'm too grateful. I mainly wanted to remind young Master Chuan that Suyi, he's really too good at hiding, he's definitely not at Kaiyuan 3rd level, he's a cultivation master. Zhang Chuan's expression softened a bit. He nodded. Your reminder is good. If these small-time thugs couldn't even take 1 move from Suyi, then Suyi's cultivation could absolutely not be just Kaiyuan 3rd level. In this day and age, someone is still deliberately hiding their cultivation at school. Playing the pig to eat the tiger. An idiot, right? Or did something suddenly change with Suyi, causing his cultivation to surge? Thinking that it was young Master Su Yang of the Yujing Su family who asked him to look after Suyi, an uneasy feeling flashed through Zhang Chuan's heart. This Suyi seems not as simple as just a young man from the slum. Young Master Chuan, there's one more thing, it's especially important. Huang Mao subconsciously lowered his voice. Actually, it wasn't just us who tried to rob Suyi tonight. There was someone else, and he was a master. A master? That's right, I don't know how skilled he was, but he fought Suyi without falling behind, and even almost killed Suyi. What, killing people? That's right. When that person lowered his head, crossbow bolts shot out from his back. He was definitely aiming for Su Yi's life. But Su Yi dodged it, and the most important thing is, Su Yi killed that person in return. What? Su Yi killed someone? That's right, and after killing someone, he was successfully baited out. Zhang Xuan was truly surprised this time. The direction of events seemed to be getting stranger and stranger. How could someone from a slum have such great influence? And how could he attract the attention of young master Su Yang of the Yujingsu family? Zhang Xuan suddenly felt a bit of regret. He shouldn't have so rashly let those small-time thugs go teach Su Yi a lesson. And he also let Su Yi know about his existence. Thinking about it this way, it was a good thing that these small-time thugs failed to truly teach Su Yi a lesson. Very good, your information is indeed useful to me. The remaining payment will be made, and I'll find you again if anything comes up in the future. Zhang Xuan took out his phone and directly transferred the money. Huang Mao immediately grinned from ear to ear. Thank you, young Master Xuan. Young Master Xuan is generous. After Zhang Xuan left, Huang Mao was surrounded by a group of admiring small-time thugs. Boss, you're still the best. You even managed to get the remaining payment. It's just a pity about the money in our phones, boss. Why didn't you tell young Master Xuan about that too? Maybe he could have compensated us. HMPH, what do you guys know? That Su Yi is not only skilled but more importantly he has connections. He and we are not from the same world at all. It was a good thing we didn't succeed tonight, otherwise, we would have earned the money but not lived to spend it. Huang Mao shook his head. What do these people know? That little bit of money they had was practically their life-saving money. Getting back life-saving money, didn't they want to live? Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. Come on, split the money, split the money. Thank you, boss. Boss is generous. 18. Drinking Coke with the school beauty, the secret to extraordinary success. The next day, Su Yi got up early as usual. He came to the open space by the high river where he had gone yesterday. But he saw a white figure already waiting there. Su Ye. Xiao Qiyu waved to Su Yi with a smile. The early sun fell on the tip of her hair, as if plating Xiao Qiyu with a layer of gold. Su Yi's footsteps paused slightly, and then he quickened his pace. Have you been here long? No, I just arrived not long ago either. As she spoke, Xiao Qiyu handed a bag to Su Yi. Thank you for the school uniform. It's just a small matter. On the contrary, I should thank you for what happened last night. Xiao Qiyu couldn't help but laugh. It seems a little strange that we keep thanking each other like this. Su Yi, it seems right. Since they were already here. Su Yi and Xiao Qiyu looked at each other. Xiao Qiyu, another battle. Su Yi, I'd be honored. They had a good fight. Xiao Qiyu, covered in fragrant sweat, waved her hands repeatedly to stop. No, I can't fight anymore. Su Yi, how is your physique so good? Su Yi stopped. Good physique. Probably because of his awakening vampire physique. Even without limit burst state, his physique, strength and speed far exceeded other martial artists of the same rank. He looked at Xiao Qiyu, who was leaning against the tree and didn't want to move. Are you okay? I seem to have hit you too hard just now, sorry. You know that too. Xiao Qiyu rubbed her sore wrist. If you treat me to a Coke, I'll forgive you. That's it, no problem. Xiao Qiyu rested for a while, stood up, and the two of them walked directly to the convenience store on the side of the road together. After a while, Su Yi took out 2 bottles of Coke. It was strange that even though the world had changed, carbonated drinks still existed in this world, and they were still very popular. What's even more amazing was that it was still a red can. Gah! Pulling off the tab. Just hearing this crisp sound made him feel refreshed all over. Xiao Qiyu held the red can and took small sips, drinking with great satisfaction. When I was little, my dad wouldn't let me drink carbonated drinks. Later, after I took control of my New Year's money, I would secretly go to a convenience store far away outside the neighborhood to buy Coke. Every time I heard the sound of opening the tab, I felt so good. Xiao Qiyu took the initiative to share with Su Yi the story of how she used to outwit her parents to drink Coke when she was a child. Su Yi seemed to see a mischievous little girl secretly drinking Coke. He didn't expect that the aloof and elegant school beauty in everyone's eyes would have such a mischievous side. Su Yi couldn't help but take a sip of Coke as well. The cold liquid slid down his throat and into his stomach. It was indeed delicious. The two walked to school together. Xiao Qiyu suddenly spoke. Su Yi, after fighting with you, I found that your strength, speed, and agility are far superior to ordinary people. I feel that you have a good talent in terms of your body. So I suggest that, after you enter the elite class, you can take another elective combat technique. Su Yi raised his eyebrows, but didn't say any nonsense like, how can you be sure I can get into the elite class? He could fight back and forth with Xiao Qiu, so Xiao Qiu naturally knew his strength very well. He was just a little puzzled. Take another combat technique. Su Yi was originally planning to improve slaughter value as soon as possible, and then push his cultivate to extraordinary. And if there was a majority of slaughter value, he would add points to basic combat technique to see if there was any proficiency rank above perfection. But he didn't expect Xiao Qiu to give this suggestion. Xiao Qiu nodded seriously. That's right, before breakthrough to extraordinary, cultivate another combat technique, preferably an advanced combat technique, and cultivate it to a higher proficiency, which will be of great benefit to the future breakthrough to extraordinary. Seeming to see the confusion in Su Yi's eyes, Xiao Qiu thought for a while and still said, your class teacher should have reminded you that you should try not to break through to extraordinary before entering Martial Dao University. That's right, that's true, but the class teacher didn't say the reason. After all, the highest cultivate in their class was only Caillou in 8th level, and he had just breakthrough, and there was still a distance to breakthrough extraordinary. Well, that's because breakthrough extraordinary is actually breaking the gene lock in the body, an important process of transforming from a mortal body to extraordinary. In this process, the body will absorb a lot of energy to build its own martial Dao foundation. It's a bit similar to foundation establishment in Xuanhuan novels. The more energy absorbed in this process, the deeper one's own martial Dao foundation will be, and the higher the possibility of breakthrough to high-level martial artist in the future. If you can get into Martial Dao University will provide foundation-building cultivation chamber full of star power, so that students can break through better, and this foundation-building cultivation chamber is provided free of charge, which can also be regarded as the country's support for young martial artists. But if social people want to break through extraordinary, they need to apply to the Star Energy Association for foundation-building cultivation chamber, and each opening requires 1 million. 1 million. Su Yi's eyes widened suddenly. That's too expensive. Compared to this, it is indeed more cost-effective to go to university to break through extraordinary. However, this shouldn't be the main reason why Xiao Qiu reminded him, right? Sure enough. Xiao Qiu smiled slightly. The price is one aspect. In fact, the main reason why Caillou and 9th level students will break through extraordinary when they go to university is that they are cultivate combat technique after entering Caillou and 9th level. Why? Because combat technique can develop the body's genetic potential and can also improve the body's cells' ability to absorb energy. The higher the proficiency of combat technique, the more in-depth the developed genetic potential and the stronger the cell's absorption ability. When the time comes to break through extraordinary, you can absorb more energy so as to build a stronger martial Dao foundation. I see. Su Yi nodded. No wonder Xiao Qiu reminded him to cultivate another more advanced combat technique. Thinking about it, the agile move that Xiao Qiu changed to when they fought before was the other combat technique she cultivate. Thank you, if you hadn't said it, I really wouldn't have known this. Xiao Qiu smiled and gently shook the Coke in her hand. Let's just say that these are to thank you for treating me to Coke. In fact, this information will be reminded by the teacher when you enter the elite class or breakthrough to Caillou and 9th level. No. If Xiao Qiu hadn't reminded him, Su Yi might have directly relied on slaughter value to push his cultivate to extraordinary. If he only knew this after breakthrough, then he would really be dumbfounded. However, if according to what you said, doesn't that mean that the more combat technique you cultivate, the longer the cultivate time, the stronger the martial Dao foundation? If someone stays in Caillou and 9th level realm for 10 or 8 years, wouldn't they be able to build an incomparably powerful martial Dao foundation? Pukai. Xiao Qiu couldn't help but laugh. Su Yi, you are like me. I also asked my father this question when I heard about these things before. Actually, the human body has a limit. After cultivate combat technique to a certain extent, the body's potential and cell's ability to absorb energy will stop developing. At that time, it is time to break through extraordinary. It's just that there doesn't seem to be a detailed standard for how to judge the body's limit. Well, my father only told me at the time that when I cultivate to that time, my body would tell me. 19. Elite class selection begins. Fangyuan City 2nd Middle School. Class 37 of grade 10. Su Yi walked into the class, and Zia Jikyu immediately came over. Su, I saw it again. Saw what? I saw that you came with the campus bell again. My sixth sense tells me there's definitely something going on between you two. You're overthinking it, it was just a coincidence. Su Yi wasn't planning to continue discussing this with Zia Jikyu, so he asked directly. Today should be the elite class selection competition. Have the procedures been released yet? Yesterday, the top 10 lists from each class of grade 10 were submitted, so today should be the official selection. Indeed, hearing Xiao Ye mention this, Xiao Ye's attention was instantly diverted. I've been following this since yesterday, but there's still no news. The school must be up to something. Xiao was right. Soon, the class teacher Lan Jingfei led the top 10 martial artists of the class to the school's gymnasium. The population of Blue Star exploded, far exceeding that of Earth. Second middle school's grade 10 alone had 30 classes. And there were 5 martial arts high schools like Second Middle School in Fangyuan City, plus several regular high schools for students without cultivation talent. This shows the population base. At this moment, the top 10 martial artists from 30 classes gathered, totaling 300 people. Xiao Ye casually scanned the people around him. Most were unfamiliar. However, Xiao Ye also saw a few familiar figures in the crowd. Xiao, and the handsome boy standing next to Xiao. It was the person Xiao Ye had seen during the video call yesterday. Who is that? Xiao followed Xiao Ye's gaze, and a teasing smile immediately appeared on his face. You still say you have nothing to do with the campus belle. Now you're even paying attention to her pursuers. Pursuer? Yeah, that's Zhang Chuan from class 1. He's also a cultivation genius already at Kaiyuan 8th level, but in my opinion, his talent is mediocre. All his cultivation was piled up with resources. Oh, and the famous Xuanyuan construction company in our city is his family's. I heard they have very strong connections. So his name is Zhang Chuan. He noticed that Zhang Chuan's gaze was always on Xiao. So, he sent the thugs to teach him a lesson because of Xiao. How boring. Xiao Ye didn't like such jealous squabbles over women, but since someone wanted to break his legs, Xiao Ye felt it was only polite to respond. Beside him, Xiao pulled Xiao Ye, pointing and gesturing. Xiao, do you see that super cool guy with the buzz cut over there? He's Meng Li, the top martial artist in the grade Kaiyuan 9th level. He's really amazing, and he even awakened a supernatural ability, immense strength, natural divine power. And that girl with super long legs over there, Mu Wanru. She looks delicate, but she's actually the top martial artist in class 3, Kaiyuan 8th level. I heard she also awakened a supernatural ability, and she's one of only 3 people in our grade 10 who awakened a supernatural ability. It seems to be a healing type. She's beautiful and kind-hearted. Xiao Ye glanced at Xiao, whose eyes were shining. What does supernatural ability, awakening have to do with being beautiful and kind-hearted? Old Xia, you said 3 people in our grade 10 awakened supernatural abilities. Besides Meng Li and Mu Wanru, who else? Oh my god, Xiao, haven't you been paying attention before? The third person is, of course, our beautiful campus belle, Xiao. But campus belle is very mysterious. No one knows what kind of supernatural ability she awakened. Xiao Ye, the original host, was a bit reclusive before. In class 17, besides his deskmate Xiao, he didn't interact much with others. He paid even less attention to other people. What did it matter to him if others awakened supernatural abilities? It wouldn't make his cultivation breakthrough. However, Xiao Ye hadn't expected Xiao to have also awakened a supernatural ability. Goff goff. A voice came from the speaker. Principal Zhang stood on the podium, raising the microphone. Students, you are the elites of our second middle school, the sons of 7 or 8 in the morning, the flowers of our Donghuang Eastern Radiance. Principal Zhang passionately spoke for half an hour. Xiao Ye was almost falling asleep standing in the crowd. Principal Zhang finally got to the point. The elite class selection is divided into 3 rounds. The first round, random matching. Each person will be randomly matched with 5 opponents to compete. 3 wins out of 5 will advance to the next round. The second round, arena challenge. There are 50 arenas. The first person to step onto an arena becomes the arena master. Successfully defending the arena for 3 consecutive wins secures that arena and earns a spot in the elite class. Everyone has 1 challenge opportunity. A failed challenge means withdrawal. The third round, ranking competition. After the 50 arena masters successfully defend their arenas, they can challenge an arena master with a higher ranking than themselves. Success means taking over the opponent's ranking. Each person only has 1 challenge opportunity. Principal Zhang quickly explained the rules. Then, on the screen behind Principal Zhang, the student IDs of the top 10 martial artists from each class began to scroll, eventually forming the matchup information. While the students below were focused on the matchup information on the big screen, on the side stands, the class teachers and school leaders were observing the students below. A teacher looked at the class 1 class teacher, complimenting him. Old Chen, I heard that your class has 2 students who awakened supernatural abilities this time, and one of them even broke through to Kaiyuan 9th level. Your class is destined to shine this time. Class 1 class teacher, Chen Zi smiled slightly. Old Kyan, your class's Mu Wanru is also very good. She awakened a healing-type supernatural ability. Once she enters university in the future, she will definitely be highly valued. Class 3 class teacher Old Kyan's face immediately broke into a wide smile. Oh no, Wanru awakened a healing-type supernatural ability. Although it's also an advanced supernatural ability, she's not good at combat. I've already told Wanru that as long as she can make it into the top 50, her ranking doesn't matter. Besides, no matter how good Wanru is, she can't compare to Meng Li and Xiao Ye. I won't compete with you for the spotlight this time, Old Chen. Listening to the Class 1 and Class 3 class teachers flattering each other, everyone else strongly resisted the urge to roll their eyes. Isn't it just teaching a few students who awakened supernatural abilities? That's because the students are talented. What does it have to do with them? Jingfei, you were originally assigned to be the class teacher for Class 1, but Chen Zi snatched it away. Now he's showing off, HMPH, a small person getting ahead. The Class 6 class teacher was a generous and wealthy female teacher who had a good relationship with Lan Jingfei. Seeing Chen Zi's smug look at this moment, she couldn't help but feel indignant for Lan Jingfei. Isn't it just because Chen Zi is the vice principal's nephew? Lan Jingfei smiled slightly. Class 17 is also very good. What's good about it, Jingfei? You're just too easygoing. All students undergo a martial arts potential test when they go from junior high to high school. Only those with martial arts potential, meaning those who can absorb star power, can be admitted to martial arts high schools. Otherwise, they can only enter regular middle schools. And for the allocation of students in martial arts high schools, although not explicitly stated, the higher the martial arts potential, the earlier the class number. Therefore, without a doubt, the students in Class 1 had higher potential. Indeed, 3 students awakened in their current grade, 2 of whom were in Class 1, and the other in Class 3. Lan Jingfei couldn't help but look at Su Yi in the crowd below. Class 17 is really good. Perhaps not being able to teach Class 1 was a blessing in disguise for her. 20 not enough cultivation level, breakthrough on the spot. Su Yi quickly found his student ID. First match, ring 11. I'm going first. After greeting Zia Jikyu, Su Yi quickly arrived at ring 11. On the ring was a girl with an apple-shaped face and twin pigtails. Seeing that it was Su Yi who came onto the stage, her eyes immediately lit up, and she kept twirling her pigtails with her fingers. Student Su. You know me, then I'll go easy on you later. What? Beep. The whistle blew. Bang. A figure flew out. Su Yi's figure flickered and he appeared beside the girl, then the girl flew. However, Su Yi controlled his strength very well. When the girl landed, the force also dissipated, allowing her to easily steady herself. Her body was steady, but her mind was still in a whirlwind. He was clearly so handsome, how could he be so merciless? On the ring, Su Yi retracted his hand and smiled slightly. Don't thank me. To be so precise with my strength, I truly am too much of a gentleman. Second match. Su Yi's opponent was a serious-looking chubby boy, whose eyes showed hatred when he saw Su Yi. All handsome guys must die. In response, bang. Su Yi kicked out, his blood-sucking vampire super strength exploding. The chubby boy was instantly yanked off the ring, as if someone had tied a rope around his waist and pulled hard. Thud. The chubby boy fell heavily to the ground. For the chubby boy, Su Yi clearly no longer displayed the gentlemanly demeanor he had shown to the apple-faced twin ponytail girl earlier. Third match. This time, Su Yi's opponent was somewhat strong. He was the second-ranked in martial Dao in Class 4 of the 3rd year, with a Kaiyuan 8th level cultivation, named Liu Shantown. After Liu Shantown came onto the stage, he casually glanced at Su Yi and shook his head. You are not my opponent, get down. Liu Shantown was not looking down on Su Yi. It was because he was at the Kaiyuan 8th level. Moreover, he cultivated an advanced cultivation technique, the Town Mountain Art. Such cultivation was simply incomparable to an unknown person like Su Yi. Su Yi thought seriously for a moment. You have a point, I'm indeed still a bit lacking right now, wait a moment. Liu Shantown. Wait. Wait for what? Then Liu Shantown only saw Su Yi's aura suddenly surge. Burn 70 slaughter value, cultivation increase +1. Boom. Su Yi instantly erupted with the aura of the Kaiyuan 7th level. Liu Shantown. Su Yi stretched his body. Kaiyuan 7th level, terrifying cough asterisk feels good. Alright, now I can knock you flying. Su Yi waved at Liu Shantown, signaling that Liu Shantown could begin. Liu Shantown looked deeply at Su Yi, no longer speaking harshly, but becoming serious. This Su Yi was not simple. He could break through just by saying so. Kaiyuan 7th level, was no longer an unknown rank in the 3rd year. However, his cultivation was still one level lower than his own. It was just, when they truly clashed, Liu Shantown realized that his attention to Xiao Ye was still far from enough. How could his strength be so great? Why was his strength, as a Kaiyuan 7th level, even greater than his, a Kaiyuan 8th level? Why was his basic combat technique used so skillfully? It was clearly a basic combat technique that Liu Shantown was very familiar with, but in Xiao Ye's hands, it actually gave him a stunning feeling. Not only was Liu Shantown surprised. Above the stands, a group of teachers couldn't help but pay attention to the ongoing fight. Initially, they were focused on Liu Shantown. They thought Liu Shantown would defeat his opponent as easily as before. But who would have thought that Liu Shantown would be suppressed? The class teacher of Class 4 had a bewildered expression. Was there something wrong with his eyes? Liu Shantown was actually being beaten down by a Kaiyuan 7th level. And the opponent had even breakthrough on the spot. However, these people were teachers after all. After the initial shock, they quickly figured out the reason. It's actually a perfect level basic combat technique. Where did this genius come from? Indeed, although basic combat technique is just the most ordinary combat technique, not even a true martial skill, but to be able to cultivate basic combat technique to this extent proves that this child has developed his genetic potential to a very high rank. If he can achieve foundation establishment. The Class 2 teacher's face was full of admiration. This was even more astounding than reaching the Kaiyuan 9th level in cultivation. Reaching Kaiyuan 9th level now only meant cultivation speed was half a year or a year faster than others. But if one could cultivate basic combat technique to perfection, that meant a higher rank of genetic potential development. And when achieving foundation establishment in the future, one could absorb more energy, laying a deeper foundation for future cultivation. That meant the potential to break through to a higher rank. The Class 3 teacher next to him also nodded with a serious expression. It is indeed a perfect level basic combat technique, and if I'm not mistaken, his strength, speed, and agility also far exceed ordinary people. Is it an innate physique, or? The Class 3 teacher couldn't help but look at Lan Jingfei, who stood by with a slight smile. Teacher Lan, this is a student from your class, right? He wouldn't have also awakened a supernatural ability, would he? At these words, everyone couldn't help but look at Lan Jingfei. Supernatural ability awakening. If it was true, that would be truly amazing. Lan Jingfei smiled slightly, not denying it. Or rather, denial would be meaningless. With Xiao Ye's performance, he would definitely enter the sprint class in the future and be vigorously cultivated by the school. At that time, the matter of his supernatural ability awakening would inevitably become known. Xiao Ye indeed awakened a supernatural ability, but the awakening time was too short. He just awakened a few days ago, alas, what a pity. Lan Jingfei said it was a pity, but the corners of her mouth kept rising. Otherwise, with Xiao Ye's speed of immediately breaking through 3 small realms after awakening, his cultivation could have been even higher, and he wouldn't just be at the current Kaiyuan 6th level. Oh no, he just break through another level, and is now already at the Kaiyuan 7th level. Breaking through 4 small realms consecutively in 3 days, the speed is still acceptable. The group of teachers show off. You are too much of a show-off. They previously thought that Chen Zi, the class teacher of Class 1, and Old Kaiyan, the class teacher of Class 3, were already show-offs enough. Who would have thought the true big shot was Lan Jingfei? 21. In the challenge to defend their title, Liu Shantown fled at the mere sight of their opponent. On the arena, Xiao Ye and Liu Shantown had already exchanged 40 to 50 moves. The expression on Liu Shantown's face had changed from initial shock to panic, and then to numbness. Thumping. Liu Shantown took a heavy step back, already reaching the edge of the arena. Xiao Ye smiled slightly. You yield. Boom. With a punch, Liu Shantown fell powerlessly from the arena. With a bitter smile, Liu Shantown cupped his fists at Xiao Ye. I lost. Xiao Ye, your basic combat technique is indeed very strong. We'll fight again in the elite class. Liu Shantown had no doubt that Xiao Ye could enter the elite class. Although he lost this time. But next time, he would win back. Successfully winning 3 matches meant he had passed the first round of selection. 4th round. Facing a long-legged beauty, Xiao Ye still gentlemanly punched her off the arena. 5th round. Xiao Ye looked at the person opposite him with a strange expression. He never expected to encounter Xia Zhikyu. It was just that Xia Zhikyu looked a bit miserable at the moment, with a red bump on his forehead and his school uniform askew, as if. Cough, old Xia, what happened to you? Xia Zhikyu was almost in tears. I was bullied. I met Meng Li in the first match, and that Meng Li was really fierce. I originally wanted to resist a bit, but who would have thought? I directly took a punch with my head, and my head is still spinning now. Xiao Ye rubbed his forehead. Taking a punch with your head, Xiao, you are a tough guy. Xiao was still crying about his tragic experience. My head is still spinning here, and in the second match I met Mu Wanru. As a result, she wasn't gentle at all and directly knocked me down. Asu, I've already lost 2 matches. It seems our brothers are going back to class 17 together. The elite class is hopeless. By the way, Asu, how are you? Xiao Ye, good luck, won 4 matches. Xiaoju's eyes immediately filled with envious tears. Asu, you're too lucky. Winning 4 matches allowed one to enter the next round. Although the possibility of continuing to advance was not very high, it was already very impressive, right? He could go back and brag. You're also lucky. Xiao Ye simply jumped off the arena. For the sake of his good friend, he would give Xiao a point. The first round of random matching took a whole morning. Principal Zhang simply notified those who had won 3 or more matches in the first round to return to the gymnasium in the afternoon after lunch. During lunch, Xiao went out for a stroll and quickly brought back news. Asu, do you know? Only 3 people from our class entered the afternoon's arena defense matches, Xiao Fei, me, and you. As for Wen Ran, the second-ranked martial artist in our class, she had bad luck and consecutively met the first-ranked students from classes 5, 7, and 8, losing 3 matches in a row and being directly eliminated. As for classes 23, 26, 29, and 30, they were completely wiped out. Not a single person made it to the afternoon. Xiao shared the news he had gathered with Xiao Ye. I heard that after the morning's random matching, only about 120 people entered the afternoon's arena defense. 120-something, shouldn't it be 150? Xiao Ye was a bit puzzled. Didn't some people draw? Xiao chuckled. Asu, you're really something. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had any strength left in the last match, at most a draw with you, and then I wouldn't have made it to the afternoon's arena defense. Alas, but in my current state, it will probably be very difficult to hold an arena in the afternoon. Xiao originally thought entering the elite class was a sure thing, but who would have thought? If Asu hadn't gone easy on him, he would have been out in the first round. Gymnasium. In the afternoon, the gymnasium had less than half the people, making it much sparser. 50 arenas were distributed throughout the stadium. As Principal Zhang gave the order, many figures immediately jumped onto the arenas. Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow. He thought most people would observe for a bit, but in the blink of an eye, all 50 arenas were occupied. However, Xiao Ye quickly understood after thinking about it. Now there were only about 120 people left to compete for 50 arenas. It seemed like each arena only needed 2 to 3 matches. But in reality, the remaining 70-odd people would only pick easy targets, first challenging those who seemed weaker among the 50 people occupying the arenas. As for the strong ones, for example Meng Li, the top martial artist in his grade, and Mu Wanru and Xiao Qiu, who had awakened supernatural ability, it was likely that no one would even challenge them. Given that, it was better to directly occupy an arena. Perhaps they wouldn't even need to fight to directly secure a spot in the elite class. Oh my god, that fast! Xiao exclaimed from the side. Asu, let's go further back and see if we can find an opening. There were clearly many people who had the same idea as Xiao. The lower the ranking, the more people were waiting to challenge in front of the arena. Some arenas even had long queues. Conversely, the higher-ranked arenas had very few people wanting to challenge. Meng Li even directly sat cross-legged in the center of the arena and began to cultivate. Soon, Xiao also chose an arena. Arena number 42. A bit strong. But Xiao wanted to try. And the queue here wasn't particularly long, only 5 or 6 people. Xiao stood at the back of the queue. Asu, what about you? Xiao Ye was still a bit hesitant. Just then, a figure slowly walked towards the back. Seeing that figure, Xiaoju's eyes immediately widened. Liu Shantown. He didn't directly occupy an arena but wants to challenge. My goodness, this is a master of Kaiyuan 8th level. Don't come over, please don't come over. Xiao couldn't help but pray repeatedly. However, what he feared came true. Liu Shantown was indeed heading for this arena. Just as Xiao was about to despair, wondering whether to find another arena to challenge, Liu Shantown's steps suddenly stopped. Staring at Xiao Ye at the end of the line, Liu Shantown looked as if he had seen a ghost and quickly turned around. He ran away as if flying, very quickly. What the hell? The reason he hadn't dared to directly occupy an arena before was because he hadn't seen Xiao Ye, fearing that the other party would prefer to fight someone familiar rather than unfamiliar, and directly challenge him. So he deliberately didn't dare to occupy an arena, wanting to avoid Xiao Ye. But who would have thought Xiao Ye was here too? Then why not run? And seeing Liu Shantown run away scared, the people queuing here also showed puzzled expressions. And a little curious. It seemed Liu Shantown was scared away. Who was so powerful that they scared Liu Shantown like this? Could it be a super master? Xia Jikyu scratched his head. Asu, I have a bold idea. Speak. Liu Shantown seemed to have looked at me just now, before immediately running away. Xiao Ye was silent for a moment, then nodded heavily. Old Xia, you're right. Liu Shantown was scared away by you. Boom! Suddenly, the people who were originally queuing around Xia Jikyu quickly scattered, and then directly chose other arenas to queue. Can't afford to provoke, can't afford to provoke. This was a master who even made Liu Shantown flee at the mere sight of him. 22. Selection complete, elite class. Xiao Ye bid farewell to Xia Jikyu, who had suddenly become a master capable of making even Liu Shantown flee in terror. He walked along the edge of the arena, moving forward little by little. 42. 36. 28. Finally, he stopped in front of Chinese letter 22. The defender was Zhang Xuan. Xiao Ye smiled faintly. It's him. With a light leap, Xiao Ye stepped onto Chinese letter. There were no other challengers beside Zhang Xu, Chinese letter. So Zhang Xuan was currently standing on Chinese letter with his arms crossed, eyes slightly closed. He heard a sound. Challenging me, you're very brave, Xiao Ye. Zhang Xuan's eyes snapped open. Hello. Xiao Ye nodded politely. We meet again, how are your legs? Zhang Xuan immediately instinctively took 2 steps back, feeling his legs already starting to ache. Was Xiao Ye planning to break how many of his legs? He remembered that even the Kaiyuan 9th level martial arts instructor had been killed by Xiao Ye. Although there might have been an element of sneak attack. But it was enough to prove Xiao Ye's strength. Zhang Xuan didn't even think, directly cupping his hands in salute. So it's student Xiao Ye, I'm not as good as you, I concede. Saying that, Zhang Xuan jumped off Chinese letter himself. Are you kidding me? If he waited another second, he probably wouldn't even be able to jump. And after jumping off Chinese letter, Zhang Xuan didn't dare to linger, but instead retreated several more steps. Student Su has successfully challenged, and is now Chinese letter. I wish you all the best and a bright future. Xiao Ye, who was about to chase him off Chinese letter, he almost forgot. In Chinese letter competition, each person only has one chance to challenge. If successful, he becomes Chinese letter, and must face 3 more challenges. If he were to chase him off the stage, it would be equivalent to giving up his status as Chinese letter, and being unable to enter the elite class. This Zhang Xuan is quite interesting. Seeing Xiao Ye stop his pursuit, Zhang Xuan finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Then thump. The retreating Zhang Xuan bumped into someone. Liu Shantown. Liu Shantown had been beaten and fled in terror, feeling annoyed. When someone bumped into him, he looked over angrily. And then, he saw Zhang Xuan. And Xiao Ye on Chinese letter behind Zhang Xuan. Liu Shantown. Liu Shantown turned and left. Damn it. How did he run into that Xiao Ye again? Liu Shantown had already started to doubt his life. Should he just give up and not enter the elite class? Otherwise, wouldn't he have to encounter Xiao Ye every day? Liu Shantown had just walked a short distance. Student Liu, wait, please wait. Zhang Xuan quickly caught up with Liu Shantown. Liu Shantown's expression was impatient. What do you want? Zhang Xuan didn't mind Liu Shantown's attitude, but instead asked in a low voice. Student Liu, you seem to know student Xiao Ye. Liu Shantown frowned. What does he mean? Coming to mock him. Zhang Xuan quickly added. I originally occupied Chinese letter to defend it, but, as you saw. So he was also beaten by Xiao Ye. Liu Shantown's mood instantly improved greatly. Alas, you're also unlucky to have been chosen by him. I met him this morning and was beaten to the point of doubting my life. You should have directly occupied Chinese letter without challenging before, right? Then you still have 1 challenge opportunity, so be sure to be careful. So Ye actually defeated Liu Shantown head-on. Zhang Xuan was startled. I really didn't expect student Xiao Ye to be so powerful. Liu Shantown also sighed. Yes, I hadn't heard his name before, who would have thought he'd suddenly rise. But he's a supernatural ability awakener, so that's not surprising. Zhang Xuan, what? A supernatural ability awakener. You don't know. Liu Shantown was first surprised, then realized. That's right, you just met him. After I lost to Su Yi this morning, I asked the teacher about Su Yi's information and learned that he had just awakened his supernatural ability these past few days, and as soon as he awakened, he broke through 4 levels in a row. It must be an advanced supernatural ability, so losing to him is not unfair. Su Yi's awakening of his supernatural ability was not a secret. The teachers all knew about it. Liu Shantown just said it directly. After speaking, he patted the shoulder of Zhang Xuan, his fellow sufferer, and left gracefully. He still had to quickly find a Chinese letter to challenge. And Zhang Xuan remained in place, deep in thought. Su Yi is actually a supernatural ability awakener. And he had just awakened his supernatural ability a few days ago. Coincidentally, a few days ago, young Master Su Yang of Jade Capital asked him to take care of Su Yi. Could it be that the supernatural ability Su Yi awakened was very extraordinary? Or was there some other reason? But no matter the reason, Su Yi clearly could not be offended. Zhang Xuan lowered his head and pondered for a moment, gradually forming an idea in his mind. Chinese letter 22. Not long after Zhang Xuan and Liu Shantown left, someone else came over again. Seeing Su Yi standing with his eyes closed on Chinese letter, the newcomer's eyes immediately lit up. This person looked unfamiliar. Definitely not in the top 50 of the martial arts grade. He hadn't even seen him in the top 100. Presumably, he had slipped through the cracks to enter the FTERNOON's Chinese letter competition. Sure enough, I knew there would be people trying to fish in troubled waters, occupying the higher NKED Chinese letter in advance, thinking that no one would challenge them and they could smoothly enter the elite class. The newcomer chuckled, indicating that he had seen through everything. He immediately jumped onto Chinese letter, looking as if he was afraid someone would snatch it from him. I finally found a loophole. Su Yi's eyes opened slightly. Congratulations. Boom. The newcomer was directly blasted off Chinese letter by Su Yi's punch. His only chance to challenge. Gone. The newcomer didn't even leave his name, having already lost the opportunity to enter the elite class. And seeing this violent scene, several students who had also followed, hoping to pick up a loophole but were a step too late, were now secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, they were a step late. Otherwise, they would have been the ones blasted down. Chinese letter of Chinese letter 22 is a bit fierce. No. Let's find another one. Immediately, Su Ye's Chinese letter became empty. No one came to challenge Su Yi until all the challenges on all Chinese letter S had ended. Alas, lonely as snow, the second round of challenges ended. The 50 spots in the elite class were officially confirmed. The losers left the gymnasium. The third round of ranking matches began. Chinese letter had one chance to challenge a Chinese letter ranked higher than them. As long as they won, they could swap ranks with the other party. Although the school didn't say what benefits a higher rank brought, it gave face. Indeed, quite a few people issued challenges. However, Su Yi was not very interested in this. After a series of challenges, the top 50 ranks changed slightly. At this point, the elite class selection finally ended. Cough cough. Principal Zhang picked up the microphone again. Congratulations to everyone for successfully entering the elite class. For the next 3 months until the college entrance examination, the school will provide resources to those in the elite class to help you all improve your cultivation and strength as quickly as possible. However, entering the elite class is just the beginning. Whether you can get more resources will depend on your efforts. Another half an hour of speech. Regarding this, Su Yi only remembered 3 points. Entering the elite class, 5 bottles of primary nutrient solution will be provided free of charge every month. Entering the elite class, the school provides a dedicated, free-star energy cultivation room. Entering the elite class, each student can free cultivate an additional martial skill. This elite class was worth joining. 23, sitting next to the school beauty, police fighting skills. The selection for the elite class was complete. The 50 students returned to their respective classes, gathered their belongings, and then proceeded together to the elite class area, which was separately designated at the back of the school. It's worth mentioning that 2 students from class 37 of grade 10 entered the elite class. One was Su Yi. The other was Zia Zhikyu. Conversely, Zhao Fei, who was originally the top martial artist in their class, was unfortunately eliminated. Asu, you don't know, Grandpa Zia's reputation precedes him. After I successfully CHALLENGED Chinese letter 42, no one dared to challenge me again. Grandpa Zia stood firm, directly entering the elite class. I'm so amazing. Zia Jikyu was beaming with pride. Although he didn't know why others didn't dare to challenge him again, he just had to believe that he was incredibly powerful. Yeah, you're amazing. Su Yi was very supportive. By the way, Asu, what NUMBER Chinese letter were you on? I didn't see you anywhere later. Su Yi, I was lucky, Chinese letter 22. Oh, so it WIS Chinese letter 22, that's not bad. Wait, 22. Zia Jikyu's eyes nearly popped out. Asu, you said you were ON Chinese letter 22. You. When did Asu become so powerful? Su Yi rubbed his nose. I got lucky. I happened to break through during the random matching this morning. Now I'm also at the Kaiyuan 7th level. Zia Jikyu, Su Yi. And after I got ON Chinese letter 22, no one challenged me either. I probably just got a free pass. Zia Jikyu, Asu, I'll never brag in front of you again. Why? Because you're even more impressive than me. Why was Su Yi born if Zia Jikyu was also to be born? As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the elite class. The entire elite class was a super large room, and as soon as they walked in, they could feel a rich star power. It was even more majestic and pure than the star power in the night sky. Su Yi subconsciously looked up and saw more than a dozen silver-blue, fist-sized star meteorites embedded in the ceiling of the room. Around the room, there were individual cushions, clearly for people to sit cross-legged and cultivate. My goodness, star meteorites, the school has such a grand plan. Zia Jikyu exclaimed in a low voice. What are star meteorites? Asu, star meteorites are a type of crystal that contains rich star power. The star power within them is purer and gentler than the star power in the heavens and earth, making it very suitable for martial artists to absorb and use. The efficiency of cultivating with star meteorites far exceeds absorbing the star power from the heavens and earth. However, these star meteorites are very expensive. A fist-sized piece costs over 200,000, and it's gone once absorbed. Earlier, I mentioned that wealthy families could use resources to pile up their cultivation. Among them, the most important resource is star meteorites. So that's how it was. When Su Yi looked at the star meteorites above his head again, his gaze was different. A total of 16 star meteorites, even if each was only 200,000, that was 3.2 million. That was enough to buy a house in the old city. The school was indeed generous. At the same time, Su Yi also understood why Zia Jikyu had previously disdained Zhang Xuan's Kaiyuan 8th level cultivation. With Zhang Xuan's family background, resources like star meteorites would certainly not be scarce, yet he was only at the Kaiyuan 8th level. As he was thinking, Zia Jikyu beside him exclaimed in a low voice again. So beautiful. Following Zia Jikyu's gaze. Xiao Ye and Mu Wanru. Two great beauties, both of whom had awakened supernatural abilities standing together, were indeed eye-catching. Su Yi had already noticed that many students who had entered the elite class were paying attention to the two beauties. It was just that since the class had just been formed, everyone was still relatively reserved, merely staring covetously at the empty seats around the beauties, but no one stepped forward. The area around the two beauties was empty. Perhaps the gazes at the entrance were too intense. Xiao Ye looked up, met Su Yi's eyes and immediately smiled slightly, waving to Su Yi. Zia Jikyu's legs instantly went weak. Damn it, the school beauty is waving at me. Oh. Su Yi nodded, pulling Zia Jikyu directly to Xiao Ye and Mu Wanru. Excuse me, is this seat taken? No. All right. Amidst the stunned and hostile gazes of the crowd, Su Yi calmly took a cushion. Mu Wanru asked in a low voice, a little curious. July, who is this? Xiao Ye giggled. Let me introduce, this is Su Yi from class 17 and his friend. Zia Jikyu, my name is Zia Jikyu. Yes, and student Zia Jikyu. Xiao Ye smiled slightly at Zia Jikyu, which instantly made Zia Jikyu feel as if he were in a dream. Ah, it sounds so good when the school beauty says my name. Student Su Yi, student Zia Jikyu, this is Mu Wanru. From now on we'll all be classmates. By the way, Wanru, Su Yi is also a supernatural ability awakener. Hearing that Su Yi had also awakened a supernatural ability, Mu Wanru's gaze towards Su Yi immediately changed. Awakened a supernatural ability, entered the elite class, and was so highly regarded by July. Most importantly, he was also so handsome. Mu Wanru nodded slightly to Su Yi, her attitude friendly. However, Su Yi didn't pay much attention to this. At this moment, Su Yi had already closed his eyes and began to circulate the dark prison demonic dragon technique. Indeed, the pure and majestic star power from the star meteorites surged into his body, indeed making his cultivation technique circulate faster and his cultivate efficiency better. But Xiao Ye frowned. It was still too slow. At this rate, it would take at least 1 or 2 months for him to break through again. Whereas if he killed monsters to level up, he could break through a minor realm in just a few days. Having experienced the rapid ascent of his cultivation, Xiao Ye was really a bit unaccustomed to slowly improving his cultivation by absorbing star power like this. It seemed that the cultivation room provided by the elite class didn't have much appeal to him. Xiao Ye stopped cultivating and turned to ask Xiao Ye. It was said that after entering the elite class, one could apply for another martial skill. How is this to be realized? Well, the class teacher of the elite class should explain it once she arrives, but I can give you a recommendation first. That would be greatly appreciated. Above basic combat technique, there is a more advanced combat technique, and there are also various combat techniques with different focuses. For example, what I cultivate is swallow combat, which is a combat technique focused on agility. There's also Overlord Bear Heavy Strike, which focuses more on strength, and Stacking Wave Slash, which focuses on continuous combat. Xiao Ye explained in detail to Xiao Ye about the choice of martial skills. However, for you, Xiao Ye, I would recommend you learn police combat technique. Why? Police combat technique doesn't focus on one particular aspect, or rather, police combat technique focuses more on how to kill enemies without injury, or with minor injuries in the fastest possible time. It trains every part of the body. With your comprehension ability in martial skill cultivation, if you can also raise police combat technique to a higher level of proficiency, it will be of greater benefit to you in breaking through the genetic chains and achieving the transcendent. Police combat technique, huh? Xiao Ye nodded secretly. That would be it for him. 24. A reward of tens of millions. Inside the elite class, some people were cultivating, feeling the cultivation boost brought by the star meteorite. Others were chatting and getting to know each other. Just then, the door to the elite class was pushed open again. A familiar figure walked in. Hello, everyone. For the next few months I will be your class teacher. If you have any difficulties you can tell me and the school will try its best to satisfy you. And what you need to do is to work hard in cultivation and achieve the best results in the college entrance examination. Xiao Ye looked at Principal Zhang, who was eloquently speaking at the doorway, and fell silent. So, the principal himself is serving as the class teacher for the elite class. Principal Zhang's speech lasted for 30 minutes. Just as everyone was getting drowsy. All right, that's all I'm going to say for today. The school established the elite class with only one requirement: college entrance examination results. As long as you can achieve good results in the college entrance examination, the school dares to reward you. Top 10 in the city, a reward of 200,000 Federation coins. First place in the city, a reward of 500,000 Federation coins. Top 10 in the province, a reward of 1 million Federation coins. First place in the province, a reward of 10 million Federation coins. Xiao Ye's eyes instantly lit up. 10 million. He wanted that 10 million. 10 million was the goal. Cultivating martial skills was the reality. After Principal Zhang's speech, Xiao Ye immediately applied for the remaining 3 bottles of primary nutrient solution for the month, as well as martial skills. Martial skills for the Kaiyuan stage did not require going to the heaven-reaching tower. Xiao Ye applied for the qualification to learn police combat technique at school. After entering the school's smart classroom and coming out again, Xiao Ye had a lot of information about police combat technique in his mind. On the system panel, the content in the martial skill column also changed. Martial skill, basic combat technique perfect, police combat technique elementary. Police combat technique appeared directly on the panel, and once learned, the proficiency was elementary. Police combat technique is the martial skill I just learned. Everything starts from scratch. It's a good opportunity to try and see how much slaughter value is needed for each stage, from elementary to perfect, for a martial skill. He looked up at the sky. Oh no, part-time job. So he quickly rushed out of school and headed straight for Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. And Zhang Xuan, who was waiting downstairs in the teaching building, originally wanting to have a friendly chat with Xiao Ye, just watched a figure speed past him. He didn't even give me a glance. Is he that awesome? Zhang Xuan shook his head helplessly. He walked out of the campus. A white luxury car was already waiting. Seeing Zhang Xuan come out, the old butler standing tall by the car immediately smiled. Young master, you've worked hard in class. Butler Fu. Zhang Xuan nodded to Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. Yes, young master. Half an hour later, Zhang Xuan sat in a luxurious private room at Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. Liu Yangning, the manager of Jinyu Seafood Restaurant, also rushed over after hearing the news. Young Master Zhang, long time no see, your demeanor is still the same. Zhang Chuan waved his hand. Manager Liu, there's no need for such pleasantries. Haha, young Master Zhang, you're wronging me. What I said was just the truth. Young Master Zhang, what would you like to eat today? The restaurant just received a level 2 crab yao beast today. How about I prepare a full crab feast for you? Spiritual Qi recovered. Not only were there star beasts emerging from secret realms on Blue Star, but native animals also mutated under abundant spiritual Qi, becoming Yao beasts. Manager Liu, no need to bother. I'm here today to find someone. Who? Xiao Ye. Is it him? Liu Yangning naturally remembered this person, personally arranged for employment by the young miss, very clearly. Liu Yangning also knew that Zhang Chuan was a suitor of his young miss. Could he be here to teach a lesson to a love rival? For a moment, Liu Yangning was very conflicted. On one hand, he didn't dare to let the person specially cared for by the young miss be bullied under his watch, and on the other hand, he didn't dare to offend a young master like Zhang Chuan. Young Master Zhang, what are you saying? We don't have anyone named Xiao Ye at Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. Manager Liu, there's no need to play coy with me. My reason for looking for Xiao Ye has nothing to do with anything else. It's because we are classmates and I'm here to apologize to him. Just tell Xiao Ye my intention and he will naturally come. Liu Yangning's eyes instantly widened. What? The young master of the esteemed Xuanyuan construction actually came to apologize to Xiao Ye. Sure enough, he knew that Xiao Ye was definitely not simple. Okay, since young Master Zhang says so, I'll go to the back and look, to see if there really is a person named Xiao Ye. Liu Yangning backed out of Zhang Chuan's private room, while also instructing people to serve Zhang Chuan the best tea, and the best fruit and pastries. Although Zhang Chuan didn't order anything, they couldn't just let him sit there doing nothing. At the same time, Liu Yangning quickly went to the kitchen, preparing to tell Xiao Ye this news and see his attitude. Just as Zhang Chuan was quietly waiting for Xiao Ye, a group of people also arrived at Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. Young Master Feng, this is the legendary Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. I heard it's the most famous restaurant in our Fangyuan city. If it weren't for young Master Feng, how would we ever have the chance to come to a place like this? Look, that white car parked at the entrance. I saw it online. It's the latest model from Hangsu Motors, at least 30 million. Over 30 million, that's robbery. What do you know? This is nothing to rich people. Rich people all come to Jinyu Seafood Restaurant and young Master Feng can even bring us here. Young Master Feng is amazing. Yes, young Master Feng is the best. Zhang Feng, with his yellow hair, proudly glanced at his subordinates beside him. It's just a car, what's so great about it? We're here to do serious business today. Later, you guys beat that person up well. If you make me happy, I'll bring you back here to spend. Don't worry, young Master Feng. We'll definitely beat that Xiao Ye so badly his own mother won't recognize him. That Xiao Ye actually dared to kill our martial arts gym's instructor. Doesn't he know the martial arts gym belongs to young Master Feng's family? He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. HMPH, that Xiao Ye is only Kaiyuan 3rd level. He must have used some dirty tricks to kill Instructor Song and he even got bilayed out. Don't worry, young Master Feng, we came prepared today. We definitely won't let Xiao Ye succeed in a sneak attack again. Exactly, daring to provoke our young Master Feng, he really doesn't want to live. Zhang Feng looked at the white car parked at the entrance of Jinyu Seafood Restaurant, with a hint of envy in his eyes. He probably wouldn't be able to afford such a car in his lifetime. But getting revenge was more important. He withdrew his gaze. Zhang Feng directly led his subordinates into Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. Where's Xiao Ye? Call Xiao Ye out for me. If he didn't beat Xiao Ye so badly today that his own mother wouldn't recognize him, he wouldn't be named Zhang. 25, 1 million. I've never heard such a shameless request. When Liu Yangning found the kitchen, Xiao Ye was vigorously butchering fish. Dong! The fish head was chopped off with a single stroke. Slaughter value plus 0.3. Liu Yangning touched his neck and explained that Zhang Chuan wanted to see Xiao Ye, specifically emphasizing that Zhang Chuan was there to apologize. Is it about last night? Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow. All right then, let's meet, but my work. Liu Yangning quickly waved his hand. Meeting guests is also part of a chef's job, and part-time wages will be paid as usual. Xiao Ye frowned. Who's talking about wages? I mean, butchering fish is my job. Let's go and come back quickly. I still need to come back and butcher fish later. Liu Yangning. How could he forget that the person in front of him was the young Mrs. Friend? Damn rich, second generation, who doesn't care about money. Yes, Student Su is right. Student Su is so dedicated to his work, I'm truly touched. Zhang Xuan's private room. After Liu Yangning brought Su Yi over, he tactfully left the room and carefully closed the door. Only Su Yi, Zhang Xuan and butler Fu, who stood tall with silver hair behind Zhang Xuan, remained in the room. "Student Su, please sit." Zhang Xuan smiled and poured Su Yi a cup of tea. This is the unique spring green tea from Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. It has a mellow aroma and rich spiritual qi. Martial artists who drink it can accelerate the accumulation of star power, and even ordinary people can strengthen their bodies. Su Yi glanced at the green tea in the cup before him. The tea leaves unfurled in the cup like a painting. The aroma was indeed rich. However, Su Yi did not move but spoke directly. "To be simple, what exactly do you want from me?" Zhang Chuan smiled slightly. "Student Su is indeed straightforward, so I'll be direct." With that, Zhang Chuan reached out and took a bank card from butler Fu, who was behind him. "Student Su, it was my fault for sending those ruffians to trouble you last night. There's 1 million in this card, which is my apology to you, Student Su. I hope you'll accept it." 1 million. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. 1 million was enough to buy 100 bottles of primary nutrient solution. Enough for him to fill all the evolution points of his supernatural ability and complete his evolution. However, although Su Yi was tempted, he did not immediately take the bank card Zhang Xuan offered but quietly looked at Zhang Xuan. Su Yi had thought that Zhang Xuan sending ruffians to trouble him last night was due to jealousy, and because of Xiao Ye. But looking at Zhang Xuan's actions now, he didn't seem like such an impulsive person. Then last night's incident was a bit strange. Meeting Su Yi's probing gaze, Zhang Xuan gave a bitter smile. "Student Su, I really can't explain the full story of this matter. In short, I handled this matter improperly, and I will absolutely never trouble you again, Student Su, in the future." Zhang Xuan would rather give money than bring up the name of the Yujing Su family. "Can't say." Su Yi seemed to understand. "It seems the Yujing Su family made a move." "No, to be precise, it should be Su Yang who made a move. The original owner also encountered similar small tricks after returning home. Since that's the case, I won't make things difficult for you, and I'll accept this money." Su Yi put away the card. Zhang Xuan immediately broke into a smile. "Thank you, Student Su, for giving me face. If you encounter any trouble in Fangyuan City in the future, Student Su, you can always tell me. I appreciate the kind offer." Patting the bank card in his pocket, Su Yi was in a good mood. He would go online and order primary nutrient solution when he got back. Oh, and Liu Ruxin's nutritional supplements, he should buy some too. And maybe some candy and snacks for Su baby. The little girl seemed quite envious of the little fatty next door's toys before. Arrangement. Thinking about preparing gifts for his family, Su Yi's steps became even lighter. "However, Su Yi, you really dared to come out." Su Yi looked up. What met his eyes was a dazzling head of yellow hair. Zheng Feng. He hadn't even had time to find trouble with Zheng Feng, yet Zheng Feng had come looking for him first. Song Si, who had tried to kill him last night, was brought by Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng, with a group of his subordinates, was shouting in the lobby, looking for Su Yi. They were stopped by the security guards of Jinyu Seafood Restaurant and were in a standoff. Who would have thought that Su Yi would actively present himself? Zheng Feng was immediately overjoyed. "Everyone come and see. This person is Su Yi, a murderer. He used insidious methods to kill our Zheng clan martial arts school's coach, and now he's swaggering around working in a hotel. Today, I am here on behalf of our martial arts school." It was dinner time, and there were many guests in the lobby of Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. Hearing Zheng Feng's voice, they all looked over, their gazes at Su Yi filled with wariness and disgust. In response, Su Yi merely gave a cold smile. "If I were truly a murderer, I would have been taken away by the patrol officer long ago. How could I appear here safely? It was clearly your Zheng clan martial arts school's coach who robbed me at night and even tried to silence me. I killed him by accident while acting in self-defense. Speaking of which, I was eliminating a menace for the people. Who knows how many people he had harmed before me?" For someone like Zheng Feng, Su Yi originally disdained to pay him any mind. But Jinyu Seafood Restaurant was where he worked, and Su Yi wanted to accumulate more slaughter value here. These words were less an explanation for Zheng Feng, and more an explanation for the people of Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. Indeed, hearing Su Yi's words, the gazes of both the guests and the staff of Jinyu Seafood Restaurant towards Su Yi became much more peaceful. Not bad. With the flourishing martial Dao on Blue Star, there were indeed more unstable factors compared to before the spiritual Qi's resurgence. But in Eastern Radiance, one of the 4 great nations of the Federation, the Patrol Bureau was not just for show. Nor was it possible for someone to commit murder and then swagger around in a bustling place. Seeing Su Yi change everyone's perception with just a few words, Zhang Feng became furious. Self-defense? Who are you trying to fool? Coach Song was a master of Kaiyu in 9th level, while you are merely Kaiyu in 3rd level. You couldn't have killed Coach Song in self-defense. You must have used some insidious method to deliberately take his life. Oh, did you see it with your own eyes? How do you know so clearly? Did Song Si's attack on me late at night happen under your instigation? You're talking nonsense. You can't even beat me. How could you possibly kill Coach Song? How do you know I can't beat you? Then hit me. Bang! A punch was thrown. Zhang Feng immediately turned into a streak of light and flew out. He flew directly out of the main entrance of Jinyu Seafood Restaurant and crashed heavily onto the cement ground outside, sliding a good distance on his buttocks before finally coming to a stop. Under the astonished gaze of everyone in Jinyu Seafood Restaurant, Su Yi rubbed his wrist. I have never heard such a shameless request. It makes me want to fulfill it. 26 want me to go on the fighting stage. You'll have to pay extra. Su Ye. Zhang Feng roared. Since childhood, when had Zhang Feng ever suffered such humiliation? Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and grab him for me. He wanted to tie Su Yi up and whip him severely, to avenge the humiliation of being dragged on the ground. The subordinates Zhang Feng brought immediately swarmed and surrounded Su Yi, but no one dared to make the first move. They had just seen the situation. Su Yi had sent Zhang Feng flying with one punch. If they went up, they probably couldn't win either. Seeing this, Zhang Feng became even more furious. Why aren't you moving? Go for him. Whoever takes down Su Yi, I'll give him 100,000. 100,000. The subordinate's eyes instantly lit up. There are so many of us. If we entangle him, hold his legs and break his arms, I don't believe we can't subdue him. Then we'll all split the money. Even if they split it, each person would get around 10,000 yuan. They usually helped out at the martial arts school and couldn't even become coaches, only earning 3,000 yuan a month. Thinking about it, they'd risk it. Seeing this, Su Yi sighed and clenched his fists. It seemed a fight was inevitable. He hoped it wouldn't affect this part-time job of earning slaughter value. Those who aren't afraid to die come. Su Yi was about to strike first. Just then, a somewhat familiar voice sounded from behind him. Old Fu, I'll trouble you. Yes, young master. Swish. A black shadow flashed by. The ruffians who had just surrounded Su Yi were all instantly sent flying. They lay neatly on the ground, outside the Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. At this point the black shadow stopped. It was Old Fu, who had always followed young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang walked to Su Yi's side with a smile. Student Su, are you all right? Zhang Chuan, thank you. We are classmates and friends. This small matter is nothing. Young Master Zhang smiled slightly and looked at Zhang Feng, who was glaring angrily at the entrance. Su Yi is my friend, so his matter is my, Zhang Chuan's matter. I'll take responsibility for this. Young Master Zhang understood very clearly. Su Yi could attract the special attention of a young master from the Yujing Su family, had awakened a supernatural ability, and could even have the principal of Second High personally bail him out. His identity was probably not simple. Since he had already decided to bury the hatchet with Su Yi, why not go a step further and help Su Yi solve this small trouble in front of him? To completely curry favor with Su Yi. Zhang Feng glanced at young Master Zhang. What are you? How dare you boast that you'll take responsibility for this? Do you know what this is about? Su Yi killed someone. Young Master Zhang's smile remained unchanged. Isn't it just killing someone? And it was a small thief who blocked the road in the middle of the night to rob and kill for money. I think Student Su not only did nothing wrong, but also eliminated a menace for the people. You know, Zhang Feng was startled. Who are you? Young Master Zhang did not answer. The butler standing behind young Master Zhang raised his voice. Standing before you is the sole young master of Xuanyuan Construction, young Master Zhang Chuan. Xuanyuan Construction. That preeminent super construction company in Fangyuan City. The previously arrogant Zhang Feng instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He began to have second thoughts. He only wanted to trouble Su Yi, but he dared not provoke the young master of Xuanyuan Construction. But Zhang Feng looked at his subordinates. Then he looked at Liao Tingting, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. If he backed down now, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? Just then, young Master Zhang, you cannot take responsibility for this matter. A rough voice sounded. Under Zhang Feng's surprised gaze, a burly figure strode over. The man was about 40 years old and stood a full 2 meters tall. His thin t-shirt seemed about to burst from his muscles, his exposed arms were bulging with sinews, and as he stepped on the ground, it felt as if the ground was trembling. Young master, this is Zhang Wuxiang, the head of the Zhang clan martial arts school, and also Zhang Feng's father. He is a peak martial artist of the second heaven, and the cultivation technique he cultivates is the extremely domineering dragon elephant furious stomp, which is incredibly fierce. If they were to truly fight, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to protect you, young master. Old Fu by young master Zhang's side, whispered a reminder. Old Fu's voice was extremely low. But Xiao Ye, whose hearing was greatly enhanced after awakening his vampire physique, easily heard Old Fu's words. Second heaven. After a martial artist breaks through to the transcendent realm, each breakthrough advances them one heaven. Therefore, the martial artist realms after transcendent are divided into 9 heavens. The first heaven is the lowest, and the 9th heaven is the highest. In a small place like Fangyuan City, a peak second heaven martial artist was already a rare master. Otherwise, Zhang Wuxiang would not have been able to open a martial arts school in Fangyuan City and recruit many disciples. Trouble. Xiao Ye frowned slightly. Indeed. Zhang Wuxiang looked directly at Xiao Ye. You are Xiao Ye, who killed Xiao Song. Young Master Zhang still wanted to bring up the name of Xuanyuan Construction, but Xiao Ye patted young Master Zhang's shoulder. Zhang Xuan, this is my business, let me handle it. Xiao Ye stepped forward. That's right, I killed him, but Song Si tried to kill me first. Zhang Wuxiang looked deeply at Xiao Ye. Song Si tried to kill you but was counter-killed, that's his incompetence. But Song Si is, after all, a member of my Zhang clan martial arts school. Being counter-killed on the street by someone as his head, I naturally must seek justice for him. What do you want? Young man, I'll give you 2 choices. First, come to the entrance of my martial arts school and make a public apology for 3 days, admitting that you used insidious means to kill Song Si. Xiao Ye rolled his eyes. The second one. It was impossible for him to choose the first. The second is that you and my martial arts school disciple will fight a match on the martial arts arena in public. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. My disciple is also at the Kaiyuan 9th level. Since you were able to kill Song Si, who was at the peak Kaiyuan 9th level, you probably aren't afraid to fight my Kaiyuan 9th level disciple. At that time, let people see whether it's my martial arts school's disciples who are useless, or if you, this genius who can defeat a Kaiyuan 9th level, are just a facade. Zhang Wuxiang smiled coldly, waiting for Xiao Ye's agreement. In fact, this second choice was the one he truly left for Xiao Ye. A Kaiyuan 9th level coach from his martial arts school was counter-killed by a high school student. If the news spread, could his Zhang clan martial arts school continue to operate? As this matter had developed, for Zhang Wuxiang, it was no longer about his son fighting over a woman, but about his martial arts school's reputation being ruined. He had to publicly expose Xiao Ye's inadequacy. To let people know that Xiao Ye was simply incapable of defeating a Kaiyuan 9th level master. Only then could the martial arts school's reputation be salvaged. As for this Xiao Ye, no one could predict what would happen on the arena. If he were accidentally injured or crippled, it would just be an unfortunate incident. On Blue Star, as long as both parties entered the martial arts arena, they were not liable for accidents. At most, they would just pay some money. Even the patrol officers, who were specifically responsible for martial artist conflicts and Yao Beast incidents in the city, would have nothing to say. Xiao Ye stared intently at Zhang Wuxiang. You want me to go on the martial arts arena? Zhang Wuxiang smiled slightly, deliberately provoking Xiao Ye. What? You don't dare. If you don't dare, then make a public apology and admit that you used insidious tricks to kill Song Si. Hehe. Xiao Ye shook his head. Who says I don't dare? Zhang Wuxiang's eyes instantly lit up, then you agree. Meanwhile, young Master Zhang on the side immediately became anxious. Xiao Ye, what are you thinking? You don't have to agree to either of these. Xiao Ye was only at the Kaiyuan 7th level. Fighting someone at the Kaiyuan 9th level wasn't that seeking death. Xiao Ye reassuringly patted young Master Zhang, then turned to Zhang Wuxiang. You want me to go on the martial arts arena? Fine, but you have to pay more. 27. A life or death arena, personally invited by the head of the inspection bureau. What? More money. When Zhang Wuxiang arrived, he had imagined countless possible reactions from Xiao Ye. He might righteously refuse, or tearfully apologize. But he never expected it would be about money. The stern expression on Zhang Wuxiang's face almost crumbled. Money, how much money? Xiao Ye casually said, roughly 1 million. Oh, and the martial arts arena isn't exciting enough. How about we just go to the life and death arena? 3 million for the life and death arena. Zhang Wuxiang, what, the life and death arena? On the life and death arena, life or death does not matter. Even Eastern Radiance acknowledges that killing on the life and death arena is not a crime. Zhang Wuxiang stared deeply at Xiao Ye. Are you sure? This Xiao Ye actually volunteered to go to the life and death arena. Does he have some hidden confidence? If he were to go to the life and death arena and still be publicly defeated by Xiao Ye, then his Zhang clan martial arts school would truly lose face in front of everyone. At this moment, Zhang Wuxiang actually hesitated. Xiao Ye curled his lips. Of course, as long as the money is enough, I can go on stage. How about this? I'll give you a month to find a disciple in your martial arts school who dares to go on stage. A month later, we'll meet on the life and death arena. A month is enough time for you to properly publicize this matter and attract enough attention. How about it? Am I considerate? Xiao Ye saw through Zhang Wuxiang's true intention today. He wasn't here to avenge Songxi at all. Nor was he here to make him apologize. Instead, he wanted to prove the strength of his Zhang clan martial arts school. A Kaiyuan 9th level expert was instantly defeated by a student. Impossible. Absolutely a rumor. They needed a match to refute the rumor. Since he took the money, Xiao Ye naturally had to provide good service. Of course, more importantly, a month was enough time for his cultivation to improve, and more than enough time for him to evolve his supernatural ability again. However, others didn't know what Xiao Ye was thinking. Zhang Chuan suddenly grabbed Xiao Ye's arm, trying to shake him awake. Xiao Ye, are you crazy? You want to go to the life and death arena with a Kaiyuan 9th level expert? Xiao Ye himself was only Kaiyuan 7th level. Even if he managed to break through to Kaiyuan 9th level in a month, it would only be a 50-50 chance. However, seeing Zhang Chuan so nervous, Zhang Wuxiang felt confident. Good, so Xiao Ye was just putting on an act. He was feigning confidence, trying to make him back down. Truly insidious. Presumably, Songxi was tricked in the same way. Alright, then it's the life and death arena. As for the month's time, although it was a delay, it also gave him time to publicize the life and death arena matter. By then, it might even bring more attention to his Zhang clan martial arts school and attract more students. After all, in this era, traffic is king. However, kid, since you were the one who proposed the life and death arena, don't even think about running away. I'll have people watching you. Zhang Wuxiang chuckled, pointing his index and middle fingers at his own eyes, then at Xiao Ye. Oh, and you still have parents, right? I heard you also have a sister, only 7 years old, quite adorable. Whoosh! The smile in Xiao Ye's eyes suddenly vanished, and his hands slowly clenched into fists. Zhang Wuxiang actually threatened him with his family. He was seeking death. Just as Xiao Ye silently looked at Zhang Feng, who was still clueless, preparing to let Zhang Wuxiang first taste the pain of losing a loved one. Oh, who is this, daring to threaten someone in the street? A lazy voice emerged. A middle-aged man in a dark blue patrol officer uniform walked over leisurely. And the moment Zhang Wuxiang saw the newcomer, his pupils constricted violently. Immediately afterwards, he lowered his head without hesitation. Director Zhang. The person who arrived was none other than the director of the Fangyuan City Patrol Bureau, Zhang Beichuan. If he was a martial arts school master with some strength, then Zhang Beichuan was the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. He could be cut down at any moment. Zhang Wuxiang dared to threaten Xiao Ye face to face, but upon seeing Zhang Beichuan, he didn't dare to utter a single sound, and had to quickly retract his words. Director Zhang, what brings you here? Oh, you, Master Zhang, are allowed to go to someone else's storefront, show off your power and threaten people, but I'm not allowed to come and watch the fun. Zhang Wuxiang quickly shook his head like a rattle drum. No, how would I dare threaten anyone? Zhang Beichuan, are you saying I misheard? No, I wouldn't dare. I was actually just concerned about student Xiao Ye's family. Is that so? I thought you were trying to threaten our little hero of Fangyuan City for the sake of Songxi, that heinous criminal from your martial arts school. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Wuxiang's expression changed drastically. Meanwhile, the onlookers around them looked at Xiao Ye in surprise. What exactly did this handsome student do to be called the little hero of Fangyuan City by the director of the patrol bureau? Xiao Ye, however, had a flash of realization in his eyes. It seemed that Zhang Beichuan had already investigated Songxi. Indeed. Zhang Beichuan laughed heartily, walked to Xiao Ye's side and took Xiao Ye's hand. Student Xiao Ye, thank you for subduing the madman Songxi, and for providing crucial clues that allowed us to discover Songxi's true identity. We investigated Songxi's residence and found more than a dozen ornaments made from victims' bones in his basement. After investigation, we discovered that Songxi was actually a murderous maniac, specifically targeting genius martial arts high school students, brutally killing them, and then making their bones into ornaments to admire daily. Because Songxi had always targeted those students outside the city, he managed to succeed in more than 10 cases. I came today specifically to thank you, student Xiao Ye. As he spoke, whoosh, the 8 patrol officers who came with Zhang Beichuan lined up in 2 rows. Two banners were instantly unfurled. City hero. Intelligent and courageous. Xiao Ye, this is so embarrassing. Just give him a hole to crawl into. He never thought Zhang Beichuan would be so dramatic during their first meeting. He dealt with Zhang Beichuan's enthusiastic thanks and the warm praise from the surrounding onlookers with a poker face. Just as Xiao Ye was about to lose his composure, Zhang Beichuan finally stated the important purpose of his visit today, besides expressing gratitude. However, before speaking, Zhang Beichuan waved his hand, and immediately, a star power shield formed around the two of them, enveloping them. Star power leaving the body. Xiao Ye's pupils constricted slightly. This was a sign of entering the fourth heaven. Zhang Beichuan was actually a fourth heaven expert. Student Xiao Ye, this way, the people outside won't be able to hear us. Student Xiao Ye, my main purpose in coming here is actually to invite you on behalf of the Patrol Bureau to join the Patrol Bureau. Xiao Ye was surprised, join the Patrol Bureau, but I haven't graduated yet. That's not a problem. Student Xiao Ye can first become a probationary patrol officer of the Patrol Bureau, and then officially join the Patrol Bureau after graduation. As he spoke, Zhang Beichuan chuckled. If Principal Zhang hadn't come last time, I wouldn't have known that Student Xiao Ye had awakened a supernatural ability, and it's a body talent supernatural ability that's best for combat. If I had known you were a supernatural ability user, there's nothing more to say. Songxi making a move on you was simply courting death. It's no injustice to kill him. Forget it. Let's not talk about that unlucky person, Student Xiao Ye. For a genius like you, our Patrol Bureau naturally has to act quickly. As long as Student Xiao Ye is willing, from now on, you will be one of us in the Patrol Bureau. 28. Trainee Inspector High-Stakes Gambling. Zhang Beichuan's words carried a strong sense of banditry. Xiao Ye fell into deep thought. With Star Beast invasions and the opening of high-level planar passages, Blue Star has actually been in a state of war for years. It's just that ordinary people living in cities don't feel it as acutely. However, if one embarks on the path of a martial artist, they will inevitably participate in war in the future. Eastern Radiance martial artists, after reaching a high level, generally join the military. The military also has three main directions. First, join the expeditionary force, enter higher planes, and fight on the front lines against foreign races. Second, join the Secret Realm Army, stay on Blue Star to guard secret realms, or respond to new secret realms that appear at any time, defending against the rampant star beasts within them. Third, join the Patrol Bureau, defend cities, and deal with star beasts, Yao beasts, and martial artist criminals who infiltrate urban areas. Relatively speaking, the work of the Patrol Bureau is less dangerous. However, Xiao Ye actually leaned more towards the expeditionary force and the Secret Realm Army in his heart. Although dangerous, only through continuous combat could he temper himself. Most importantly, he was a man with a system. The more enemies he killed, the stronger he became. What was the point of the Patrol Bureau? Would he even encounter one star beast in a month? Zhang Beichuan seemed to sense Xiao Ye's lack of enthusiasm, and his eyes darted around. Student Xiao, while the expeditionary force and the Secret Realm Army are impressive, they are also dangerous. If you join the Secret Realm Army at the 3rd or 4th heaven, you'll be cannon fodder. If you go to a high-level plane at the 7th or 8th heaven, you'll also be cannon fodder. As martial artists, we should lay low when necessary. For now, develop steadily as a patrol officer in the city. When you truly break through to the 9 heavens in the future, it won't be too late to go to a high-level plane. At that time, our Patrol Bureau will definitely not stop you. We'll even send you off with gongs and drums. Xiao Ye, could laying low be described so refreshingly and elegantly? Zhang Beichuan put his arm around Xiao Ye's shoulder. Little Xiao, as long as you join our Patrol Bureau, according to the Patrol Bureau's benefits, even if you're just a probationary patrol officer, you can receive supplies from the Patrol Bureau every month. Our Patrol Bureau is much more generous than the school. And most importantly, as long as you join the Patrol Bureau, you can directly move your parents into the Patrol Bureau's family quarters. A 200 square meter house for free, and your parents can enjoy military family benefits, with medical coverage and everything else taken care of. Not to mention personal safety. If anyone dares to harm your parents and sister, that's harming a military family member, and our entire Patrol Bureau will raise our guns and go after them. How about it, are you tempted? Xiao Ye, Director Zhang, no more words needed. From now on I'll follow you. Heh, that's right. Little Xiao, from now on we're family. If anything happens, your brother will bear the brunt for you. Zhang Beichuan was secretly delighted. Supernatural ability users are 1 in 10,000, not to mention someone like Xiao Ye with a supernatural ability suitable for combat. Whenever a supernatural ability user appears, various military departments scramble to recruit them. For example, the 3 supernatural ability users who appeared in second high school earlier. Meng Li was recruited by the Secret Realm Army after displaying his talent. Mu Wanru's aunt was an expert at a certain research institution, so she naturally went with her. As for Xiao Ye, forget it, the young miss of a big shot, not someone you can mess with. Now that a Xiao Ye had unexpectedly emerged, Zhang Beichuan naturally had to secure him directly before the news spread. And since Xiao Ye was already one of his own, Zhang Beichuan naturally had to support him. Waving his hand, he removed the star energy barrier. Zhang Beichuan, with his arm around Xiao Ye, looked at the uneasy Zhang Wuxiang. I heard, Curator Zhang, that you want our patrol officer Su of the Patrol Bureau to go on the life and death arena. Zhang Wuxiang. When did Su Ye become a patrol officer of the Patrol Bureau? He was just a third-year high school student, so how could he become a patrol officer? But Zhang Beichuan would never speak idly. His public announcement clearly indicated that what the two had discussed inside the star energy barrier was exactly this matter. Even Zhang Beichuan's previous actions of speaking up for Xiao Ye and sending banners were all groundwork for recruiting Xiao Ye into the Patrol Bureau. This Xiao Ye, he could actually make the director of the Patrol Bureau care so much. A bad premonition flashed through Zhang Wuxiang's mind. No, this is a misunderstanding. This is no misunderstanding. Zhang Beichuan waved his hand. As men, our word is our bond, but to make our patrol officer Su go on the life and death arena for only 3 million is too disrespectful to our Patrol Bureau people. One price, 5 million. 1 month from now, I will bring the Patrol Bureau's people to watch the match at the life and death arena, to see just how formidable Curator Zhang's esteemed disciple truly is. At that time, Curator Zhang, you absolutely must not hold back your disciple out of consideration for my face. We will accept whatever happens, even if it's a fight to the death. Absolutely, absolutely. Zhang Wuxiang felt utterly drained. With Zhang Beichuan personally present, how could he dare to let someone kill Xiao Ye? He feared that if Xiao Ye even got a scratch, Zhang Beichuan would bring people with guns to fight. But in that case, wouldn't it mean he was actively admitting defeat by paying 5 million? Zhang Wuxiang was on the verge of tears. He wanted to say more, but Zhang Beichuan had already led several subordinates into Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. Come, I'm happy today, so we'll eat here tonight, my treat. Little Su, come eat with us. Xiao Ye smiled slightly. Everything is up to the leader. Zhang Wuxiang arrived full of confidence and left dispirited. And Zhang Xuan, who had witnessed everything, fell into deep thought. The luxurious blood-sweat car slowly stopped in front of a villa. Zhang Xuan walked in and saw his father, Zhang Deiyuan, who seemed to have just returned from a party. Father, there's something I want to tell you. Zhang Xuan quickly recounted the events concerning Xiao Ye, particularly emphasizing that young master Su Yang of the Yujingsu family had specially looked after Xiao Ye, and that director Zhang Beichuan of the Patrol Bureau had personally come to invite Xiao Ye to join the Patrol Bureau and support him. Zhang Deiyuan, who had initially been unconcerned, grew increasingly solemn as Zhang Xuan narrated. Finally, he looked at his son approvingly. Xuaner, you did very well. In this society, being reckless is useless. What's most important is connections. You were able to mend your relationship with Xiao Ye immediately after the incident, which was very well done. You truly are my son, Zhang Deiyuan. After praising his son, Zhang Deiyuan's expression became even more serious. You must not only befriend this Xiao Ye in the future, but you must make a strong effort to do so. Zhang Xuan was puzzled. Father, why? And there's also young master Su Yang of Yujing. It is precisely because of Su Yang's call that Xiao Ye's importance is proven. Zhang Deiyuan subconsciously looked left and right before lowering his voice and saying, do you know, Zhang Beichuan inviting Xiao Ye to join the Patrol Bureau might not just be because Xiao Ye awakened a supernatural ability. That Zhang Beichuan also once led a team into a secret realm to fight, and Zhang Beichuan's teammate at that time was the third young miss of the Yujingsu family, Su Xingqian. And most importantly, half a month ago, a prominent figure from the Yujingsu family personally visited Fangyuan City, and your classmate Xiao Ye also left Fangyuan City half a month ago. Zhang Xuan was dumbfounded. Father, are you saying Xiao Ye is related to the Yujingsu family? Zhang Deiyuan was profound and unfathomable. I once heard a rumor that young master Su Yang of the Yujingsu family is merely an adopted son of the Su family, and the true young master of the Su family. The father and son exchanged glances. This time, their Zhang family might be making a huge gamble. If they win, they will soar to great heights. 29. The head of the inspection bureau personally came to move. The next day, Liu Ruxin woke up early as usual and went to the nearby market to buy groceries. She thought about how her son had been going to school every day and then working part-time, which was incredibly tough. Last night when her son came home, she had even fallen asleep on the sofa. Liu Ruxin felt a little guilty. Her son's hard work was all because she and old Su were incompetent. Otherwise, Xiao Ye should be enjoying the life of a young master in the Yujing Su family. Thinking this, Liu Ruxin gritted her teeth and bought a few more large shrimp, planning to braise them for her son later to nourish his body. As she was almost downstairs with her basket of groceries, she ran into Auntie Wang, her next-door neighbor who had just bought breakfast. Auntie Wang glanced at the basket in Liu Ruxin's hand. "Oh, Ruxin bought more big shrimp. These shrimp are good, they look really fresh." Liu Ruxin smiled. "Yes, Xiao Ye likes shrimp, and I bought some because they looked fresh. He's studying hard now, so he needs to replenish his energy." Auntie Wang nodded. "That's right, your Xiao Ye is in his 3rd year of high school this year, isn't he? But I remember Xiao Ye's martial Dao results didn't seem very good." Liu Ruxin: "Our Xiao Ye's liberal arts scores are very good, and his martial Dao has also made great progress recently. Their Su Ye had even awakened a supernatural ability." Auntie Wang, however, shook her head dismissively. "What's the use of liberal arts scores? In this day and age, you have to be able to fight. Look at our Wang Dong. He broke through to the Kaiyuan 7th level a while ago and was hired by the Zheng Clan Martial Arts School in New City. That's the Zheng Clan Martial Arts School. Many families send their children there to cultivate." Auntie Wang's face couldn't hide her triumphant expression, and her voice rose considerably when she mentioned her son being hired by the Zheng Clan Martial Arts School. Immediately, neighbors passing by or strolling downstairs gathered around to offer congratulations. "Oh, Wang Dong's mom. Wang Dong actually found a job in New City, that's amazing." "Exactly, Wang Dong, that child, has been smart since he was little. From now on, your family will be New City people. Leaving the old district will make you superior." "Wang Dong's mom, don't forget us old neighbors when you get rich later." Auntie Wang was beaming. After her son came back last night and told her the good news, Auntie Wang had been in a state of excitement. She was so excited that she didn't sleep well all night. So early in the morning she came out, ready to show off properly. Receiving envious glances from everyone at this moment, Auntie Wang felt incredibly pleased. Then she looked at Liu Ruxin next door. She couldn't help but feel even more smug. Over the years, the two family sons had often been compared. Su Yi was handsome, good at his studies, and filial, making Liu Ruxin often envied. But later, her son displayed his martial Dao talent and was now hired by a martial arts school in New City. Looking at Su Yi, he simply couldn't compare to her son. Instantly, years of dissatisfaction were overturned in one go. How could one word describe the feeling of satisfaction? "Ruxin, we've been neighbors for so many years. If Xiao Yi's college entrance examination results aren't ideal, he can follow our Wang Dong. If he does well, maybe he can also be hired by the Zheng Clan Martial Arts School." Whoosh! The neighbors who had been complimenting Auntie Wang suddenly looked at Liu Ruxin differently. They were filled with jealousy. For these people, living in what they called the old district, what others called the slum, their greatest lifelong wish was to leave here and live in New City, wasn't it? Now, Auntie Wang was actually willing to let her son actively help Su Yi. How could this not make people jealous? But Liu Ruxin smiled bitterly in her heart. Su Yi had awakened a supernatural ability, and his future in the martial Dao was boundless. How could he join some martial arts school? That would only hinder Su Yi. Seeing Liu Ruxin not respond, Auntie Wang's face immediately fell. "Ruxin, for the sake of being neighbors for so many years, I kindly offered to let my son help yours. Why do you look so dissatisfied?" Liu Ruxin quickly waved her hand. No, actually." Before she could finish, a commotion suddenly came from afar. Then, creak. A convoy of 3 military jeeps slowly drove up and stopped downstairs. Military jeeps. These could only be driven by military personnel. Why would they come to their community so early in the morning? Could it be that someone in their community had committed a crime? Immediately, everyone around stopped complimenting Auntie Wang and stopped bothering Liu Ruxin, each of them silent as cicadas in winter. They were afraid of getting into trouble. Click. The car door opened, and several people in blue patrol officer uniforms stepped out. The leader was in his early 40s, with a deep frown line between his brows. It was Zhang Beichuan. He checked the address. Zhang Beichuan confirmed it was correct. However, the address Su Yi left last night only specified the building, but not the floor or apartment number. But it was fine, he could just ask. Zhang Beichuan looked at the person closest to him. "Excuse me, does student Su Yi from 2nd Middle School live here?" As his voice fell. Whoosh! Everyone's gaze immediately shifted to Liu Ruxin. Auntie Wang quickly pulled away from Liu Ruxin. She's Suyi's mom. If there's trouble, grab her. Liu Ruxin was also a little flustered. Had Xiao Ye really gotten into some trouble? I am Suyi's mother, So you are Ms. Liu Ruxin. While Liu Ruxin's heart was flustered, and at a loss, Zhang Beichuan had already walked over quickly with a smile on his face. Hello, I am Zhang Beichuan, the director of the Fangyuan City Patrol Bureau. Last night, student Xiao Ye accepted our patrol bureau's invitation and became a patrol officer of the patrol bureau. Our entire patrol bureau warmly welcomes student Xiao Ye's joining. So, I specially brought people over to help student Su's family move. Liu Ruxin was still a little dazed. Xiao Ye became a patrol officer. The respected patrol officer in the city. I didn't know about this and move. Zhang Beichuan laughed heartily. Haha, this was decided yesterday, so student Su probably hasn't had time to tell you. As for moving, since student Su has become a member of the patrol bureau, our patrol bureau will naturally provide housing and benefits. Last night, I already had someone clean out a spacious flat in the patrol bureau's family dormitory building. All appliances and furniture are included, and you can move in directly today. How about we go upstairs and see student Xiao Ye, to confirm? Liu Ruxin nodded dazedly. Good. They watched Liu Ruxin and the group of smartly uniformed patrol officers go upstairs. After their figures disappeared, the previously silent scene immediately erupted in an uproar. My goodness, old Su's family are they moving to New City now? Xiao Ye actually became a patrol officer. The patrol bureau's family dormitory building, that's the best area in New City. Xiao Ye from old Su's family, isn't he some peerless prodigy? To have the director of the patrol bureau personally come to help him move. Old Su's family's ancestral grave is emitting green smoke. Even more people couldn't help but look at Auntie Wang. Wang Dong's mom, it seems Xiao Ye doesn't need your Wang Dong's help at all. On the contrary, your Wang Dong should hurry and cling to his coattails. Haha, trying to show off and ending up making a fool of yourself. Auntie Wang's face flushed with embarrassment, and she glared fiercely at everyone. What are you laughing at? My offer to let our Wang Dong help Xiao Ye was out of kindness. Ruxin definitely won't misunderstand. HMPH, Ruxin and I have been old neighbors for over 10 years, just be envious. Saying that, Auntie Wang quickly scurried back. Old Su's family was moving, and as such a good neighbor for so many years, she naturally had to go help. 30, moving smart devices, welcome to join the inspection bureau. The jeep drove all the way to the patrol bureau's family quarters. Pinyin residential area. The name was simple, yet it carried the beautiful wishes for the patrol officers. At the entrance of the residential area, 4 armed guards stopped the jeep. Even when Zhang Beichuan's face appeared in the car, they meticulously verified the identities of Xiao Ye and others. After confirming everything was correct, they saluted. Welcome home, Inspector Su. The car restarted. Zhang Beichuan laughed heartily. Pinyin residential area, as the family dormitory for the patrol bureau, has many residents who are ordinary people without cultivation, so inspections are particularly strict, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. However, once you've registered, entry and exit will be much more convenient in the future. Additionally, because outsiders are not allowed, whenever a patrol officer's family moves in, our patrol officers help with the moving. This is an old tradition. While speaking, the jeep stopped in front of a 9-story Western-style building. This is it. The group got out of the car. The Su family didn't have much in the way of belongings to begin with, and the new home was fully furnished with appliances and furniture, so there was no need to move any large items. They basically just packed some clothes and daily necessities, and a few people each carried a bit, and the move was complete. The house allocated to Xiao Ye's family was on the 7th floor. 1 household per floor. Standing in the 200-square-meter spacious apartment. Liu Ruxin was almost moved to tears of joy. Su Xiangdong, on the other hand, stood excitedly in front of the wide floor-to-ceiling windows, laughing heartily. I never thought that Su Xiangdong, would one day live in such a luxurious home. Little lowly Su baby was even more like a happy little bee, flitting around the room, her small face flushed with excitement. Then she pattered over to Xiao Ye, hugged his leg, and looked up with an expectant expression, asking, Brother can I have a room? Of course, besides the largest master bedroom for mom and dad, you can choose any of the remaining rooms you like. Wow, brother is the best. Su baby happily went to find her dream room. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye took out the card the school had given him again, and handed it to Liu Ruxin. Mom, although the new house has everything, we still need to buy bed sheets and quilts. Take this money to use. This, Xiao Ye, no need, we still have money at home. Mom, just take it, I still have more here. Saying this, Su Yi took out the card Zhang Chuan had given him yesterday. There's still $1 million in this card, which is enough for me. Besides, I'm already a patrol officer. Are you still worried about me lacking money? Just use this money freely to add some things to the house. Also, baby is starting primary school in September. I've already spoken to Director Zhang. First, let baby go to the patrol bureau's affiliated kindergarten, and then attend the corresponding primary school with children her age. You'll need to buy baby some new clothes and stationery so she isn't looked down upon by her friends. And your health, you're considered a military dependent now, so going to the military hospital for medical treatment doesn't cost much. Later, you and dad should get a thorough physical examination, listen to the doctor's advice, and see how to nourish your body. Your son will earn even more money in the future, so you must take good care of your body so you can always be with me. Su Yi patiently persuaded, and Liu Ruxin finally clutched the card in her hand, her eyes a little red. Mom will definitely take good care of herself. Watch our Xiao Ye become a great hero, get married and have children, and then mom will look after your children. Su Yi, although Liu Ruxin finally was willing to spend money on herself, looking after children was completely unnecessary. After chatting with his family for a few more moments, Su Yi bid farewell to his excited family and went downstairs to find Zhang Beichuan, who hadn't left yet. Who? Zhang Beichuan exhaled a smoke ring. How is it, are your family all settled? Everything is settled. Thank you, Director Zhang, for personally helping me move. You are a genius who has awakened a supernatural ability. This treatment is only right. Let's go, come with me to the patrol bureau. We need to formally complete your induction, and there are some things to explain. Okay. Su Yi had already called the school early in the morning to ask for leave. There was no need to hide the fact that he was joining the patrol bureau early, so Principal Zhang agreed to Su Yi's leave without any hesitation. He even said that if needed, Su Yi could take an extra 2 days off to handle everything before returning to school. Arriving at the patrol bureau, it felt completely different from being locked in a dark room last time. Everywhere exuded an aura of high technology and sternness. Personnel department. Su Yi quickly completed his induction. Zhang Beichuan handed a new smartphone to Su Yi. This is the military system's latest smartphone and smart wristband. They come as a set, and not only have basic communication functions, but also many other wonderful uses. Su Yi had learned before that the smart devices in this world were clearly of a higher rank than those on Earth. They truly contained a dedicated artificial intelligence for him, and could connect to Eastern Radiance's Deep Blue system. Zhang Beichuan directly used his own smart device for a demonstration. The screen was larger and clearer, and it could, whoosh. With a gentle wave of his hand, an enlarged light screen appeared before him. Your phone has already recorded your information, only you can activate it. It also grants you higher permissions, allowing you to directly access the military system to review data. However, for us, the most practical functions are these few. First, location positioning and in-team communication. It can upload your location at any time, and upon discovering star beasts or rioting martial artists, it can immediately deploy and allocate forces based on individual strength to quickly eliminate threats. Of course, if a patrol officer encounters danger, they can also request help from the nearest patrol officer or a high-level martial artist registered with the military. Since having this smart wristband, the speed, efficiency, and safety of operations have greatly improved. Zhang Beichuan briefly introduced the usage methods to Su Yi, who quickly mastered them. Second, the recording function. Within the army, to exchange resources, cultivation techniques, and supplies, merit points are required. For us patrol officers, the biggest source of merit points is killing Yao beasts and killing people. During missions, the smart wristband will activate recording and automatically upload. Eastern Radiance's Deep Blue system central intelligence will automatically calculate and issue merit points. You understand? Merit point allocation is the most troublesome, but with this function, disputes can be minimized. So you couldn't help but nod. This function was indeed good. And the third function is automatic identification. Zhang Beichuan pointed his phone at a potted plant nearby. Identify. Immediately, a piece of information appeared on the light screen in front of him. Star rime grass purifies the free star energy between heaven and earth and makes its energy gentler. See, with this thing it's like having an encyclopedia. When Spiritual Chi first recovered, many strange plants or mutated Yao beasts appeared on Blue Star. Many people exploring and pioneering in the wilderness didn't die at the hands of Yao beasts, but died from food. Some mutated animals and plants are even more potent than mushrooms. Later, with this smart wristband, it became much more convenient in the wilderness. This thing is also very convenient for identifying Yao Beast and Star Beast data, and it can roughly determine their rank based on their size and observed characteristics, which is very useful in actual combat. Saying this, Zhang Beichuan shrugged. After all, you can't expect all these rough military guys to memorize such thick encyclopedias, plant atlases, Yao Beast atlases, and Star Beast atlases. Xiao Ye, that makes too much sense. The smart wristband was indeed useful. Having introduced almost everything that needed to be introduced, Zhang Beichuan retracted his light screen and smiled slightly at Xiao Ye. So, Xiao Ye, welcome to the Patrol Bureau. 31. Has Xiao Ye, that scoundrel, awakened a superpower? He watched Xiao Ye leave the Patrol Bureau. Zhang Beichuan nodded in satisfaction, then made a call. A moment later, Jade Capital. Su family. Su Xingqian hung up the phone, standing by the window, lost in thought. Third sister, what are you spacing out for? Su Minju came out of her room and saw Su Xingqian staring blankly out the window, a look of wistful loss on her face. Did something happen? Su Xingqian looked at her older sister. Sister, Su Ye joined the Patrol Bureau. What, that hooligan from the slum, how is that possible? Su Minju exclaimed in surprise, completely unable to believe it. How could a good-for-nothing like him, who was still at Kaiyuan third level at 18, possibly join the Patrol Bureau? Third sister, did you pull some strings for him? No, that's not right. It must be that hooligan Xiao Ye using our Su family's name to swindle people in Fangyuan City. He's truly a hooligan from the slum, always looking for shortcuts. HMPH, didn't he have the backbone to leave the family? He should be left to fend for himself. Oh, I remember now, the head of the Patrol Bureau in Fangyuan City. A man named Zhang Beichuan. Wasn't he your team leader when you went to the secret realm back then? He must be the one who recruited that hooligan Xiao Ye into the Patrol Bureau. Isn't that bending the law for personal gain? What about discipline? No, I have to call him. Su Minju said, about to call Zhang Beichuan on her smart watch. Second sister. Su Xingqian stopped the agitated Su Minju. Her eyes held a hint of disbelief and disappointment. Second sister, Xiao Ye didn't join the Patrol Bureau through the back door. He did it with his own strength. Su Minju scoffed. How is that possible, that hooligan? Su Xingqian smiled bitterly. Xiao Ye isn't a hooligan, he's a supernatural ability awakener. What? The mocking smile on Su Minju's face gradually froze. That Xiao Ye actually awakened a supernatural ability. Su Xingqian nodded. And it's a body-type supernatural ability, the most adept for combat. Actually, when Su Xingqian first heard the news, she was only surprised for a moment, then quickly believed it. The higher a martial artist's cultivation, the deeper their development of body genes and bloodline. Therefore, the descendants of high-level martial artists are often more likely to have cultivation talent, and the probability of supernatural ability awakeners appearing is also higher. For example, the sisters of their Su family had all awakened corresponding supernatural abilities. However, Su Yang, although his martial Dao talent was good, he had not awakened a supernatural ability. As a child of their Su family, it wasn't strange for Xiao Ye to awaken a supernatural ability. Su Minju evidently thought of this as well. HMPH, the Su family's bloodline given to that hooligan is simply a waste, a mere Kaiyuan third level. What if he awakened a supernatural ability? Su Xingqian shook her head again. Second sister, Xiao Ye's current cultivation has already reached Kaiyuan 7th level. What? How is that possible? How long has he been back? Xiao Ye left the Su family less than a week ago, which means he broke through 4 minor realms in just 7 days. No, even less than 7 days. Even Xiao Yang back then was far from having such a cultivation speed. Su Xingqian even suspected that Xiao Ye's slow cultivation speed before was because more of his body's energy was used to activate his supernatural ability, which is why his cultivation immediately surged once his supernatural ability awakened. As for why Xiao Ye's supernatural ability awakened so late. Thinking of Xiao Ye living in the slum all this time, Su Xingqian felt a faint discomfort in her heart. Without the Su family's various nutritional potions and medicinal baths from a young age, and having to work to earn money, it was no wonder Xiao Ye only awakened his supernatural ability at 18. If Xiao Ye had grown up in the Su family from a young age, perhaps things would have been completely different. After the initial shock, Su Minju quickly shook her head vigorously again. Xingqian, you're actually comparing that hooligan from the slum to Xiao Yang. That's an insult to Xiao Yang. HMPH, what if he broke through to Kaiyuan 7th level? Xiao Yang, at the same age as him, is already at the peak of Transcendence 2nd heaven. And, Xingqian, why are you paying so much attention to that little hooligan? Since he betrayed the family, he's no longer a member of our Su family. just thinking that Su Yi dared to lay hands on her beloved younger brother Su Yang, and even mocked Su Yang as a fake. Su Minju felt a surge of anger in her heart. Su Xingqian shook her head. Second sister seemed to have forgotten. Su Yi had the Su family's bloodline flowing through him. How could she truly not care at all? However, second sister was also right. Su Yi had already betrayed the family. And even if he had awakened a supernatural ability now, he couldn't compare to Xiao Ye. Cultivate was just like that, one step slow, every step slow. She only hoped he could live peacefully in the future, and not bring disaster upon the Su family. The two sisters simply stopped mentioning Su Yi, and went downstairs together. Little sister, you shouldn't be distracted by other things lately. You should cultivate more and raise your cultivation as quickly as possible. I heard that place is about to open. If you can get the opportunity there, your chances of becoming a war god in the future will be even greater. Second sister, I understand. I'm also on the verge of a breakthrough recently, and my thoughts are restless. I plan to go into seclusion afterward to completely calm my mind, and I won't come out until I break through. It's good that you think that way, little sister. Our Su family's greatest proof of becoming one of the 7 great families of Eastern Radiance is our own cultivation. As the two sisters gradually departed, around the corner, a figure slowly emerged. It was Su Yang, his face gloomy. Su Yi actually awakened a supernatural ability. No wonder Zhang Chuan said he ran into trouble and couldn't continue. So it was because Su Yi became a patrol officer. That makes sense. How could a mere merchant's son dare to provoke a patrol officer who has awakened a supernatural ability? Su Yang's words only contained contempt for Zhang Chuan, but no displaced anger. Compared to Zhang Chuan's incompetence, Su Yi, who had suddenly awakened a supernatural ability, was more important. Su Yi, since you've already left, why can't you just quietly wait for death? Why must you jump around? Su Yang clenched his fists. As long as Su Yi existed for one day, he was constantly reminding him. Su Yi was the true bloodline of the Su family. And he was just a fake. Just like the 5 children of the Su family, including Su Yi, all of them had awakened supernatural abilities. But he had not. Is bloodline really that powerful? No, if a person is dead, no matter how powerful their bloodline, it's useless. Meanwhile, Southeast Battlefield. News of Su Yi awakening a supernatural ability and joining the patrol bureau also reached Su Zhengdao and Xuanyuan Mingmo. Upon hearing the news, Su Zhengdao was first delighted. As expected of his son, Su Zhengdao, he indeed had some talent. However, he quickly frowned again, waving his hand to dismiss the messenger. HMPH, that rebellious son who betrayed the family. Who wanted to hear news about him. Xuanyuan Mingmo, on the other hand, sneered. He actually joined the patrol bureau, truly afraid of death. 32. Superpower evolution, unlocking a talent. Of course, Su Yi didn't know someone was watching him. Nor did he care about other people's gossip. After leaving the patrol bureau, Su Yi made a phone call. Soon, Zia Jikyu from the school answered the phone. Su, I heard you entered the patrol bureau early. Damn, that's amazing. News spread so quickly. Su Yi raised his eyebrows, but wasn't too surprised. What's the school's arrangement for the afternoon? Arrangement. Besides free cultivation, we also have cultural classes. Zia Jikyu cried out in the phone. Su, we're already in the elite class. Why do we still have to take cultural classes? Old Zhang is misleading me. If Principal Zhang knew you called him Old Zhang, he'd be lecturing you for at least half an hour. I only say it in private. By the way, Su, why are you calling? Are you coming back? Su Yi subconsciously looked back at the patrol bureau behind him. I still have things to do here, just casually asking. Hanging up. Cultural classes. Forget it. I won't go back for now. Su Yi thought for a moment, then hailed a taxi. To Lanshan Commercial Bank. Click. The call ended. Zia Jikyu felt a little regretful. Su wasn't coming back to take cultural classes with him. Were they still good brothers? Beside him, Zio Kiyu subconsciously looked over. Is it Su Ye? Zia Jikyu's heart couldn't help but beat faster. The school beauty is talking to me. Yes, it's a Su. But Su said he still had some unfinished business at the patrol bureau, so he probably can't come to school today. After speaking, Zia Jikyu was a little stunned. Why am I reporting Su Yi's situation to the school beauty? But before Zia Jikyu could fully react, Mu Wanru next to him also couldn't help but look over curiously. Speaking of which, why do you call Su Yi a Su? Zia Jikyu's heart beat even faster. Speaking of which, a gentle long-legged girl like Mu Wanru was his type. Well, Azu and I are good friends. We've been classmates since middle school and deskmates all through high school, so the address naturally has to be unique. Mu Wanru was still a bit puzzled, but don't addresses usually add Xiao or Lao before the name. Zia Jikyu chuckled. That's because Su Yi's name is too tricky. Try adding Xiao or Lao before his surname or given name. Mu Wanru blinked. Xiao Su, uncle. Xiao Ye, young master. Old Su, old uncle. Old Yi, master. It seems calling him a Su is indeed better. A screech. The taxi stopped. Su Yi looked at the 5-story mall in front of him and walked in. Lanchin Commercial Bank is considered the largest chain commercial bank in Eastern Radiance, and its presence can be seen in almost every city. Guaranteed quality, fair prices, and no disputes after sales. These 3 points alone were enough for Lanchin Commercial Bank to establish itself firmly. Especially for martial artist cultivation resources, Lanchin Commercial Bank had the most complete inventory and best quality. It is said that Lanchin Commercial Bank also had the shadow of the Eastern Radiance official behind it. Entering Lanchin Commercial Bank, Su Yi went straight to the Kaiyuan Martial Artist Cultivation Resource Area on the first floor. He pulled out the 1 million black card Zhang Chuan gave him as an apology. 10 bottles of primary nutrient solution, please. All right, customer, please wait a moment. The beautiful young miss quickly brought a box of 10 nutrient solutions and gave Su Yi 1 hour of free cultivation room usage. Lanchin Commercial Bank also had an online store, and the prices were exactly the same online and offline. The reason Su Yi chose to shop offline was for this cultivation room. As long as a certain amount was spent, or if the purchased items needed testing, Lanchin Commercial Bank would provide the corresponding venue. Entering the cultivation room. Without a word, Su Yi directly chugged a bottle of primary nutrient solution. He opened his panel. Supernatural ability, Vampire Newborn 1-2/100. Indeed, it increased by 1 evolution value. Since that's the case, Su Yi didn't hesitate. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He drank 10 bottles of nutrient solution consecutively. Supernatural ability, Vampire Newborn 11/100. The progress had reached 11/100. However, looking at the 3 remaining bottles of primary nutrient solution that the school gave him after entering the elite class. Burp tilde. Su Yi burped. A feeling of unabsorbable satisfaction came from his body. It's confirmed, primary nutrient solution can indeed continuously bring me evolution value, but unfortunately, my body has an absorption limit. It seems my body's current limit is that I can only absorb 10 bottles of primary nutrient solution per day. Su Yi put away the remaining 3 bottles of primary nutrient solution, planning to drink them tomorrow. As for now, anyway, he didn't want to go back to cultural classes, so he simply took a taxi directly to Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. Slaughter value. I want to earn slaughter value. Although he joined the patrol bureau, Su Yi's life as a nominal patrol officer trainee didn't change much. He went to school during the day, earned slaughter value at Jinyu Seafood Restaurant at night, and then drank 10 bottles of primary nutrient solution to increase his evolution value after returning home. A few days later. Night. Sitting cross-legged in the cultivation room that Liu Ruxin had specially prepared for him in his new home. Su Yi drank another bottle of nutrient solution, then opened his panel. Host Su Yi. Supernatural ability, Vampire Newborn 100/100. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique, Kaiyuan 7th level. Martial skill, Basic Combat Technique Perfect Police Combat Technique Elementary. Talent Limit Burst. Slaughter value, 312.3. Evolution progress has reached 100%, supernatural ability can evolve. Do you want to start the evolution now? Note 1. Performing a corresponding ritual during supernatural ability evolution can unlock a talent. Note 2. This evolution ritual requires items, 1 First Order Star Core, 3 Half Moon Ganoderma, 10 drops of Yellow Bamboo Root Leaf, 20 grams of Azure Demonic Gum, and 1 drop of Essence Blood. Note 3. Talent Awakening is full of uncertainty. If a certain creature's essence blood is consumed during the ritual, the talent direction can be influenced based on the creature's genetic advantages. Note 4. Due to the premature awakening of the talent limit burst, the direction of this evolution is fixed. If a ritual is held, please choose to consume the essence blood of a power-bursting Yao beast. Whoosh! Su Yi suddenly stood up. Reaching the evolution value tonight was already in his plan, so Su Yi wasn't surprised. What surprised him was, his supernatural ability could not only evolve. Each evolution could also give birth to a new talent. This is too powerful. After Su Yi's supernatural ability awakening, he also looked up information about supernatural abilities in the school and patrol bureau databases. Once a supernatural ability awakens, it can only be continuously strengthened, but it is extremely difficult to evolve. The few supernatural ability evolutions recorded in Eastern Radiance, and even the entire Federation, were extreme individual cases, very difficult to replicate. It was either absorbing extremely precious heaven and earth treasure, or being in extreme emotional states, or in certain extreme environments, that there was a very small probability for a supernatural ability to evolve. And the direction of evolution was also extremely unstable. There were even cases of top-tier supernatural abilities evolving into trash supernatural abilities. However, Xiao Ye's supernatural ability only needed to accumulate enough energy to evolve. And each evolution had a certain probability of giving birth to a talent. It could even influence the talent by consuming the essence blood of other creatures. This awesome. Xiao Ye took more than 10 deep breaths before finally calming his excited heart. This wave was definitely going to take off. 33. School experience catching field mice. After the excitement, Xiao Ye first dismissed the panel. He definitely wouldn't awaken rashly. He had to hold a ceremony first. Pulling out his phone, Xiao Ye logged onto the Blue Sky Trading Company's official website and began to look up the prices of the resources needed for the ceremony. Then, bang! Xiao Ye fell backward, his eyes filled with despair. Materials like half-moon ganoderma weren't particularly expensive, totaling over 20,000. A portion of essence blood from a golden lion star beast, famous for its explosive strength, cost 45,000. But a single first-order star core, even the most common one, cost 200,000. A star core is a special crystal born in the brain of a star beast, containing a large amount of pure energy. Crystals usually only appear in the brains of Yao beasts at the peak of their corresponding realm. They serve as an energy reserve for the star beast's breakthrough, and the star core disappears after the breakthrough. So Xiao Ye had thought that a star core might be expensive. But he never expected it to be this expensive. Most importantly, Xiao Ye pulled out the black card Zhang Chuan had given him as an apology. To evolve his supernatural ability, he had purchased 95 bottles of primary nutrient solution. Now, only 50,000 remained on the card. Adding the 30,000 he had extorted from the thugs earlier, and the 3,000 he had earned from working these past few days, it all added up to less than 100,000. He was still short 200,000. What to do? Should he ask Liu Ruxin for the money back? No. Xiao Ye shook his head. He couldn't bring himself to do that. Then he could only think of another way. If not, I'll go to the patrol bureau and see if there are any missions. Xiao Ye pulled out his phone and started searching through the patrol system. The next day, Xiao Ye arrived at school with a pair of bloodshot eyes from staying up all night. Last night, he had spent half the night sifting through the patrol bureau system, looking at a lot of information on various wanted criminals, but he still hadn't found a suitable mission to earn money. However, once he got to school, Xiao Ye received a big surprise. Xiao, have you heard? The school is taking us on a field trip. Zhang Chuan naturally leaned over. What field trip? It's clearly to give us more practical combat experience. After saying that, meeting Xiao Ye's puzzled gaze, Zhang Chuan chuckled and explained, the school can't just let us cultivate purely in the elite class, right? They have to do something lively. Just now, news came out that the school plans to take us to the city outskirts to kill mutated Yao beasts, to give us some practical combat experience. There's such a good thing. Xiao Ye perked up a bit. But, if mutated Yao beasts appear, shouldn't the patrol bureau handle it? Why would they let us students go? Because this time, the ones that mutated are field rats. After Zhang Chuan's explanation, Xiao Ye finally understood the general situation. Field rats in a farm on the city outskirts had mutated for some unknown reason. These mutated field rats weren't particularly strong. They were far from transcendent. Their attack power was only equivalent to a human martial artist at the 5th or 6th level of Kaiyuan. However, because these field rats were fast and agile, burrowing into the ground at the slightest disturbance, they were very difficult to deal with. It would be overkill to have the patrol bureau handle this kind of mutated Yao beast, so Principal Zhang simply took on the task himself, also as a way to give the elite class some practical combat experience. Moreover, there was a reward for killing field rats this time, 300 yuan per kill. Field rats at the 5th or 6th level of Kaiyuan. Killing one would give 5 or 6 points of slaughter value, and there was extra money to earn. This was a good deal. At the farm on the city outskirts, the view was boundless. Xia Jikyu's mouth gaped open in surprise. This must be 100 acres, it's too big. Zhang Chuan walked over, holding a long saber, and shook his head at the remark. 100 acres. That's underestimating it too much. This farm is over 2,000 acres, and that whole large area behind is all part of it. Blue Star has a large population, and martial artists have an even greater demand for food, so every city has large farms around it to ensure food supply. Xiao, however, looked at the distant fields. A dark gray field rat, about 40 centimeters long, flashed by, then burrowed into the mud in the field, its shadow no longer visible. Such a large farm and only 50 students from our elite class, can we catch them all? As it turned out, the school was prepared. They had already divided the farm into zones. The 50 students of the elite class could form teams freely, 5 people per team. Each small team was responsible for field rats within a 200-acre area. To further motivate everyone, the school also set a rule. By the end of tomorrow, the team that killed the most field rats would receive a cultivation resource worth 50,000 for each member. 50,000 yuan might not be much for many students in the elite class. But this was the first class activity since the elite class was established. For honor, many people were already eager to begin. And Su Yi's eyes were shining even brighter. Another 50,000. He had to get it. Xia Zhikyu was clearly more focused on the team-up information, and he spoke with a hint of anticipation. Su, how about we team up with the school beauty? Xiao subconsciously looked over. Su Yi nodded. Classmate Xiao, classmate Mu, would you like to team up with us? Xiao and Mu Wanru exchanged glances. Okay, we'll be relying on you then. Xia Zhikyu smiled brightly. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. And Zhang Chuan once again sidled over. 5-1, add me in. The 5-person team was successfully assembled. Su Yi and the other 4 went to Principal Zhang and received an assigned area, an endless farm. Mu Wanru pulled Xiao to a patch of lavender. July, quick, help me take a picture. Click. Let's take one together, the cute kind. Click. Wow, this angle looks even better. July, come on, let's take another one. The 2 beautiful girls were engrossed in taking selfies, unable to extricate themselves. Xia Zhikyu watched with great interest. Su Yi glanced at them. Today was for practical combat outdoors. So neither girl wore their loose school uniforms today. Xiao wore a fitted white t-shirt, paired with light purple sports pants and dark purple sneakers, and a white baseball cap, looking vibrant and youthful. Mu Wanru, on the other hand, wore a light green sports tank top and dark green yoga pants, outlining her long and straight legs. The 2 stood together, and they certainly looked good. However, Su Yi only took one look before retracting his gaze. How could beauties be as appealing as earning money? Just then, a gray field rat poked its small head out from the edge of the field path, seemingly also mesmerized by the beauty. Su Yi was quick-eyed and quick-handed, rushing straight over, holding the long saber provided by the school. However, bang! The long saber struck heavily on the field path, but the rat's head was not left behind. The field rat was extremely slippery, retracting just a second before the long saber descended. Then it poked its head out from a hole 6 or 7 meters away. Squeak, 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 tilde, tilde, tilde. It seemed to be mocking Su Yi. Su Yi, you little rascal, I'm going to get you. 34, rapidly increasing kill count. Bang, bang, bang. Field rats kept popping out. Su Yi continuously chopped and slashed. It was a real-life game of whack-a-mole. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The fields were filled with the cheerful squeaks of field rats. Clearly, it was treating teasing Su Yi as a fun game. Just as the field rat retracted its head and poked it out from another hole, swish. This time the long saber didn't chop down on the hole, but instead, it horizontally sliced across the opening. Squeak. Blood spurted. A rat head, with the joy not yet faded from its eyes, flew off. During the process of hitting the field rats, Su Yi had already figured out how many holes were below, and by using his super hearing to determine the direction of the field rat's movement, he deduced its next popping up hole, thus successfully killing the rat. Slaughter value plus 5.2. Su Yi retracted his saber. 5.2 huh. Not bad. Wow, Su, you're amazing. You killed a field rat so quickly. Xia Zhikyu ran over with a grin, not minding the headless field rat at all, and directly used tongs to pick up its remains and put them into the bag provided by the school. This is the first field rat our team has killed. Xiao and Mu Wanru had already stopped taking selfies, and only walked over after seeing Su Yi's success. However, both girls avoided the field rat's corpse. Mu Wanru even couldn't help but wrinkle her small nose. Su Yi shook his head. The efficiency is too slow, and if the field rat hides in its burrow and doesn't come out, we can't do anything about it. Forcing a kill won't work. We still need to find a way to lure it out. Xiao observed the ground conditions and also nodded. Exactly. To do a good job one must first sharpen one's tools. I support Xiao Ye. Zhang Xuan, who was nearby, shook the phone in his hand. When Brother Su was killing the field rat just now, I already checked. Luoyuo beast meat has the strongest attraction for field rats. Even mutated Yao beast field rats can't resist the smell of Luoyuo beast meat. I've already asked the butler at home to send some over. It will arrive within half an hour. Luoyuo beast meat. So you couldn't help but look it up. That was actually a second-order star beast. It was said that its meat was extremely delicious, and its energy was mild, making it very suitable for martial artists to consume. One jin of meat cost 30 to 40,000. Xiao Ye, as expected of a rich second generation. Half an hour later, Butler Fu, dressed in a conservative black suit, arrived. He not only brought a whole insulated box of frozen Luoyuo beast meat, but also brought folding chairs and sun umbrellas for resting, and even a feast of delicious food. It was as if Xiao Ye and the others weren't there to complete the school's trial, but were on a picnic. Xiao Ye, as expected of a rich second generation. After a hearty meal, Butler Fu and his people left. It was time to get down to business. They took out a small piece, about half a jin, of Luoyuo beast meat from the insulated box. It was placed in a special box. With the lid open, the fan below would blow, allowing the scent to spread faster. And closing the lid would directly seal in the scent of the Luoyuo beast meat. The fan was turned on. Before long, Xiao Ye heard a rustling sound from underground. They're coming. Xiao Ye took 2 steps forward, shielding Xiao Qiu and Mu Wanru behind him. The 3 of us will defend against the field rats outside. Classmate Xiao and classmate Mu, please be ready to support at any time. If too many field rats come, put away the Luoyuo beast meat. Immediately, the 3 boys stood in a triangular formation, encircling the 2 girls and the Luoyuo beast meat in the middle. Mu Wanru looked at Xiao Ye with some admiration, then leaned close to Xiao Qiu. This Xiao Ye is quite gentlemanly, he even knows to take care of girls. July, you have good taste. Xiao Qiu was both annoyed and amused. What nonsense are you talking about? All right, I'm talking nonsense. But while Xiao Ye is gentlemanly, he's also too cautious, isn't he? How many field rats can such a small piece of Luoyuo beast meat attract? Oh my goodness. Mu Wanru's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. What did she see? Field rats. Countless field rats. They were frantically rushing towards them. Mu Wanru could even see a crazy red glow in the eyes of the few field rats running at the front. Mu Wanru didn't know that for these field rats, Luoyuo beast meat was not only an exquisite delicacy, but also an opportunity for them to grow further. Their biological instinct made them have no other thoughts in their minds when they smelled the Luoyuo beast meat. Only one thought. Eat. Holy cow, so many field rats. Xia Zhiqiu's legs also trembled a bit. Each of these field rats possessed combat power equivalent to the 5th or 6th stage of Kaiyuan. If he faced just one field rat, he could easily handle it. But with so many suddenly coming, Grandpa Xia was doomed. Even Zhang Xuan, who was nearby, was a little nervous. Only Xiao Ye, upon seeing so many field rats, smiled slightly. Good that they came. How much slaughter value would this be? However, looking at the weak-kneed Xia Zhiqiu and the nervous Zhang Xuan next to him, Xiao Ye still turned back and instructed. The Luoyuo beast meat can be put away for now. We'll lure the next batch after we've killed this one. Ah, okay. Mu Wanru didn't say another word and directly put down the lid. The scent of Luoyuo beast meat was still lingering, but these frantic field rats seemed to have lost their direction. One by one, they stopped in confusion, looking around, trying to sniff out the lingering scent of Luoyuo beast meat in the air. However, at this moment, Xiao Ye had already rushed forward with his long saber. While these field rats were still searching for the scent in the air, Xiao Ye's saber rose and fell. Swish, swish, swish. Slaughter value plus 5.6. Slaughter value plus 5.1. Slaughter value plus 4.8. Slaughter value plus 6.1. In a short while, there were already more than a dozen field rat corpses on the ground. And Xiao Ye also gained 97 points of slaughter value. In midair, a drone just happened to record this scene. It's that young fellow named Xiao Ye. Principal Zhang looked at the footage sent back by the drone, then compared it to the footage sent back by another drone nearby, showing a team of 5 being played around by field rats, and nodded with satisfaction. Being able to think of using bait to lure the field rats over greatly increased efficiency, he performed well. Jingfei, you've taught a good student. Of course, the school wouldn't really ignore these elite class students. More than a dozen drones in midair were constantly monitoring the situation of students in various sections, and many teachers were on standby to assist, ready to arrive at the first sign of danger to any student. Lan Jingfei looked at Su Yi and Xia Zhikyu in the footage, and her lips also couldn't help but curve upward slightly. However, she still said modestly, "The main reason for such an effect is the Luoyuo beast meat provided by Zhang Xuan." And Lan Jingfei's gaze shifted to another screen. On the screen, the burly, flat-headed Meng Li was holding an iron pole as thick as an arm, fiercely poking it into a field rat hole in the ground. Immediately, the immense force created a surge of qi, and not far away, a field rat was directly blown out of the hole by the qi surge. Then it crashed head-on into the iron pole Meng Li swung over. As expected of innate divine power. 35. Rat killing ranking ranked 5th. The performance of the elite class students was monitored one by drones. Principal Zhang, with his bright bald spot, rubbed his increasingly thinning hair and chuckled. Indeed, only real combat can excite these little guys. But the stimulation isn't quite enough. Let's add more fuel to the fire. Saying that, Principal Zhang sent a message using his smart watch. Send the real-time scores of each group to those little guys below, and throw in a few highlight moments. Principal Zhang's smart watch flashed for a moment. Soon. Beep. Beep beep. The students below immediately noticed their communication devices vibrating. Many pulled out their phones to check the messages. Holy crap! Xia Zhikyu cried out. Look everyone, the school actually created a rat-killing leaderboard. Our group isn't even ranked first, only 5th. Hearing this, the other few also checked their devices. Xia Zhikyu clicked on a highlight video, ready to share it with everyone. Then he saw Xiao Qiyu, Mu Wanru, Zhang Xuan and even Su Yi all pulled out the latest model of smartphones, and Zhang Xuan even ostentatiously summoned a light screen. Xia Zhikyu. Good heavens, it turns out he was the one who didn't fit in. Su, even you've switched to a smartphone, can we still have fun together? Su Yi casually pulled Xia Zhikyu next to him to look at the light screen together. This was issued by the Patrol Bureau. If I had to buy it myself, I wouldn't be able to afford it. But once you get into university and step into the transcendent realm, the school will naturally provide you with a smartphone. I'm just getting mine a little earlier. That's true, once I enter the transcendent realm I'll also have a real smartphone. This light screen is too cool, much bigger than a phone screen. Xia Zhikyu quickly cheered up again and watched the light screen with Su Yi. As Xia Zhikyu said, Su Yi's small team killed 17 field rats, ranking 5th among all 10 groups. The group ranked 1st had already killed 32. Xiao Qiyu spoke up to encourage everyone. Although we are temporarily behind, that's because we spent time eating and waiting for the Luoyuo beast meat to arrive. Now that everything is ready, each time we use Luoyuo beast meat, it attracts many field rats. We can harvest many field rats in one wave. We just need to do it 2 or 3 more times, and I believe our ranking will definitely not be bad. Mu Wanru also nodded upon hearing this. July is right. With the Luoyuo beast meat, our efficiency in killing field rats is incomparable to other teams. Zhang Xuan, however, couldn't help but frown. Have you seen those highlight videos? Not yet. What's wrong? Then I suggest you watch the first and third videos. Zhang Xuan would certainly not speak without reason. Everyone opened the videos and started watching. The first video opened, and the protagonist was Meng Li. Watching Meng Li punch the field rats out of the ground, watching the iron pole in Meng Li's hand swing with a whistling sound. So you couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, divine power is boundless. To forcibly shake the field rats out of the ground, Su Yi didn't have that kind of strength. And the third video. The protagonist of the video was Shangyuan Lin, the top martial Dao practitioner from the original class 2. He had the same Kaiyuan 9th level cultivation as Meng Li. What shocked Su Yi was, Shangyuan Lin actually held a gleaming longsword in his hand. His companions poured water into the field rat holes, and as soon as the field rats poked their heads out, Shangyuan Lin beheaded them with a single sword stroke. What a fast sword! Su Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Xia Zhikyu shook his head. Su, that's being too modest. Your blade technique isn't slow either. No, this is different. Su Yi's use of the blade was actually more reliant on his own strength, speed, and agility. But Shangyuan Lin. This is because Shangyuan Lin, in addition to cultivating the basic combat technique, also cultivated a second martial skill, the Thousand Jin sword technique. Xiao Qiyu walked over and explained. Su Yi was puzzled. Sword technique. Doesn't the Kaiyuan realm only cultivate combat skills? The so-called Kaiyuan realm is about continuously refining the body, allowing it to accommodate more starlight energy from heaven and earth. Generally speaking, cultivating combat techniques allows every muscle in the body to be trained. Things like blade technique and sword technique are usually only begun after entering the transcendent realm. Xiao Qiu smiled slightly. The Shangyuan family is an aristocratic family of martial Dao. Generations of them cultivate the sword. The Thousand Jin sword technique that Shangyuan Lin is currently cultivating is a martial skill specifically for the Kaiyuan realm. It not only tempers the body to cultivate the strength of 1,000 Jin, but also allows one to become familiar with sword technique in advance. In the future, upon entering the transcendent realm, he can directly switch to cultivating the Shangyuan family's transcendent martial skill, the Kilin sword. So that's how it is. Su Yi and the others couldn't help but nod. It turned out there were sword techniques specifically for cultivating in the Kaiyuan realm, which was truly eye-opening. Xia Zhikyu couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder Shangyuan Lin's sword technique is so fast. Oh no, with his sword technique, if his other teammates fully cooperate with him, wouldn't their speed in killing field rats be very fast? If we don't speed up, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up with them. This immediately sparked a sense of urgency among everyone. Among the 4 supernatural ability awakeners in Second High's elite class, 3 were in their team. If their ranking couldn't even make it into the top 3, that would be too embarrassing. Immediately, Xiao Qiu and Mu Wanru no longer found field rats repulsive, but actively took out the boxes containing Luoyuo beast meat. Quick, let's attract another batch of field rats, this time attract more, we also want to kill field rats. However, Su Yi walked over to Xiao Qiu's side. Classmate Xiao, besides martial skills like the Thousand Jin sword, are there any other martial skills that allow one to master blade technique or sword technique in advance? Xiao Qiu was first startled, then quickly reacted. You want to cultivate weapon-based martial skills, but haven't you already cultivated basic combat technique and police combat technique? Just to understand a little, to cope with the current situation. Su Yi looked at Xiao Qiu expectantly. After this period of interaction, Su Yi found that Xiao Qiu's understanding of the cultivation system and various cultivation techniques and martial skills was far superior to his. Asking her about such problems was definitely the right choice. Xiao Qiu pondered for a moment. There are indeed a few weapon-based martial skills for cultivating in the Kaiyuan realm. Your patrol bureau has one internally basic saber technique. Although the name is simple, it's a very practical and powerful martial skill, focusing on improving strength and movement. However, in my opinion, the extent of body development in this martial skill is not as good as police combat technique. It's fine for simple understanding, but spending too much effort on it would be somewhat not worth it. Xiao Qiu was worried that Su Yi would waste too much time on this martial skill, so she couldn't help but remind him again. Kaiyuan realm martial skills should be refined, not numerous. Cultivating one martial skill to perfection is far more effective than cultivating 3 martial skills to proficiency. Su Yi naturally knew Xiao Qiu's good intentions. But he had a cheat. No matter how many martial skills, as long as the slaughter value was sufficient, they could all be leveled up. So, learning one more martial skill would be more beneficial for him. Just right. After joining the patrol bureau, one of the benefits was that he could apply for 1 free martial skill at each realm. He could use this benefit now. 36. Basic Knife Skills Mastery. The box opened. The aroma of Luoyuo beast meat wafted out. While waiting for the field rats to arrive, Su Yi actually had the presence of mind to open his smart optical computer, access the patrol bureau's internal network, and directly exchange for basic saber technique. The optical computer immediately received the information for basic saber technique. However, this time, Su Yi didn't have time to examine it closely. Because, squeak, the army of field rats arrived. This time there were even more field rats than last time, and they rushed over, their eyes glowing red. At this point, Mu Wanru, who was guarding the rear, finally closed the lid. At the same time, Su Yi was the first to charge out. Swish. Slaughter value plus 5-8. Slaughter value plus 5-3. Slaughter value plus 6-8. Slaughter value plus 4-9. Slaughter value continuously increased, and the field rats around Su Yi became fewer and fewer. The field rats, gradually regaining their senses after losing their target, quickly fled one by one. Su Yi could only speed up, killing as many as possible before these field rats escaped. However, one of them, after burrowing into the ground, actually emerged from a hole behind Su Yi, squeaking menacingly as it charged towards the box containing Luoyuo beast meat in the back. Evidently, this field rat was much more intelligent than the others. If it were to knock over the box and expose the Luoyuo beast meat, Su Yi would be fine, but if the others, exhausted from the recent slaughter, had to face new field rats, it would be dangerous. Su Yi immediately turned around, preparing to take down that field rat first. However, whoosh! A small stone, whistling through the air, struck the field rat's head even faster than Xiao Ye. It was Xiao Ye in the distance, holding a slingshot, looking heroic and dashing. The field rat in mid-sprint swayed and fainted. At the same time, swish. A whip shadow flew past, and the tip of the whip coiled around the box containing the Luoyuo beast meat, directly flying into the hand of its owner, Mu Wanru. Xiao Ye glanced at the dazed field rat that still seemed to want to escape, and finished it off with a saber. Slaughter value plus 7-8. After this small incident, everyone quickly dealt with the field rats from all directions. Xiao Ye's slaughter value increased by another 84 points. Although more field rats were attracted this time than last, everyone participated in killing them, so Xiao Ye killed fewer. Zia, carrying a large saber, laughed heartily. Our team killed a total of 32 field rats this time, and our ranking has risen to 4th. Zhang Chuan, holding a long sword, was exceptionally handsome and much calmer. The number of kills for the first and second groups has also increased significantly. We haven't caught up much. Xiao Ye flicked the long saber in his hand. Everyone rest for a bit and recover your star power. In half an hour, we'll lure another wave of field rats over. Saying that, he looked at Xiao Qiu beside him. Classmate Xiao, thank you just now. Thinking about it, Xiao Ye had never imagined that Xiao Qiu's chosen weapon would be a slingshot. And her accuracy was so high. We're a team, no need to be polite. Xiao Qiu smiled slightly and walked to the side with Mu Wanru to recover her star power. Xiao Ye also sat cross-legged, cultivating while opening his panel. His slaughter value had already reached 393.3. Xiao Ye directly allocated 100 slaughter value to basic saber technique. Immediately, a large amount of information about basic saber technique flooded into Xiao Ye's mind. Burn 100 slaughter value, basic saber technique proficiency plus 1. Martial skill, basic saber technique novice to proficient. From novice to proficient, only 1 point allocation was needed. Xiao Ye noted it mentally. Then he continued to allocate slaughter value. Burn 100 slaughter value, basic saber technique proficiency plus 1. Burn 100 slaughter value, basic saber technique proficiency plus 1. Martial skill, basic saber technique proficient to mastered. From proficient to mastered, 2 point allocations were needed. Indeed, as proficiency increased, the number of points required for each allocation also increased. He just didn't know how many allocations would be needed from mastered to perfect. Xiao Ye glanced at his panel. Host Xiao Ye. Supernatural ability, Vampire Newborn 100-100. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique, Kaiyuan 7th level. Martial skill, Basic Combat Technique Perfect, Police Combat Technique Novice, Basic Saber Technique Mastered. Talent Limit Burst. Slaughter value, 93.3. Only 93.3 slaughter value remained, not enough to continue allocating points. He still needed to kill more monsters. Xiao Ye stood up. The other 4 also finished their cultivation. Without another word, they once again used Luoyuo beast meat to attract field rats. This time, Xiao Ye was still the first to charge out. But oh! Xiao Qiu looked in Xiao Ye's direction with surprise. Xiao Ye's saber had become faster. It was clearly the same long saber issued by the school, but in Xiao Ye's hand at this moment, it seemed even sharper. The saber's edge cut through, bringing forth a shower of blood. Wherever it passed, field rats fell. Every saber strike seemed calculated. Each change in the saber's trajectory could take a field rat's life. Holy moly, Asu is too amazing. Zia Jikyu couldn't help but exclaim. I feel like we're useless. Mu Wanru gave a wry smile. Who exactly was the genius? This Xiao Ye had been unknown for the first 2.5 years of high school. How did he suddenly burst forth right before the college entrance examination? It made Mu Wanru, who had always been hailed as a genius, a little unaccustomed. A strange look flashed in Xiao Qiu's eyes. Basic saber technique, he really mastered it, and, is he really cultivating basic saber technique for the first time? The same question was also being asked by Principal Zhang. Mastered level basic saber technique, is he really just starting to cultivate it? In the monitoring room, the teacher's eyesight was much sharper than Xiao Qiu's. They immediately recognized that Xiao Ye's basic saber technique had reached the mastered level. But only half an hour had passed since Xiao Qiu introduced basic saber technique to Xiao Ye. Principal Zhang took out his phone, chatting with someone unknown, and soon looked up to confirm. That's right, Xiao Ye did indeed exchange for basic saber technique in the patrol bureau's system, only half an hour ago. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the monitoring room was dumbfounded. What kind of prodigy comprehension ability is this? Perhaps, he was just fast at the novice stage, After all, the further along a martial skill, the harder it is to comprehend. Mastered in half an hour, how is that just a little fast? That's supersonic, okay? Haha, my second high school has also produced a martial Dao genius. Quick, send this video to everyone. Principal Zhang laughed heartily. These geniuses in the elite class needed a little stimulation. See, if they hadn't come out to kill field rats, Su Yi wouldn't have displayed such terrifying martial skill comprehension talent. My old Zhang's decision was indeed correct. 37. A perfect day with a bit of routine. Su Yi naturally didn't know how excited Principal Zhang was in the monitoring room, or how shocked the other teachers were. At this moment, he was immersed in the thrill of slaughter. Swish, swish, swish. Slaughter value plus 5.4. Slaughter value plus 5.1. Slaughter value plus 3.1. Slaughter value plus 5.7. He killed another field rat. Su Yi looked up and around. Besides the field rat corpses on the ground, there wasn't a single living field rat left. And this time the slaughter value increased by a full 119 points. Slaughter value, 212.3. He could add points twice more. With the improvement of basic saber technique, his speed and efficiency in slaughter greatly increased. The number of field rats he could kill during the limited time from when they woke up to when they fled also greatly increased. Su, you're too fierce. Xia Zhikyu jumped over and threw an arm around Su Yi's shoulder. Look, our ranking has gone up another spot. We're already ranked 3rd. And the video of you just now killing field rats was even rated a highlight and pushed to everyone. Su, you're famous. Su Yi glanced at Xia Zhikyu's phone. He indeed saw their group's ranking rise another spot. He also saw his own video. Quite handsome. There are only 50 people in our elite class. What's there to be famous about? Tusk, Su, you don't know this, but even though there are only 50 people in our elite class, they are all influential figures in number 2 high school. Who knows how many people are following the elite class's activities? Don't you believe that any little stir here will immediately be taken out and posted on the school forum? So, Su, you're definitely famous throughout our school. Xia Zhikyu smiled with pride. His brother was famous, how could he not be happy? Zhang Chuan walked over from the side. He shook the smart wristband in his hand. On the light screen was number 2 high school forum. Sure enough, just as Xia Zhikyu said, someone had already reposted the video of Su Yi's frantic slaughter to the school forum. Countless people below were lining up to worship him. Wow, a big shot. Isn't this Su Yi from the original class 17? He's actually so fierce. Mom, come out and see God. I'm Su Yi's deskmate. Is it still too late to hug his thigh now? Su Yi's video quickly soared to the top of the forum, and the number of replies was still increasing. Killing was satisfying on one hand, and on the other hand, it was probably because appearance was the greatest productivity. Su Yi's image was clearly much better than Meng Li's and Shangyuan Lin's. However, Zhang Chuan's focus wasn't on the worship comments below, but he pointed to the original poster. Xia Zhikyu, that original poster named nickname, that's you, isn't it? While Su Yi and others were chatting and laughing, the other members of the elite class also saw the highlight video pushed by the school. Watching Su Yi, who was frantically slaughtering field rats with 1 saber strike per rat in the video, many people in the elite class frowned slightly. Meng Li, the top student in the elite class, leaned on a thick iron pillar, carefully watching Su Yi's video. Such a fast saber, why haven't I heard his name before? Shangyuan Lin, the swordsman of the elite class, stared at Su Yi's blade technique with shining eyes. Someone in the elite class is actually cultivating blade technique in the Kaiyuan realm, and his blade technique is so proficient. If I have the chance, I must spar with him. On the other side, Liu Shantown laughed heartily as he watched Su Yi in the video. I knew student Su would definitely make a splash. He's even a saber practitioner. Fortunately, student Su didn't bring out his saber during the previous arena match. Otherwise, he might have lost even more miserably. At this moment, Liu Shantown even felt a bit fortunate. Regardless of what others thought, Su Yi once again burned 200 slaughter points and added points twice. Countless pieces of information about basic saber technique flooded into his mind, making his mastery of basic saber technique even more mature. However, the proficiency did not change. It was still at the proficient state. Su Yi was not surprised by this. He just quietly cultivated, quickly recovering the consumed star power in his body, preparing for the next round of slaughter. The speed of gaining slaughter value by killing field rats was much faster than working at the seafood restaurant. Su Yi wanted to seize every minute and second to earn a little more slaughter value. Not to mention, killing field rats also came with cash rewards and ranking rewards. This continued until evening. Killing field rats, cultivating to recover, killing field rats, cultivating to recover, repeating this cycle. Even the Luoyuo beast meat was replaced twice, because its flavor had dissipated. Su Yi's slaughter value also increased significantly again. Slaughter value, 334.9. I can add points again. Burn 100 slaughter value, basic saber technique proficiency +1. Burn 100 slaughter value, basic saber technique proficiency +1. Martial skill, basic saber technique, proficient to perfect. He burned 200 points of slaughter value, finally upgrading the proficiency of basic saber technique again. Adding the previous 2-point additions. That is to say, it takes 4-point additions to go from proficient to perfect. 1, 2, 4, Su Ye vaguely found a pattern. Does each proficiency increase for a martial skill require double the number of point additions of the previous level? If that's true, wouldn't it mean that to raise a martial skill to the pinnacle, it would require 8-point additions? Are there new proficiency ranks above the pinnacle? If so, wouldn't it only take 16-point additions to push it to the highest rank? However, calculated this way, the slaughter value needed to fully level up a martial skill would be much more than the slaughter value spent on simply improving one's cultivation. If this were truly the case, just working part-time killing fish at Jinyu's seafood restaurant, when would he be able to raise all 3 martial skills to max rank and break through to transcendent? Su Ye shook his head. Too slow. Beside him, Xiao Ye looked over with some curiosity. What's too slow? Haven't our group's results already risen to second place? Su Ye, are you still not satisfied? It can indeed be sped up a bit. Let's do it again. Again. Xia Zhikyu let out a strange cry. Asu, you're too persistent. Despite saying that, everyone still stood up and opened the box of Luoyuo beast meat again. It's just liver. Who's afraid of whom? However, when the drone transmitted the footage from Su Yi's side back, Principal Zhang and Lan Jingfei, and others in the monitoring room suddenly stood up. Perfect rank basic saber technique. One day, perfect. Xiao Qiu and others hadn't noticed, but Principal Zhang and others, who had been paying attention to Su Ye, quickly discovered that Su Yi's blade technique had improved again. The generous and wealthy class teacher of Class 6 couldn't help but cover her chest. In less than a day from just starting to perfectly master this Su Ye, is he a monster? This time, everyone around couldn't help but nod subconsciously. That's right. He must be a monster. Otherwise, their eyes must be having problems. In short, no one dared to believe that someone could truly cultivate a martial skill to perfect rank proficiency in less than a day. One must know, many students, even after entering university, might not have mastered their martial skills to perfect. Taking a deep breath, Principal Zhang stood up. No, this news must be reported immediately. The talent Su Ye displayed was truly terrifying. This news must be reported, and the patrol bureau notified. Such a talent, the higher-ups would surely increase their cultivation efforts upon knowing about him. 38. Su Yang's killing intent, stealing monsters at the border. Patrol Bureau. Zhang Beichuan put down the phone, the shock on his face yet to recede. Perfect in one day. No, not even a day. Su Ye had actually raised his basic saber technique proficiency to perfect. I actually recruited such a super genius for the Patrol Bureau. Zhang Beichuan rubbed his hands excitedly. He immediately informed his superiors of the news. And by the way, also applied for a higher rank resource pack for Su Ye. Speaking of which, I really have to thank Su Xingqian. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have noticed Su Ye in the first place, and I wouldn't have been able to get him into the Patrol Bureau ahead of everyone else. Zhang Beichuan thought about it and simply pulled out his phone, ready to thank Su Xingqian. However, the call didn't connect. Looks like she's in seclusion, so never mind. Su Xingqian didn't receive Zhang Beichuan's call. However, Su Yang, who was casually browsing his phone in the living room, suddenly saw a video. Watching Su Ye, who was slaughtering everything in the video, Su Yang clenched the water cup in his hand. Su Ye. Less than a day, basic saber technique perfect. A murderous intent instantly flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Su Ye, I didn't expect you to actually have a talent for cultivation. If Su Ye were allowed to develop, wouldn't he constantly remind the Su family members that he was the true Su family member? Since that's the case, then you should completely disappear. Crack. The water cup shattered. Wang Ma, the maid who heard the commotion, rushed over and, seeing the broken glass on the floor, immediately became worried. Young master, are you all right? The murderous intent on Su Yang's face had already receded when Wang Ma approached. At this moment, his face was filled with innocence and apology. Wang Ma, I accidentally didn't hold the water cup steady just now. I'm sorry to trouble you to help clean it up. Wang Ma immediately waved her hand with a smile, and handed Su Yang 2 tissues. "What's the trouble? I'll clean it up now, young master. Here are some tissues to wipe the water off your hands." Wang Ma sighed in her heart. Young master Su Yang is really gentle and polite. It's truly fortunate to be a maid in the Su family. Su Yang, holding the 2 napkins, walked out the door and looked at the tissues with disdain. Star power surged. The thin tissues instantly turned into ashes, discarded by Su Yang as if they were something dirty. Su Ye. Su Ye. Xiao was dejected. "What should we do? It seems all the field rats in our area have been killed." Dawn was breaking. Su Yi's team had just pulled an all-nighter. As martial artists, their physical fitness was quite good, and after a night of work there was no sign of fatigue on their faces. It's just, they weren't tired and could continue, but the field rats couldn't hold on. Even if the rat plague was severe, the number of field rats would always be limited. After half a day and a whole night, the field rats in the area assigned to Su Yi's team were basically all wiped out. "But we worked so hard, why are we still in second place?" Xiao stared at the rat-killing leaderboard, his eyes almost red. "I don't know which little rascal spread the news about the Luoyuo beast meat. Goodness, the top few teams all used Luoyuo beast meat, and our advantage was instantly nullified." Zhang Chuan shrugged helplessly. "It's all because of that amazing video. Now everyone knows that Luoyuo beast meat has a strong attraction for field rats. The other teams are one thing, but the key is that Meng Li's team also used Luoyuo beast meat. Meng Li already has boundless divine power, and before, he had to work hard to blast the field rats out of their holes. Now, he directly uses Luoyuo beast meat to attract the field rats, and his efficiency has instantly improved. As a result, even though their team worked through the night, they still couldn't catch up to Meng Li's team. Are they really going to watch first place slip away like this?" Su Yi glanced at his panel. Slaughter value, 423.8. If he were to add points to a martial skill, he could add points 4 times. But if Su Yi's guess was correct, to raise a martial skill from perfect to the higher rank of masterful, it would probably require adding points 8 times. The current slaughter value was far from enough. He needed more slaughter value. And opportunities to earn slaughter value quickly by killing field rats were not many. He couldn't waste it. Su Yi picked up his long saber, casually chose a direction and walked over, carrying the box of Luoyuo beast meat. Su Yi's actions immediately caught the attention of the others. Xiao was the first to jog after him. "Su, where are you going?" "To the boundary." "The boundary? Why go to the boundary?" Everyone was stunned at first. However, these people weren't fools, and after a little thought they understood. Su Yi was going to steal kills. The field rats assigned to their side were all killed, but the team next door might not be the same as them. If they opened the box containing Luoyuo beast meat at the boundary, the smell wouldn't distinguish boundaries, so it could naturally attract the field rats from the other team's area as well. In this way, wouldn't they have field rats to kill again? "Damn it, Su, you're so smart. Quick, 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 let's go." Xiao excitedly chased after him, not forgetting to call out to the others to hurry and follow. Mu Wanru and Xiao were at the very back. Looking at Su Yi's leading figure, Mu Wanru couldn't help but sigh. "I really didn't expect that student Su, who usually seems gentle and polite, would have such a strong murderous aura when he takes action. July, don't you think student Su's murderous aura is very strong now?" Xiao smiled slightly. "Aren't we cultivating to improve ourselves and protect the weak? To resist star beasts and even those three-eyed demon race, how can we do it without killing?" Mu Wanru couldn't help but glance at Xiao. "July, why do I feel like you admire student Su a lot?" Xiao, "I admire all excellent people, isn't student Su excellent?" Mu Wanru, you have a point." The two girls also quickly chased after him. Soon, everyone arrived at the edge of their designated area, near another team's position. Xiao had already opened the box containing the Luoyuo beast meat with a grin. "This time, if there are any field rats, they'll only come from one direction. I think Su alone can cut through them all, it's so great." Xiao was right. As the scent of Luoyuo beast meat permeated the air, field rats with red eyes soon came scurrying over. For these field rats, Su Yi rushed forward with his saber, 1/1 kill. These field rats couldn't break through Su Yi's saber light, which was like flowing water. The others had no use for their martial skills. They didn't even need to put away the Luoyuo beast meat. They just kept it open, emitting its scent, continuously attracting field rats. Half an hour later, Su Yi finally stopped his saber. No more field rats were attracted. On the ground there were dense piles of field rat corpses. Xiao, carrying a bag, happily packed the field rat corpses one by one. These were all money. Su Ye, meanwhile, flicked the blood off his saber. Next. 39. Kaiyuan eightfold surpassing Shangyuan Lin. 9 a.m. Su Ye and others' team had already changed direction several times. Su, we are only 3 field rats away from Meng Li and his group. Come on, kill one more round, and we'll definitely overtake them. Xia Zhikyu cheered Su Ye on excitedly. With only 1 hour left until the 24-hour mark, and at Su Ye's speed of killing field rats, first place was definitely theirs. The other 3 members of the team also nodded in agreement. Although Meng Li's side was also continuing to increase rapidly overall, Su Ye's killing speed was still faster. However, when they arrived at another boundary, they found that someone was already there. Shangyuan Lin. It was Shangyuan Lin, the one who cultivated sword techniques in the Kaiyuan realm. Seeing Su Ye and others approach, Shangyuan Lin was not surprised, or rather he was waiting for them. To be precise, he was waiting for Su Ye. Su Ye, I want to challenge you. Su Ye frowned. He was unwilling to waste time with Shangyuan Lin. Xia Zhikyu immediately got angry. Shangyuan Lin, what's wrong with you? Are you deliberately here to cause trouble? Shangyuan Lin, however, only stared at Su Ye. Fight me, and you can kill the field rats in our area as you please. Otherwise, with me blocking the way, it will be impossible for you to catch up to Meng Li's group. Even if Su Ye and others could use Liu beast meat to attract the field rats were all within Shangyuan Lin's area, and coming over would mean passing Shangyuan Lin first. With Shangyuan Lin blocking, Su Ye indeed couldn't get his way. If I win, you'll move aside. Shangyuan Lin immediately smiled, his eyes filled with battle intent. That's right, let me witness your perfect grade blade technique. He had been exposed to the Tao of the sword since childhood, and later devoted himself to cultivating his family's 1,000 Jin sword technique. But even now, he had only cultivated his sword technique to the perfect grade. And Su Ye, Shangyuan Lin thought of those few exciting videos. From randomly striking with his saber at first, to later cultivating basic saber technique, and then cultivating basic saber technique to perfect grade. It only took less than a day. When Shangyuan Lin saw the last video, the battle intent in his heart was already rising continuously. Su Ye drew his saber. Stop talking nonsense, let's begin, I'm in a hurry. However, before the two could even exchange blows, Zhang Xuan stood between them. I say, Shangyuan Lin, you're a Kaiyuan 9th level, yet you challenge our Su Ye, a Kaiyuan 7th level. Don't you feel ashamed? Shangyuan Lin, I really didn't think that much. How about we don't use star power and just compete in blade technique and sword technique? Su Ye waved his hand. No need for such trouble. System add points. Burn 80 slaughter value. Cultivation increased +1. Cultivation. Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique, Kaiyuan 8th level. As the slaughter value burned, star power surged around Su Ye. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he broke through so splendidly. Xia Zhikyu, Su, I knew you were fierce, but I didn't expect you to be this fierce. Zhang Xuan, as expected of student Su, I'm not surprised at all, just kidding. Mu Wanru, can you just break through when you say you will? Xiao Qiu, as expected of you Su Ye. Compared to the 4 members of Su Ye's team, who only widened their eyes in surprise. The few people in Shangyuan Lin's opposing team almost had their eyeballs fall out. This wasn't that easy. They were all third-year high school students, and all from the elite class, so they naturally knew that the further one progressed in the Kaiyuan realm, the harder it was to break through. Who among them didn't cultivate desperately until their physique reached its peak, and then consume resources to break through? Nowhere near as easy as Su Ye. Breaking through was as easy as eating and drinking for him. Su Ye stretched his wrists, feeling the more abundant energy within his body, and nodded in satisfaction. He also discovered another benefit of the system. Breaking through minor realm would restore his physical state to its peak. If this could be used well, it might be of great use at critical moments. He pointed his long saber at Shangyuan Lin. Kaiyuan 8th level fighting you, a Kaiyuan 9th level won't be stressful. Come on, I'm in a hurry. Shangyuan Lin laughed loudly. Good, refreshing, here I come. As his voice fell, Shangyuan Lin had already rushed over, wielding his long sword. Bang! Ding! Dong! Saber and sword clashed continuously. So heavy, so you could clearly feel the heavy force coming from Shangyuan Lin's long sword. As expected of the 1,000 Jin sword, it indeed carried the weight of 1,000 Jin. No wonder the Shangyuan family cultivating this sword technique could also break through to transcendent. It seems this sword technique emphasizes force, and is also very strong in tempering the physique and enhancing explosive power. Su Ye secretly marveled in his heart. On the other side, Shangyuan Lin was shocked. Such powerful strength. Su Ye looked thin, but the power coming from his long saber far exceeded his imagination. One must know that Su Ye was Kaiyuan 8th level, and had just broken through. There was still a small realm gap between him and Shang Yuan after all. But Shang Yuan felt that Su Ye's strength was almost on par with his own. Is this Su Ye's awakening supernatural ability? Physical talent. Moreover, while Su Ye possessed immense strength, his speed and agility were not inferior at all. His long saber flew. Chop, hack, lift, cleave, parry, intercept, push, stab. Every move was effortless, yet perfectly executed. Good one. Shang Yuan became more and more excited the more he fought. Su Ye's blade technique was indeed perfect grade. There were no flaws whatsoever. While fighting Su Ye, Shang Yuan could feel his own sword technique constantly improving. This feeling of meeting a worthy opponent was truly wonderful. Shang Yuan even wished this fight could go on forever. However, Su Ye did not think so. He was in a hurry. Shang Yuan's sword technique is also perfect grade, and even closer to reaching the pinnacle of mastery. His proficiency is higher than mine. And his cultivation is also higher than mine. Although the blood-sucking physique can compensate for the cultivation gap, it's not enough. To win, I can only catch him off guard. Ding! Saber and sword clashed again. However, this time, Su Ye used his right hand to grip the saber and block Shang Yuan's long sword, while his left hand suddenly threw a punch. Black Tiger Digging Heart. A move from basic combat technique. Shang Yuan was caught off guard, never expecting Su Ye to suddenly punch while using his saber. He was hit directly in the chest by this punch. He staggered back 4 or 5 steps before stabilizing his posture. Shang Yuan's companions, who were watching the battle, quickly helped him up and glared angrily at Su Ye. You cheated. We're all classmates, Su Ye. How could you be so heavy-handed? Exactly, it's too unfair. Zia was the first to jump out and support Su Ye. It was your Shang Yuan who proposed the challenge, and our A Su accepted and agreed. Now you say a Su cheated, so it only counts if Shang Yuan wins, right? Then why even fight, just let us admit defeat. Zhang Xuan also stood on Su Ye's other side. Losing and not admitting it, no martial ethics. You all. Shang Yuan's companions were still indignant, but Shang Yuan waved his hand to stop their words. I lost. And Su Ye already showed mercy just now, otherwise, I wouldn't have just stumbled back a few steps but would have been seriously injured. Saying that, Shang Yuan looked at Su Ye. I lost this time. I didn't expect you to be able to use basic combat technique while using blade technique. But next time, I won't make such a mistake again. Su Ye sheathed his saber. You yield. 40, killing rats is the top priority. Good things will come quickly. Whoosh. Countless figures swiftly rushed over. In just a short time, dozens of students had gathered at the farm entrance. As the last group returned, Principal Zhang rubbed his shining bald head. Children, you all performed very well in today's practical training. A lengthy half-hour speech ensued. Su Ye couldn't help but yawn. Having stayed up all night without feeling tired, he now felt a bit sleepy. Fortunately, Principal Zhang's speech reached its final segment. In this training, one group performed exceptionally well. With a score of killing 512 field rats, they ranked first on the rat-killing leaderboard. Whoosh! Everyone in the elite class couldn't help but look in one direction. They are Su Ye, Xiaoqiu, Mu Wanru, Zhang Xuan and Zia Zhiqiu's team. That's right. At the last moment, Su Ye and others lured a dozen field rats into Shang Yuan's team's area and successfully killed them. Precisely at the last moment of the 24 hours, with a lead of 2, they surpassed Meng Li's team. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Su Ye and his 5 teammates stepped forward, ready to receive their well-deserved rewards. As they passed the team, Meng Li, carrying a heavy iron pillar, stared intently at Su Ye with his bell-like eyes. Su Ye, I look forward to a real fight with you. There will be a chance. This time, Su Ye's team killed a total of 512 field rats. Among them, Su Ye contributed 312. At 300 yuan per field rat, that was almost 100,000 yuan. Additionally, the school also provided a 50,000 resource credit, which could be freely exchanged at the school's resource library. However, Su Ye looked at the money in his hand, thought for a moment, and then handed it to Zhang Xuan. Su Ye, what are you doing? The reason we got first place this time was largely thanks to the Luoyuo beast meat you brought. That meat might not mean much to you, but we can't let you be the only one to suffer a loss. Zhang Xuan felt touched. He genuinely didn't care about the 1 or 200,000 yuan. But Su Ye's action clearly showed that he didn't treat him as a fool. This made Zhang Xuan think highly of Su Ye. After all, he had investigated Su Yi's background and knew that Su Yi's family was not well off. This amount of money was not small for Su Yi. This money. Just keep this money. Ziyajikyu also slapped his cash into Zhang Chuan's hand. One jin of Liuliu beast meat costs 30 to 40,000. We used almost 5 jin this time. Good heavens. Killing over 500 rats was just enough to buy the Liuliu beast meat. It's like we worked for nothing all day. Xiao Qiu and Mu Wanru also gave their cash to Zhang Chuan. But we also received a cash reward from the school, so it's not a loss. Alright, then I'll accept this money. Tonight, Jinyu Seafood Restaurant my treat. Zhang Chuan laughed heartily. Ziajikyu's eyes immediately lit up. Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. That's the best seafood restaurant in our Fangyuan city. Then we won't be polite. We must really milk you, the rich guy, tonight. The money for Zhang Chuan's Liuliu beast meat had to be given, but the meal treated by the rich guy also had to be eaten. Because many students from the elite class had stayed up late last night, after distributing the rewards, Principal Zhang directly gave all the students a holiday, allowing them to arrange their time freely. Zhang Chuan immediately called his butler to drive over. Su Yi, I'll give you a ride back. It was still some distance from Fangyuan City, and public transportation was not convenient. Zhang Chuan proactively invited Su Yi to ride with him. Su Yi was still heartbroken. Su Yi was generous when he gave the money earlier. But after giving it, his heart ached and still hadn't recovered. Originally, with over 110,000 yuan, half of the 200,000 yuan deficit for supernatural ability evolution would have been filled. He would only need to earn another 80 or 90,000. But now, just as Su Yi maintained a calm exterior but was in agonizing pain internally, a phone call came in. Zhang Beichuan, Su Yi, come to the patrol bureau quickly, there's good news. Half an hour later, Zhang Chuan's luxurious car stopped at the entrance of the patrol bureau. Su Yi, see you tonight at Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. Okay. Su Yi waved his hand and strode into the patrol bureau. The ground floor lobby of the patrol bureau was bustling with people. Su Yi saw many patrol officers looking anxious, as well as crying middle-aged women and sad-looking uncles. Listening in briefly, he gathered that another young woman had been killed on her way home from work last night. It was very likely that the murderous maniac had struck again. Su Yi shook his head. It seemed he needed to remind Liu Ruxin to try not to go out at night. And to better protect his family, he had to continuously become stronger. Ding! The elevator doors opened. An 18 or 19-year-old youth stepped out. As they brushed past each other, Su Yi's eyes flickered. He actually felt a sense of pressure from the other person. This feeling was even stronger than the feeling he got from Meng Li. He was a master. And after Su Yi entered the elevator and the doors closed, the youth also slowly stopped. That person just now was very strong. I've never seen him before. Could it be Meng Li, the top martial artist from Second High? Su Yi, you're finally here, ha ha ha. Zhang Beichuan looked at Su Yi as if he were looking at some peerless treasure. Perfect in one day, perfect in one day. Su Yi, you actually cultivated the basic saber technique to perfection in just one day, no, in less than a day. You are simply a genius. Su Yi smiled modestly. Lucky. No, you don't understand. Zhang Beichuan waved his hand. Low-level martial artists look at aptitude. High-level martial artists look at comprehension ability. The fact that you can raise your basic saber technique to the perfect level in one day is enough to prove the strength of your comprehension ability, Su Yi. Just like how Eastern Radiance and even the entire Federation show special favor to supernatural ability awakeners, it's because, I've strayed too far. In short, Su Yi, you have demonstrated powerful comprehension ability, which means our patrol bureau should invest more resources in you. I had already applied for a cultivation resource package for you before, but yesterday, when I heard about your one-day perfection, the cultivation resource package I applied for was not only immediately approved, but also had more resources added to it. Here is the list of the cultivation resource package. I've sent it to your phone. Su Yi was overjoyed. It was indeed good news. Joining the patrol bureau actually came with a cultivation resource package. However, recalling Zhang Beichuan's unconscious words just now, it seemed there was some connection between supernatural ability users and comprehension ability, and it also involved high-level cultivation. Su Yi had never quite understood the reason for the Federation's preferential treatment of supernatural ability awakeners. Now it seemed there might be deeper secrets involved. However, this was clearly not something Su Yi could access at the moment. Keeping this in mind, Su Yi opened his phone to check the resource package list. Upon seeing it, his eyes immediately lit up completely. 41. Cultivation Resource Pack. Let me have that sea urchin. The cultivation resource pack that Zhang Beichuan helped him apply for contained quite a few good things. Primary nutrient solution, star meteorites, Yao beast essence blood. All are resources that can be used to improve in the Kaiyuan realm. Moreover, this cultivation resource pack even contained a set of mithril inner armor, a first-order long saber, a storage bracelet with 5 cubic meters of space, and 500,000 in cash, allowing Xiao Ye to freely purchase resources. This way, the supernatural ability evolution could be arranged immediately. Xiao Ye was in a very good mood. Joining the patrol bureau back then was indeed the correct choice. Because you are still in the Kaiyuan realm, there aren't many cultivation resources you can use right now. Considering you cultivate the dark prison demonic dragon technique, the most abundant resource in the cultivation resource pack is Yao beast essence blood, especially dragon clan-like Yao beast essence blood. Zhang Beichuan introduced. Additionally, regarding your personal safety and combat effectiveness, the Patrol Bureau has preemptively granted you a storage bracelet, weapons and mithril inner armor. The mithril inner armor has special mithril metal added to it, which provides good ductility and disperses force. Although the mithril content in the piece given to you is not much, it is enough to withstand attacks below the third heaven. Of course, this mithril inner armor also has its limits. The more attacks it endures, the greater the wear and tear. This piece of mithril inner armor can help you withstand one fatal strike from a peak second heaven opponent. If it's a peak first heaven opponent, it can probably withstand 10 continuous attacks, provided the opponent's attacks all land on the mithril inner armor, and not on exposed areas like your head. Clearly, the most valuable item in this cultivation resource pack was this mithril inner armor. It seemed the Patrol Bureau also knew that Xiao Ye's current cultivation was too weak, and the most important thing was to stay safe and not be reckless. So they gave him this mithril inner armor to increase Xiao Ye's safety. Thank you, Director Zhang, I will be careful. Xiao Ye immediately dripped blood to recognize the storage bracelet as his own, then unceremoniously loaded all the items from the cultivation resource pack into it. Director Zhang, can the Yao beast essence blood given to me be exchanged for specific Yao beast essence blood that I designate? Zhang Beichuan was a little puzzled as to why Xiao Ye asked this, but these were minor issues. No problem. You can submit an application in the Patrol Bureau's internal system to exchange it. If the specific essence blood you request is not available locally, it can be transferred from other regions. However, if the essence blood you need is very rare, you might need to cover the price difference yourself. That's great. Xiao Ye smiled slightly. He needed to think carefully about which essence blood would have the best effect for this evolution. After bidding farewell to Zhang Beichuan, Xiao Ye pulled out his phone and searched for a while, quickly finding his target. Swift Dragon Twin-Horned Ant. This is also a type of dragon clan-like star beast, known for its strength, capable of lifting objects 400 times its own body weight. When it fully erupts, it can unleash power far exceeding that of star beasts of the same realm. That's the one. Xiao Ye immediately applied for the exchange in the Patrol Bureau system. The Swift Dragon Twin-Horned Ant has fierce combat power and is rare. Even if exchanged for other dragon clan-like essence blood, a price difference of 38,000 would need to be covered. Xiao Ye promptly made the transfer, and then received a notification. The essence blood would be delivered to him within 3 days. The rest was the Star Core. Xiao Ye logged onto the official website of Blue Sky Mall, and quickly selected a first-order Star Core, priced at 250,000. As for other materials like moon accompanying Ganoderma, Xiao Ye planned to first check the school's resource library to see if they could be exchanged. If not enough, he would then purchase them from Blue Sky Mall. By purchasing from different systems at different times, and mixing in some other resources, he could effectively conceal the composition of the evolution materials. Although he had never heard of using materials for a corresponding ritual to evolve a supernatural ability, it was better to be safe than sorry. It's always good to add an extra layer of insurance for himself. After completing all this, Xiao Ye then put on the newly acquired mithril inner armor. This inner armor was very thin and light, fitting so closely that it felt almost non-existent. It didn't affect his movements at all. Instead, it brought him a strong sense of security. Next, I just have to wait for the materials to arrive. Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. Xiao Ye first spent half the day killing fish in the back kitchen, before washing his hands and changing clothes to have dinner with friends. His slaughter value had increased by more than 20 again. It was quickly approaching 900 points. Xiao Ye was in a great mood. As he listened to Zhang Xuan and Xia Zhikyu, who had arrived early boast, a smile played on his lips. A moment later, the private room door was pushed open from the outside. It was Xiao Qiu and Mu Wanru arriving together. At this moment, both had changed out of their sportswear. Xiao Ye wore a sky blue dress, her long hair tied into a ponytail, looking clean and sharp. Mu Wanru, on the other hand, had changed into a pair of blue jeans, perfectly outlining her long legs. After the two young misses walked in, the private room seemed to become even brighter. Cough, since everyone is here, I'll have them bring out the food. Zhang Chuan tried hard to avert his gaze from Xiao Ye, and motioned for everyone to sit down. Speaking of which, today is truly lucky. Jinyu Seafood Restaurant just received a batch of purple star sea urchins. These are best eaten fresh, so I ordered them all. With that, Zhang Chuan clapped his hands. Liu Yangning, the manager of Jinyu Seafood Restaurant, walked in with two waiters pushing dining carts and a middle-aged man wearing a chef's hat. Today, Zhang Chuan, the young master of Xuanyuan construction, was hosting, and his own young miss, Xiao Ye, was also dining here. Of course, Liu Yangning had to personally oversee everything. On the dining carts were several purple sea urchins, nearly 20 centimeters in diameter, about the size of a volleyball. There were also some other tableware and ingredients. Liu Yangning bowed slightly to the group and spoke with a smile. Thank you all for your patronage of Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. May I ask how you would like your purple star sea urchins prepared? Our chef will prepare them for you on site. Zhang Chuan looked at everyone, asking. This purple star sea urchin is a first-order star beast. Its taste is incredibly delicious, and it's even more exceptional when eaten freshly killed. You can eat it raw, steam it with eggs, or use it for fried rice, etc. How would you like to eat it? Or perhaps a little of each preparation method. By the way, this purple star sea urchin is not only delicious, but as a first-order star beast, consuming it also allows us to absorb star power, helping us cultivate faster. Xia Zhikyu couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. It's actually a first-order star beast. My goodness, this is too extravagant. He knew Zhang Chuan was a rich second generation and wouldn't be stingy when treating guests, but he hadn't expected him to be so generous. Directly serving a first-order star beast. This meal, he thought, would probably cost more than 150,000. Xia Zhikyu was amazed by Zhang Chuan's lavishness. Su Yi's eyes, however, lit up. Freshly killed and eaten. First-order star beast. Seeing that Zhang Chuan had already agreed on the cooking method with Liu Yangning, and the chef in the white hat was about to start, Su Yi suddenly stood up. Wait, let go of that sea urchin, let me do it. 42. Stay calm and don't get cocky, unleash a punch. Su Yi stood up. He smiled slightly, meeting everyone's astonished gazes. I'd like to personally serve everyone. I wonder if I have that honor. Zhang Chuan paused, then quickly nodded. If student Su is willing to do it, then that would be even better. No matter the reason, he decided to support him first. Since young Master Zhang, as the host for the evening, had spoken, the others naturally wouldn't object. Su Yi looked eager. After learning from a chef how to handle the purple star sea urchins, he immediately picked up a slender, pointed knife and plunged it fiercely into the softest, most central part of the sea urchin's mouth. Buzz! The sea urchin trembled, but Su Yi's gloved hand held it tightly. What great strength! These sea urchins didn't look big, only 20 centimeters. But they were, after all, a first-order star beast. If they hadn't been pre-processed to deprive them of movement and attack capabilities, Su Yi wouldn't just be killing sea urchins. He'd probably have to run away at first sight. A moment later, the sea urchin finally stopped trembling. Slaughter value plus 33. Su Yi was delighted. As expected of a first-order star beast, the slaughter value given was straightforward. Killing this one sea urchin was equivalent to killing 5 or 6 field rats. Next was to use special scissors to cut off the sea urchin's shell, then use tweezers to clean out the internal organs, leaving only the golden yellow sea urchin meat. At this point, a chef naturally took over for the next step. Meanwhile, Su Yi's gaze fell upon the next sea urchin. Slaughter value plus 33. Slaughter value plus 33. All 7 sea urchins were killed. The slaughter value on the panel changed again. Slaughter value, 1211.2. Enough for 12 attribute points. He could directly raise a martial skill to the pinnacle of mastery, and even push for higher proficiency. If only someone could invite him to eat sea urchins every day. Su Yi said, I'm going to wash my hands, and walked out of the private room. After thoroughly washing his hands several times with hand soap, ensuring there was no smell, Su Yi was about to return. Then he heard a commotion from the hallway, outside the restroom. Little girl, such long legs, uncle will take you to see goldfish. Don't come over, get out of the way. You stinky bitch, it's your good fortune that I've taken a liking to you. How dare you hide, come here. Get away from me, help. Su Yi frowned. Such an old-fashioned harassment scene. Given Su Yi's personality, He didn't like to stir up trouble. But Jinyu Seafood Restaurant was, after all, Xiao Ye's family business and he worked here. He couldn't really do nothing. So Su Yi pulled out his phone. "Hello, Manager Liu, something's happened here." Putting down his phone, Su Yi leaned quietly against the restroom wall, waiting for Liu Yangning to resolve the issue. Who knew what the identity or cultivation of that lust-crazed person outside was? Stay calm, don't be reckless. However, while Su Yi remained as steady as a mountain, in the hallway outside, Liao Tingting in her panic heard a familiar voice. It was him. It was Su Yi. Liao Tingting found a burst of strength from somewhere, broke free from the fat, big-eared man, and frantically rushed into the men's restroom. "Su Yi, save me." "Su Yi, no, this is the men's restroom. Why did you rush in?" And it wasn't just Liao Tingting who rushed in. Right behind her, a fat, big-eared middle-aged man also followed, reaching out to grab Liao Tingting's arm. But when he turned his head and saw Su Yi leaning against the wall, he suddenly froze. "Little girl, is this someone you know?" Su Yi frowned. He glanced at the two bodyguards in black, who looked like bodyguards, who had followed the fat, big-eared middle-aged man in. He could vaguely sense a faint danger from these two men in black. Both of them were martial artists. Their cultivation was not low. Su Yi kept his composure, preparing to stall for time until Liu Yangning arrived to handle it. "Sir, you've had too much to drink," Su Yi said lightly. The fat, big-eared middle-aged man chuckled, actually letting go of Liao Tingting. Instead, he gave Su Yi an even more lewd smile. "Handsome young man, uncle will take you to see goldfish, all right." Su Yi, Liao Tingting, bang. Su Yi punched out. Damn it, he couldn't take this. 5 minutes later, Liu Yangning, the manager of Jinyu Seafood Restaurant, arrived with people, and with great difficulty prevented the fat, big-eared middle-aged man from being beaten to death. As for the two men in black bodyguards, they lay on the ground, their lives unknown. Liu Yangning gave a wry smile. "Su Yi, you hit too hard." Didn't he call him? Why couldn't he wait a little longer? The fat, big-eared middle-aged man had just been protected by the two bodyguards, who had blocked most of the attacks, and he still had the strength to yell. "Kid, do you know who I am? My brother-in-law is the boss of Hengxian Construction. You dare to hit me? Hey, you actually dare to hit me? Hit me. If you have the guts, keep hitting me, I %%. A cold light flickered in Su Yi's eyes. "Manager Liu, I've just never heard such a shameless request, and I accidentally couldn't hold back." Liu Yangning, he had to admit, the brother-in-law of the Hengxian Construction boss, was indeed swearing quite vulgarly. Even he couldn't help but want to take action. "Sir, please calm down." "Calm down? I can't calm down. I came here to eat and someone hit me. You must give me an explanation or else I'll..." "Or else you'll what?" A familiar voice sounded. Zhang Chuan and the others had also arrived. When Liu Yangning received Su Yi's call, he was in the private room serving everyone, and Zhang Chuan and the others naturally heard it. Thus, they arrived only half a step behind Liu Yangning, just in time to hear the fat, big-eared middle-aged man's threatening words. The middle-aged man was stunned. This young man looked a bit familiar. Zhang Chuan chuckled. "The brother-in-law of the Hengxian Construction boss. To have a brother-in-law like you, it seems the Hengxian Construction boss isn't a good person either. It looks like I'll have to instruct that we can't have dealings with Hengxian Construction anymore." Housekeeper Zhang Shu appeared from somewhere, bowing slightly. "Yes, young master. I will inform the purchasing department shortly. From now on, Hengxian Construction will no longer be on our procurement list." The middle-aged man finally realized something was wrong, his voice trembling. You who exactly are you?" Housekeeper Zhang Shu smiled slightly. "Allow me to introduce him. Before you is young master Zhang Chuan, the young master of Xuanyuan Construction. His words are the will of our general manager Zhang." Xuanyuan Construction. Isn't that the largest construction company in Fangyuan City? If Xuanyuan Construction didn't use their building materials, then his brother-in-law, the fat, big-eared middle-aged man's legs felt a bit weak. Furthermore, Xiao Ye walked out. "Our Jinyu Seafood Restaurant also doesn't welcome people who harass guests. Inform all our catering businesses that from today onwards, he is not welcome to enter." "Oh, what was his name again?" Liu Yangning bowed slightly. "Young miss, his name seems to be Jai Kenran." "Jai Kenran?" Xia Zhikyu scoffed. "I think it should be Giant Pit Man instead." 43. Superpower Evolution Adult Vampire. The pot-bellied middle-aged man was escorted out by the Jinyu Seafood Restaurant's bodyguards, along with his two black-suited bodyguards who had already fainted. "Su Yi, thank you so much just now." Liao Tingting came up to Su Yi and said gratefully. Don't mention it, I wasn't doing it for you either. Su Yi waved his hand and returned to the private room with his friends. Once seated again, Xiao casually handed Su Yi a hot towel and asked, seemingly nonchalantly. Su Yi, did you step in just now to protect Liao Tingting? Mu Wanru also became interested. Oh right, I heard Liao Tingting is the class beauty of class 16, and she even confessed to you. You wouldn't have fallen for her, would you, to be so ruthless? Su Yi shook his head. I don't have such thoughts for now. As for being ruthless, who would want to go see goldfish with a pot-bellied middle-aged man? Thinking of the middle-aged man's disgusting appearance, Su Yi's fists hardened a little again. Actually, I should thank you all. If you hadn't intervened, that Jai Kenran probably wouldn't have let it go. Zhang Chuan laughed heartily. That's because he doesn't know you're a patrol officer, Su Yi. If you showed him your identity, even with 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare provoke you. Moreover, speaking of it, we are all on the path of martial arts. The power that ordinary people see means nothing to us. When we become high-level martial artists, let alone my family's small Xuanyuan construction, it's not impossible to control a city or even a province's economy. It was precisely for this reason that Zhang Chuan wanted to build a good relationship with Su Yi. After all, Su Yi was an supernatural ability awakener, and a genius who even the young master of the Yujingsu family paid special attention to. Such a person's future achievements would certainly not be low. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly and raised the drink in his hand. Come on, let's not talk about those unhappy things. Cheers, cheers. The next day, Su Yi received several packages. The essence blood of the swift dragon double-horned ant arrived earlier than he expected. And the first-order star core purchased from Blue Sky Mall also arrived smoothly. As for the remaining materials, Su Yi directly exchanged all of them from the school's resource library. This meant Su Yi could finally evolve his supernatural ability. For this, Su Yi directly requested leave from Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. After having dinner with his family in the evening, Su Yi said hello and then plunged into his cultivation room. Liu Ruxin couldn't help but worry a little. Xiao Ye, this child is always out early and back late these days, and cultivating is so hard. I wonder if he can handle it. Su Xiangdong was clearing the dishes and laughed heartily when he heard this. Our son is a martial artist now, and a martial artist who has awakened a supernatural ability. Even the patrol bureau wants to admit him early, proving that our son is a genius, so you don't have to worry about cultivating. Moving to the new district, having a spacious and bright big house, and his son being so promising, even being recruited by the patrol bureau before graduation. Su Xiangdong, in his middle age, finally experienced the good life. The wear and tear from years of heavy physical labor had lessened during this period, and his face was full of smiles. All of this was thanks to having a good son. But if you're worried about Xiao Yi's body, why not make him more delicious food to nourish him? You're right about that. Liu Ruxin nodded, beginning to plan how to supplement the nutrition for the two children in the family. Especially her eldest son, Su Yi, who was growing and also cultivating, needed even more nutrition. After washing the dishes, Su Xiangdong wiped his hands and walked over to his wife. Wife, I want to discuss something with you. These past few days have been busy with the new house, and now things are pretty much settled. I'm thinking, should I go back to work? What, didn't Xiao Ye tell you not to work on the construction site? That's so tiring. I've been doing it for so many years, I'm used to it. It's fine, and I'm only 40. I can't always rely on my son, can I? I'll earn some money, even if it's not a lot, but it can buy you and Bao some clothes and buy some resources for Xiao Ye. This, why don't we discuss it with Xiao Ye later? Let's not. Xiao Ye definitely won't agree. At most, I'll talk to the foreman, do a little less, earn a little less, but also suffer a little less. Then, all right. Su Yi naturally didn't know what his parents were discussing outside. In the cultivation room, Su Yi did not immediately evolve his supernatural ability. Instead, he first circulated the dark prison demonic dragon technique to adjust his state. He wanted to be in the best state for the evolution. When the moon was high in the sky, Su Yi finally opened his eyes. During this time he vaguely discovered that every night, especially during the full moon, his state was always particularly good. This was probably because his awakened supernatural ability was the vampire physique. Bathing in the moonlight, Su Yi took a deep breath. Then, he swallowed the several items placed before him one by one. Half-moon ganoderma, yellow bamboo root leaves, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, these were fine. But the essence blood of the swift dragon double-horned ant and the first-order star core. Su Yi closed his eyes for a moment, then still swallowed these two items as well. I hope the system isn't deceiving me. I wonder if this star core can be digested after swallowing it. Su Yi muttered to himself. However, as the star core was also swallowed by him, Su Yi's body suddenly trembled. A fireball seemed to appear in his stomach, and its temperature was getting higher and higher, as if it wanted to burn through his body. Pain. So painful. Su Yi curled up on the ground in agony. But this intense pain not only didn't make him faint, but instead made his senses even sharper. He could clearly feel all the suffering. That ball of fire started from his stomach, burning every inch of Su Yi's flesh, bones, and skin. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Su Yi, curled up on the ground, moved his eyes. His eyes slowly opened. A deep crimson flash flickered in his eyes. Su Yi slowly sat up. Did I succeed? The intense pain had disappeared. And he, Su Yi, immediately checked his panel. Host Su Yi. Supernatural ability, Vampire Adult, 0/100. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique, Kaiyuan 8th level. Martial Skill, Basic Combat Technique, Perfect. Police Combat Technique Entry, Basic Saber Technique, Perfect. Talent Limit Burst. Slaughter Value, 1211.2. His supernatural ability had changed from Vampire Newborn to Vampire Adult. At the same time, new information appeared at the bottom of the panel. Vampire Adult. Regular physique is 3 times that of humans of the same rank. Under the cover of night, as a favored child of the night, corresponding physique increases by another 3 times. Limit Burst. Activate Vampire Burst State. In Burst State, various stats are amplified by 3 times, lasting for 10 seconds. Burst State consumes hidden physical energy. After activating Burst State, nutrition needs to be replenished in time. 44. A serial killer saves people under the moonlight. His supernatural ability evolved. Compared to the newborn vampires before, the power of his evolved supernatural ability was fully displayed. His normal physical attributes were 3 times that of a human of the same rank. It doesn't sound like much, but this meant that his speed, strength, agility, and even stamina were all 3 times that of a human of the same rank. Because of this, Su Yi was completely invincible among those of the same rank. Not to mention, if it was night, his physical attributes could increase by another 3 times. That would be 9 times that of a human of the same rank. If I use Limit Burst at night, wouldn't that mean another 3 times amplification? So, I can unleash 27 times the combat power of a martial artist of the same rank at most. 27 times. I'm afraid that's enough for me to fight across ranks. Su Yi was a little excited for a moment. And this was only the first evolution of his supernatural ability. Su Yi believed, as his supernatural ability continued to evolve, the improvements it brought him would be even greater. After his excitement, Su Yi suddenly frowned. And what's that smell? He looked down and saw a lot of black, foul-smelling stuff on his skin. This, could it be the legendary cleansing of the marrow? Su Yi could no longer stand the stench. He immediately rushed into the bathroom, took a refreshing shower, and put on clean clothes, only then feeling much lighter. Looking at the person in the mirror, Su Yi frowned slightly. He felt like he looked even more handsome. His skin was also fairer. I really am becoming more and more like a vampire. He shook his head. Su Yi grabbed the dirty clothes he had taken off and walked straight out of his house. These clothes were so smelly, he might as well throw them away. Incidentally, Su Yi also wanted to go outside and adapt to his newly evolved supernatural ability. Perhaps it was because he had just made a breakthrough or because it was night, but Su Yi was extremely excited and didn't want to sleep at all. On the dim sidewalk. Zheng Feng, let go of me, you're hurting me. Liao Tingting, you betrayed me, how dare you betray me? Zheng Feng, what are you going crazy about? When did I betray you? Then why are you watching Su Yi's videos? Why do you keep paying attention to him? I knew it, you've always been thinking about Su Yi, and being with me was just a compromise. Now that you know Su Yi awakened his supernatural ability and joined the patrol bureau, becoming a genius, you want to go back to him again. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Zheng Feng looked frantic, gripping Liao Tingting's hand tightly. Liao Tingting tried to pull away twice, but she couldn't break free from Zheng Feng's grasp. I was just browsing the school forum and happened to stumble upon Su Yi's video. Is that wrong? Besides, Su Yi saved me yesterday, so what's wrong with me paying attention to him? As for you, you took me out to eat, but when I was being bullied I couldn't find you at all. Zheng Feng, I'm the one who should be disappointed. Alright, you finally admit it, you really have been paying attention to Su Yi. You want to break up with me and then go after Su Yi, right? I'm telling you, the current Su Yi wouldn't look at you. He has school beauty Xiao Ye and the great beauty Mu Wanru by his side. Zheng Feng, I don't want to discuss this with you. I'm tired. Let go of me, I want to go home. The two were entangled in a dispute. But they didn't notice that a figure had already quietly arrived. Little friend, you should be a gentleman to a beauty. You are truly too rude. The sudden voice made Zhang Feng pause. Then he replied testily. Who are you? I'm talking to my girlfriend. What business is it of yours? Of course it's my business because I've taken a fancy to your girlfriend. Zhang Feng instantly exploded. One Su Ye wasn't enough. Now some unknown person had popped up. Liao Tingting, you fickle woman, who is this person? Zhang Feng roared, grabbing Liao Tingting's arm. However, Liao Tingting's face was pale, and she tried desperately to escape, but she couldn't break free from Zhang Feng's restraint. Zhang Feng, he. He what? Hurry up and tell me, who is this? He has a knife. The roaring Zhang Feng suddenly froze. A knife? In an instant, Zhang Feng suddenly thought of the murderous maniac who had been killing young girls all over Fangyuan City these days. Could it be? Bingo, you guessed right. The figure gradually emerged from the darkness, revealing the gleaming sharp knife in his hand and a ferocious, crazed smile on his face. Run! At this moment, Zhang Feng and Liao Tingting no longer cared about arguing and ran for their lives. The murderous maniac followed behind, not in a hurry to kill them immediately, but rather like a cat playing with a mouse, occasionally catching up, leaving a few wounds on Zhang Feng with his knife, and then letting them run away again. Damn it! Zhang Feng clutched the wound on his arm, both shocked and terrified. He's toying with us. He's definitely going to kill us. Where are the patrol bureau officers? Why don't they come and catch him? Liao Tingting was also very scared, but after running for a while, she had calmed down a lot. Over there, that's the patrol bureau family quarters. If we run there, we'll be saved. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyes immediately lit up. That's right. The security rank of the patrol bureau family quarters was quite high, and there were so many people there, not to mention patrol officers. As long as they could run to the patrol bureau family quarters, they would definitely be saved. The two changed direction and ran even faster. And the murderous maniac who had been trailing behind them suddenly tilted his head, seemingly listening to something, and then he grinned. It seems our little darlings don't want to continue this cat and mouse game, so let's end it early. Almost there, almost there. We'll be at the patrol bureau family quarters soon. Zhang Feng and Liao Tingting were filled with anticipation. They would be saved soon. However, the murderous maniac rapidly approached. Little darlings, stay. The two could even feel the bloody chi from the murderous maniac. And just then, Liao Tingting, who was running for her life, suddenly felt a huge force from in front of her, sending her flying backward. Zhang Feng. Liao Tingting looked in disbelief at Zhang Feng, who had thrown a punch and was now running even faster, not even looking back. She had been used as a human shield by Zhang Feng. Why? Zhang Feng's voice came from afar. Liao Tingting, he wants to kill you. Instead of both of us dying, it's better if only you die. As he spoke, Zhang Feng ran even faster. With Liao Tingting blocking, the murderous maniac definitely wouldn't catch up as quickly, giving him enough time to run to the patrol bureau family quarters for help. Banged! Liao Tingting was grabbed by the murderous maniac. Feeling the opponent's cold blade against her neck, Liao Tingting closed her eyes in despair. She was finished. And in the last moments of her life, Liao Tingting couldn't help but think of one person. Su Ye. If it had been Su Ye who encountered the murderous maniac with her tonight, he definitely wouldn't have abandoned her. Just as Liao Tingting had lost all hope and was preparing to embrace death. Banged. Whoosh. Liao Tingting suddenly felt a pair of strong arms around her waist, pulling her back rapidly. Amidst the sound of the wind, Liao Tingting slowly opened her eyes and saw a face from her dreams under the moonlight. Su Ye. 45. The fallen fighting alone. Su Ye, it really is you. You saved me. After a moment of daze, Liao Tingting finally realized she wasn't dreaming. It really was Su Ye who suddenly appeared and saved her. Oh. Su Ye responded, but his pace didn't slow down at all. Su Ye had originally come downstairs to familiarize himself with his evolved supernatural ability. Who would have thought? His powerful physique also made his hearing exceptionally strong, allowing him to directly hear the commotion from this side and arrive just in time to save Liao Tingting. I've already called the nearest patrol officer to come, just hold on a little longer. The person behind him was probably the murderous maniac that the patrol bureau had been chasing during this period. After a brief exchange, Su Ye had only managed to rescue Liao Tingting by taking him by surprise. However, after exchanging a palm strike with that person, Su Ye confirmed he was no match for the murderous maniac. The opponent's strength far surpassed his. A first heaven transcendent expert. Su Ye took a deep breath. He accelerated his run. How could a first heaven expert, who had repeatedly committed murders in Fangyuan City, still evade the patrol bureau? Moreover, The murderous maniac was already chasing Liao Tingting before he arrived, yet the patrol bureau officers hadn't noticed. Had the surveillance cameras on both sides of the road malfunctioned? Xiao Ye felt that something was amiss. But at this moment, he had no time for further thought. The murderous maniac, discovering that his prey had been rescued, instantly saw his rage soar, and a burst of black mist suddenly surged around him. Whoosh! A black light flashed. The murderous maniac had already blocked Xiao Ye's path. Run, why aren't you running anymore? Xiao Ye made a right turn and ran directly onto a small path beside them. Murderous maniac, you're infuriating me. He told him to run, and he actually ran. The murderous maniac once again transformed into a black shadow, rushing into the adjacent path, and was about to catch up to Xiao Ye again. However, this time, just as the murderous maniac's hand was about to grab Xiao Ye made another sharp turn, stepping onto another fork in the path. Banged! The murderous maniac crashed heavily into a wall, creating a deep crater. Indeed. Xiao Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. The murderous maniac, after the black mist surged around him, was indeed faster but only in a straight line. His agility was lacking. He, on the other hand, could use his knowledge of the terrain here, as well as his agile movements, to constantly evade. After that, Xiao Ye moved like a master driver. The murderous maniac behind him, however, was like a novice racer driving a race car, only knowing how to floor the accelerator. Though his speed was fast, he would inevitably hit a wall at every turn, making his overall speed inferior to Xiao Ye's. Gradually, Xiao Ye was even able to pull away slightly, even having time to glance down at his wristwatch. On the wristwatch, the closest red dots to the red dot representing him were rapidly approaching. If he could just hold on for another 3 minutes, the patrol bureau officers would arrive. Xiao Ye was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. However, let go of me. A somewhat familiar scream suddenly came from behind him. Immediately after, the murderous maniac's bloodthirsty voice rang out. Kid, if you don't stop and come over, I'll kill this guy immediately. You're a patrol officer, aren't you? I remember that watch on your wrist is patrol bureau equipment. Can a patrol officer just watch someone be tortured and killed by a murderous maniac like me? Thump. Xiao Ye stopped in his tracks. He turned around. He saw Zhang Feng, tear-streaked and snot-nosed, clutched in the murderous maniac's hand. Hadn't this guy already escaped? How could he have been caught again? Zhang Feng was trembling uncontrollably, held by the murderous maniac by the neck. He didn't understand either. He had clearly escaped. But Xiao Ye and the murderous maniac's speed was too fast, and their destination was the same as his. He was caught after not running for long. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Feng had nowhere to escape and could only hide in a dark corner, hoping to survive. Who would have thought he would be directly grabbed by the murderous maniac? Xiao Ye, save me. The murderous maniac licked his lips. Oh, so your name is Xiao Ye. I've never seen such a young patrol officer before. Zhang Feng nodded repeatedly. That's right, Xiao Ye is a patrol officer. He's also a supernatural ability awakened, which is why he was recruited by the patrol bureau early. He's currently still in his 3rd year of high school at Second High. Big brother, Xiao Ye has already seen you. Xiao Ye will definitely tell the patrol bureau your information. The smile on the murderous maniac's face grew wider. Xiao Ye's expression, however, turned extremely grim. Damn it. Zhang Feng was deliberately leaking his information. And he wanted the murderous maniac to kill him. Even if the patrol bureau officers arrived and prevented the murderous maniac from harming him, if this murderous maniac escaped, he would definitely target him in the future. Even knowing his information, the murderous maniac might even go after his family. Thinking of his parents and sister, Zhang Feng truly deserved to die. Xiao Ye took a deep breath, let go of Liao Tingting and lowered his voice. Go west, straight ahead, and you'll run into the patrol bureau officers. Liao Tingting's eyes widened. Xiao Ye. Go. Liao Tingting bit her red lips tightly. She knew that staying here would only be a burden to Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, hold on, I'll get people here right away. After saying that, Liao Tingting turned and quickly ran west according to Xiao Ye's instructions. Oh, quite the gentleman, knowing how to be a hero and save the beauty. The murderous maniac sneered. Although you're a man, seeing how handsome you are, I'll extract your soul, devour it little by little, make you a part of my body and let you gain eternal life with me. Are you happy? Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes. Those women you killed before, were their souls all extracted by you? The murderous maniac made no attempt to hide it. That's right, you don't know women, especially young women's souls, are the most delicious. Stinky men aren't tasty at all, but you little hottie are an exception. Xiao Ye felt a chill. At the same time, he gained an understanding of the person in front of him. Fallen ones. Martial artists who betray their souls, worship gods from other worlds, and gain power by sacrificing the blood and souls of their compatriots are the fallen ones. They are also traitors within the human race of Blue Star. The Patrol Bureau always eliminates these fallen ones immediately upon discovery. And this person in front of him, you destroyed the surveillance equipment. Black mist surged around the murderous maniac. That's right. The black mist on me not only enhances my strength and speed, but also has super strong interference and shielding effects. You patrol officers, it'll be another 100 years before you can find me. No wonder even though the new district was full of surveillance cameras, the Patrol Bureau officers still couldn't immediately catch this murderous maniac. But Xiao Ye still felt that something wasn't quite right. However, there wasn't much time left for him to ponder. Crack! The murderous maniac directly twisted Zhang Feng's legs and arms. He casually threw Zhang Feng aside. Ugh! Zhang Feng let out a horrific scream. Be good, after I deal with that little hottie, I'll come back and drain your blood. The murderous maniac gently comforted Zhang Feng, then licked his lips, looking at Xiao Ye with anticipation. Little hottie, here I come. 46. The death of Zhang Feng, a decisive strike against extraordinary beings. Whoosh! The murderous maniac was enveloped in black mist, reaching Xiao Ye in the blink of an eye. Bang! A sharp pain in his abdomen. The murderous maniac seemed to enjoy the cat-and-mouse game, not immediately killing Xiao Ye with his dagger, but using his fist first. However, it was precisely because of his carelessness. While being punched heavily in the abdomen, Xiao Ye grabbed the murderous maniac's wrist with one hand, and a long blade suddenly appeared in his other hand. The reason Xiao Ye hadn't immediately drawn his weapon during their previous standoff was that he was waiting for such an unexpected opportunity. Indeed, the long blade slashed horizontally across the murderous maniac's body, leaving a long wound on his abdomen as well. The sudden appearance of the long blade made the murderous maniac instinctively throw Xiao Ye away. You actually have storage equipment. Such an item was not necessarily equipped even by ordinary patrol officers, yet Xiao Ye, a high school student, had it. It seems you are indeed a genius. It's a pity I couldn't kill you with one strike. Xiao Ye coughed up a mouthful of blood and slowly stood up. That strike just now had clearly cut through the murderous maniac's skin. But when Xiao Ye tried to stab deeper, he felt a strong resistance from the blade, preventing it from penetrating further. Is it because of his transcendence body? Kill me? You still want to kill me? Little handsome guy, you probably don't know the difference between transcendence and ordinary people, do you? Now I'll let you see. The murderous maniac completely ignored the wound on his abdomen and charged at Xiao Ye again. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists hitting flesh continuously echoed. In just a moment, Xiao Ye took countless punches. So strong. Martial artists after breakthrough into transcendence are so strong in both power and speed. Thud. Xiao Ye fell to the ground like a broken rag doll, his aura weak. The murderous maniac also panted slightly. Little handsome guy, you're really amazing. In that situation just now, you could still resist, but your resistance is futile. Now let me extract your soul, free you from suffering, and enjoy eternal life with me. The murderous maniac slowly walked up to Xiao Ye, raised the dagger in his hand, and was about to stab it into Xiao Ye's body. And at this very moment, Xiao Ye, who had been weak in aura, suddenly burst forth with an even stronger aura. Burn 100 slaughter value, cultivation +1. Cultivation improved. Kaiyuan 9th level. Xiao Ye's cultivation breakthrough without warning, and at the same time, his state returned to peak. But that wasn't all. Vampire Knight state. Limit burst. 27 times the strength of a Kaiyuan 9th level martial artist of the same rank instantly erupted. The long blade, which had been unable to penetrate the murderous maniac's abdomen, this time smoothly pierced directly into his chest. Into his heart. Hiss. Blood spurted, and the murderous maniac looked down at the wound on his chest in disbelief. You, how could you? I want you dead. Intense murderous intent instantly burst forth from the murderous maniac's eyes. He was actually killed by an ordinary martial artist. He, a transcendence martial artist, was actually killed by someone who hadn't entered transcendence. He was unwilling. The murderous maniac held his dagger, wanting Xiao Ye to be buried with him. However, after stabbing the long blade into the murderous maniac's heart, Xiao Ye immediately turned and ran. With 27 times the speed of a Kaiyuan 9th level martial artist of the same rank, no matter how fast the murderous maniac was, he couldn't catch up. Finally, the murderous maniac fell to the ground with a thud, breathless. But Xiao Ye didn't approach. He just waited quietly. 10 seconds later, the murderous maniac looked up, glared at Xiao Ye unwillingly and then became motionless again. Slaughter value plus 88. Hearing the system's voice, Xiao Ye finally let out a complete sigh of relief. He's finally dead. Even with a knife in his heart, he could still chase him with a knife for a long time, and even feign death to deliver a fatal blow. Fortunately, he was cautious. Fortunately, he had the system. Xiao Ye breathed a sigh of relief. But it wasn't over yet. Xiao Ye's t-shirt was already torn. He casually ripped off a piece, and through the fabric, Xiao Ye grabbed the murderous maniac's dagger. Then he came to Zhang Feng's front. Xiao Ye, did you come to save me? Xiao Ye, uh-huh. When Zhang Feng saw Xiao Ye, he was initially excited. Xiao Ye had actually killed the murderous maniac. He was finally saved. However, the excited Zhang Feng only felt a pain in his chest. A dagger had already pierced his chest. Why? You deserve to die the moment you leaked my information. Hiss. The dagger was pulled out. Slaughter value plus 5. Zhang Feng died with his eyes wide open. Xiao Ye, however, had already returned to the murderous maniac's side, and reinserted the dagger into the murderous maniac's hand. Speaking of which, he had to thank the murderous maniac for damaging the surveillance equipment in this area. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Xiao Ye to act. His ears twitched, urgent footsteps came from afar. Xiao Ye walked to the side. Lay on the ground. Closed his eyes. Feigned unconsciousness. Then he really fainted, thump thump thump. The patrol bureau's people finally arrived. Liao Tingting also came with them. Seeing the tragic scene before them, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Zhang Feng, with twisted limbs and eyes wide open in death. The murderous maniac with a long blade plunged into his chest, a dagger still clutched in his hand, eyes wide with rage and a distorted expression. And Xiao Ye lying to the side, his life unknown. Xiao Ye. Liao Tingting rushed to Xiao Ye's side immediately and checked his breath. He's alive, Xiao Ye is alive, save him quickly. In the darkness, a pair of angry eyes stared at the unconscious Xiao Ye, slowly retreating into the deeper night. Faint, indistinct murmurs dissipated into the darkness. Alang, I will avenge you. Xiao Ye. When Xiao Ye woke up again, he found himself already at the patrol bureau. His wounds had been treated, and he had changed into clean clothes. Awake. Zhang Beichuan walked over quickly. Thank goodness you're all right. If the genius he had just recruited to the patrol bureau had died like this, Zhang Beichuan would have cried himself to death. How do you feel? I feel pretty good. Having entered Kaiyuan 9th level, Xiao Ye felt a stronger control over his body. Moreover, vaguely he seemed to see a door, a large door covered with thick iron chains. It gave him an urge to smash it. What is that door? A door? Zhang Beichuan was stunned, then quickly reacted. You've entered Kaiyuan 9th level. To sense the transcendence barrier immediately after a breakthrough, it truly is you. That door is the barrier between ordinary humans and transcendence martial artists. Break it, and you can break through to transcendence. But there's no rush for that. What you need to do now is cultivate martial skills and improve your physical fitness, so you can break free from more chains. After all, there's a big difference between opening the door, a crack to enter the transcendence world, and completely pushing it open and walking in. So he felt the door within him again, and nodded. Break free from all the chains. He would do it. Zhang Beichuan gave Xiao Ye a few pointers on cultivation, then got to the main point. Tell me what exactly happened last night. 47. The ninefold path of the founding era, the gate to the extraordinary. Yesterday, it was just like that. Xiao Ye briefly recounted what happened last night. I also have to thank Director Zhang for applying for the mithril inner armor for me. Only then was I able to escape from the murderous maniac's hands. And the storage bracelet. It was thanks to this item that I was able to unexpectedly draw my blade and injure that murderous maniac. Later, by an opportunity, I break through to Kaiyuan 9th level, which allowed me to kill that murderous maniac. To be honest, I still can't quite believe it. Zhang Beichuan nodded. It's pretty much as I expected. That murderous maniac was at Transcendence First Heaven, and facing you, an ordinary martial artist, he was too careless. He didn't even use his protective star power, which allowed you to stab him through the heart with one strike. That was quite a close call. Protective star power. Was that the power that prevented the long blade from going deeper? Xiao Ye secretly noted down this term. Zhang Beichuan meanwhile laughed heartily. Xiao Ye, you killed the murderous maniac who had been causing trouble in Fangyuan City. This is a great achievement. On behalf of all the citizens of Fangyuan City and the victims' families, I thank you. Additionally, Since you killed a Transcendence First Heaven Fallen One, you will receive 1 million in cash. There are rewards. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. This wave was not a loss. However, Zhang Beichuan, seeing Su Yi raise an eyebrow, thought he was dissatisfied and quickly explained. Killing a Transcendence First Heaven and getting a million reward is indeed not much, but besides this 1 million cash, you can also get 15 merit points. Su Yi asked, puzzled. Merit points? That's right, merit points are the most important reward in the military system. You'll understand later, the more you cultivate, the more useless money becomes. Many resources simply cannot be bought with money. The more precious they are, the less they circulate on the market. They can only be exchanged with merit points. You can check the specifics yourself. Once you acquire merit points, your merit points exchange system will open. You can check it yourself in the Patrol Bureau's internal system later. So he was already eager to pull out his phone and check. But don't rush this. I advise you to go home first, otherwise, your family will wake up and find you not home and they might worry. Zhang Beichuan reminded him with a smile. Su Yi looked at the sky outside. The horizon was already showing a faint white glow, indicating that dawn was indeed approaching. Thank you for the reminder, Director. I'll head back now. Standing up, Su Yi found that the wounds on his body no longer hurt at all, and the places scratched by the sharp blade quickly scabbed over. It looked like they would be completely healed in just 2 or 3 days. And the swelling on his face had completely disappeared. He put on his jacket. His family probably wouldn't know that he had experienced a life-and-death battle last night. Here, Zhang Beichuan tossed over a medicine bottle. This is the best wound medicine in the Patrol Bureau. Twice a day, and you'll be good in 2 days. For patrol officers like them, it was better not to let their families know if they were injured. Thanks. Su Yi smiled, tossed the medicine bottle into his storage bracelet, and pulled open the door, ready to leave. Oh right, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Zhang Beichuan spoke again, his voice a little low. Zheng Feng was already dead when he was found. Dead? Su Yi stopped, turned his head, and looked at Zhang Beichuan with some disbelief. Yesterday I only saw Zheng Feng being thrown aside by that murderous maniac. He actually died. Zhang Beichuan nodded. Actually, when Liao Tingting said that Zheng Feng was captured as a hostage by the murderous maniac, we knew Zheng Feng was doomed. That murderous maniac would not let go of anyone who had come into contact with him. Su Yi, you've done very well. You saved Liao Tingting and even stayed behind for Zheng Feng to fight the murderous maniac alone. As a patrol officer, you have done everything you could. You don't need to feel burdened. In fact, if there's a next time, I hope you can protect yourself. You are far more important to Eastern Radiance than Zheng Feng. This last sentence, Zhang Beichuan spoke with a selfish motive. Although as a patrol officer, it was Su Yi's duty to rescue hostages. But Su Yi hadn't grown up yet. He still had an infinite future. Zhang Beichuan would rather Su Yi had hardened his heart at that moment, and delayed a few more minutes for other members of the Patrol Bureau to arrive, rather than confronting the murderous maniac alone for Zheng Feng. Su Yi lowered his head. He concealed the complex expression on his face. I understand, Director Zhang. I'll head back now. Let Zhang Beichuan misunderstand like this. When Su Yi returned home, Liu Ruxin was just about to go out to buy groceries. There was a market right next to the Patrol Bureau family quarters, where the vegetables, fruits, and meat were fresh and cheap, and there were also many snack shops. Since moving here, Liu Ruxin's happiness index had soared. Xiao Ye, I got up early to exercise and brought breakfast back. Oh good. Tender and smooth tofu pudding, crispy sesame cakes, steaming hot buns, and little Loli's favorite tomato and egg drop soup. Wow, it's so delicious. Su Baby held a bowl bigger than her head, eating with a beaming smile. Brother, I really love this breakfast. If you like it, eat more. Tomorrow, after I exercise early, I'll buy it for you again. Thank you, big brother, but big brother. Su Baby blinked her big eyes. Didn't you go out in the middle of the night yesterday? Hey, how is that possible? Su Yi's eyes were strange. He was sure that everyone in the family was asleep when he left last night. He had heard everyone's breathing, which was definitely the long, steady breathing of sleep. This little lowly, Su Baby blinked uncertainly. No, but I seem to hear your voice in the cultivation room, sounding very painful. How could that be? The cultivation room in this building has special soundproofing. How could you possibly hear anything? You must have been hearing things because you weren't sleeping properly. So Yi picked up a small steamed bun for little lowly. Hurry and eat, then go to school. Oh, okay. The little lowly nodded, probably thinking she had indeed misheard. Su Yi, however, gave the little lowly a strange look. This little one, could she really hear something? She was already showing talent before even cultivating. Could she have the potential for supernatural ability awakening? The Su family members ate breakfast harmoniously. Meanwhile at the Zheng family, Zheng Wuxiang looked at his son's corpse. He seemed to have aged tenfold in an instant. My son, my son. Zheng Wuxiang had only one son in this life. Who would have thought that he would outlive his child? Buzz. His phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Zheng Wuxiang, distraught, pulled out his phone, and upon seeing the message on the screen, a furious murderous intent surged around him. On the phone screen, there was only one line of text. The killer of Zhengfeng Xiao Ye. 48. Su Xiandong's promotion story pharmacy. Fangyuan City. A construction site somewhere. Su Xiandong once again walked into the familiar construction site, but his mood was completely different. Before it was for survival. Now it's for life. Old Su, you're here, haven't seen you in days. A fellow worker saw Su Xiandong and greeted him with a smile. I had some family matters a few days ago, so I took a few days off. Su Xiandong also smiled, taking out cigarettes and sharing them with everyone. Oh Yongxing, these are good cigarettes. This box must be over 80, Old Su, you're too generous. Su Xiandong chuckled. It's because I haven't been here for a few days, and I missed everyone. Su Xiandong didn't tell them about his family matters. Being a little better off is happiness. Being too much better than everyone else invites jealousy. Just then, oh, Old Su is here. I thought you looked down on work at the construction site now. The newcomer was in his early 30s, thin and tall, with dark circles under his eyes. It was their supervisor, Wang Kong. But he knew nothing about construction, constantly bossing people around. All because he was the foreman's brother-in-law. Manager Wang. Su Xiandong slipped the half-pack of soft Yongxing cigarettes into Wang Kong's hand. I'm back, I've caused you trouble during this time. You really did cause me trouble. You took almost half a month off. I thought you didn't want to work anymore, so I gave your previous job to someone else. Old Su, now that you're back, go work on the rebar. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. Su Xiandong used to be an electrician, occasionally helping with carpentry. Relatively speaking, it required skill and was a bit easier. But rebar work was the hardest job on the construction site. And Su Xiandong had a back injury. He couldn't possibly do rebar work. Manager Wang, Old Su is an old-timer on our site. How about giving him a different job? Someone pleaded for Su Xiandong. Wang Kong snorted coldly. He can't do it, so you do it. The person who pleaded immediately fell silent. Su Xiandong took a deep breath. He knew Wang Kong was deliberately making things difficult for him. A surge of qi was welling up in Su Xiandong's heart. The words I quit were about to burst out. Just then, worker Su Xiandong is here. Everyone looked over, and Wang Kong's eyes immediately lit up. The newcomer was dressed in a suit and tie, his hair meticulously styled. He was Kaiyan Tong, the project manager in charge of their project. He was a senior executive sent from headquarters. He could be said to be his direct superior. Even his brother-in-law had to be respectful in front of Kaiyan Tong. Manager Kaiyan, what brings you here? How about I treat you to lunch at Jinyu's seafood restaurant today? Kaiyan Tong coldly glanced at Wang Kong, which immediately made Wang Kong dare not try to get closer. Kaiyan Tong's eyes then shifted, quickly falling on Su Xiandong. You must be worker Su Xiandong. Your circuit diagram work was exceptionally high level. I only realized after seeing the diagrams that we actually have a talent like you, worker Su, on our construction site. It's truly a waste of your talent to keep you as an electrician. Worker Su, are you willing to join our Chunyuan construction headquarters? How about starting as a construction engineer? I really need someone as diligent, responsible, and skilled as you to assist me. Of course, your remuneration will definitely not be treated unfairly. 300,000 Federation coins per month, and Social Security and other benefits will be at the highest rank. How does that sound? Su Xiandong was completely stunned. The treatment was actually this good. He used to only earn 6,000 to 8,000 each month, working himself to death. I'm willing. That's great, let's go sign the contract right away. Kaiyan Tong enthusiastically pulled Su Xiandong away, leaving behind the workers and Wang Kong, all staring in a daze. After a long while, what kind of luck did old Su stumble into? This isn't just luck, it's a case of gold always shining. Speaking of which, will old Su be our direct superior from now on? With old Su's honest and simple character, he would definitely take care of his old friends. As for Wang Kong clutched the half-pack of cigarettes in his hand, feeling as if it weighed 1,000 jin. School. Su Yi, who was practicing a martial skill, received a call from Su Xiandong. Son, your dad got a promotion and a raise. Su Xiangdong happily recounted everything that happened at the construction site today. Son, I'm now a construction engineer at Xuanyuan Construction, and my monthly salary is 300,000. You're working hard in your third year of high school, so you need to keep up with various nutritional supplements. Just tell Dad whatever you need to buy, and Dad will buy it for you. Su Xiangdong finally had the confidence to say these words. Although Su Ye was surprised that Su Xiangdong went to the construction site again, now that Su Xiangdong was in management, he wouldn't have to do manual labor. Moreover, just by hearing Su Xiangdong's voice, he knew how happy he was, so he naturally didn't spoil the mood by saying that Su Xiangdong didn't need to work. After congratulating Su Xiangdong heartily and listening to his triumphant voice, Su Ye slowly hung up the phone. Then he frowned slightly. Xuanyuan Construction. That name sounded a bit familiar. Isn't that Zhang Chuan's family's company? Could it be, just then? Zhang Chuan, who hadn't been seen all morning, walked into the elite class and called Su Ye, Xiao Ye, and a few others out separately. Everyone, big news. I, Zhang Chuan, am going to participate in Mado University's independent enrollment. Independent enrollment? Xia Zhikyu asked, puzzled. Don't all martial artists have to take the college entrance examination? How can there be independent enrollment? Because I'm not just a martial artist, I'm also an apothecary. Zhang Chuan was proud. Since he started studying pharmacy 3 years ago, he had been researching it, and now he had achieved minor achievement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received an invitation for independent enrollment from a prestigious university like Mado University. The various resources I've consumed over the years haven't been for nothing, and I know that even though I've joined the elite class, it's still unlikely for me to get into a top university like Mado University, the foremost in Eastern Radiance, with my current strength. But if I can get in through independent enrollment, it's different. So everyone, wish me luck. Hearing this, Xia Zhikyu wailed. We said we'd be academic failures together, but you secretly studied pharmacy, Zhang Chuan. You abandoned me. Zhang Chuan pulled away in disgust. Get lost, who's an academic failure like you? I'm clearly an average student. So you gave a thumbs up. Zhang Chuan, impressive, congratulations. Xiao Qiu and Mu Wanru also offered their congratulations. Hee, I'm getting a head start. Everyone, I'll be waiting for you at Mado University. Go for it. Just wait, I'll definitely be there. See you at Mado University. Zhang Chuan came back today specifically to ask the school for leave. After sharing the news with Su Yi and others, he prepared to go find Principal Zhang. Zhang Chuan. Su Yi took 2 steps to catch up, meeting Zhang Chuan's puzzled gaze and sincerely thanked him. Thank you for my father's matter. Oh, that. Zhang Chuan waved his hand. That's a small matter. Besides, your uncle has real skills. This is a win-win for us. But Su Yi, if you really want to thank me, remember to let me latch onto you when you get stronger. Okay, when my thigh is strong enough, I'll definitely let you latch on. 49. A trap fell from the sky. The morning hall was empty. Zheng Wuxiang looked at the black and white photo of his son, Zheng Feng, on the wall. His eyes were filled with grief. He only had this one son. But this son was dead. At some unknown point, a person appeared in the morning hall. A young woman in a black dress. A black veil hat covered half her face, making her appearance unclear. She silently placed a bouquet of white flowers in front of Zheng Feng's black and white photo. What a pity he was still so young, the woman sighed softly. Zheng Wuxiang took a deep breath. You're the one who said Su Yi killed my son. The woman smiled slightly. Haven't you already investigated? Indeed. Zheng Wuxiang nodded. After receiving the woman's information, Zheng Wuxiang did not immediately believe it but investigated personally. Then, Zheng Wuxiang discovered that besides his own blood, there was also Su Yi's blood on the clothes near his son's chest. However, according to the information provided by the Patrol Bureau, the timeline for that night should have been the murderous maniac holding Zheng Feng hostage, Su Yi staying behind to save him, the murderous maniac killing Zheng Feng, and then Su Yi fighting and ultimately killing the murderous maniac. Logically, his son, Zheng Feng, should have already died before the murderous maniac and Su Yi fought. But why was Su Yi's blood detected on the clothes near his son's wound? There could only be one possibility. Zheng Feng died after Su Yi was injured. After discovering this information, Zheng Wuxiang had only one thought: kill Su Yi. He absolutely had to kill Su Yi. The woman smiled slightly. In that case, our goals are the same. Zheng Wuxiang gave the woman a cold look. Are you an accomplice of that murderous maniac? How dare you appear before me? Aren't you worried I'll tell the patrol officers? The woman smiled slightly. You won't. If you tell the patrol officers, you'll never be able to avenge your son, will you? After all, even if you know the cause of Zhang Feng's death, you wouldn't dare tell the patrol bureau, because you know very well that even if it's proven Xiao Ye killed Zhang Feng, Xiao Ye could claim it was an accidental killing during a struggle. Since there's no surveillance, the power to explain is all in his hands. Moreover, Xiao Ye is an supernatural ability awakener. If he sacrificed Zhang Feng to protect himself, even the patrol bureau would support him. Zhang Wuxiang, your son died in vain. Zhang Wuxiang clenched his fists. The woman was absolutely right. Precisely because Xiao Ye was a genius who had awakened a supernatural ability, and because there was no surveillance equipment. He dared not speak out even though he knew the cause of his son's death. His son died in vain. No, he wouldn't accept it. Xiao Ye killed my son. I can't make the patrol bureau handle it impartially and make Xiao Ye pay with his life. Then I will do it myself, kill him, and avenge my son. Zhang Wuxiang looked at the smiling, sunny Zhang Feng in the black and white photo. Son, wait, Dad will avenge you very soon. Beside him, the woman in the black dress smiled slightly, very satisfied with Zhang Wuxiang's choice. Alang, wait. Xiao Ye will die soon. I will never let go of the person who killed you. Zhang Wuxiang took a deep breath and turned to look at the woman in the black dress. You contacted me before and said you would create an opportunity for me to kill Xiao Ye. How much longer will that take? Soon. The woman smiled slightly. I've thoroughly investigated Xiao Ye's information. He cultivates a cultivation technique called Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique, which emphasizes slaughter. And according to my investigation, Xiao Ye goes to Jinyu Seafood Restaurant to work every night during this period. He says it's work, but he's actually going to kill those stinky fish and rotten shrimp. Previously, Second High held a trial where they went to the suburbs to kill field rats. Xiao Ye took first place, and you can still see videos of Xiao Ye's slaughter on the Second High forum. So, without a doubt, Xiao Ye is a killing star. For someone like him, a small trick is all it takes for him to fall into the trap. I've put a little something in the grape estate in the suburbs. Given Xiao Ye's personality, he'll leave the city very soon. Once he leaves the city, which is full of cameras, and is far from the patrol bureau, killing Xiao Ye will be incredibly simple. Zhang Wuxiang gave the woman in the black dress a deep look. To be able to investigate Xiao Ye's movements in such a short time, this woman was very capable. And Xiao Ye's cultivation technique. This information is highly confidential. For her to be able to find it out, she must have hacked into Second High's internal network. This woman was even a hacker. However, no matter what her identity was, as long as she could help him avenge his son, that was all that mattered. Very good, then I'll wait a little longer, wait for Xiao Ye to leave the city. Zhang Xuan's participation in independent enrollment made Xiao Ye feel a sense of crisis. Everyone was working so hard, so he naturally couldn't fall behind. So during this period, besides cultivating, Xiao Ye spent more time working at Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. But the speed at which his slaughter value increased still didn't satisfy Xiao Ye. I need to find a way to increase my slaughter value faster. One day, Xiao Ye was browsing the patrol bureau's internal system when he suddenly saw a mission that made his eyes light up. A grape estate in the suburbs of Fangyuan City had recently been infested by grape leafhoppers. These grape leafhoppers had mutated under the influence of spiritual qi, turning into mutated beasts. Although their strength wasn't very high, only equivalent to human cultivators at open origin stage 3 or 4. Their reproduction rate and biting force had greatly increased, constantly gnawing on the grapevines and causing significant losses to the grape estate. Therefore, the owner of the grape estate requested the patrol bureau to deal with them. This was simply a tailor-made mission for Xiao Ye. A pie falling from the sky. Xiao Ye immediately accepted the mission without a second thought and requested 2 days off from school. He prepared to go alone to complete the mission. Just as Xiao Ye called a car and was about to leave the city, his pocket vibrated with a buzz. Xiao Ye pulled out his phone. Zhang Beichuan. Xiao Ye, I have important news to tell you. The identity of that murderous maniac has been investigated. His name is Gao Yilang. Originally from City L, he disappeared from City L 3 years ago, and it's presumed he became one of the fallen ones around that time. After he fell, he did possess the ability to interfere with information, but this ability was limited to his immediate vicinity. However, our surveillance system in Fangyuan City has been continuously attacked during this period. On the night you killed Gao Yilang, besides your location, over a dozen other surveillance devices in the city also experienced problems. That's why the patrol bureau didn't immediately notice something was wrong. Their personnel were greatly dispersed. Xiao Ye nodded. He finally understood why, even with a murderous maniac causing trouble in Fangyuan City, the patrol bureau had been slow to bring him to justice. Wait, over a dozen places. Zhang Beichuan's voice came through the phone. You've thought of it too, right? That's right, over a dozen surveillance devices having problems proves that Gao Yiling wasn't alone, he had accomplices. And his accomplice likely already knows about your existence, and might even want to harm you. Su Yi, I've already arranged for patrol officers to protect your family. As for you, the most dangerous one, you absolutely must not leave the city during this time, understand? Don't leave Fangyuan City. Su Yi thought of the mission he had just accepted. Perhaps, this wasn't a pie falling from the sky after all, but a trap falling from the sky. 50 Chief, Zheng Wuxiang wants to kill me. Fangyuan City suburbs. The estate owner showed great enthusiasm for the arrival of Su Yi, the probationary patrol officer. However, when he saw Su Yi's slightly immature face, especially his second high school uniform, the smile on the estate owner's face froze. Isn't this just a student? Can students also become patrol officers? Let's get straight to work. Su Yi flipped his wrist, and a long saber appeared in his hand. This move gave the estate owner a bit more confidence in Su Yi. Storage equipment. Indeed, it's something only patrol officers, especially advanced patrol officers, are equipped with. Then please come this way, Inspector Su. In the grape estate. Su Yi quickly saw the so-called grape leafhoppers. They were much larger than he had imagined. Ordinary leafhoppers are very small, requiring careful inspection of grape leaves to find them. However, the leafhoppers in this grape estate were over 10 centimeters long, clinging to the grape leaves and voraciously sucking on the branches and leaves. In the blink of an eye, a leaf would turn white and wither. Then the leafhopper would fly off to another grape leaf. Inspector Su, you see, if this continues, my vineyard will be ruined. And I've used pesticides, but they have no effect at all. Have they mutated? Su Yi nodded. Of course they've mutated. Their size has increased so much. What else could it be but mutation? It would be strange if ordinary pesticides were still effective against these mutated leafhoppers. All right, leave it to me. Su Yi walked over with his saber. The farmer couldn't help but remind him from behind. Be careful, Inspector Su, those leafhoppers are fast. The saber in Su Yi's hand flashed. Swish! A leafhopper corpse fell to the ground. Slaughter value plus 3-1. Only then did Su Yi turn around, looking at the farmer in confusion. What did you say? The farmer know nothing. He had originally intended to warn Su Yi that the leafhoppers were extremely fast. He had previously hired martial artists to deal with them, but they couldn't keep up with the leafhoppers' speed. Instead, the leafhoppers brought back companions for a crazy revenge. But now, it seems those words are unnecessary. Okay, then I'll deal with the leafhoppers first. You can go back. So he said seriously. Don't come over without my permission. The farmer subconsciously swallowed, nodding repeatedly. Yes, I will never disturb Inspector Su. For some reason, when he was just stared at by this young Inspector Su, the farmer suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The farmer fled as if escaping. Su Yi, meanwhile, began diligently killing insects. Although each leafhopper contributed less slaughter value than a field rat. But this time, Su Yi had it all to himself. Slaughter value plus 3-2. Slaughter value plus 2-7. Slaughter value plus 2-8. Evening arrived. Su Yi glanced at his panel. During this time, working at Jinyu Seafood Restaurant, plus killing dozens of leafhoppers today. Slaughter value, 2034.2. Enough for 20 points to add. Enough to raise a martial skill to a proficiency beyond perfection, which is profound mastery. Su Yi took a deep breath. He found a spacious spot, took out food from his storage bracelet and began to eat. Probably because he had been killing leafhoppers all day. Su Yi's aura was a bit erratic at this moment. At the same time, it's over, my phone is dead, I forgot to charge it this morning. The patrol bureau is also strange. For such a small task, they still require the camera to be on all the time, recording the entire process. Su Yi casually tossed his phone aside, lay back on the grass, and enjoyed the sunset. System add points. Burning 100 slaughter value, basic saber technique proficiency plus 1. The relaxed Su Yi seemed completely unaware of the danger that was about to arrive. In the shadows, Zheng Wuxiang, who had rushed to the vineyard immediately after hearing Su Yi left Fangyuan City, his eyes lit up. He had thought that as a peak expert of the second heaven, it would be effortless for him, Zheng Wuxiang, to kill Su Yi, a small nobody who hadn't even reached the transcendence realm, and avenge his son. But who would have thought? Su Yi kept his phone camera on while completing the mission, uploading the entire process. Zheng Wuxiang gnashed his teeth in hatred. But he didn't dare to truly act against Su Yi under the patrol bureau's surveillance, so he could only grit his teeth and endure. Just when Zhang Wuxiang thought he might not find an opportunity to act against Su Yi this time, Su Yi's phone ran out of power. It ran out of power. It was as if heaven was helping him. Zhang Wuxiang slowly stepped out of the shadows. Su Yi. Killing him with one saber strike would be too easy for him. Zhang Wuxiang wanted to slowly flay Su Yi alive to avenge his son. The last sliver of sunset fell. Night began to shroud the land. Su Yi felt more power gradually surging through his body and opened his eyes. Curator Zheng, why are you here? Zhang Wuxiang smiled coldly. Of course to kill you. Kill me, why? Of course to avenge my son. Su Yi, you killed my son. Today you will pay with your life for my son Zheng Feng. Su Yi's expression became even more puzzled. Curator Zheng, have you misunderstood something? When did I kill your son? At that time, to save Zheng Feng, I even stayed behind alone to face the murderous maniac of Transcendence First Heaven. Although I ultimately couldn't save Zheng Feng, you can't blame me for that, can you? Hypocrite! Zhang Wuxiang roared. I found your blood on the clothes near my son's wound. This can only prove that the saber that pierced my son's chest had your blood on it. You are the culprit who killed my son. So that's where he was exposed. Su Yi sighed inwardly. He had been wondering why Zhang Wuxiang would suspect him, even though he had done everything perfectly. As expected, he still lacked experience. Next time, he must wipe the murder weapon clean. And he must not leave his blood, hair, or other traces at the scene. He secretly learned a lesson. Su Yi, however, still looked bewildered. But when I was being chased by the murderous maniac, he had already stabbed me with a saber. It's normal for him to leave my blood on Zhang Feng's clothes when he killed him, isn't it? Curator Zheng, isn't it too arbitrary to conclude that I am the murderer based on that? Zhang Wuxiang was stunned. Such a possibility did exist. Could he have really misunderstood Su Yi? No. Even if Su Yi wasn't the murderer, it was because of his incompetence that his son died. Zhang Wuxiang's eyes once again filled with ferocity. Su Yi, you can't escape today, I will kill you. Seeing this, Su Yi sighed. Alas, director, you heard that right. Zhang Wuxiang admitted himself that he wants to kill me. Zhang Wuxiang's mind was shaken. He was bluffing him. Su Yi must be bluffing him. However, from behind the jungle, several figures emerged. The leader was none other than the director of Fangyuan City's Patrol Bureau, Zhang Beichuan. I heard it. I told you to stall for a bit, and you really managed to drag it out until night. It made me sleepy. Zhang Beichuan was helpless. God knows how long he had been squatting in the bushes. He had several bites on him. And all of this was because of Zhang Wuxiang. 51. Zhang Wuxiang must die. Escape. Upon seeing Zhang Beichuan, Zhang Wuxiang had only one thought. Su Yi had actually set a trap for him. Zhang Beichuan, a master of supernatural fourth heaven. Zhang Wuxiang didn't even have the courage to fight Zhang Beichuan. However, Sai, wouldn't it be better to just be caught? Must you force my hand? Su Yi hadn't even caught Zhang Beichuan's movements when Zhang Beichuan already appeared in front of Zhang Wuxiang. He reached out. Crack. A large hand condensed from star power grabbed towards Zhang Wuxiang. Stay. Watching the rapidly enlarging star power hand in front of him, Zhang Wuxiang's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't be caught. He absolutely couldn't be caught. As long as he could escape, he still had a chance to live. He wanted to live. At this moment, the star power within Zhang Wuxiang circulated rapidly, and his entire bloodline surged. It was as if he had broken through some bottleneck. Oh! Zhang Beichuan raised an eyebrow. He actually broke through to transcendent third heaven, but that's still not enough. The large star power hand continued to grab downwards. Zhang Wuxiang swung his fist, smashing it towards the giant star power hand. This punch could be said to be Zhang Wuxiang's strongest attack in his life. However, the fist landed on the star power hand but failed to hinder it for even a moment. Instead, Zhang Wuxiang's swinging fist was directly crushed by that star power hand. Fingers, forearm, upper arm, bones shattered, flesh and blood splattered. Zhang Wuxiang cried out in pain. At the same time, the star power hand had already gripped Zhang Wuxiang's legs. Crack! Zhang Wuxiang's two legs instantly twisted at a strange angle. They were actually directly crushed by that star power hand. You want to escape from me? Wishful thinking. Zhang Beichuan casually flung him. Zhang Wuxiang, held by the star power hand, was immediately thrown out, lying on the ground like a dead dog. After doing all this, Zhang Beichuan finally retracted the star power hand and walked back with a smile. How's that, Su Yi? With this bureau chief here, don't you feel completely safe? Today, Zhang Beichuan called to remind Su Yi not to leave the city. Su Yi immediately reported that he had just accepted a mission to clear grape leafhoppers at a grape estate in the suburbs. The two almost simultaneously guessed that this so-called mission was most likely a trap set for Xiao Ye. At that moment, Xiao Ye suggested playing along. He would still leave the city to complete the mission, but Zhang Beichuan would send patrol officers to protect him in secret. If the murderous maniac's accomplice came to harm Xiao Ye, they would immediately capture him. Xiao Ye's suggestion was, on one hand, because he couldn't bear to part with the slaughter value he was about to receive. And on the other hand, there's only 1,000 days of being a thief, not 1,000 days of guarding against one. If the murderous maniac truly had an accomplice, Xiao Ye couldn't always be careful of hidden arrows. Not to mention, he also had family members. If any Xiao family members were injured or even died because of him, Xiao Ye would never forgive himself. It was better to use himself as bait to lure the opponent out. Xiao Ye believed that a companion of a first-heaven murderous maniac would certainly not have too high a cultivation level. With the experts from the patrol bureau present, he would definitely be fine. Xiao Ye originally thought Zhang Beichuan would send 2 patrol bureau experts, but who would have thought? Zhang Beichuan actually came in person. What was even more unexpected was, the person who followed Xiao Ye to the grape estate was not the murderous maniac's companion they were waiting for, but Zhang Wuxiang. Because of this, Zhang Beichuan gave Xiao Ye instructions to stall for time, to see if the murderous maniac's accomplice would appear. But they waited until evening, and no second person appeared. However, news came from the people investigating Zhang Wuxiang's home and martial arts school. The surveillance equipment near Zhang Wuxiang's home had suddenly malfunctioned these past 2 days. Zhang Beichuan quickly determined that Zhang Wuxiang was being used as a pawn by the murderous maniac's accomplice. While sending people to investigate the Zhang clan martial arts school and the Zhang family, he personally took action to capture Zhang Wuxiang alive. Take him back and interrogate him thoroughly. Zhang Beichuan waved his hand. Immediately, 2 patrol officers who had arrived with Zhang Beichuan stepped forward, grabbing Zhang Wuxiang one from each side. Xiao Ye. Zhang Wuxiang was covered in blood at this moment, like a vengeful ghost. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Ye. You killed my son and now you scheme against me like this. I curse you to die a horrible death. And your family members, Xiao Ye, though I can't kill you, I will make you experience the pain of seeing your family members die before your eyes. Your parents, your sister, everyone will die a horrible death. Xiao Ye's heart sank. He wasn't sure if Zhang Wuxiang had made any arrangements targeting his family members before he set out to kill him. Don't worry, your family members are all fine. Zhang Beichuan walked over and patted Xiao Ye's shoulder. Didn't I say I had arranged for people to protect your family members? They are all well now. He then sneered. This Zhang Wuxiang is just someone who runs a martial arts school, and his subordinates are all a disorganized mob. Now that he's fallen, will anyone still risk their lives for him? Xiao Ye nodded. That's right, once Zhang Wuxiang falls, no one will naturally risk their lives for him. And no one would threaten his family members. But the prerequisite was, Zhang Wuxiang had to die. Xiao Ye clenched his fists. Although Zhang Wuxiang admitted he wanted to kill him, he hadn't had time to act yet. Letting Zhang Wuxiang go back for investigation and trial was not safe. He must die immediately. Xiao Ye slowly exhaled. These Zhang father and son, they truly loved to touch his inverse scale in the same way, forcing him to take action. Bureau Chief Zhang, I trust you. Don't worry, I won't act impulsively. That's right. Zhang Beichuan smiled reassuringly. Let's go, we'll return to Fangyuan City now. Once you see your family members, you'll be completely at ease. Oh, where did I park my car again? Zhang Beichuan followed his memory to find his car. And Xiao Ye slowly adjusted his position, placing himself directly in the path of the 2 patrol officers, dragging Zhang Wuxiang away. Under the night sky, Xiao Ye slowly opened his mouth at an angle only Zhang Wuxiang could see, silently uttering a few words. That's right, Zhang Feng was killed by me. Zhang Wuxiang was going crazy. At this moment, he finally confirmed it. His only son was killed by Xiao Ye. I'll kill you. The insane Zhang Wuxiang had only one thought at this moment. He would kill Xiao Ye. Even if he had to die, he would drag Xiao Ye down with him. Son, Dad is here to avenge you. At this moment, Zhang Wuxiang, with one arm and 2 legs broken and severely injured, completely unleashed all the potential within his body. Paying the price of another arm, he broke free from the 2 patrol officers, and his entire body transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards Xiao Ye. Zhang Wuxiang flew towards Xiao Ye like a cannonball. Without limbs, Zhang Wuxiang opened his mouth wide, as if to fiercely bite off Xiao Ye's neck. Be careful! The 2 patrol officers exclaimed. Zhang Beichuan, who was looking for his car, rushed over anxiously. However, Zhang Beichuan had only run 2 steps before he slowly stopped. A flash of light. A flash of blade technique, as bright and cold as the clear moon streaked past. Crack! Zhang Wuxiang's face still held an expression of disbelief, his head already separated from his body, falling to the ground with a thud and rolling twice. At the same time, Su Yi slowly retracted his saber. Limit burst, 27 times strength and speed. Basic saber technique, reached perfection. Slaughter value plus 360. 52, Qi Bear, an accomplice of the serial killer. Su Yi, how are you? Zhang Beichuan hurried over. As for Zhang Wuxiang, who was decapitated, he didn't spare him a single glance. I'm fine. Su Yi shook his head. In reality, that last saber strike had almost completely depleted all the star power in his body, but it was well worth it. Zhang Beichuan's eyes showed a strange expression. That saber strike of yours just now, was it the basic saber technique, reaching the pinnacle of perfection? Not long ago, Su Yi's blade technique was only at the perfect level. Now, it had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Zhang Beichuan wanted to pry open Su Yi's brain to see what kind of structure it had. He had never seen anyone improve their martial skill as easily as eating and drinking. It seems it really did improve. Actually, Su Yi had added points while watching the sunset earlier, just in case. If Zhang Wuxiang had any other tricks, the suddenly improved basic saber technique to the pinnacle of perfection would give him more confidence. Now it seems, it was fortunate he added points. A breakthrough in the heat of battle. You live up to your name, but you actually managed to kill the third heaven's Zhang Wuxiang with one strike. Zhang Beichuan still couldn't believe it. Su Yi smiled slightly. Zhang Wuxiang was severely wounded by Director, and he consumed most of his qi and blood to break free from control. I merely delivered the final blow. Even so, it's still very impressive. Zhang Beichuan sighed. Then he looked sternly at the 2 anxious patrol officer. You couldn't even catch a Zhang Wuxiang. Go run 100 laps around the patrol bureau when you get back. The 2 patrol officer almost cried. 100 laps. That would kill them. But seeing Zhang Beichuan, who was clearly in a fit of pique, the 2 didn't dare to retort and could only nod miserably. At the same time, they hated Zhang Wuxiang to death in their hearts. They had never seen anyone so eager to die. Director, Zhang Wuxiang is dead, so there are no more clues about Gao Yiling's accomplice, right? Zhang Beichuan waved his hand. It's obvious Zhang Wuxiang was being used as a pawn by someone. Even if he were alive, he wouldn't be able to provide any useful information. He's dead, so he's dead. Let's go back to the patrol bureau. Yes, Director. So he got into the car with them, deeply agreeing with Zhang Beichuan's words. This was also why he didn't hesitate to provoke Zhang Wuxiang and kill him. However, Gao Yiling's accomplice remained hidden in the shadows, which was indeed unsettling. It seems he needed to find a way to deal with that person, as soon as possible. So he opened the car window, letting the evening breeze blow in. He just had a faint feeling in his heart, as if he had forgotten something. Grape Estate. The estate owner guarded the room, pacing back and forth uneasily. Has that patrol officer Su finally finished? Can I go out now? Qi Bear, 28 years old. Gao Yiling's childhood sweetheart, disappeared at the same time as Gao Yiling. Suspected of having a mental system ability, a hacker. Su Yi looked at the information in front of him. In the photo was a cold-faced woman in a black dress. After the identity of the murderous maniac Gao Yiling was confirmed, the patrol bureau quickly locked onto the person most likely to be Gao Yiling's accomplice. In Su Yi's hand was the information of the person targeted by the patrol bureau. The data didn't state Qi Bear's cultivation level, but based on Su Yi's judgment, Qi Bear likely hadn't achieved a breakthrough to the extraordinary, otherwise she wouldn't have needed to borrow a knife to kill, letting Zhang Wuxiang make a move. Instead, she would have personally killed Su Yi to avenge her boyfriend, Gao Yiling. Mental system ability. Su Yi frowned. Mental system ability was considered very special among all supernatural ability. Mental energy was formless and intangible, making it difficult to guard against. It could even control objects and kill people from a distance. Every mental system esprit was highly valued by the Federation. Su Yi completely didn't understand how a mental system esprit could willingly become one of the fallen ones. Perhaps she only activated her mental system ability after she fell. Su Yi murmured. But the most important thing now was to find Qi Bear. Otherwise, having such a venomous snake hiding nearby would always be a hidden danger. Su, what are you looking at? Xia Jikyu's voice suddenly rang out. Hey, it's a woman. Su, have you changed your taste? She can't compare to our school beauty. Get lost, this is a suspect. Su Yi said, about to turn off his phone screen. Wait a Su, this is a hacker. Do you want to find her? Maybe I can help you. Oh. What, old Z, are you serious? Su Ye no longer bothered to lock his phone. He asked excitedly for confirmation. He. Zia Jikyu scratched his head. Probably my maternal uncle possibly, can find her. Really, what does your maternal uncle do? How can he find her? Zia Jikyu looked left and right, confirming that no one was paying attention to them, then lowered his voice. Well, my maternal uncle used to do this too, but he's retired now. Do what? Hacker. Su Yi was dumbfounded. He also knew Zia Jikyu's maternal uncle, and had always thought he was just a gaming expert, but he never expected. He actually had such an experience. But, even if your maternal uncle does this, the Patrol Bureau's network experts are also investigating this person, but they haven't found her information yet. Is your maternal uncle more powerful than those experts at the Patrol Bureau? Zia Jikyu shook his head. He certainly can't compare. But cats have their Tao and mice have theirs. Your Patrol Bureau's people use technical means to find people, but my maternal uncle can use physical means. What do you mean? Hackers also need tools, and my maternal uncle he. Su Yi instantly understood. At the same time, he was even more convinced by Zia Jikyu's statement. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find maternal uncle now. Digital City. Su Yi looked at the young man wearing flip-flops, baggy shorts, and a messy bird's nest hairstyle. It was indeed Zia Jikyu's maternal uncle. Zio Q, you really know how to make trouble for me. Zia Jikyu's maternal uncle scratched his head. Maternal uncle, please help us. This person is secretly watching Su Yi and his entire family. You don't want to see Su Yi get into trouble, do you? During the summer vacation after junior high, Su Yi and I even worked for free here for a month. Zia Jikyu pleaded with his maternal uncle, clinging to him. What, this person is targeting Su Yi, you wait. Zia Jikyu's maternal uncle, who was initially unwilling to get involved in this troublesome matter, immediately opened a small room at the very back of the shop. Half an hour later, Zia Jikyu's maternal uncle walked out again and handed Su Yi a piece of paper. I can only find that this person is roughly in this area, but I can't confirm the exact location. I'm sorry, little Su Yi. I'm already very grateful. Su Yi clasped his hands. He was filled with gratitude. The moment he got the note, Su Yi immediately sent this information to Zhang Beichuan. With a general range, it would definitely be easier for Zhang Beichuan to find Chi Bear. However, Su Yi was never one to completely entrust his safety to others. He wouldn't feel at ease without seeing it for himself. Immediately, after bidding farewell to Zia Jikyu, Su Yi disguised himself, covering his face with a hat and mask, and headed to the location given by Zia Jikyu's maternal uncle. However, Su Yi, who was solely focused on finding Chi Bear, didn't notice. Zia Jikyu, who had already said goodbye to him, had also quietly disguised himself and followed along. Catching criminals and all that. It was too exciting. 53. Soul capturing Pearl, a chance encounter. Not far from the alley where Su Yi killed Gao Yiling, a woman in a black dress placed a white chrysanthemum at the street corner. A Lang, that good-for-nothing Zheng Wuxiang failed. But I won't give up on avenging you. Su Yi killed you, my beloved, so I'll start by killing his most cherished family, beginning with his sister. How about that? The woman took a deep look at the distant alley. She turned and left. However, not long after she walked into an empty alley, a person wearing a ghost mask suddenly appeared, blocking Chi Bear's path. Chi Bear instantly became alert. Someone from the Patrol Bureau. However, the person wearing the ghost mask waved a hand. Don't be nervous, I'm not one of those dogs from the Patrol Bureau. On the contrary, I can help you achieve your wish. Chi Bear did not lower her guard. Then who are you? Let's talk about your wish first. Don't you want to kill Su Yi? Chi Bear looked deeply at the person with the ghost mask. You want me to be your blade to kill Su Yi? The person with the ghost mask chuckled. Isn't that what you did to Zheng Wuxiang before? Besides, don't you want to kill Su Yi? You know he personally killed your lover. Chi Bear clenched her fists. This person even knew about her and Zheng Wuxiang, which showed he had been watching her for a long time. Since you know everything, you should also know that even Zheng Wuxiang, a peak expert of the second heaven, couldn't kill Su Yi. How could I possibly have that ability? The person with the ghost mask let out another low laugh. Zheng Wuxiang failed because Zhang Beichuan, a fourth heaven expert, was present at the time. It would be strange if he succeeded. But you're different. Zhang Beichuan can't always follow Su Yi, and you have the ability to monitor Su Yi in real time. As long as you find the right opportunity, killing Su Yi with your strength will be easy. Chi Bear shook her head. Su Yi is already Kaiyuan 9th level, with the same cultivation as me, and he's a genius specifically cultivated by the Patrol Bureau. How could I possibly kill him? 2 items appeared out of thin air in the hand of the person, with the ghost mask. A bead and a dagger. Didn't I say, I'll help you? As long as you take this item, you can immediately achieve breakthrough to transcendence. If you're lucky, you might even directly break through to transcendence second heaven. At that time, your strength will far surpass Xiao Ye's, and killing him will be effortless. As for this dagger, it's a 3rd-tier transcendence weapon. After achieving breakthrough to transcendence and wielding a transcendence weapon, crushing Xiao Ye will be no problem at all. Bear cautiously did not take the 2 items. Since you can produce such things, it should be even easier for you to kill Xiao Ye. Why don't you do it yourself? The person with the ghost mask shook his head. That doesn't sound like a question a smart person like you should ask. I naturally have reasons why I cannot act personally. I'm providing you with resources to help you achieve your wish, so why do you need to know so much? Bear took a deep breath. She directly snatched the bead and dagger from the palm of the person with the ghost mask. The moment the bead touched her hand, Bear's expression changed. She felt an intense mental energy fluctuation from within the bead. It was as if thousands of vengeful spirits were roaring in her ears. A soul-capturing bead. Imprisoning a soul within a soul-capturing bead was a more cruel method than her, and Gao Yilang's direct soul-stripping and devouring. The souls in the soul-capturing bead would be filled with violent qi. Absorbing the soul-capturing bead would greatly increase mental energy, but it would also affect one's mind due to that violent qi. If she fully absorbed this soul-capturing bead, Bear might completely lose control due to the desire for slaughter. Bear hesitated for a moment. However, when she looked up again, the person with the ghost mask had vanished without a trace. Finally, Bear took a deep breath. As long as I can avenge A Lang, even if I fall into hell forever, I will not regret it. Clenching the bead, Bear quickly rushed back to her lodging. She needed a quiet environment to absorb the soul-capturing bead. Just as Bear walked onto her familiar street, suddenly her steps faltered. She vaguely felt a sense of danger. Had those patrol officers found her location so quickly? Bear turned and left without disturbing anyone. However, the moment she turned around, she saw a young man wearing a baseball cap and a mask. Although the young man's face was not clear, but just by seeing his figure and walking posture, Bear recognized him at a glance. Xiao Ye. He actually appeared here. Bear tried to suppress the killing intent in her heart. Reason told her that she couldn't move against Xiao Ye yet. She needed to achieve breakthrough first. However, the closer she got to Xiao Ye, the stronger the killing intent in Bear's heart became, causing her eyes to involuntarily turn red. What Bear didn't know was that the soul-capturing bead in her palm was constantly influencing her mind, making her lose her usual composure. So the moment Bear brushed past Xiao Ye, swish, a cold gleaming dagger fiercely stabbed towards Xiao Ye's abdomen. Bear's eyes were red, her expression frantic. There was only one thought in her mind. Kill Xiao Ye. However, clang. The dagger did not stab into Xiao Ye's abdomen. Instead, it first struck a gleaming long blade, facing a 3rd-tier transcendence weapon. The long blade in Xiao Ye's hand instantly broke. The immense force propelled by inertia continued to stab towards Xiao Ye's abdomen. But fortunately, the long blade had just provided a block. Xiao Ye quickly retreated. But the dagger still pierced his clothes, revealing the mithril soft armor beneath. Xiao Ye gasped. That was close. In that instant, he suddenly felt a jolt of alarm, a great danger enveloping his entire body. He instinctively took out a long blade from his storage bracelet and blocked. If his movement had been even half a beat slower, he would have been impaled by the dagger by now. So he broke out in a cold sweat. But at the same time, his heart was filled with wild joy, because he had recognized the identity of the person who attacked him. Bear's hat was blown off by the wind. Her long hair flew, revealing her entire face. It was 80% similar to the appearance in the information Xiao Ye had received. It was undoubtedly Bear, Gao Yilang's childhood sweetheart. It truly was a case of finding something without searching, and getting it without effort. Patrol officer on duty, everyone stepped back. Xiao Ye shouted loudly. He had already lunged at Bear with his half-broken long blade. The scattered pedestrians on the road heard Xiao Ye's shout and immediately screamed and fled, not daring to approach the 2 fighting individuals. The street became empty. Xiao Ye no longer had any reservations in his attacks. His masterful basic saber technique instantly condensed into a curtain of light, continuously falling upon Bear. Bear could only block with the dagger in her hand. But how could her speed compare to Su Yi's? Soon, large and small wounds appeared on her body. However, at the same time, Su Yi also frowned inwardly. The dagger in Qi Bear's hand was so sharp. His long blade would immediately be cut off upon colliding with the dagger. He could only try his best to avoid colliding with the dagger. But Qi Bear seemed to have noticed this as well, constantly using the dagger to defend her vital areas, making it difficult for Su Yi to gain an advantage for a time. 54. The death of Qi Bear, the change in Xia Jiqiu. Su Yi and Qi Bear were locked in a stalemate. Su Yi was unable to kill Qi Bear for a while. Qi Bear was already struggling with passive defense, so counterattacking was out of the question. However, the commotion here must have attracted the attention of the patrol bureau. I just need to keep her entangled for a few more minutes. Su Yi remained calm and continued to use his blade technique to trap Qi Bear. Even if he couldn't kill Qi Bear himself, she absolutely could not be allowed to escape today. Qi Bear's wounds continued to increase. Blood flowed incessantly, making Qi Bear's body even weaker. But at the same time, her brain, which had become frenzied due to the influence of the soul-capturing bead, gradually regained its sanity because of the pain in her body. If she continued to be entangled by Su Yi, not only would she be unable to kill Su Yi, but she would also fall into the encirclement of the patrol officers who would soon arrive. She must escape. Qi Bear fought and retreated. Su Yi naturally saw through Qi Bear's intentions and continued to use his blade technique to tie her down, slowing her pace. On his smart watch, the nearest patrol officer was only 600 meters away and would arrive soon. However, just as Su Yi thought he had Qi Bear secured, he suddenly frowned. He seemed to hear a sound that shouldn't be there. At a nearby intersection, a figure was hiding behind a trash can, pulling out a phone and pointing it at Su Yi and the other person. It looked like he was live streaming. Brothers, do you see this? The patrol bureau is catching a criminal on the spot. They're going back and forth, fighting so intensely. As long as you brothers send me 10 rockets, I'll move 10 meters closer and let everyone see what that female criminal looks like. Oh, her black dress has been torn. Tusk, 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 it's too hot. The live streamer initially tried to keep his voice down. But when he saw the number of viewers in his live stream room rapidly increasing, and people even starting to send rockets, his excited voice couldn't help but get louder. A windfall from heaven. This was truly a windfall from heaven. For 2.5 years, he had been an unknown little streamer. Finally, he had found the key to wealth. Seeing the top benefactor in the livestream room send 3 rockets in a row, the live streamer actually walked past the trash can and moved a few meters closer. Idiot! Su Yi cursed softly, his body turning, trying to block Qi Bear. However, the commotion over there had already attracted Qi Bear's attention. At that moment, she would rather let Su Yi's blade leave a long wound on her body than pounce over and take the live streamer hostage. As long as she had a hostage, she would have hope of escaping. No, it's too late. Su Yi felt anxious. It was a pity that it was still daytime, so he couldn't maximize his limit burst. Just as the live streamer was about to fall into Qi Bear's hands, suddenly, a figure darted out from the side, hugging the live streamer and rolling a few times before stopping, thus allowing him to take the live streamer away from Qi Bear's clutches. Old Xia! Su Yi exclaimed. The person who had suddenly rushed out and rescued the live streamer from Qi Bear's hands was none other than Xia Jiqiu. Xia Jiqiu clutched his arm, which had just sustained a deep wound from a dagger while saving the person. He grimaced in pain, but still gave Su Yi a thumbs up. Brother, I've taken care of your worries. Su Yi took a deep breath. Limit burst. Profound basic saber technique. Slash. Ufda. Qi Bear, who had exposed her back to Su Yi in order to take the hostage, trembled. A deep, bone-deep blade mark slowly bloomed on her back. I'm unwilling. Qi Bear tried to turn around, wanting to drag Su Yi down with her. However, a gleaming blade light pierced her back and emerged from her chest, completely piercing Qi Bear's heart, and caused Qi Bear's eyes to completely lose their luster. Thud. Qi Bear's corpse fell heavily to the ground. Slaughter value plus 9.3. She's finally dead. Su Yi let out a breath. Now no one could threaten him and his family. Old Xia, how are you? Xia Jiqiu stumbled to his feet, grimacing in pain again. It hurts like hell, but wasn't I handsome just now? Xia Jiqiu walked over to Su Yi, looking at Qi Bear's corpse with a blade sticking out of her back. Su, you're too fierce. If I didn't kill her, she would kill me and my family, so she had to die. Su Yi checked his storage bracelet. After getting this item, he had put a lot of daily necessities, food and drink into it. But he hadn't put in any wound medicine. He was still unprepared. Old Xia, wait here. I'll go buy something to treat the wound. All right, no problem, you go. I'll protect the scene. Huh, what's this? A thumb-sized bead rolled to Xia Jikyu's feet. Xia Jikyu curiously picked it up. However, the hand Xia Jikyu used to pick up the bead had just covered his wound, and it was now covered in his own blood. Upon touching the bead, immediately, countless souls were released, screaming as they tried to rush into Xia Jikyu's body. Xia Jikyu suddenly let out a tragic scream. Pain, so much pain, as if countless claws were tearing at his soul. Old Xia. Yi had just taken 2 steps when he heard Xia Jikyu's agonizing scream from behind him. He rushed back in one stride and saw Xia Jikyu, completely enveloped in black mist. As the black mist churned, countless ghostly faces seemed to flash within it. What's going on? What's going on? 2 voices rang out simultaneously. One was Su Yi's own anxious voice, and the other was an inquiring question from someone rushing from afar. And very quickly, the person nearby provided the answer himself. A soul-capturing bead. It's actually a soul-capturing bead. Su Yi immediately asked anxiously. What is a soul-capturing bead? How do I save him? He's my friend, he came to help. It was only then that Su Yi clearly saw the newcomer, a teenager of 18 or 19. And he had seen this person once before outside Zhang Beichuan's office at the patrol bureau. At that time, the other party had given him a very strong sense of oppression. Was he a patrol officer who had come to help? But now was not the time to ask such questions. The most important thing was to save Xia Jikyu. Fallen ones extract the souls of martial artists or Yao beasts, imprisoning them in a bead, allowing the souls to tear at each other and generate malevolent qi, thus forming a soul-capturing bead. Fallen ones absorb soul-capturing beads to rapidly increase their soul power and break through realms, but because the souls in the soul-capturing bead are too violent, those who absorb the soul-capturing bead are very likely to be influenced by the violent souls within, thereby losing their sanity or undergoing a drastic change in temperament. Your friend somehow activated the soul-capturing bead with his blood. Now, those souls in the soul-capturing bead are assaulting his mind. If this continues, your friend might not be able to hold on. 55. Skill approaching the Tao, awakening supernatural abilities. What, is there no other way to save him? Those fallen ones can even advance by using this soul-capturing bead, so why can't my friend hold on? The young man beside him shook his head. The fallen ones have already absorbed the blood of creatures from another world, greatly enhancing their physique and soul, but even so, absorbing it still carries great risks. And your friend hasn't even reached the Kaiyuan 9th level, so he can't withstand the ferocious souls within the soul-capturing bead at all. Is he really beyond saving? Su Yi didn't believe it. He absolutely couldn't watch his good friend, Xia Jikyu, die in front of him like this. He immediately contacted Zhang Beichuan, asking if he had a solution and requesting him to come over immediately. After not receiving a reply from Zhang Beichuan, Su Yi directly pulled his broken blade from Qi Bear's body. What are you going to do? The young man beside him gave Su Yi a strange look. These black things are the so-called souls, right? As long as I chop all these souls, they won't be able to harm my friend anymore. Since he couldn't solve the problem of Xia Jikyu being unable to absorb them, he would simply solve the source of the problem. Are you crazy? You haven't even reached the transcendent realm, how could you possibly kill these souls? The young man beside him shook his head in disagreement. But Su Yi didn't pay him any mind. The broken blade in his hand had already fiercely struck the black mist. However, the blade light flashed past. The black mist separated for an instant, then closed again, and the ghost faces within it showed no change at all. See, I told you it was useless. The young man shook his head. He felt that Su Yi had already lost his mind. But very quickly, the young man's eyes suddenly widened. Profound realm basic saber technique, where did this come from? Someone actually elevated a martial skill to the profound realm again. Su Yi retracted his blade. Useless. Since the profound realm basic saber technique was useless. Then he glanced at the panel. After just killing Qi Bear, his slaughter value had changed again. Slaughter value, 1603.5. It was just enough for him to add 0.16 times. Burn 100 slaughter value, basic saber technique proficiency +1. Burn 100 slaughter value, basic saber technique proficiency +1. After 16 burns, the panel finally changed again. Martial skill, basic saber technique approaching the Tao. The proficiency rank had changed again. This time, it had become technique approaching the Tao. At the same time, Su Yi felt that his blade technique seemed to have entered a completely new realm. CHH. The broken blade in his hand cut across again. And this time, CHH. Now, the broken blade once again split the black mist and landed on one of the ghost faces. The previous slashes, which had no effect on the ghost face, now made the ghost face howl in pain. Demonic sounds pierced their ears, and ghosts wailed like wolves. Xiao Ye and the young man's ears were quickly filled with these mournful ghost cries. However, a look of joy appeared on Xiao Ye's face. It worked. He really did hurt those ghost faces. The young man beside him opened his mouth in disbelief. How did you do that? How could you possibly hurt a soul? But Xiao Ye didn't have time to answer him. Instead, he cleaved out another blade strike. This blade strike once again slashed at a ghost face, and immediately, the sound of ghosts wailing like wolves echoed in their ears again. And this time, the young man beside him finally saw clearly. Your blade technique's proficiency has actually increased again. How is this possible? A profound realm blade technique can still improve. The young man had already begun to doubt life itself. But Xiao Ye frowned. Although he had hurt the ghost faces in the black mist, the damage was too low. At this rate, it would take years to kill all the ghost faces in the black mist. But Xia Zhikyu couldn't wait. That's right, that dagger. Xiao Ye suddenly remembered. Qi Bear had been able to resist him for so long precisely because of the dagger's sharpness. Qi Bear's dagger must be of a high rank. Using her dagger would definitely increase efficiency. Xiao Ye swiftly grabbed Qi Bear's dagger and slashed at the black mist again. Oh well. This time, the ghost cries were even more mournful. At the same time, the ghost face that Xiao Ye had slashed at actually shrank a large circle. It really works. Xiao Ye no longer hesitated and slashed fiercely again. 1, 2, 3 times, CHH. A puff of black smoke, and the ghost face completely disappeared. The energy within it surged into Xia Zhikyu's body, but it no longer gnawed at Xia Zhikyu's soul. At the same time, slaughter value plus 23. This could also increase slaughter value. If it weren't for the urgent situation, Xiao Ye would have laughed out loud. However, at this moment, his best brother was facing a life-or-death crisis, and Xiao Ye couldn't care about anything else. The faster he moved, the less danger Xia Zhikyu would be in. CHH. The dagger kept slashing, and the ghost faces gradually diminished. Slaughter value plus 53. Slaughter value plus 74. Slaughter value plus 32. By the time Zhang Beichuan arrived, Xiao Ye had just finished slashing the last ghost face. The black mist enveloping Xia Zhikyu had already become calm. Then it was gradually absorbed by Xia Zhikyu. He should be fine now, right? After continuous slashing, Xiao Ye's star power had long been completely depleted. In the end, he was completely relying on sheer willpower to hold on. After eliminating the last ghost face, seeing that the painful expression on Xia Zhikyu's face had disappeared, he finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then he directly fainted. Zhang Beichuan, who had rushed over, caught him in time. What exactly happened here? Beside him, the young man, who had been dumbfounded, turned his head. Director, come see a god. Where am I? Xiao Ye opened his eyes dazedly, still a little disoriented. But very quickly, Xiao Ye suddenly sat up. Xia Zhikyu. Don't worry, your friend is fine. A voice sounded from the side. It was Zhang Beichuan. Xiao Ye first breathed a slight sigh of relief. Director, how is my friend doing now? Is there any lasting effect? Although Zhang Beichuan said Xia Zhikyu was fine, without knowing the specific situation, Xiao Ye couldn't completely relax. He's currently still unconscious and there are indeed some effects. Xiao Ye became nervous again. What happened to him? Zhang Beichuan's expression was strange. He absorbed the energy of an entire soul-capturing bead, far exceeding what he could tolerate. So what happened? Xiao Ye was about to die of anxiety. Zhang Beichuan then sighed. So, he awakened a supernatural ability. Xiao Ye. Wait, director, what did you say? Awakened a supernatural ability. Zhang Beichuan smiled and nodded. That's right, sometimes under extreme conditions, one can also acquire an awakening of a supernatural ability, and your friend Xia Zhikyu obviously encountered such conditions. He absorbed a large amount of soul energy, especially pure soul energy without any violent aura, which stimulated your friend's brain, causing him to awaken a mental system ability. I have to say, your friend is very lucky. Not only did absorbing the soul-capturing bead not turn him into a lunatic, but he also turned misfortune into a blessing, awakening a mental system ability. More importantly, your friend is lucky to have a friend like you. If Xiao Ye hadn't desperately killed all the souls, turning them into pure soul energy, Xia Zhikyu wouldn't even have been able to save his life, let alone awaken a supernatural ability. Zhang Beichuan looked at Xiao Ye seriously. Now, I need you to answer me seriously, Xiao Ye. Have you cultivated the basic saber technique to the realm of technique approaching the Tao? 56. The goal is to break all 12 genetic chains. Principal Zhang's expression was exceptionally solemn. It also carried a hint of anticipation. And this anticipation, upon seeing Xiao Ye's slight nod, instantly turned into ecstasy. It's really technique approaching the Tao. Principal Zhang directly jumped up and paced around the room several times before gradually calming his inner excitement. Xiao Ye blinked his eyes, a little confused. What's so special about technique approaching the Tao? Is it worth Principal Zhang getting so excited? Vaguely, Xiao Ye felt that he was about to touch upon a secret. Principal Zhang finally managed to calm his emotions and sat down. Xiao Ye, you rascal, I knew you were a genius, but I never expected you to have such talent, to be able to cultivate a martial skill to this extent. That's right, only a basic saber technique that has reached technique approaching the Tao can break through the rules and harm those souls. Principal Zhang couldn't help but give Xiao Ye a thumbs up. Director, what does it mean to break through the rules? Why can't ordinary blade techniques harm those souls, and only a basic saber technique at technique approaching the Tao can harm those things? Well, Principal Zhang rubbed his hands. This question is too complex, and it's not something you can know right now. If you really want to delve into it, it might actually be detrimental to your future. You just need to know that being able to cultivate a martial skill to technique approaching the Tao is an extraordinary achievement. Xiao Ye, originally you were designated as a B-rank genius in the patrol bureau system, but now that you can cultivate a martial skill to technique approaching the Tao, I'm certain your internal rank will soon be elevated again, at least to S-rank. B-rank. S-rank. This was the first time Xiao Ye knew that geniuses also had different ranks. And he was only B-rank before. But thinking about it, it made sense. The original owner's previous performance wasn't stunning. In fact, it could be said to be very ordinary. It was only after he transmigrated and awakened the system that he made rapid progress, but compared to those prodigies who displayed their talent much earlier, he was still a bit behind. If he could cultivate a martial skill to technique approaching the Tao, and be rated as an S-rank genius, were there even more talented prodigies above S-rank? What kind of prodigies would they be? Xiao Ye, what I'm about to say next is the most important thing for you right now. Principal Zhang interrupted Xiao Ye's thoughts. You should already know that after entering the Kaiyuan 9th level, the most important thing is to cultivate martial skills, improve their proficiency, and thereby break through the genetic chains and push open the gate of transcendence. Xiao Ye nodded. He did know this point. Xiao Qiyu had told him about it before, and later, after entering the elite class, Principal Zhang had specifically emphasized it to them. But you might not know the specific relationship between martial skill proficiency and breaking the genetic chains. Outside the gate of transcendence, there are actually 12 genetic chains in total. Cultivating 2 martial skills to mastery gives you a certain chance to break 1 genetic chain and push open the gate of transcendence, entering transcendence. Cultivating 3 martial skills to mastery will definitely break 1 genetic chain and enter transcendence. And if you cultivate 1 martial skill to perfection, you can also break 1 genetic chain. If you cultivate 1 martial skill beyond perfection, which is to say, to the point of superb mastery, just by relying on this 1 martial skill, you can break 2 genetic chains. And you've cultivated basic saber technique to technique approaching the Tao, and with just 1 basic saber technique, you can break 4 genetic chains. Xiao Ye, do you understand what this means? Xiao Ye was silent for a moment. Then he asked the question he was most concerned about. Director, you just said that cultivating 1 martial skill to perfection can break 1 genetic chain. Doesn't that mean that if you cultivate 12 martial skills to perfection, you can break all 12 genetic chains? If that were the case, then by simply taking enough time, he could surely break all 12 genetic chains. Principal Zhang shook his head. That's impossible. A person can indeed learn multiple martial skills in the Kaiyuan realm, but when a person attempts to break through to transcendence, they only have 3 attempts. Wait, this was different from what he understood. Didn't they say that cultivating martial skills was mainly to enhance physical strength, allowing the body to accommodate more energy? How did it become 3 attempts now? Cultivating martial skills is indeed for enhancing physical strength and refining the qi and blood within the body. The 3 attempts I mentioned are when you use the qi and blood within your body to impact the gate of transcendence. The qi and blood within a person's body are limited. The higher the rank of the martial skill, the more refined the qi and blood in the body, and the more genetic chains that can be broken during the impact. According to records over many years in the Federation's history, each person's entire qi and blood can only support 3 impacts when attempting transcendence, and using different martial skills for the impact will yield the best results. Su Ye nodded, accepting this explanation. So that meant if he cultivated 3 martial skills to perfection, he could only break 3 genetic chains. And if he cultivated 3 martial skills to superb mastery, he could break 6 genetic chains. If he cultivated all 3 martial skills to technique approaching the Tao, he would be able to break 12 genetic chains, which is equivalent to breaking all genetic chains and achieving a breakthrough to transcendence in the most perfect state. Su Ye's heart pounded violently. Only at this moment did he understand the importance of continuously improving martial skills. He had now cultivated 3 martial skills. If he could raise all 3 martial skills to technique approaching the Tao, he would be able to break 12 or all of the genetic chains. At this moment, Su Ye finally knew what his goal was. Seeing the expression on Su Ye's face, Principal Zhang smiled slightly. Su Ye, now you understand, right? Your ability to cultivate martial skills to this level proves your extraordinary talent in martial skill cultivation, so you must not waste this talent. Don't rush to breakthrough to transcendence. You must continue to hone your martial skills, improve your physical fitness. I'm not asking you to necessarily break through other martial skills to technique approaching the Tao, but you should try your best to raise their proficiency to your limit, and then try to push open the gate of transcendence. The more energy you absorb during the breakthrough to transcendence, the more profound your foundation will be, which will only benefit your future cultivation and cause no harm. When your genius rank is designated as S rank, you will enjoy the treatment of a top genius. Any resources beneficial to your cultivation can be applied for from the Patrol Bureau. As long as it is confirmed that these resources are indeed useful to you, the Patrol Bureau will fully support you. Furthermore, you won't need to participate in the college entrance examination. The top universities in Eastern Radiance will all be open to you. Principal Zhang looked at Su Ye with anticipation. The extraterrestrial battlefield was constantly ablaze with war. The peace within Blue Star today was barely maintained by the bloody battles of countless extraterrestrial warriors. The future of Eastern Radiance, and indeed all of humanity, rested on these geniuses. 57. Someone has touched my genius level. Southeast Secret Realm. War God Su, the Heavenly King Hall has sent an email. Su Zhengdao pulled out his phone and saw the email from the Heavenly King Hall, his expression unreadable. Brother Dao, what's wrong? Xuanyuan Mingmu noticed her husband's unusual expression and quickly walked over to ask. Su Zhengdao didn't speak, he just handed his phone directly to his wife. So Xuanyuan Mingmu saw the email. What? Su Ye is to be evaluated as an S-rank genius. How could that good for nothing? Xuanyuan Mingmu exclaimed in surprise. 1 month ago, when they brought Su Ye back, he was just a good for nothing at the Kaiyuan 3rd level. Even though the Su family hired famous teachers and invested resources in him, Su Ye's cultivation still hadn't improved in the slightest. Brother Dao, could it be that the Heavenly King Hall knows Su Ye is our son, which is why they rated his rank as S rank? Su Zhengdao looked at Xuanyuan Mingmu disapprovingly. Our human race never acts out of favoritism. Even the son of a king or a heavenly king has never been designated as an advanced genius because of his background. Mingmu, I will only hear such words once. Do not let there be a next time. Xuanyuan Mingmu had just been momentarily excited, blurting it out subconsciously. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she knew it was impossible. Seeing her husband's grave expression now, Xuanyuan Mingmu obediently admitted her mistake. Brother Dao, I was wrong, I shouldn't have thought that. But I still can't understand how could Su Ye become an S-rank genius. Could it be someone with the same name? No, this is Su Ye. Su Zhengdao shook his head, his expression somewhat complex. There was a bit of surprise, and also a hint of relief. Su Ye's cultivation has now risen to the Kaiyuan 9th level. He has awakened a body-type supernatural ability talent, and he has elevated the basic saber technique to the realm of technique approaching the Tao. This already meets the standard for an S-rank genius. However, every S-rank genius slot is extremely precious to us humans. Besides testing their aptitude, we also need to consider their heart nature, character, family background, and identity. When the Deep Blue System investigated Su Ye, it discovered that we had previously investigated Su Ye's information, thereby learning that Su Ye is our biological son. Only then did the Heavenly King Hall send this email. Firstly, to inform us of this matter, and secondly, to hope to receive our evaluation of Su Ye. Kaiyuan 9th level. Supernatural ability awakening. Technique approaching the Tao. Xuanyuan Mingmu slumped into the chair, feeling the strength gradually draining from her body. It had only been a month since Su Ye left the family. Yet he had risen from the Kaiyuan 3rd level to the Kaiyuan 9th level. And he had even awakened a supernatural ability. Moreover, he had cultivated a martial skill to the realm of technique approaching the Tao. As the wife of the war god of Donghuang and the daughter of an aristocratic family legacy, Chunyuan Mingmu naturally knew what this information meant. It meant that Su Yi was truly a super genius worthy of national cultivation. But such a genius, Chunyuan Mingmu clenched her hands tightly. Why didn't Su Yi display these talents when they brought him back? Why did he only astonish everyone after leaving the family? This child was simply born to torment her. He was lost right after birth. When he was found, he was like a good-for-nothing. When she had already given up on this child, he suddenly displayed a prodigy-like talent. Indeed, he was constantly going against her. Why did Su Yi not have any of Su Yang's thoughtfulness and obedience? It was just a pity that Su Yang was not her biological son, and did not inherit her and brother Dao's talents. Even though Su Yang also cultivated very diligently, his rank in Eastern Radiance was only A rank. He was actually inferior to that rebellious son, Su Yi. Xuanyuan Mingmu took a deep breath. No, she absolutely could not let that good-for-nothing, that rebellious son Su Yi, be stronger than Su Yang. At that moment, a faint glimmer flashed in Xuanyuan Mingmu's eyes. She secretly took out her phone and sent an email to the Heavenly King Hall. 1 week later. Patrol Bureau, Zhang Beichuan's office. What? My rank was ultimately only rated as A rank. Su Yi received the result of Eastern Radiance's higher-up's evaluation of his genius rank from Zhang Beichuan. However, unlike the expected S rank, it was ultimately only rated as A rank. In fact, an A rank genius was already considered a top genius in Eastern Radiance, and would receive strong support from Eastern Radiance, with various cultivation resources given generously. But he had expected to be S rank, yet ultimately only received a rank. It was false to say that Su Yi felt no disappointment. Zhang Beichuan also looked puzzled. I'm also puzzled. According to the talent you've displayed, being rated as an S-rank genius wouldn't be strange, but the result is only A rank. Could it be that those old men made a mistake? No, that can't be. The Deep Blue system also participated in the rank evaluation. Could it be that there was a problem in other aspects and someone interfered? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Beichuan shook his head himself. The situation on the extraterrestrial battlefield was becoming increasingly severe, and infighting within the human race had decreased. Every genius on Blue Star was extremely important for the survival of the human race. How could anyone do something so self-defeating and harmful to others? Perhaps there are some other reasons, but Su Yi, you don't need to be disheartened. The treatment for an A-rank genius is also quite good, and I believe that as you continue to display your talent, those old men will definitely continue to raise your genius rank. How long had Su Yi been exposed to the basic saber technique? Half a month. He had already been able to cultivate the basic saber technique to technique approaching the Tao. This was simply a super prodigy. Gold always shines. When those old men discover how much of a prodigy Su Yi is, they will surely regret their actions today. I understand, Director. I will continue to work hard. Su Yi was grateful for Zhang Beichuan's comfort. It's just that Zhang Beichuan didn't think anyone would do something self-defeating and harmful to others. Especially a genius from a remote city like Su Yi. It was even less likely that someone who could influence the Heavenly King Hall would target him. But several figures gradually flashed through Su Yi's mind. If someone had interfered and affected his rank evaluation, who else could it be besides the Su family members? The Su family, Su Yi slowly exhaled. He would remember this debt. Su Yi, now that your genius rank has been raised again, I can apply for a higher level cultivation resource package for you. Do you have any requirements in this regard? I see that you are skilled in cultivating blade technique, and coincidentally, the police combat technique you applied for should not have been cultivated much yet. How about exchanging it for a new blade technique martial skill? I can even invite a famous blade technique teacher to help you cultivate blade technique. Zhang Beichuan offered Su Yi advice. But Su Yi shook his head. Director, regarding resources, you can just help me apply for whatever you deem fit. There's no need to change martial skills. If I have a requirement, I only have one. What is it? Just say it. I want to kill demons. 58. Monster Siege New Neighbor. Kill the Yao beasts. With the recovery of spiritual qi, humanity entered the era of martial artists. At the same time, animals on Blue Star also mutated due to these excellent cultivation conditions. These mutated animals are collectively referred to as Yao beasts. Some Yao beasts, after being domesticated, become good companions to humans. But most Yao beasts only follow their instincts to kill. Every year, there are news reports of Yao beasts harming humans in the wild, and sometimes even Yao beasts breaking into cities to cause harm. Therefore, in human society, Children are taught from a young age not to leave the city arbitrarily, as it is dangerous. This is also why Song Si, the instructor at Zhang Clan Martial Arts School, was not discovered despite killing several genius students. Because Song Si mostly acted outside the city, where there was no surveillance, and the victimized students left the city on their own, so no one would investigate if something happened. Of course, humans would not allow Yao beasts to continuously develop and grow stronger. At least within Eastern Radiance, patrol bureaus in various regions conduct 2 large-scale Yao beast encirclements and suppressions every year. The purpose is to kill these Yao beasts before they become too powerful, to prevent them from harming human cities. And recently, the Patrol Bureau was about to conduct such a Yao beast encirclement and suppression operation. Ever since Xiao Ye learned of this news, he had wanted to participate, but he was not yet a formal patrol officer and was not qualified. But now, you want to participate in the Yao beast encirclement and suppression, aren't you afraid of death? From the moment I became a martial artist, I was prepared for this. All right. Zhang Beichuan nodded. I agree to it, go back and prepare. 3 days later we leave the city. Yes. A night. Xiao Ye didn't go to work at Jinyu Seafood Restaurant tonight. Instead, he first picked up little lowly Su baby and brought her home, then had a warm dinner with his family. He listened to Su Xiangdong chuckle as he shared interesting stories from work. He listened to Su baby talk about her new friends at school. And Liu Ruxin mentioned that the downstairs neighbor had been busy moving all day. Seemingly, new neighbors had arrived. Xiao Ye, do you have something you want to tell us? Liu Ruxin looked at Xiao Ye. Usually her son worked outside in the evenings, but he suddenly came home tonight. Was something up? Yes, I'm going out of the city with the patrol bureau tomorrow. I'll probably be gone for half a month. Xiao Ye didn't hide it. The main thing was that this matter couldn't be hidden. What, Xiao Ye, you're going out of the city? Outside the city are all Yao beasts, it's too dangerous. Liu Ruxin stood up anxiously. She wanted Xiao Ye not to go out and risk it, but seeing Xiao Ye's determined expression, the words of persuasion got stuck in her throat. Wife, don't worry. Su Xiangdong helped his wife sit back down. Didn't Xiao Ye say, he's going out with people from the patrol bureau, how could there be any danger? Right, Xiao Ye. Saying this, Su Xiangdong winked at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye smiled and nodded. That's right, Mom. This time, the patrol bureau has many experts accompanying us. I'm just going along to broaden my horizons. Is that so? Hearing her son and husband both say so, Liu Ruxin finally felt a little relieved. However, thinking that her son would be gone for such a long time, Liu Ruxin couldn't sit still. Oh right, Xiao Ye, do you have one of those storage bracelets? I'll prepare more food for you and some clothes to change into. Oh, and a power bank. You must contact us often when you're out there. As Liu Ruxin spoke, she had already entered the kitchen. Only then did Su Xiangdong's smile fade from his face. Is there really no danger? So Dad was just pretending earlier. Xiao Ye gave a wry smile. There's really no danger. It's just the usual annual Yao beast encirclement and suppression. In the past, the patrol bureau has never had any accidents, so don't worry, Dad. Haha, so that's it, then it's fine. Su Xiangdong scratched his head. Well, I'm going to help your mom. Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin both became busy. Little lowly Su baby blinked her big eyes. Brother, is it fun outside the city? Well, this is my first time going out too. I'll take lots of photos and send them to you later, how about that? Xiao Ye was very willing to fulfill his sister's wish. Wow, that's great. Big brother, you're the best tilde tilde tilde. Little lowly clapped her hands happily. Those people in her class will definitely be envious of her tilde tilde tilde. Just as they were speaking. Knock knock. The door was knocked. It's so late, who could it be? Xiao Ye walked to the door, and after seeing the person through the visual display, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face, and he directly opened the door. Xia Jikyu, you're finally awake. Hihita Su, are you happy to see me? The person who came was indeed Xia Jikyu. And accompanying Xia Jikyu were his parents. Hello, uncle and aunt. Hello, you too. Xiao Ye, we heard everything from Xiao Q. We really thank you this time. Xia Jikyu's parents not only came, but they both carried things in their hands. Milk, fruit, and nutritional supplements. As soon as they entered, they couldn't help but repeatedly express their gratitude. Uncle and aunt, how could you? Xiao Ye waved his hands repeatedly. Xia Jikyu, however, without any formality, took off his shoes and walked directly in, then embraced Xiao Ye. Asu, thank you. When Xia Jikyu first activated the soul-capturing bead, although he was enveloped in black mist and in too much pain to make a sound, he still remembered that when everyone else had given up on him, it was Xiao Ye who had been trying to save him. It was also Su Yi who desperately achieved a breakthrough in his blade technique proficiency, killing the fierce souls in the black mist, preventing him from being affected by their malevolent chi. Instead, he was fortunate enough to absorb all the remaining pure energy, which saved him from dying on the spot and allowed him to awaken a mental system ability. Asu, no more words are needed. You saved my life. From now on, you are my boss. Even if you ask me to die, I Zia Jikyu won't even blink. Get lost, why would I want your life? Just talk properly. So you couldn't help but laugh, and at the same time invited Zia Jikyu's parents in. Liu Ruxin and Su Xiangdong, hearing the commotion, also came out at this moment and were exchanging pleasantries with Zia Jikyu's parents. But how did you get in? Su Yi just realized. Outsiders are not allowed into the Patrol Bureau residential area. This family of Zia Jikyu's, he. Zia Jikyu proudly blew on his bangs. Now please call me Patrol Officer Zia. Patrol Officer, you joined the Patrol Bureau too. Of course, I'm someone who has awakened a supernatural ability now, and it's a mental system ability. With this talent, the Patrol Bureau naturally had to specially recruit me. I only agreed to Director Zhang because you, Asu, are in the Patrol Bureau, you know. Zia Jikyu was still a bit smug. So, the family that moved in downstairs today is. It's my family. Zia Jikyu chuckled and directly nodded in acknowledgement. Asu, from now on, we're neighbors. Oh, and I'll also be joining the Yao Beast encirclement and suppression tomorrow. 59. The encirclement begins, the genius of number 1 middle school. The reinforced bulletproof car drove unhurriedly towards the outskirts of the city. Su Yi checked his panel. Previously, to raise his basic saber technique to technique approaching the Tao, he had burned through all his slaughter value, leaving only a single digit. Now he had 3 martial skills. Basic combat technique, perfect. Police combat technique, beginner. Basic saber technique, technique approaching the Tao. What surprised Su Yi a little was that the basic saber technique seemed to be able to continue leveling up. Could there be a realm of proficiency beyond technique approaching the Tao? But this point was not recorded even in the Federation. This made Su Yi somewhat curious. According to Zhang Beichuan, cultivating a martial skill to technique approaching the Tao could break through 4 gene chains. And if all 3 martial skills were cultivated to technique approaching the Tao, all 12 gene chains could be broken. But what if there was a realm beyond technique approaching the Tao? If he had 3 martial skills at a realm beyond technique approaching the Tao, what would happen when he break through to transcendence? Would he be creating history? Su Yi's heart pounded a little fast for a moment. He felt as if he was about to touch upon some secret. However, these were all just Su Yi's conjectures, and he needed more slaughter value to turn this conjecture into reality. Just as he was thinking, Asu. Zia Jikyu nudged Su Yi's arm from beside him. He called Su Yi back from his thoughts. Asu, we're here. Only then did Su Yi realize that the Patrol Bureau's motorcade had stopped at the foot of a mountain. People from the adjacent cars had already started getting out. Su Yi and Zia Jikyu also quickly got out, and then consciously stood at the very back of the line. Those who came to participate in the Yao Beast encirclement were mostly experts from the Patrol Bureau. At least they were transcendence martial artists of the first heaven. There were also those of the second heaven, the third heaven, and Zhang Beichuan of the fourth heaven. As for those who had not reached transcendence, there were only Su Yi and Zia Jikyu, and 2 other teenagers. One of the teenagers was the patrol officer, who was the first to arrive when they encountered Qi Bear earlier. As for the other, Su Yi hadn't seen him before, but he could feel a faint sense of danger from him. These 2 are both from first high, and like us, they are both third-year high school students. Zia Jikyu leaned close to Su Yi and whispered. The thinner one is the one who said I was beyond saving earlier. He's first high's perennial third-place student, named Chen Tan. And that 2-meter-tall hunk of iron is first high's perennial first-place student, named Chu Shi. Both of them are Kaiyuan 9th-level cultivators, and it seems they have both awakened supernatural abilities. Damn it, even first high's geniuses have joined the Patrol Bureau. So he gave Zia Jikyu a strange look. Zia Jikyu chuckled. That was a slip of the tongue. No, I mean, old Zia, you're amazing. How did you find out about these people in such a short time? He and Chen Tan had met twice, yet he only learned the other party's name from Zia Jikyu. Heh, I wandered around the Patrol Bureau's family quarters for a while last night. I found all this out last night. Impressive. So he gave a thumbs up. He had lived in the Patrol Bureau for so long, treating it merely as a house, and hadn't developed any other uses for it. Yet Zia Jikyu had only moved in yesterday, and had already opened up the gossip channels. All right, all teams, begin your operations according to the established plan. If you encounter danger during this time, immediately fire a signal. Other teams will provide rescue according to the smart system's allocation. No unauthorized actions. Just as Xiao Ye and Xia Zhikyu were gossiping about others, Zhang Beichuan had already held a brief and swift mobilization meeting. With a single command, the patrol officers split into 5-person teams and quickly disappeared into the mountain forest. Only Zhang Beichuan, Xiao Ye, Xia Zhikyu, Chen Tan, and Chu Shi remained at the scene. Chu Shi, over 2 meters tall with slightly dark skin, frowned. Director Zhang, what about us? Zhang Beichuan smiled leisurely. You guys, form your own team and move around the outer perimeter. These little guys all wanted to participate in the Yao Beast encirclement. But how could they, who hadn't even reached transcendence, participate in such a task? These few were their patrol bureau's precious darlings, and Zhang Beichuan couldn't bear for any of them to get hurt. So, he simply didn't assign these little guys to any teams, keeping them by his side instead. He didn't believe that with him, a fourth heaven master, present and them operating on the periphery, these little guys could encounter any danger. However, Zhang Beichuan's words made several people frown. They had all come to gain experience. With Zhang Beichuan's arrangement, how could this count as experience? It was practically a picnic. Especially Xiao Ye. He urgently needed slaughter value now. But if they operated on the periphery, those mutated Yao beasts would all be killed by the dispersed teams, and he wouldn't even get a drop of soup. Then what was the point of leaving the city? He might as well go work at Jinyu Seafood Restaurant. At least he'd earn 20 to 30 slaughter value every day. Director Zhang, aren't you just toying with us? Chen Tan gave a wry smile. Chu Shi, on the other hand, directly pulled out a huge mace, slung it over his shoulder, and started walking into the mountains. Chu Shi, what are you doing? Going to kill Yao beasts. Chu Shi spoke in a muffled voice, but his movements didn't stop. Zhang Beichuan snorted. Your activity area is the outer perimeter. Exceeding the designated area is a violation. Chu Shi, are you going to defy a leader's order? Bang! The mace in Chu Shi's hand heavily struck the ground, making Xia Zhikyu jump. It was too scary. It felt like the ground was shaking. So he also couldn't help but take a deep look at Chu Shi. That strike just now, what immense power. It felt even stronger than Meng Li, who had awakened a strength talent at second high. Could Chu Shi have also awakened a strength-type talent? Chu Shi and Zhang Beichuan met each other's gaze, as if sparks were flying. But in the end, Chu Shi still backed down. I understand. Although he said that, it was clear that Chu Shi was very dissatisfied with Zhang Beichuan's order. It was only because of Zhang Beichuan's status as a leader that he didn't continue to contradict him. So he took out his phone, zoomed in on the map, looked around the outer perimeter, and quickly his eyes lit up, locking onto a spot. He then took out his long blade from his storage bracelet. Want to kill Yao beasts? Follow me. With that, he took the lead and left. Zhang Beichuan's lazy voice sounded again. Xiao Ye, you also want to defy a leader's order. Xiao Ye smiled slightly. Director, don't worry, I'm a polite and good child. Of course I wouldn't make things difficult for you. And then, the polite Xiao Ye led everyone to a river. Come on friends, it's time to show off some real technique. Since they weren't allowed to go deep to kill Yao beasts, then guarding the river and killing fish should be fine, right? 60. Slaying demons in the river. Self-introduction. Fangyuan City is a coastal city. The river in front of them now is a river that flows into the sea. Its width is probably 70 to 80 meters. Standing by the river, one could vaguely see a fish, at least a meter long, slowly wagging its tail within it. Xia Zhikyu exclaimed. Asu, you really are the smartest. There really are Yao beasts in this river. Meanwhile, Chu Shi had already picked up his mace and smashed it directly at the large fish in the river. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. Chu Shi stood awkwardly in place, while the large fish poked its head out of the water not far away, blowing a string of bubbles, seemingly mocking Chu Shi. Ha ha ha, Chu Shi, were you sleeping in your theory classes? Don't you know about the refraction of water? To hit a fish in the water you can't just smash directly, you have to aim lower. Xia Zhikyu was in stitches. Chu Shi glared at him coldly, grumbling in a muffled voice. You do it then. Xia Zhikyu immediately fell silent. The fish's movement just now was quite significant. He probably couldn't handle it. Chen Tan also walked to the river's edge, pulling out his weapon. Somewhat to Xiao Ye's surprise, Chen Tan's weapon was a small blade, only the size of a palm. More precisely, it should be a throwing knife. Whoosh! Chen Tan waved his hand, and the throwing knife turned into a silver streak, shooting out in the blink of an eye. Such incredible speed. Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow. This speed. Su Yi simulated it and confirmed that he simply couldn't throw a throwing knife with such effortless speed as Chen Tan. There must be some special way of exerting force. Perhaps it's also related to Chen Tan's supernatural ability, allowing the throwing knife to be so fast. It's just, if he has to throw a throwing knife for every kill, isn't Chen Tan a bit too wasteful with weapons? Just as he was thinking, the throwing knife had pierced the large fish's body, but the large fish's body seemed to be covered in mucus. Although the throwing knife accurately hit the large fish, it didn't pierce its defense, instead sliding off. Just as Su Yi thought Chen Tan was about to lose a throwing knife, Chen Tan pulled his hand. The throwing knife immediately flew back into Chen Tan's hand. It can do that. The sunlight shone down. Something faintly glinted on Chen Tan's hand. Only then did Su Yi realize that Chen Tan's throwing knife was tied with nearly transparent threads. So that's it. This way he can retrieve the throwing knife smoothly, and the threads are almost invisible. If they are strong enough, they can also serve as a weapon. Truly ingenious. It's just a pity. A weapon that is too intricate can lose its power. Chen Tan's throwing knife was exactly like that. It was deflected. Chen Tan frowned. That strike just now looked easy, but in reality he had used 80% of his strength. Yet it couldn't even break the large fish's defense. Chen Tan wanted to strike again. However, Su Yi moved. Basic saber technique. Su Yi, holding his long saber, jumped directly into the river. The long saber in his hand heavily pierced into the large fish's body. Ufda. The long saber passed through its body. The large fish thrashed wildly, and a faint crimson began to spread in the river water. Gradually, the large fish's thrashing weakened. Slaughter value plus 9.8. Su Yi smiled slightly, jumped ashore, holding the now dead large fish. Today's lunch is settled. Wow, Su, you're amazing. Xia Jikyu was the first to rush over, circling Su Yi twice, then raising his voice. As expected of our second high school's prodigy, you're truly powerful. Banged. The mason Chu Shi's hand heavily struck the ground, shaking the gravel, and Xia Jikyu obediently fell silent. Basic saber technique at technique approaching the Tao. Chu Shi's eyes lit up. Su Yi, come fight me. Why do all prodigies like to fight? Shang Yuanlin was like this, and now Chu Shi is too. Su Yi shook his head. Later, I only want to do the mission right now. Fighting Chu Shi wouldn't kill him. He wouldn't get even half a slaughter value, so Su Yi wasn't interested. Haha, as expected of student Su. Chen Tan laughed, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Since we'll be doing missions together these next few days, why don't we introduce ourselves? I'll start. I am Chen Tan, Kaiyuan 9th level, cultivating 3 martial skills, 2 perfect fighting techniques, and 1 superb throwing knife technique. I can barely be considered a 4-chain prodigy. Chu Shi, Kaiyuan 9th level, 3 strength martial skills, 1 perfect, 2 at a superb level, 5-chain. Chu Shi finished speaking in a muffled voice, his eyes fixed on Su Yi. He wanted to know Su Yi's level. Su Yi smiled slightly. Su Yi, Kaiyuan 9th level, 2 fighting techniques, 1 blade technique. As for proficiency, 1 at The Chinese letter beginner, level, 1 perfect, and 1 at technique approaching the Tao. So that should be 5-chain. Upon hearing this, Chu Shi's battle intent in his eyes grew even stronger. Chen Tan, meanwhile, secretly gasped. Although Su Yi and Chu Shi were both 5-chain prodigies, the value of their achievements was completely different. Su Yi had already raised 1 martial skill to technique approaching the Tao. That single skill alone could break 4 genetic lock chains. As for the other 2 martial skills, 1 was perfect, and 1 was just at The Chinese letter beginner level. If Su Yi were given time to raise both of those martial skills to perfect, then he could break 6 genetic lock chains. And if he could raise both of those martial skills to a superb level, wouldn't he be able to break 7 genetic lock chains? One must know that in Eastern Radiance, even among the prodigies of various major universities, those who could break 6 genetic lock chains when breaking through to Transcendent were as rare as phoenix feathers and killing horns. But Su Yi could aim for 7. Such a prodigy, truly disheartening. Chen Tan didn't even consider the possibility of Su Yi raising the other 2 martial skills to technique approaching the Tao. Being able to break through 1 was already extraordinary. He probably only achieved that insight by sheer luck in a moment of urgency. Very good, now that everyone has introduced themselves, let's discuss how we can cooperate. Speaking of which, although there are Yao beasts in the river, catching them in the water is more difficult than catching Yao beasts on land. Our attack methods will also be greatly reduced in effectiveness in the river. We need to come up with a good plan. Meanwhile, Xia Jikyu couldn't help but scratch his head. Wait. He hadn't introduced himself yet. But what exactly did they mean by exchange prodigy? Su Yi lowered his voice and explained it to Xia Zhikyu. Xia Zhikyu immediately quieted down. Forget it, it's better not to introduce himself. Otherwise he'd be even more embarrassed. He had only cultivated 2 martial skills, and both had only reached the proficient level, not even perfect. According to that theory, wouldn't that mean he couldn't even reach 1 chain? No wonder the school hadn't told them about the relationship between martial skills and genetic lock chains before. It was probably to avoid discouraging ordinary students too much. Xia Zhikyu took a deep breath. As Su Yi's good brother, he couldn't be too bad either. He had to cultivate diligently. At least cultivate 1 more martial skill, and then raise all 3 martial skills to perfect. Otherwise, as a mental system ability awakener, if he couldn't even break through to transcendent, that would be too useless. Xia Zhikyu secretly encouraged himself. Meanwhile, Su Yi pulled out a large iron cage from his storage bracelet. Perhaps we can adopt a more primitive method. 61. Luring monsters first-tier demonic beasts. Plop. A large iron cage was thrown into the river. Inside the iron cage were several chicken thighs with slits cut into them, releasing an enticing aroma into the water. Not long after, a crab, seemingly drawn by the scent of the chicken thighs, moved its 8 legs and slowly entered the iron cage. It's in, pull it up quickly. Xia Zhikyu was the first to notice, giving a low exclamation. He first touched the switch to close the lid of the iron cage, then immediately began to pull with all his might to hoist the iron cage up. However, he tried once and failed. Instead, the crab inside the iron cage struggled continuously, trying to escape, causing the iron cage to shake violently and almost dragging Xia Zhikyu into the water. Fortunately, Su Yi arrived quickly, followed closely by Chen Tan and Chu Shi. With just a little effort, the 4 of them pulled the iron cage up. Along with the iron cage came the large crab, which was over 1/2 meter long. Seeing that Chu Shi and Chen Tan were about to act, Su Yi, with quick eyes and hands, relying on the speed of a vampire adult, which has 3 times the physical attributes of a martial artist of the same rank, was the first to rush forward. Crack! The long blade directly pierced the crab's body. Slaughter value plus 8.4. Slaughter value obtained. Chu Shi felt a bit regretful about this. He came outside the city to participate in the Yao beast hunt precisely to experience slaughter. But now, although it was killed, it seemed like he didn't kill it. He just helped pull the iron cage up, that's all. Su Yi naturally didn't know Chu Shi's dilemma. He took the crab out of the cage, feeling great. Everyone, we can have an extra meal for lunch again. The iron cage was thrown back into the river. This time, a full half an hour passed before a large fish entered the cage, and it was still killed by Su Yi with a single strike. Slaughter value plus 7.9. Chu Shi, half an hour later. Crack! Slaughter value plus 8.8. Chu Shi, by noon. Su Yi had already gained over 30 slaughter value points. Chu Shi, however, had accumulated a belly full of frustration. I'm not doing this anymore. After Su Yi snatched the kill again, Chu Shi picked up his mace and sullenly walked to the side. This whole morning, he was just busy pulling cages, doing nothing else. Xia Zhikyu was a bit confused. Why is he upset? If it weren't for a Su, they would have truly come for nothing this time. Isn't it good to easily get merit points? That's right, hunting Yao beasts outside the city can also earn merit points. For Yao beasts that have not reached the transcendent rank, each one is worth 1 merit point. For those that have reached the transcendent rank, the merit points vary according to their rank. They killed 6 fish and 1 crab this morning, which means 7 merit points. If divided equally among the 4, each person would get almost 2 merit points. How comfortable is that? So he somewhat understood Chu Shi. What Chu Shi wanted was probably to fully experience slaughter and battle, and to improve his martial skill during the process. As it is now, besides him getting slaughter value, no one else is growing. Actually, besides the Yao beasts in the river, we can also think of other ways to hunt Yao beasts on land. What method? Chu Shi immediately became interested. If there were Yao beasts on land, he could surely fight to his heart's content, right? So he took out an insulated box from his storage bracelet. He opened it. Inside were individually sealed pieces of meat. This is musk deer meat I prepared. It said that fierce beasts in the mountains prefer the meat of ungulates, like roe deer and sika deer, and the scent of musk deer meat is the easiest to diffuse. If we expose the musk deer meat, it might attract some Yao beasts. Oh, and I also downloaded a few recordings of musk deer calls from the internet, which we can play. Su Yi shook his phone. Chen Tan couldn't help but exclaim. Su Yi, your preparations are too thorough. Chushi's eyes, however, lit up. This is good, this is good. Su Ye smiled faintly. I only thought of this after being reminded by a previous experience, but I'm not sure if exposing musk deer meat will actually attract Yao beasts. And if it does attract Yao beasts, I'm not sure what rank they will be. If they are transcendent rank 1, or even rank 2 Yao beasts. It was precisely because this method carried too uncontrollable a risk that Su Ye didn't propose it immediately, choosing instead the more stable, fishing, method to obtain slaughter value. Chushi laughed heartily. We martial artists, why fear a battle? Su Ye, there's no need to go that far. Ziyajikyu, however, blinked. If we really encounter a high-rank Yao beast, we'll just go find Director Zhang and lead the Yao beast to him. It would be a waste not to use such a powerful expert. Immediately, the other three looked at Ziyajikyu. Ziyajikyu couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What, did I say something wrong? Chen Tan shook his head with a smile. No, you didn't say anything wrong at all. Since it was classmate Ziya's suggestion, let's do it this way. Su Ye also nodded. Old Ziya's suggestion is very good. Chu Shi, if Director Zhang asks, we'll all say this idea came from you. Ziyajikyu, it seems he got tricked. Speaking of which, that Chu Shi looked so simple-minded, yet he could also trick people. The plan was settled. Su Ye and the others first ate a full meal to recover their physical strength. Then Ziyajikyu continued to fish. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat, and Su Ye couldn't bear to give up this stable method of gaining slaughter value. As for Su Ye and the other 2, they opened a bag of musk deer meat, then started playing musk deer calls on their phones. Will this method really work? Chen Tan was a bit unsure. A full half an hour passed. Ziyajikyu had already pulled up the iron cage once, but they had gained nothing on their side. Could it be that this musk deer meat was useless? But Su Ye's ear twitched slightly, and he immediately tightened his grip on the blade in his hand. They're here. 10 minutes after Su Ye's warning. A lone wolf, 2 meters long, with black fur all over and a streak of white on its head, appeared before them. Snow Peak Wolf, this is a rank 1 Yao beast. Chen Tan exclaimed softly. Good news, the musk deer meat works. Bad news, it immediately attracted a rank 1 Yao beast. Could the 3 of them, Caillou and 9th level students who hadn't even reached the transcendent rank, really defeat this Snow Peak Wolf? Chushi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Good timing, I'll go first. Chushi felt his whole body boiling with excitement. The more dangerous the battle, the more it ignited his battle intent. What he craved was to fight above his rank. Boom! Chushi, wielding his mace, fiercely collided with the Snow Peak Wolf. The battle began. 62. I can't get through this day of slaying demons. Boom! The mace in Chushi's hand smashed heavily onto the Snow Peak Wolf's head. At the same time, Chushi was also sent flying by a claw from the Snow Peak Wolf. Both sides retreated simultaneously. The Snow Peak Wolf stood firm, shaking its head, seemingly a little dizzy. Meanwhile, Chushi clutched his chest, breathing heavily. What immense power! If not for my mithril inner armor, that blow would have severely injured me. Su Ye and Chen Tan's expressions also grew more solemn. Chen Tan was marveling at the Snow Peak Wolf's great strength. But Su Ye, he was marveling at Chushi's strong defense. Even with mithril inner armor, Chushi was only lightly injured after being hit by a first-order Yao Beast Snow Peak Wolf's claw, which showed how strong Chushi's own defense was. Ziyajikyu, however, couldn't help but worry for them. What are you thinking? Copperhead, iron bones, tofu waste. What's the use of smashing its head, hit its waist? That guy from First High, has he gone stupid from cultivating martial skills? That's a first-order Yao Beast. Instead of attacking its weak points, he's trying to fight it head-on. Does he really think he has 9 lives? Su Ye laughed heartily. Old Ziya is right, watch me. Before his voice even faded, Su Ye had already stomped his foot hard on the ground, arriving in front of the Snow Peak Wolf in the blink of an eye. Take this, my blade technique. With a basic saber technique that was technique approaching the Tao, the Snow Peak Wolf couldn't resist at all, and was directly slashed hard across its waist by Su Ye. Stars instantly surged on the Snow Peak Wolf's body, attempting to block Su Ye's saber light. But with a blade technique that was technique approaching the Tao, the protective starlight couldn't stop it at all. The blade pierced through the fur and continued downwards. Chai! The long blade cut through the Snow Peak Wolf's body, as if slicing tofu. The Snow Peak Wolf was directly split into 2 by this single strike. The 2 halves of the corpse fell to the ground, and soon became still. Slaughter value plus 34.6. Not bad, 1 Snow Peak Wolf is equivalent to killing 10 fish. Su Ye put away his blade with satisfaction. Wow, Su, you're too amazing. Ziyajikyu jogged over, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is a first-order Yao Beast. equivalent to a human transcendent martial artist, yet you killed it with a single blade technique. Lucky shot. Xiao Ye wiped the blood from his blade on the Snow Peak wolf's corpse. I also have your earlier reminder to thank. I just said it casually. Actually, even without me saying it, you guys would definitely know to attack the Yao beast's weak points. Ziyajikyu scratched his head sheepishly, then looked proudly at Chu Shi and Chen Tan. They call themselves geniuses from First High, but they can't compare to our Su. Chu Shi gazed deeply at the Snow Peak wolf's corpse. The cut on the two halves was smooth, showing how fast and sharp Xiao Ye's blade was, and the Snow Peak wolf's protective starlight simply couldn't block Xiao Ye's blade technique that was technique approaching the Tao. Xiao Ye, you are very powerful, but I will never give up. Chen Tan also stepped forward, his usual smile gone from his face. Student Su's blade technique is indeed impressive, but our students from First High are not bad either. How about we compete? Xiao Ye became a little interested. How do we compete? The three of us each take a direction, kill Yao beasts, and whoever kills the most Yao beasts in the end. Chen Tan thought about it, but for a moment, he couldn't think of a good punishment. Xiao Ye smiled slightly. Whoever loses doesn't have to cook dinner, the other two will do it. That's a good one, it's settled then. Chen Tan clapped his hands, agreeing to Xiao Ye's suggestion, then looked at Chu Shi. Chu Shi, what do you think? Chu Shi had already picked up his mace, and self-confidently chose a direction. I won't lose. Alright, it seems Chu Shi agrees. Chen Tan also casually chose a direction, waiting for prey to come. The last remaining direction naturally belonged to Xiao Ye. Ziyajikyu stood still. These people, they excluded him again. He would continue fishing. Fishing is also a form of cultivation. Xiao Ye guarded one direction alone. The scent of musk deer was indeed very attractive to Yao beasts. Next, Xiao Ye successively killed 2 more Yao beasts. He received 53.1 and 23.6 slaughter values respectively. During this time, Ziyajikyu also caught several large fish, and Xiao Ye helped Ziyajikyu deal with them, gaining 30 slaughter value. He glanced at the panel. Slaughter value, 186.7. He could add a point to martial skill once. Xiao Ye thought about it. Basic saber technique had already reached technique approaching the Tao, so he could leave it for now. However, basic combat technique and police combat technique, one perfect and one entry level, both urgently needed points. As for which to add first, ultimately, Xiao Ye added 1 point to basic combat technique. The proficiency of basic combat technique remained perfect, but with the added point, countless pieces of information about basic combat technique flooded his mind, deepening Xiao Ye's understanding of basic combat technique and making his mastery even more refined. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Instead of improving 2 martial skills simultaneously, it was better to first raise one of them to its limit. This would lead to a more significant increase in his strength and make it easier to obtain slaughter value. After adding points again, the mountain forest bushes in front of Xiao Ye rustled. A giant bear emerged from within. Its eyes greedily looked behind Xiao Ye. That was where the musk deer meat was placed. But soon, the giant bear's gaze fell upon Xiao Ye. The greed in its eyes intensified. Clearly, for the giant bear, Xiao Ye was even more attractive than the musk deer meat. First order advanced. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from the giant bear, Xiao Ye took a deep breath. This was actually a first order late stage Yao beast. Earlier, facing a first order middle stage Yao beast, Xiao Ye had already fought very hard, acquiring several more wounds on his body. If he were to encounter this first order late stage one, even Chen Tan, watching the commotion from afar, couldn't help but want to come over and help. Although they were competing, Chen Tan wouldn't just watch Xiao Ye go to his death indifferently. However, don't come over. Xiao Ye shouted, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Come on, big clumsy bear. Roar. The giant bear felt Xiao Ye's provocation, stood on its hind legs, extended its 2 massive paws, and heavily swiped in Xiao Ye's direction. Bear strength was already immense, not to mention a giant paw strike that gathered all the power in its body. However, facing this palm strike, Xiao Ye did not block with his blade technique as before. Instead, he continuously stomped his feet, his figure rapidly swaying, and incredibly, he skillfully dodged around the giant bear with perfect precision. Chen Tan and Chu Shi, who were silently observing from afar, both had their eyes light up. Basic combat technique. At this moment, Xiao Ye actually chose basic combat technique. And it seemed his basic combat technique was even stronger than before. What kind of prodigy is this? How does he get stronger as easily as eating and drinking? Chen Tan couldn't help but sigh. Chen Tan originally thought he was already a genius. But who knew that before at First High, there was that abnormal Chu Shi always suppressing him. Now, he encountered an even more abnormal Xiao Ye. This life, it's simply unbearable. 63. I was lucky and I broke through. Xiao Ye used the footwork from basic combat technique, dodging the giant bear's attacks with agile movements. At the same time, he used his technique approaching the Dao basic saber technique, leaving wound after wound on the giant bear's body. Even though the giant bear was strong and robust, making it impossible for Xiao Ye to find an opportunity for a killing blow, he continued to inflict injuries on it bit by bit. Finally, Xiao Ye swung his blade again. This time, the giant bear had no strength left to resist, and the blade directly pierced its soft abdomen, causing it to fall weakly to the ground. This giant bear was actually slowly worn down and killed by Xiao Ye. Slaughter value plus 88.8. Xiao Ye's heart filled with joy. He could add points again. Damn Xiao Ye, you're too fierce. Chen Tan couldn't help but curse. Xiao Ye's performance was just too impressive. It was difficult for him to kill even a first-order early-stage Yao beast. But Xiao Ye was actually able to kill a first-order late-stage one. There was simply no comparison. Want to be as fierce as me? Then raise your martial skill to technique approaching the Dao. Xiao Ye said casually, already arriving beside the giant bear, dissecting the carcass, and specifically packing the 4 bear paws separately. It was said that bear paws were an exquisite delicacy, so the bear paws of a mutated Yao beast must taste even better. He would take them back and try them with his family. It was a pity that this giant bear was too powerful, so he could only continuously inflict wounds on it, slowly wearing it down to death. As a result, the giant bear's good fur was covered in blade marks and completely unusable. Xiao Ye could only regretfully give up, then took a few pieces of meat from the giant bear's body. Only then did he throw the carcass into the large storage equipment issued by the Patrol Bureau. This type of large storage equipment was lent to them by the Patrol Bureau, specifically for storing the carcasses of killed Yao beasts. Their own storage equipment usually didn't have much space. If they stored Yao beast carcasses, it would fill up after only a few. After killing this giant bear, as the sky gradually darkened, the outcome of the bet between the 3 was decided. Chen Tan had killed 2 first-order early-stage Yao beasts. Chu Shi had killed 2 first-order early-stage, and 1 first-order middle-stage Yao beast. Clearly Xiao Ye had won. Chu Shi and Chen Tan obediently set up the barbecue grill to make dinner for everyone. Xiao Ye ate the grilled fish handed to him by Chu Shi and nodded in satisfaction. Your craftsmanship is really good. How about we compete again tonight? Night was his home ground. Chen Tan was speechless. You guys aren't resting tonight. You're going to keep killing Yao beasts. Chu Shi, however, nodded. Okay, it's a deal then. Let's continue tonight. Chu Shi, who had never had an opponent since childhood, finally tasted the feeling of being outdone after meeting Xiao Ye. At this moment, his battle intent was boiling, and he only wanted to compete again. To this, Chen Tan could only sigh helplessly. All right, anyway, it's not safe outside the city at night, and it's impossible to get a good night's sleep, so I'll sacrifice myself to accompany you gentlemen. We'll bet on tomorrow's breakfast. Chu Shi and Chen Tan's fighting spirit reignited. However, soon they discovered Xiao Ye at night seemed even fiercer than during the day. Under the moonlight, Xiao Ye's vision seemed completely unaffected. On the contrary, his combat skills were even stronger than during the day, and his energy was even more abundant. Most importantly, his speed in killing Yao beasts was faster and more ferocious. At first, the 3 of them each occupied a direction. But later on, somehow it turned into Xiao Ye alone, enduring half of the Yao beast's attacks with ease. While Chen Tan and Chu Shi had to assist each other to withstand the remaining half of the Yao beast's attacks. Even Zhang Beichuan, who had been silently observing the movements of these few students nearby, to prevent these students who were leaving the city for the first time from losing their lives here, couldn't help but be secretly astonished when he saw this scene. Was this really a Kaiyuan 9th-level student who hadn't yet broken through to Transcendent? If Xiao Ye's fighting at the beginning was still a bit rusty. By nightfall, Xiao Ye had practically transformed into a killer in the night, showing no mercy when killing first-order late-stage Yao beasts. At dawn, Xiao Ye killed another lone wolf. Slaughter value plus 43.1. And throughout this entire night, Xiao Ye had killed a total of 10 first-order Yao beasts. Slaughter value 701.3. Just enough to add 0.7 more times. Enough to raise the proficiency of basic combat technique by another level, from perfect to masterful. Xiao Ye was about to add points. Not far away, break for me. Chu Shi roared. The mace in his hand smashed heavily onto the head of a snow peak wolf. Crack! This time, the snow peak wolf's head shattered like a watermelon. Chu Shi laughed heartily. I've broken through. I've finally broken through. Roar! Chu Shi's third power-type martial skill finally broke through. At this moment, Chu Shi had finally raised all three martial skills to masterful. Which meant, when Chu Shi broke through to transcendent, he could at least break open 6 genetic chains, becoming a true 6-chain genius. He had already reached the pinnacle among his peers. Putting down the mace, Chu Shi's body and face were covered in blood. There was Yao Beast blood, and also Chu Shi's own. But this time, Chu Shi's gaze towards Su Yi was full of challenge. Su Yi's performance in killing Yao Beasts was indeed impressive. But Su Yi was only a 5-chain genius, while he, Chu Shi, had raised all 3 martial skills to masterful. He was a true 6-chain genius. He was stronger than Su Yi. Chen Tan suppressed the bitterness in his heart and congratulated Chu Shi. Congratulations, student Chu Shi, a 6-chain genius. You have already stood at the forefront of all of us. Even Su Yi, Chen Tan looked at Su Yi. He saw Su Yi standing still with his eyes closed. Star power surged continuously around him. Bang! It was as if some barrier had been broken. Su Yi's aura seemed to change for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. A thought flashed through Chen Tan's mind, but he was a little unsure. Student Su Yi, did you just break through? Su Yi looked at Chen Tan in surprise. How did you see that? The Night of Slaughter yesterday indeed helped me a bit, just enough for my basic combat technique to break through to masterful. Saying that, Su Yi smiled shyly. Luck, it's all luck. Chu Shi, who had just been celebrating cultivating his last power-type martial skill to masterful, was petrified. Su Yi had actually broken through too. Xia Shikyu grinned and leaned over. Wow, so is Su, you've also broken through. Su Yi nodded. I was lucky, just happened to break through. Coming out this time to participate in the Yao Beast Chinese letter was truly the right decision. Xia Shikyu grinned at the stunned Chu Shi and Chen Tan. So that means as Su, you now have 1 martial skill at technique approaching the Tao and 1 martial skill at masterful, which means as Su, you're also a 6-chain genius. Oh, as Su, I have to criticize you, how can you be so biased? How can your police combat technique still be at the beginner level? You need to cultivate diligently from now on, strive to also break through to masterful, let's aim for an 8-chain genius, understand? Su Yi nodded obediently. I will work hard. 64, peak of tier 1 dead. Chu Shi and Su Yi successively broke through. The pressure immediately fell on Chen Tan. Next, Chen Tan silently hunted Yao Beasts, constantly refining his martial skill. He had to work hard to catch up with Chu Shi. As for that prodigy Su Yi, Chen Tan glanced at Su Yi in the other direction. He just saw Su Yi once again slaughter a middle-stage first-order Yao Beast. Never mind. We'll talk about it later. Su Yi was in a great mood at this moment. His slaughter value continuously accumulated. It was worth the hundreds of thousands he spent to buy several large pieces of musk deer meat. Time unknowingly came to the last day of the Yao Beast encirclement. I've broken through, I've finally broken through. Chen Tan shouted out in exhilaration. 10 days. 10 days of high-intensity combat with Yao Beasts, and after several life-or-death crises, Chen Tan finally raised his basic combat technique to the realm of technique approaching the Tao. This meant that with 2 martial skills at technique approaching the Tao and 1 perfect martial skill, he could break open 5 gene chains. Although he was still a bit short of geniuses like Su Yi and Chen Tan who had 6 chains, Chen Tan believed that given a bit more time, he could definitely raise his last martial skill to technique approaching the Tao before the college entrance examination. Chen Tan's suppressed mood for several days finally brightened. Then, my goodness, what is that? Behind the bushes, a black shadow slowly slithered out. It was a giant python, half a meter thick. When it fully emerged from the bushes, its body length was a full 10 meters. Be careful, it's nearly 10 meters long. This is a peak first-order giant python. Su Yi was the first to appear beside Chen Tan. His expression was solemn. Chu Shi followed closely behind, and upon hearing Su Yi's words he also frowned. It seems to be treating us as nourishment for its advancement. Yao beasts need a large amount of energy to advance, especially a Yao beast like a python, which will swallow many Yao beasts to provide a continuous source of energy for its advancement. And clearly, they were all targeted by this python. THTH this is a peak first order, can we fight it? Xia Jikyu's teeth chattered a bit, but he stood firmly beside Su Yi. His words, however, were very honest. Or should we run, go find Director Zhang, or just fire a signal flare? Chen Tan was a little tempted. Chu Shi, however, had already charged forward, brandishing his mace. Peak first order. He precisely needed a more intense battle to break through his limits. Banged! Before Chu Shi's mace could even touch the giant python, he was directly sent flying by the python, crashing heavily into the nearby river and splashing a huge amount of water. The giant python was clearly thoroughly enraged by Chushi's action and quickly slithered towards Xiao Ye and the others. Sigh. Xiao Ye sighed. Old Zia, get away. He himself, meanwhile, charged forward with his blade. Peak first order. He was actually very interested too. If he could kill it, he would gain even more slaughter value. Banged. Xiao Ye's long blade heavily struck the giant python's body, immediately producing a loud clang of metal. Such strong defense. Xiao Ye was secretly astonished. However, his blade technique, which was at technique approaching the Tao, still left a deep blade mark on the giant python's body. Hiss. The giant python twisted its body frantically, seemingly not expecting that the little bug in its eyes could actually injure it. Xiao Ye quickly retreated and loudly reminded Chen Tan. This beast has extremely high defense. Attack its mouth and eyes. With Chen Tan's flying dagger attack, it was simply impossible to break through the giant python's defense. Chen Tan silently retreated a few steps, creating distance from the giant python. He had originally wanted to help Xiao Ye, but now it seemed he couldn't even break through the giant python's defense. Still not strong enough. Chen Tan silently clenched his fists, while staring intently at the giant python. If he couldn't break through the giant python's scales, then he would attack vulnerable spots like its mouth and eyes. As long as he could hit, it would definitely cause heavy damage to the giant python. Just as Xiao Ye was circling the giant python, preparing to slowly wear it down with his blade technique, Chen Tan's flying dagger was poised to be thrown, ready to find an opportunity to heavily injure the giant python. Eat my mace. Chushi suddenly sprinted from afar, raising his mace high, and with the aura of his run, heavily smashed it towards the giant python. The giant python, sensing the power of this blow, prepared to sweep Chushi away with its tail again. At the same time, its body began to dodge. However, Xiao Ye suddenly appeared, slashing out with his blade, directly piercing the giant python's tail and pinning it to the ground. The giant python cried out in pain, wanting to twist its body, but its tail was fixed to the ground by the long blade. Boom! Chushi's mace slammed down heavily, carrying a huge aura, and struck the giant python's body. This blow was Chushi's strongest attack, immediately causing the giant python to rear its head and hiss in pain, its body twisting continuously, yet it was held fast by the mace and long blade. Good opportunity. Chen Tan's eyes lit up, and his flying dagger, which had been ready for a long time, shot directly into the giant python's huge mouth. Whoosh! The giant python's frantically twisting body trembled. Its body went limp and fell down. It's finally dead. Chushi sat down on the ground. Although he had only used one blow just now, that one blow had condensed all of Chushi's essence, chi, spirit, and all his star power. At this moment, he couldn't even lift his arm. But it was all worth it. Chushi's expression was excited. That blow, which had condensed all his strength, deepened his understanding of martial skills, and he felt his martial skill had improved again. Indeed, only battles between life and death could allow him to improve quickly. Just as Chushi was feeling joyful. Careful! From a distance, Zia Jikyu's terrified voice suddenly came. At the same time, Chushi suddenly felt a foul stench approaching. The giant python, which had just fallen, had only been feigning death, taking the opportunity to make the three of them relax, and then launch a sneak attack. Chushi could even feel the foul stench from the giant python's mouth, see its faintly glowing teeth, and a barely visible blue light wave. It's over, am I really going to die? Fear rose in Chushi's heart. However, at this moment, a figure leaped past him and charged directly towards the giant python. It was Xiao Ye. Swoosh! The dagger in Xiao Ye's hand, obtained from Chi Bayer, fiercely stabbed into the giant python's eye. The huge inertia carried the giant python's head backward, and then it was ruthlessly impaled to the ground. Slaughter value plus 99.9. Phew! Xiao Ye stood up, letting out a sigh of relief. It was truly dead now. At the same time, Zhang Beichuan, who had been silently observing the group from a tree, also breathed a slight sigh of relief. These little fellows, not even at Transcendence, dared to face a first-order giant python, Yao, beast equivalent to a peak Transcendence first heaven, and they actually managed to deal with it. Xiao Ye, thank you. Having walked through the gates of hell, Chushi's face was a little pale as he sincerely thanked him. We are partners, it's what we should do. Xiao Ye pulled out the dagger and looked at the giant python's enormous body. Although it had many blade marks left by him, because its body was too long, there were still many intact areas. This giant python's skin was so tough that even Chen Tan couldn't break through it. If it were peeled off, perhaps it could be made into soft armor. If sold, it would probably be worth a lot of money. Su Yi's dagger danced in his hand as he began to seriously dissect and earn money. 65. A fourth-tier monster. The bureau chief has arrived. Su, you are truly amazing. Xiao ran over, drenched in sweat. You actually killed a peak first-order Yao beast, as expected of you, Su. Killing this giant python was a joint effort by all of us, especially you, old Xia. Was that blue light wave just now your mental system ability? If you hadn't influenced the giant python at the critical moment, slowing its movements, I wouldn't have been able to stab it so easily. When Su Ye made his move, he noticed the giant python's movements had a momentary pause. Although it was only for a moment, in such a life-and-death battle, that momentary pause was the key to victory. Xiao scratched his head, embarrassed. Su, you noticed. I just started practicing using my mental energy, so I'm not very skilled yet. But being able to help made Xiao very happy. He was finally no longer the one who was overlooked. Chu Shi, who had just gotten up, and Chen Tan, who had walked over, heard Su Yi's words, and only then realized that Xiao had also made a move at that critical moment. Thinking of how they had previously overlooked and looked down on Xiao, both felt a pang of guilt. Classmate Xia, thank you. Xiao never expected that one day he would hear the #1 genius from first high school thank him. He was a bit stunned for a moment. He scratched his head. It's nothing, we're a team, haha ha ha ha. Just then, hiss. The dagger pierced the giant python's head, stirred around and hit something hard. A smile appeared on Su Yi's face. He had found something good. Not minding the giant python's stench, Su Yi reached in directly and rummaged around, quickly pulling out a jade-green first-order star core. A first-order star core, we've really hit the jackpot this time. What a star core appeared. As expected of a peak first-order Yao beast, it has already condensed a star core. So this is a star core, it looks quite pretty. The small star core was passed around among the group. Although they had all seen or even touched star cores in other places, this particular star core was obtained by them personally hunting a Yao beast, so its significance was naturally different. While the others were marveling at the star core, Su Yi had already finished dismembering the giant python. Besides the python's skin, there were also snake fangs, snake venom, and several pieces of meat. He also took out a palm-sized, ink-colored object from the giant python's belly. What is this? Xiao walked over and asked, puzzled. Su Yi shook his head. I'm not too sure either. I thought it was a snake gall and took it out, but it doesn't look quite like it. And the location wasn't quite right either. A snake gall should be near the 7-inch spot, but this thing was near the tail. Xiao curiously pinched it. Hiss tilde. A stream of liquid sprayed out from it. What's that smell? Su Yi and Xiao immediately fled. Xiao couldn't help but throw the object away. He just felt like it was dirtying his hands. Su Yi threw the remaining body of the python into the storage pouch distributed by the patrol bureau, jumped into the nearby river, washed off the blood that had splashed on him, and then picked up his knife again. Only half a day was left for the Yao beast encirclement, so they had to try to kill more Yao beasts. He glanced at his panel, including the giant python he just killed. Slaughter value, 2,284.6. This was enough for over 20 attribute points, which could elevate his already masterful basic combat technique to technique approaching the Tao. It could also directly raise police combat technique to the level of mastery. So he was quite satisfied with this harvest. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. Behind the bushes, a sound came. Su Yi's eyes lit up with surprise. He could start killing again. Then, my goodness. Upon seeing the Yao beast that emerged from behind the bushes, Su Yi turned and ran. At the same time, he didn't forget to call out to the others. Run! It resembled a leopard. Flames seemed to burn around its body. Star power left its body. That was a fourth-order Yao beast. How could a fourth-order Yao beast appear at the foot of the mountain? And there were 7 or 8 of them. Isn't this playing with people? Noticing the commotion, Xiao and the other 2 turned pale, and immediately ran for their lives with Su Yi. Even Chu Shi, who was usually eager for battle, ran with his head down. He even threw his mace into his storage bracelet. Even with a weapon in hand, he couldn't defeat a fourth-order Yao beast. Putting away the mace allowed him to run faster. As for Chen Tan, a faint blue wind seemed to surge around him, helping him accelerate. The 4 ran for their lives, heading in the direction Zhang Beichuan had gone earlier. But after only a short distance, Xiao fell behind. Although his cultivation had risen to the Kaiyuan 9th level, that was due to his supernatural ability awakening. His physical condition hadn't fully improved. Coupled with having just used his mental system ability with all his might, his stamina was now depleted, and he quickly fell behind. And why are these things specifically targeting me? Xiao was going crazy. He could feel that these leopards seemed most interested in him. He could even feel the scorching heat of the flames around the body of a leopard that was catching up. Watch out! Seeing that Xiao was about to be caught by a leopard, Xiao Ye suddenly pulled Xiao. Limit burst. His speed sharply increased, barely dodging the leopard's claw. However, they were just a few Kaiju and 9th levels, no match for a 4th order Yao beast. Soon, the four were surrounded by the leopards. It's over, we're dead. Chen Tan sighed. He had already fired the signal flare, but Zhang Beichuan hadn't arrived yet. Roar! The strongest leopard, leading the pack, roared with excitement and pounced fiercely towards Xiao. Xiao Ye gripped the knife in his hand, blocking in front of Xiao. Even if he couldn't win, he had to fight. Xiao Ye would never give up until the very last moment. Just as Xiao Ye raised his knife to block, boom! The leopard did not pounce on Xiao Ye. A light shield enveloped Xiao Ye and the other three, and the leopard crashed heavily into the light shield, its face pressed against it, almost becoming flat. Then it slowly slid down the light shield, its eyes dazed. Bureau Chief. In contrast to the leopard, upon seeing the light shield, Xiao Ye and the other three were all overjoyed. Because a figure appeared beside them. It was none other than the patrol bureau chief, Zhang Beichuan. You four little fellows aren't bad. At the critical moment, you didn't abandon your teammates, nor did you give up resisting. You act like patrol officers. Now leave this place to me. A long spear appeared in Zhang Beichuan's hand. And the moment the long spear appeared, Zhang Beichuan's demeanor also became extremely cold and sharp. Ice spear, follow me to slay the Yao beasts. The spear moved like a dragon. The biting cold of ice. The surrounding air seemed to freeze at this moment. Only Zhang Beichuan's movements were unaffected. As a 4th order himself, Zhang Beichuan faced 7 or 8 leopards without fear, growing stronger with each battle. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye, inside the light shield, his eyes flickered. 66, are you trying to exploit a bug here? Roar! Ice Thorn! 7 or 8 leopards, their bodies ablaze with flames, were exceptionally fierce. However, Zhang Beichuan was not afraid at all. Each time his icy spear thrust out, it would send a leopard flying. Fighting alone against many, he still managed to gain the upper hand. It was just that these leopards had thick hides and were numerous. Zhang Beichuan had wanted to grab one and beat it to death, but each time he made a move, several leopards would rush in to rescue it, making it impossible to kill them completely for a while. What should we do? Can Director Zhang hold them off? Xiao asked, worried. What's going on with these leopards? Why do they keep pouncing on me? Is he really that attractive to leopards? Chen Tan's expression was much calmer. Don't worry, Director Zhang's strength is not to be underestimated. If he hadn't been injured in his early years, he would definitely be beyond the 4th realm by now. These leopards will at most waste a little of his time. He'll deal with them shortly. Speaking of which, Director Zhang even brought the Starlight Shield. He's incredibly well prepared. The main reason Xiao Ye and others could stand safely to the side and watch Zhang Beichuan kill in all directions was that they were enveloped by a yellow light shield. The leopards simply couldn't break through the shield's defense. Xiao Ye quickly searched on his phone. This Starlight Shield was a defensive divine artifact developed by the Federation, powered by a star core. As long as the star core's energy wasn't depleted, it was virtually impossible to break through. Inside the Starlight Shield, humans could enter and exit freely, while Yao beasts and star beasts could not. Humans can enter and exit freely. After walking to the Starlight Shield, Xiao Ye extended a hand. Sure enough, he easily extended his hand out. Su, what are you doing? Noticing Xiao Ye's action, Xiao exclaimed. Of course, I'm helping Director Zhang. Saying that, Xiao Ye had already pulled out the 3rd realm extraordinary dagger from his storage bracelet. Then he extended the dagger out of the light shield. Director Zhang, over here. Zhang Beichuan, who was entangled with the leopards, frowned upon hearing Xiao Ye's voice. He thought something else had happened over there. But when he saw the dagger extending out of the light shield, he immediately chuckled. This kid, he found the Starlight Shield's bug so quickly. He recalled that back in the day, when he and others entered secret realms, he often exploited such bugs. Immediately, Zhang Beichuan once again sent a leopard flying. Stabbed by the ice spear, the leopard's body was instantly enveloped in ice, its body stiff for a moment. However, the leopard didn't take it seriously, thinking it would recover once it landed and waited a bit. But bang! Zhh. A sharp pain came from the back of its head. The leopard had hit the Starlight Shield, and then the dagger, thrust out from the starlight shield, directly pierced the back of its head. Thump, 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 Xiao Ye quickly retreated a few steps. His chi and blood surged within him. Although he didn't face the leopard head-on, just the instinctive star power counterattack after stabbing the leopard had caused Xiao Ye some injury. However, it was worth it. Slaughter value plus 960. Just killing this one leopard allowed him to add points 9 times. Too exhilarating. Asu, how are you? Are you okay? Xiao Ye spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm perfectly fine. Saying that, he walked back to the light shield, raising his voice. Director Zhang again. Zhang Beichuan laughed heartily. Good kid, you've got guts, catch. Saying that, he once again sent a leopard flying. It was still a leopard frozen and unable to move. Banged. Zhh. Slaughter value plus 920. So he spat out another mouthful of blood, his smile even brighter. Director Zhang, I'm ready again. Zhikyu, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. He's spitting blood like this, yet Asu still looks quite happy. Even Chen Tan and Chu, she noticed that Xiao Ye's condition wasn't right. Was this helping or seeking death? Immediately, she directly pulled out his mace, also preparing to follow Xiao Ye's example and extend it out of the light shield, but Xiao Ye stopped him. Your weapon is just an ordinary weapon. It can't break through a 4th realm Yao beast's defense. Even Xiao Ye needed to use a 3rd realm extraordinary weapon, combined with his blade technique approaching the Tao, to break through the leopard's defense and stab its most vulnerable hindbrain. Chu sighed. All right then. When he breakthroughs to the extraordinary realm in the future, he definitely needs to get a good extraordinary weapon. After killing 2 leopards consecutively, Zhang Beichuan's pressure also eased considerably, and he quickly sent another leopard flying. Banged. Zhh. Slaughter value plus 890. Then another one. And another one. Slaughter value plus 910. Slaughter value plus 850. Slaughter value plus 820. Slaughter value plus 990. Soon Xiao Ye, as the collaborator, successfully killed 7 leopards in this manner. He earned a total of 6340 slaughter value. Xiao Ye finally understood what it meant to get rich overnight. Too exhilarating. And now outside the starlight shield, only one last leopard, the largest in size, remained. So many companions had died at Zhang Beichuan's hands. There was anger in the leopard's eyes, but even more so fear. Immediately the leopard let out a furious roar, then turned and fled. Flee, can you escape? Zhang Beichuan's spear moved like a dragon. His entire being seemed to merge with the long spear. At that moment, Xiao Ye and others inside the starlight shield felt. They seemed to perceive an icy, bone-chilling intent. Despite being far from Zhang Beichuan, they felt as if they too would be frozen, causing them to shiver involuntarily. If Xiao Ye and others at such a distance felt this way, then it goes without saying for the leopard targeted by Zhang Beichuan. Its fleeing figure became sluggish, and even its thoughts seemed to be frozen. Then, kid, catch it. Zhang Beichuan did not directly kill the leopard, but continued to send it flying with a spear thrust. Didn't Xiao Ye say that he needed continuous slaughter to cultivate the dark prison demonic dragon technique? Then let him kill. Xiao Ye's eyes lit up, and he extended his dagger. Banged. Zhh. Slaughter value plus 1111. The slaughter value surged again. Xiao Ye glanced at his panel. Slaughter value, 9,735.6. Almost breaking 10,000. Xiao Ye smiled contentedly. Then, he skillfully spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled and he fainted. When Xiao Ye woke up again, he found himself in the familiar Patrol Bureau infirmary. Awake. Zhang Beichuan was still guarding beside him. You kid, you really pushed yourself too hard. Did you gain anything? Xiao Ye circulated the dark prison demonic dragon technique, and found that most of his internal injuries had healed. Even without taking healing medicine, he would probably be fully recovered in about a week. Fainting was indeed the right choice, allowing him to free ride on the Patrol Bureau's medical resources. I gained a lot. If possible, I hope to cooperate with Director Zhang again. With his slaughter value about to break 10,000, Xiao Ye, who had originally only wanted to raise all 3 martial skills to technique approaching the Tao, developed even greater ambitions. He might even be able to push all 3 martial skills beyond the realm of technique approaching the Tao. How strong would he be when he breakthroughs to the extraordinary realm then? Heaven knows. Zhang Beichuan was dumbfounded. You're addicted now. Do you know how much star core energy it takes to activate the starlight shield once? However, isn't the college entrance examination coming soon? If you can become the top scorer of the college entrance examination, I'll risk my life to go with you. How about that? Really? Really? Good, it's a deal. Suyi's eyes gleamed. Top scorer of the college entrance examination, huh? I'll ace it. 67. 3 martial arts techniques. The skill is close to the Tao. Night. Suyi bathed in the moonlight, sitting cross-legged in his cultivation room at home. After a week of recuperation, his condition had returned to peak. It was time to improve. Host Xiao Ye. Supernatural ability, vampire adult, 0/100. Cultivation, dark prison demonic dragon technique, Kaiyuan 9th level. Martial skill, basic combat technique, technique approaching the Tao, police combat technique elementary, basic saber technique, technique approaching the Tao. Talent limit burst. Slaughter value, 9,735.6. Without further ado, Suyi first poured slaughter value into basic combat technique. Burn 100 slaughter value, basic combat technique proficiency +1. After 16 attribute points were added, that wonderful feeling once again surged in his heart. Basic combat technique. Technique approaching the Tao. Countless combat techniques flowed through his mind, making Xiao Ye have an urge to go out and fight, to see how strong he truly was now. At the same time, his chi and blood surged throughout his body. Xiao Ye felt his entire body's meridians and bones constantly growing stronger. And this process would continue. This process was even a bit painful. It should be that I relied on adding attribute points to raise my martial skill realm, but I skipped the gradual process, so my body hasn't adapted to this change yet and needs time and nutrients to improve. Thinking of this, Xiao Ye directly pulled out 2 bottles of primary nutrient solution from his storage bracelet. He gulped them down, and the soreness in his body indeed eased a lot. However, looking at the supernatural ability column on the panel, even after drinking the primary nutrient solution, the progress bar behind supernatural ability was still 0/100 and had not increased. It seemed that to further improve his supernatural ability, he needed to find resources of a higher rank than primary nutrient solution. But there was no rush for that. His body gradually calmed down. Xiao Ye glanced at the panel. Slaughter value, 8,135.6. He could still add attribute points more than 80 times. Since that was the case, he would first raise his police combat technique. Burn 100 slaughter value, police combat technique proficiency +1. This time, it took a full 31 attribute points. Martial skill, police combat technique, elementary to technique approaching the Tao. The wonderful feeling descended again. And this time, it was related to police combat technique. As police combat technique also reached technique approaching the Tao, Xiao Ye felt a barrier. It seemed a voice within his body told him this was his limit. Within his body, the gate of transcendence was calling. Xiao Ye had a sudden realization. At this moment, with just a little effort, he could break all the genetic chains on the gate of transcendence, thereby breaking through to transcendence. However, Xiao Ye took a deep breath, calming himself down. He couldn't break through yet. Breaking through to transcendence required a large amount of energy. If he uncontrollably broke the chains of transcendence now, he would be harming himself. And I still have 5,000 slaughter value, enough for me to continue adding attribute points. Maybe I can raise all 3 martial skills above technique approaching the Tao. Xiao Ye again drank a few bottles of primary nutrient solution. Then he started adding attribute points. This time, his priority was still basic saber technique. Burn 100 slaughter value, basic saber technique proficiency +1. Once, twice, thrice. After martial skills reached technique approaching the Tao, each time Xiao Ye added attribute points, the burden on his body was greater. After 10 attribute points were added, Xiao Ye's body finally couldn't bear it anymore, and cracks began to appear on his skin. Xiao Ye quickly stopped adding attribute points. No, my body must become stronger before I can continue adding attribute points. Next, he needed to constantly cultivate martial skills to make his body more accustomed to the current martial skill rank, and at the same time, consume nutrients to nourish his body. This is the first time I have slaughter value, but cannot improve. Xiao Ye regretfully stood up and called out the panel again. Host Xiao Ye. Supernatural ability, vampire adult, 0/100. Cultivation, dark prison demonic dragon technique, Kaiyuan 9th level. Martial skill, basic combat technique, technique approaching the Tao, police combat technique, technique approaching the Tao, basic saber technique, technique approaching the Tao. Talent limit burst. Slaughter value, 4,035.6. If people knew that I pushed all 3 martial skills to technique approaching the Tao, they would probably be shocked, right? However, my martial skill improvement is too fast. Being too much of a prodigy is like being a madman, so it's better not to let people know for now that my basic combat technique and police combat technique have both reached the technique approaching the Tao level. I'll gradually reveal them, and then display them all during the college entrance examination. Others will only think I'm a genius, but they won't dissect me for research. Xiao Ye moved his body. At this moment, the sky was already gradually turning pale with the dawn. Xiao Ye simply left a note, telling his family that he was going to school and not to save breakfast for him, then left home. He might as well go to the riverside to cultivate along the way, and then grab breakfast by the roadside. Xiao Ye jogged to the riverside where he once fought Xiao Ye, and was about to assume his stance when his ears suddenly twitched, and he looked behind a large tree by the river. At the same time, the third-rank transcendent dagger had already appeared in his hand. Just a moment ago, he felt a faint killing intent coming from behind the tree. However, Xiao Ye cautiously remained on guard for a while, but there was no movement from behind the tree. Instead, an old man, also out for morning exercise, walked past, looking at Xiao Ye strangely. "Young student, what are you doing facing a tree? So early in the morning, full of killing intent towards a tree." Could it be that he was treating the tree as homework? Only then did Xiao Ye go behind the tree to check. He found nothing, not even a trace of anyone's presence. Did I sense wrong? Xiao Ye fell into self-doubt. Unbeknownst to him, in the darkness not far away, a ghost-faced masked man wearing a ghoul mask was quietly leaving. Such keen perception. The ghost-faced masked man was the one who had given the soul-capturing bead and the third-rank transcendent dagger to Chi Bear earlier. He had thought that with the help of those 2 items, Chi Bear would surely be able to kill Xiao Ye successfully. Who knew, she directly encountered Xiao Ye and was instead counterkilled by Xiao Ye. Even those 2 items, the soul-capturing bead, helped Xiao Ye's friend activate her mental system ability in an extreme realm, giving Eastern Radiance another mental system ability genius. And the third-rank transcendent dagger directly fell into Xiao Ye's hands. Truly a waste. The ghost-faced masked man spat. It's a pity I can't act personally. It seems I still need to find another tool to eliminate Xiao Ye as soon as possible. Xiao Ye has now been rated as an S-rank genius. To kill him, either it's when he goes into the wild, or I can only find a legitimate way to kill him. Oh right, Xiao Ye seems to have a life-and-death battle with Zhang Clan Martial Arts School. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the lower half of the ghost-faced, masked man's terrifying ghoul mask. "Xiao Ye, oh Xiao Ye, this is a pit you dug for yourself." 68. The life or death arena is mentioned again. Entering the elite class, Xia Jikyu's excited figure immediately greeted him. "Xiao, you finally came to school. How are you? Have you fully recovered? Why are you so excited? Haven't you been coming to my house for meals every day these past few days?" Although Xiao Ye had taken leave to recover at home these past few days, as a neighbor, Xia Jikyu had reported daily without fail. "Oh right, it seems that's the case." Xia Jikyu scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. "But there's one new piece of news. Didn't you remind me to send the thing I dug out of the giant python's body to the patrol bureau for identification? The results are in, and that thing turned out to be the snake's pheromone sac. No wonder those leopards were suddenly attracted and kept chasing me that day." Thinking about that day, Xia Jikyu couldn't help but want to chop off his hands. Why was he so meddlesome? He just had to squeeze it. After the initial shock, Xiao Ye's eyes lit up. "Where is that thing? Where is it?" "No, Xiao, are you serious? You still want that thing?" Xia Jikyu's gaze dangerously shifted downwards. "Xiao couldn't possibly be. Get out of here, what are you thinking? I just think that thing is great for luring monsters, much better than musk deer meat. The musk deer meat I used before cost me over 100,000, but if I had that thing, wouldn't it be more convenient to go out and kill Yao beasts in the future?" Xia Jikyu clapped his hands. "Oh right, you're still the smart one, Xiao. I originally wanted to throw it away, but looking at it this way, it's definitely a treasure. Maybe in the future, I can even find Zhang Chuan to turn that thing into a monster-luring potion." Xia Jikyu gave 2 thumbs up. "As expected, it still has to be you. Xiao. Speaking of money, Xiao, I'll transfer this money to you." Xia Jikyu directly transferred 500,000 to Xiao Ye. "The patrol bureau also gives rewards for killing Yao beasts. This is your share. Of course, the value of those Yao beast corpses is definitely higher than this, but we also have merit points rewards, and as a patrol officer, Yao beast corpses are sold to the patrol bureau at a discount, so the money is a bit less. It's already good to get money. I happen to be short on cash recently, so it came at the perfect time." Xiao Ye accepted the money without hesitation. During this patrol Bureau Yao Beast encirclement, he also received 20 contribution points, which had already been deposited into his account. Now, with the 500,000, it was practically like earning it for free. Are you short on money, Asu? I still have some here. Xia Zhikyu was about to transfer money to Su Yi immediately. Not yet. If it's not enough later, I'll borrow from you. While eating breakfast, Su Yi scrolled through his phone for a while. The nutritional supplements he used to replenish his body were not cheap, and a bottle of first-tier nutrient solution, which was more advanced than the primary nutrient solution, cost 100,000. If he wanted to upgrade his supernatural ability again, wouldn't it cost 10 million? Su Yi somewhat understood why they all said scholars were poor, and martial artists were rich. No money, it's truly difficult. Just as Su Yi was worrying about money, Su Yi, your letter. A classmate walked in from outside and handed a letter to Su Yi. Strange, someone is still writing handwritten letters these days. Su Yi also felt it was strange in his heart. When he opened the envelope and saw the content of the letter, his brows couldn't help but furrow. Asu, what's wrong? Someone wants to fight me. A night. Su Yi did not go to work at Jinyu Seafood Restaurant tonight, but came to a bustling street. The street was packed with people. However, the crowd unconsciously avoided one particular place. Zheng Clan Martial Arts School. This martial arts school had somehow run into bad luck. First, a coach at the martial arts school turned out to be a pervert specializing in killing genius students. Then, the son of the curator of the martial arts school was kidnapped and killed by a murderous maniac. Finally, even the curator of the martial arts school died. Unlucky. The martial arts school's disciples had long since run away. However, today, the martial arts school was surprisingly open again. Director Zhang, has the identity of that person been investigated clearly? Besides Su Yi, Zhang Beichuan nodded. It's been investigated clearly. Zheng Wufa, a transcendent third heaven expert, Zhang Wuxiang's cousin. This time he actively invited you to come to complete the life and death arena duel that you and Zhang Wuxiang once set. More accurately, he's here for revenge. This is Zheng Wufa's detailed information. I've sent it to you via email. The letter Su Yi received at school 3 days ago was sent by Zheng Wufa. It stated that as Zhang Wuxiang's cousin, he wanted to fulfill Zhang Wuxiang's gamble with Su Yi, and invited Su Yi to the Zheng Clan Martial Arts School today to confirm the time and place in person. Faced with such a request, Su Yi, of course, immediately told Zhang Beichuan. This led to the scene tonight where Zhang Beichuan brought Su Yi to the Zheng Clan Martial Arts School together. Let's go, Su Yi, let's go meet this Zheng Wufa. Inside the Zheng Clan Martial Arts School. In the spacious training room, there were only 2 figures. Hearing footsteps behind him, a tall, burly middle-aged man turned around. The middle-aged man was about 40 years old, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and a faint saber scar on his left cheek. It was indeed Zheng Wufa, said to be Zhang Wuxiang's cousin. Director Zhang, what brings you here? Zheng Wufa spread his arms and quickly walked towards Zhang Beichuan with a smile. Zhang Beichuan rolled his eyes. Of course it's your evil wind. Mr. Zheng, I heard you wanted to meet a patrol officer from our patrol bureau. Well, I happen to be passing by. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Saying that, Zhang Beichuan dodged, avoiding Zheng Wufa's enthusiastic embrace. Zhang Beichuan was not embarrassed. He retracted his arms and laughed heartily. Of course not, I welcome you. Director Zhang, you've come at a good time. You can be a witness for me and Inspector Su. Inspector Su, logically speaking, you promised to go to the life and death arena within a month, and now that time has long passed. Shouldn't the matter of the arena be put on the agenda? I think tomorrow is a good day. What do you think, Inspector Su? Su Yi raised an eyebrow. This Zheng Wufa skipped the confirmation process, and directly wanted to arrange the life and death arena. He really was impolite. Zhang Beichuan didn't fall for it and refused. Mr. Zheng, the life and death arena was an agreement between Su Yi and Curator Zheng, but Curator Zheng has already passed away, so the matter of the arena should naturally be dropped. No, this cannot be dropped. Zheng Wufa waved his hand. My foolish younger brother's last wish before he died was to have his disciple and Inspector Su engage in a life and death arena to rectify his martial arts school's name. Although my brother is gone now, I, as his older brother, must fulfill his dying wish. Inspector Su, you surely don't want to go back on your word, do you? If Inspector Su is willing to help me fulfill my brother's dying wish, the 3 million wager originally agreed upon, I am willing to increase it to 10 million. As long as Inspector Su wins, I will present 10 million with both hands. Zhang Beichuan looked deeply at Zheng Wufa. Mr. Zheng, are you sure you want to fulfill the dying wish of Zhang Wuxiang, who attacked a patrol officer? Zhang Wufa nodded with a smile, sure. Mr. Zhang, are you sure you want a patrol officer from our patrol bureau to go to the life and death arena? Zhang Wufa nodded again with a smile, sure. Zhang Beichuan no longer spoke. Only the chill in the air grew stronger and stronger. At this moment Su Yi spoke faintly. All right, I'll go to the life and death arena, but Mr. Zhang must also agree to one condition of mine. 69. Lawlessness reigns, the arena opens. Su Yi, didn't we agree that today was for scouting? Why did you actually agree? Stepping out of the Zhang clan martial arts school, Director Zhang immediately sighed. That's a life and death arena. A genius like Su Yi, who was essentially S-class, absolutely shouldn't take such a risk. Director Zhang, if I didn't agree, what do you think Zhang Wufa would do? Director Zhang frowned. Could it be that he would dare to lay a hand on you? Su Yi gave a bitter smile. He certainly wouldn't dare to attack me in the city, but in the future, I will definitely leave the city to cultivate, and even enter a secret realm. At that time, if Zhang Wufa, a third heaven expert, truly targeted Su Yi, could Su Yi stop him? Moreover, even if he can't attack me directly, he has many ways to cause trouble for my family, and what I hate most is someone laying a hand on my family. Anger flashed in Director Zhang's eyes. No one can lay a hand on the family members of a patrol bureau officer. Su Yi sighed. He certainly wouldn't dare to act openly, but I've just looked at Zhang Wufa's information, and he truly is lawless. 3 people who opposed him once died outside the city, and the family members of 6 people became disabled due to traffic accidents. It was precisely because he had seen Zhang Wufa's information that Su Yi knew Zhang Wufa was truly as his name suggested, lawless. Listening to Su Yi recount Zhang Wufa's history, anger also flashed in Director Zhang's eyes, along with a hint of powerlessness. If it weren't for the Shen family behind Zhang Wufa. Director Zhang's words trailed off halfway, ultimately turning into a sigh. Zhang Wufa was just a minor figure. But he was a member of the descendant of a King Shen family, and had even saved the life of the young master of the Shen family. So, although everyone suspected that Zhang Wufa was behind those incidents. Firstly, Zhang Wufa acted swiftly and cleanly, leaving no loose ends. Martial artists who died outside the city could not be traced, and those who caused the traffic accidents were all caught, so Zhang Wufa was not implicated. Secondly, with the Shen family's protection, Zhang Wufa was able to remain at large. Even with strict federal laws, no matter how perfect a social system, it would always be influenced by the privileged class. Not to mention, this also involved a descendant of a king. Even Director Zhang, as the head of the patrol bureau, could only feel powerless. So you agreed to the life and death arena, but you want him to sign a martial Dao oath, forbidding him from harming your family in any way. Director Zhang finally understood why Su Yi had agreed. Exactly, as long as Zhang Wufa signs the martial Dao oath, he cannot harm my family. The martial Dao oath was a very miraculous thing in this world. Unlike casual oaths on Earth. Once a martial artist in Blue Star signed a martial Dao oath, if they violated it, their own martial Dao would suffer a backlash, and they might even become a cripple, or at least their martial Dao realm would stagnate. Once this martial Dao oath was signed, even if Zhang Wufa didn't act personally, but instead found someone to target Su Yi's family, whether directly hiring someone or using various methods of suggestion, it would still count as him violating the agreement. As a martial artist, Zhang Wufa would certainly not be able to accept the result of his own cultivation stagnating or even regressing. This would ensure the safety of Su Yi's family to the greatest extent possible. Not to mention, Su Yi's martial Dao oath only prevented Zhang Wufa from harming his family, while he himself agreed to enter the life and death arena. But in that case, Zhang Wufa will definitely send a master to the life and death arena this time, putting you in danger. Director Zhang frowned. Then let him come. As long as he hasn't stepped into transcendence, I don't believe there's a martial artist in the Kaiyuan realm who is stronger than me. Even if it was transcendence first heaven, Su Yi wasn't very afraid. And if the person Zhang Wufa finds pulls any dirty tricks in the arena, isn't Director Zhang still here? Could you just stand by and watch me be bullied? Director Zhang was amused by Su Yi's helpless expression. You really are calculating. But you're right, if he defeats you fairly in the arena, then so be it. But if anyone dares to pull a dirty trick, do they really think my patrol bureau is a pushover? Thinking of Su Yi's performance during the Yao Beast encirclement, Director Zhang's worries dissipated. It was truly unlikely for anyone in the Kaiyuan realm to surpass a prodigy like Su Yi. Even so, you must be extra careful. I understand. Su Yi nodded, but secretly clenched his fists. He was still too weak. That's why someone dared to come knocking and provoke him like this. Only by becoming stronger could such things be prevented from happening again. Instructor, the life and death arena is set for 3 nights from now. I'll go back to train and cultivate first. Xiao Ye waved his hand and went home on his own. The process of adding points must be further accelerated. 3 days later. Life and death arena. Zhang Wufa stood beside the arena, glanced at Director Zhang's empty side, and couldn't help but sneer. Director Zhang, why have you come alone? Where is Xiao Ye? Director Zhang was also puzzled. He had indeed come with Xiao Ye. Who would have thought that as soon as the car stopped outside the life and death arena, Xiao Ye suddenly said he had some insight and told him to get out of the car first. Director Zhang didn't know how sitting in a car for a while could lead to insight. However, since Xiao Ye said so, Director Zhang naturally cooperated. Don't worry, our patrol bureau keeps its word. The time hasn't arrived yet, has it? He will naturally come later. And what about your proud disciple, Mr. Zhang? The person who would enter the life and death arena with Xiao Ye today was naturally not Zhang Wufa, a transcendent third heaven expert. It was Zhang Wufa's disciple. He arrived long ago. Director Zhang was startled. After careful sensing, he finally detected the presence of a person in the shadow nearby. What powerful stealth ability! Director Zhang couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Even when he hadn't paid attention before, he hadn't noticed this person's existence. In Director Zhang's perception, the person hidden in the darkness did indeed have the cultivation of Kaiyuan 9th level. But for a Kaiyuan 9th level to have such strong stealth ability, could he also be a genius who had awakened a supernatural ability? So his fight this time might truly not be easy. A hint of worry subtly emerged in Director Zhang's heart. Just then, dong dong dong. The clock chimed. The person in the darkness took a step and appeared on the life and death arena. Zhang Wufa chuckled. Inspector Su still hasn't appeared. Could it be that he's afraid and dares not come out? If he truly doesn't dare, then apologize with thorns as agreed, but he must go to my brother's grave to apologize with thorns and kowtow in repentance. Director Zhang clenched his fist. Zhang Wuxiang was a criminal who attacked a patrol officer and was killed on the spot. Now this Zhang Wufa was making Xiao Ye, a patrol officer, kowtow and apologize to Zhang Wuxiang, a criminal. This was simply too much bullying. Just then, a faint voice came from the entrance. It's not certain who will surrender yet. Swish. A figure stepping on the last chime of the bell stood on the life and death arena. It was Xiao Ye. 70 fragments of supernatural powers, just an act. Stepping onto the ring with the last chime of the bell, Xiao Ye took the stage. I thought you chickened out. Zhang Wufa sneered. Since you're here, let's begin. Let's see how many moves you can last. Xiao Ye didn't care about Zhang Wufa's words, merely observing the person opposite him in silence. Even though the opponent stood under the spotlight, his presence was still terrifyingly low. As if he could melt into the shadows at any moment. And even though Xiao Ye had clearly paid close attention to the opponent's appearance, in an instant, his face began to blur. A natural-born assassin, indeed. Xiao Ye secretly heightened his vigilance. A referee in black walked onto the stage. He made the final confirmation with Xiao Ye and his opponent. Since the deathmatch ring had received official recognition from Eastern Radiance, there would naturally be official personnel to witness the entire process and act as a referee. It was only at this moment that Xiao Ye finally learned his opponent's name. Chen Mo. Deathmatch ring begin. Whoosh. With the referee's command, Chen Mo's figure instantly vanished. What speed? Xiao Ye's heart jumped. However, he didn't panic, but calmly sensed his surroundings. A moment later, Xiao Ye's ears twitched, this way. A figure that had originally merged with the darkness suddenly appeared, fiercely throwing a punch at Xiao Ye's back. Yet at that moment, Xiao Ye suddenly turned around. Boom! 2 fists collided fiercely. Thud! Xiao Ye retreated half a step. Chen Mo, on the other hand, immediately re-hid in the darkness. Such powerful force. Xiao Ye was secretly startled, although that punch just now only used 5/10 of his strength. But one must know, his basic combat technique and police combat technique were both at the technique approaching the Dao rank. The increase in skill proficiency brought about a significant improvement in physical fitness. His 5/10 strength was enough to overwhelm most Kaiyuan 9th level cultivators. Yet Chen Mo still took that punch. Very good, let me see how many punches you can take from me. Xiao Ye became interested. With his martial skill elevated to technique approaching the Dao, he could only spar with himself. This was a perfect opportunity to use Chen Mo to hone his martial skill. Xiao Ye's battle intent blazed. Chen Mo, on the other hand, was hidden in the darkness, constantly searching for angles and opportunities, aiming for a fatal blow. But each time, Xiao Ye was able to detect Chen Mo's appearance immediately and meet him with a punch. Bang bang bang. The sound of fists colliding rang out continuously. Gradually, Su Yi felt that Chen Mo's frequency of appearance was getting slower and slower, and the force in his punches was constantly weakening. Is that all? Su Yi was a little disappointed. He thought the person Zhang Wufa found could give him a bit more pressure, but it turned out to be nothing special. If that's all, then let's end this. Su Yi took a deep breath. Chen Mo revealed his figure from the shadows. But this time, Chen Mo did not return to the darkness after a sneak attack as before. Instead, he was sent flying by Su Yi's punch. Bang! Chen Mo crashed heavily into the defensive barrier of the ring, slowly sliding down. Woofda! Chen Mo spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression pale. Surrender, or the next punch will be death. Su Yi spoke coldly. Chen Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Make me surrender, you're still far from it. As his voice fell, Chen Mo flipped his hand, and a huge scythe appeared in it. The scythe was entirely black, with only the blade a blood red, like the weapon of death harvesting lives. And as the scythe appeared in Chen Mo's hand, screecha! A mournful wailing suddenly surged into Su Yi's mind. His ears clearly heard no sound, yet his mind was filled with this piercing wail. Su Yi only felt his brain swell with unbearable pain, as if it were about to split open. What is this? It felt somewhat similar to the soul-capturing bead that Xia Zhikyu had crushed before. But the wailing sound seemed even more terrifying than the soul-capturing bead. Su Yi, blame it on your being too much of a genius. The human race shouldn't have geniuses. Chen Mo, holding the scythe, walked step by step towards Su Yi with a cold expression. Playing tricks. Su Yi snorted coldly, and also took out a long saber from his storage bracelet. No matter what demons or monsters you are, I will cleave you with a single blade. Inside Su Yi's body, a fragment trembled lightly. Martial skill, basic saber technique, divine ability fragment. That's right. Divine ability fragment. Because just now in the car, Su Yi completed the last point allocation for basic saber technique. This was the 32nd point allocation after basic saber technique reached the technique approaching the Dao rank. And after this point allocation, a fragment suddenly appeared in Su Yi's body. Moreover, the content on his panel also changed. The status after basic saber technique had changed to divine ability fragment. So when a martial skill is pushed to its extreme, it transforms into a divine ability. Now I'll use you to test my blade. Star power surged. Hiss. On Su Yi's long saber, white star power flashed and disappeared. Though it was just an ordinary weapon, it now exerted immense pressure on Chen Mo. What is this? Since stepping onto the ring, Chen Mo showed a surprised expression for the first time. Feeling the astonishing pressure emanating from Su Yi's long saber, Chen Mo quickly retreated. However, at this moment, he seemed to be locked onto by the long saber. Slash! Just as Su Yi's blade was about to strike, a voice as faint as a mosquito suddenly sounded in his ear. Wait, Su Yi, we're on the same side. Huh! Su Yi was stunned. The long saber in his hand shifted slightly, grazing Chen Mo's body as it descended. Who? Chen Mo let out a long sigh of relief. The voice, as faint as a mosquito, sounded in his ear again. Su Yi, Zhang Wufa is just a decoy. The real threat targeting you is the blood envoy of the blood demon cult. If you want to truly eliminate the threat, cooperate with me. Below the ring, Zhang Beichuan had been nervously watching the battle on the ring. When he saw Chen Mo take out that huge black scythe, his expression immediately turned very grim. What is that? Even through the defensive barrier, Zhang Beichuan could still feel the strong sense of danger emanating from that scythe. But precisely because of the defensive barrier, Zhang Beichuan couldn't carefully investigate what it was, nor could he hear the conversation between Su Yi and Chen Mo on the ring. Zheng Wufa, who exactly is Chen Mo on the ring? Zheng Wufa feigned ignorance. That's my disciple Chen Mo Kaiyu in 9th level. Before the deathmatch ring, didn't you already inspect his cultivation? But no one said he had such a weapon. Zheng Wuxiang spread his hands. You didn't ask either. Zhang Beichuan was furious. He still wanted to say something more. However, on the ring, danger was escalating. Ever since Chen Mo brought out the black scythe, Su Yi, who had originally held the upper hand, retreated repeatedly, facing perilous situations. It seemed he was about to lose his life under Chen Mo's scythe. Zhang Beichuan finally couldn't hold back. This is a violation. The deathmatch ring ends immediately. Saying this, Zhang Beichuan, like a large bird, flew towards the deathmatch ring. He intended to shatter the outer barrier of the deathmatch ring with his own hands to save Su Yi. However, a figure appeared outside the defensive barrier even faster than Zhang Beichuan. Simply extending a palm, He easily withstood Zhang Beichuan's full-force punch. Zheng Wufa. 71. Blood Demon Cult Blood Envoy dead. Zheng Wufa, how could it be you? Zhang Beichuan couldn't believe it. You're clearly only at the third heaven, how could you take my punch, and so easily? Zheng Wufa sneered. For that question, go ask the king of hell underground. Boom! A cloud of blood mist instantly surged from Zheng Wufa's body. Within the blood mist, Zheng Wufa's aura grew stronger and stronger. Third heaven, fourth heaven peak. Zhang Beichuan, did you think today was just Su Yi's life and death arena? Today is also your death anniversary. Zhang Beichuan stared intently at the blood mist surrounding Zheng Wufa. Zheng Wufa, you've become one of the fallen ones. You dare to attack the patrol bureau. Why wouldn't I dare? You killed my brother and caused the death of my nephew. What's wrong with me seeking revenge for them? Within the blood mist, Zheng Wufa's expression was frenzied. I fell because you forced me. Now, go underground and be buried with my brother. Zhang Beichuan frantically retreated, while rapidly counterattacking. Zheng Wufa, are you crazy? To kill me, you won't even spare your own disciple. Zheng Wufa burst into laughter. Disciple? That's not my disciple, that's the young master of the Shen family. Blood Envoy Lord said that all human geniuses should die. If I offer 2 geniuses to Blood Envoy Lord at once, Blood Envoy Lord will definitely bestow true demon blood upon me. Then I'll be able to become one of the demon race and have a longer lifespan. Thinking of true demon blood, the red glow in Zheng Wufa's eyes intensified. As long as he could transform into one of the demon race, he would not only gain a longer lifespan but also greater power. Even the bottleneck of the third heaven would no longer restrict him. At that time, he could pursue a higher realm of martial Tao. As for activating devilish chi in the city, which would quickly lead to him being located, he just needed to kill everyone as quickly as possible and then leave swiftly. With Blood Envoy Lord concealing his aura, the human high-level martial artists wouldn't be able to catch him. Zheng Wufa's smile became even more cruel. Killing Zhang Beichuan, the head of the patrol bureau, and then killing those 2 human geniuses on the life and death arena would be his greatest offering to join the demon race. However, Zhang Beichuan, who had been surprised and angry resisting his attacks, suddenly stopped, and his voice regained its calm. It's been more than 10 seconds, hasn't it? Still not locked on. What does he mean? Zheng Wufa was stunned. Immediately after, he saw darkness surge outside the life and death arena, and then a black-haired woman walked out. Locked on. Wasn't I just watching your performance, seeing how serious you were, and didn't want to disturb you? The moment the black-haired woman appeared, Zheng Wufa's expression suddenly froze. Shen Dai. The proud daughter of the Shen family in this generation. Most importantly, Shen Dai was a super expert at the 6th heaven. How could she be here? And it seemed she had arrived long ago. A trap. Zheng Wufa's cruel smile quickly faded, leaving only terror. Run. Run immediately. But Ice Thorn. The ice spear in Zhang Beichuan's hand had long been eager for action, piercing into Zheng Wufa's lower abdomen. Immediately, a chilling cold spread rapidly from the wound throughout his body, freezing Zheng Wufa in place, unable to even run. It was only then that Zheng Wufa noticed a thin black line extending from his feet into the distance. And the object it extended to was the black-clothed referee beside the life and death arena. Found him. Shen Dai clapped her hands. I've long heard that to borrow the power of a blood envoy, the blood envoy must be within 300 meters of the user. Now it seems the rumor is true. You must be that blood envoy. The black-clothed referee, without a word, had blood mist surging around him and turned to flee. Damn it. This life and death arena today was a trap specifically prepared for him. He had fallen for it. Trying to run, dream on. Shen Dai transformed into a black shadow, appearing around the black-clothed referee in a few flashes. The black-clothed referee roared, trying to fight back. However, slap. Shen Dai slapped him, directly knocking the black-clothed referee dizzy. He was quickly captured by Shen Dai with ease. Carrying the black-clothed referee back, Shen Dai somewhat disdainfully threw him to the ground. A 4th heaven blood envoy. The blood demon cult really underestimates my Shen family to send such a thing. Speak, who is your superior and where is he? The black-clothed referee, who was the blood envoy of the blood demon cult, had his cultivation sealed and his limbs dislocated. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, yet his expression remained unyielding, even with a hint of madness. You won't get any information from me. Blood Demon God Lord lives forever. I am willing to dedicate my life to Blood Demon God Lord. Not good, retreat quickly. Shen Dai grabbed Zhang Beichuan with one hand and Zheng Wufa with the other, retreating quickly. At the same time, bang! The black-clothed referee's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, which then gradually dissipated in the air. When the blood mist dispersed, the figures of Shen Dai and the two men reappeared. How unlucky! These people from the blood demon cult are all lunatics. They self-destruct at the slightest disagreement. Forget it, there's still Zheng Wufa. Let's see if we can get anything from him. Zheng Wufa, held in Shen Dai's hand, was clearly covered in ice, but at this moment he still felt a chill deep in his heart. Blood Envoy Lord was dead. He was finished. Shen Dai waved her hand casually, and the energy barrier covering the life and death arena dissipated. Su Yi and Chen Mo, who had already stopped fighting, no, it should be Shen Mo. The two walked off the life and death arena. Su Yi looked at the frozen Zheng Wufa, then at the small pool of blood left after the blood envoy's explosion. He shook his head. He had thought he was the protagonist today. Who knew he was just a fishing tool? Just now on the arena, Shen Mo had told Su Yi the whole story. The Shen family had long noticed Zheng Wufa using their name to harm others. They were originally going to deal with Zheng Wufa according to the law, but during the investigation, they discovered Zheng Wufa seemed to be secretly contacting the fallen ones. Several of the people targeted by Zheng Wufa were Eastern Radiance geniuses. That's why the Shen family didn't immediately deal with Zheng Wufa, but instead prepared to follow the clues to find the hidden blood envoy. However, Zheng Wufa had been very clean and swift in his actions before, making it impossible to track him. But this time, because of his younger brother's death, Zheng Wufa personally rushed to Fangyuan City to avenge his brother and nephew, forcing Su Yi onto the life and death arena. This gave the Shen family hope. Zhang Beichuan, as a fourth heaven expert, had cultivation far surpassing Zheng Wufa. For Zheng Wufa to personally take action, he would have to borrow the power of the blood demon. At that time, they could capture the blood envoy of the blood demon cult on the spot. Now it seems the effect was quite good. As for Su Yi, although he became a tool, Zheng Wufa clearly could no longer threaten him, so it wasn't a loss. Your name is Su Yi, right? This time, we were able to successfully kill that blood envoy of the blood demon cult, and we have you to thank. Don't worry, the 10 million that Zheng Wufa promised you, my Shen family will pay it. We definitely won't let you suffer a loss. Shen Dai waved her hand, directly transferring the money. Instantly, Su Yi's disappointment at being a tool vanished completely. Thank you, Shen. Wait. Su Yi's body suddenly sent out a violent warning. Danger. Behind Su Yi, the pool of blood left after the blood envoy's explosion suddenly surged, transforming into a ghastly mask, and pounced fiercely towards Su Yi and Shen Mo. Human geniuses all should die. Hiss. Su Yi subconsciously drew his saber and swung it. Basic saber technique, divine ability fragment. The saber light sliced through the ghastly mask, splitting it in two. How is this possible? The blood mist dissipated. Slaughter value plus 1,000. 72. Shen Dai's favors the provincial capital's genius. The red mist dissipated. The last trace of the blood demon cult's blood envoy was completely eliminated. You! Shen Dai looked at Su Yi in surprise. A blade technique that has reached technique approaching the Tao. No wonder the blood demon cult's blood envoy was so determined to kill you. You truly are a genius. Su Yi swung the long blade in his hand. No, it was a basic saber technique, at the divine ability fragment level. Su Yi smiled slightly, humble and polite. Good luck, my blade technique improved a bit. Shen Dai, however, apologized earnestly. I'm sorry I didn't handle the aftermath well and almost harmed you. Fortunately, Student Su, your blade technique is peerless. I, Shen Dai, owe you a favor. In the future, for anything at all, you can come to the Shen family in Jiangcheng to find me. My word is my bond and I will fulfill any request. If Su Yi's blade technique hadn't reached the level of technique approaching the Tao, he really would have been killed by the blood envoy's dying counterattack just now. Shen Dai, a sixth heaven expert, was toyed with by a fourth heaven blood envoy and nearly allowed a federal genius to be killed in front of her. Even if the military didn't punish her afterward, Shen Dai herself would have been forever remorseful. Thankfully, Su Yi was fine. Not only did he earn 1,000 slaughter value, but he also gained a favor from Shen Dai, the young miss of the descendant of a King Shen family. This was a profitable exchange. Shen Dai's trip was specifically for the blood demon cult's blood envoy. Now that the blood envoy was dead, but they had captured Zheng Wufa, a human race traitor, it could be considered a trip to perfection. She immediately prepared to leave with Shen Mo. Only, Shen Mo walked up to Su Yi. Su Yi, the outcome of today's battle is undecided. I look forward to competing with you again in the college entrance examination. College entrance examination. Reminded by Shen Mo, Su Yi suddenly realized. He had been single-mindedly acquiring slaughter value and increasing his physical strength by adding points to his basic attributes. Unbeknownst to him, the college entrance examination was less than a month away. All right, I will win against you again in the college entrance examination. Shenmo smiled. Xiao Ye, I must remind you, there are geniuses in the provincial city for this year's college entrance examination who even I feel inferior to. Don't be too shocked then. Stronger than Shenmo. Xiao Ye had seen Shenmo's performance just now. If it came down to it, let alone Meng Li, the top martial artist of second high, even Chu Shi and Chen Tan of first high couldn't compare to Shenmo's combat power. Yet such a Shenmo said there were geniuses in the provincial city that he wholeheartedly admired. Xiao Ye smiled slightly. It's not certain who will shock whom then. In front of Zhang Clan Martial Arts School, Zhang Beichuan and Xiao Ye watched Shen Dai and Shen Mo leave. Before, I thought the Shen family was deliberately shielding Zhang Wuxiang, but I never expected. They actually wanted to use Zhang Wufa as bait. Truly worthy of a descendant of a king, they have such vision. Zhang Beichuan looked on in admiration. Xiao Ye, director, you are no longer the cynical director who thought the descendant of a king family was corrupt. But to use him as bait, quite a few people were sacrificed in the end. Many people had their families destroyed because of Zhang Wufa. Zhang Beichuan waved his hand. I already asked Shen Dai about this. Several people who were reportedly killed in the wilderness were actually secretly rescued and protected by the Shen family. As for those involved in car accidents, the Shen family also secretly protected them and was responsible for their subsequent medical care. Even this time, knowing that Zhang Wufa was coming to Fangyuan City to cause us trouble, the young master of the Shen family even proactively suggested coming along to personally eliminate the geniuses who posed a threat to him. Otherwise, if someone else had pulled out that blood god scythe given by the blood demon cult's blood envoy on the life and death arena just now, you, young man, would have truly been in danger. Xiao Ye nodded. So the Shen family is quite reliable, it's just. Director, did you already know that today's life and death arena match was for baiting? Zhang Beichuan. Oh dear, it's already this late, it's time to go back, otherwise your mother will be worried at home. Let's go, I'll drive you back. Xiao Ye, director, you really knew it was an act today. Why didn't you tell me in advance? He had thought it was a real life and death arena, and even diligently added points before going on stage. In the end, he was just a tool. Who told you to insist on going on the life and death arena? This is a lesson for you. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a genius. Before you grow up, even a third heaven mediocrity can easily kill you. I'm doing this to teach you a lesson. Xiao Ye, director, you're right. It's so late, it's indeed time to go back quickly. Thank you, director, for giving me a ride. A night. Xiao family cultivation room. I originally thought that maxing out the basic saber technique would be enough to dominate all geniuses, but now it seems. It's still not entirely safe. I need to continue adding points. He opened the panel. Host Xiao Ye. Supernatural ability, vampire adult, 0/100. Cultivation, dark prison demonic dragon technique, Kaiyuan 9th level. Martial skill, basic combat technique approaching the Tao, police combat technique approaching the Tao, basic saber technique, divine ability fragment. Talent limit burst. Slaughter value, 2,996.6. He still had almost 3,000 slaughter value. According to previous experience, adding points to a martial skill at technique approaching the Tao 32 times would completely max out that martial skill, turning it into a divine ability fragment. There's still a month until the college entrance examination, which is enough time for me to earn over 200 more points and max out another martial skill. This time, let's go with basic combat technique. So he considered it for a moment, and then chose the martial skill to add points to. Basic combat technique is a martial skill that almost all Kaiyuan realm students cultivate, although its name seems ordinary. For the Federation to make it so widespread, it must have its unique aspects. Facing the college entrance examination, adding points to basic combat technique would definitely be more suitable than adding points to police combat technique. Also, my supernatural ability should continue to evolve. So he pulled out a small bottle. The bottle was small, and inside was a nearly transparent liquid that seemed to shimmer with starlight. First order nutrient solution. This one bottle cost 100,000 federal currency. I hope this first order nutrient solution can change my supernatural ability value. So he took a deep breath and drank the first order nutrient solution in one gulp. Boom! A hot current exploded within his body. Although the first order nutrient solution had mild energy, it was still something that only first heaven martial artist would consume. Xiao Ye was only at the Kaiyuan 9th level, taking a first order nutrient solution beyond his level. The immense energy almost directly caused him to explode. Fortunately, very quickly. Something within Xiao Ye's body rapidly absorbed the energy like a whale. The feeling of being bloated gradually dissipated. Instead, it became warm and very comfortable. At the same time, a feeling of being full came from his body. Supernatural ability, Vampire Adult 0 to 1/100. The supernatural ability value had changed. Indeed, the first-order nutrient solution was effective. Xiao Ye's eyes showed surprise. However, one bottle of first-order nutrient solution can only increase the supernatural ability evolution value by 1 point. If I want to gather 100 points, wouldn't that mean I need 10 million? The 10 million he had just obtained was gone. And more importantly, one bottle of first-order nutrient solution made Xiao Ye feel bloated. Given his current physical condition, he could take at most 2 bottles a day. This meant it would take at least 50 days to evolve his supernatural ability again. It seems unlikely that I can evolve my supernatural ability again before the college entrance examination. So, I'll focus on adding points and max out the basic combat technique first. 73. The college entrance examination begins. Under Xiao Ye's diligent preparation, the college entrance examination finally arrived. Early in the morning, as soon as Xiao Ye stepped out of his room, he saw his entire family was already awake. Even little Loli, Xiao Baby, tried her best to open her eyes wide and smiled at Xiao Ye. "Brother, good morning tilde. Morning. Xiao Ye, are you done washing up? Come quickly and eat. Today's breakfast is all your favorites." Liu Ruxin smiled as she pushed Xiao Ye to sit at the dining table. There were large steamed buns, tofu pudding, seaweed and egg drop soup, even jianbing guozi. Liu Ruxin even pushed a plate in front of Xiao Ye. On it was a fried dough stick and 2 peeled boiled eggs. 100 points. Noticing Xiao Ye's stunned expression, Su Xiangdong couldn't help but mutter softly. "I told you not to do it this way. This is Xiao Ye's college entrance examination. How could 100 points be enough?" Liu Ruxin also felt she had made a slight mistake. These past few days, she had been online daily, looking at what other parents prepared for their children's college entrance examination meals. With the mindset of better safe than sorry, she also prepared a set. But looking at it now, it seemed she had made a mistake. "Xiao Ye, if you don't like it then just eat something else." "No, I like it very much. Thank you, Mom and Dad, and also Baby." So he picked up the fried dough stick and took a bite. Delicious. In his previous life, Xiao Ye was an orphan. During exams, he once heard classmates complain to each other about the 100 points breakfast their mothers prepared. At the time, those classmates sounded resentful, but Xiao Ye felt very envious listening to them. Now, someone was also preparing a special 100 points breakfast for his exam. Xiao Ye had a hearty appetite. Not only did he eat the fried dough stick and eggs, but he also drank a large bowl of soy milk and a basket of steamed buns. As his cultivation improved, Xiao Ye's appetite also continuously increased. He ate more by himself than Liu Ruxin and the other 2 combined. Putting down his chopsticks. "Mom, I had a very good breakfast. I'm heading to school now." "Ah, this you're going already, right? It's time to go. Xiao Ye, have you brought your admission ticket and other things?" "Mom, it's the intelligent era now. You only need facial recognition to enter the examination hall, and the exam itself takes place in a virtual system. No paper or pens are needed." "Ah, right. I thought it was like my time." Liu Ruxin didn't even know what she was saying. She just gave an awkward smile. It was simply that her son was taking the college entrance examination, and she was too nervous. "Mom, don't worry. The teachers all said that with my grades, getting into Mado University is absolutely no problem. Moreover, with this college entrance examination reform, the exam results will be displayed publicly in real time. Everyone will be able to see the scores and rankings. You can see my results from home. Just wait and watch me crush everything then." Speaking of which, the news of the college entrance examination reform only came about half a month ago. At that time, it caused a small stir among all college entrance examination candidates and their parents. In the past, college entrance examination results were released after the exam, and everyone checked their own scores individually. Who would have thought? This time, they implemented a province-wide simultaneous display. Although it wasn't all college entrance examination candidates nationwide competing together, having the results of so many people across the province displayed simultaneously still made this college entrance examination suddenly intense. The topic of college entrance examination reform online had already been trending for several days. As for Liu Ruxin, with Xiao Ye's reassurance, her nervous mood indeed dissipated quite a bit. Just then, knock. A knock on the door sounded. Asu, let's go, let's head to school together. Ziajikyu's voice came from outside the door. Suyi waved to his parents and sister, empty-handed, and walked out the door. After Suyi left, Liu Ruxin and Su Xiangdong no longer had the appetite to eat breakfast. Even if Suyi said his grades were stable enough for Mado University, as parents, they still worried. At this moment, knock knock knock. The knocking sound rang out again. It was Zia Jikyu's parents from downstairs. Old Su, quick, let's go to school. What for to school? Of course, to see the results at the school gate. Although you can see the college entrance examination results online this time, watching them at home isn't as exciting as seeing them at the school gate. Especially for your Xiao Ye, my son said that this time, the top scorer of our Fangyuan city will most likely be Xiao Ye. As parents, shouldn't you seize this opportunity to show off at the school gate and make others envious? This, Liu Ruxin and Su Xiangdong exchanged glances. Then both were moved. Then let's go. Fangyuan City's second middle school. Su Yi and Zia Jikyu arrived at the school. At the entrance, there were already many people who came to send their children and watch the excitement. However, these people were very considerate, clearing a path for students to enter the school smoothly, and at the same time, they kept their voices down, conversing softly for fear of affecting these students. After scanning their faces, they entered the school. The surroundings immediately quieted down. Hardly anyone could be seen in the school. Even the few figures present quickly walked into the teaching building to prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination. Asu, we're not in the same examination hall, so let's part ways here. Walking to the bottom of the teaching building, Zia Jikyu waved goodbye to Su Yi. Okay, good luck with the exam, see you later. Good luck with the exam, Asu, go get that top score. Su Yi smiled and waved. He quickly arrived at his examination hall. After confirming his identity with another face scan, Su Yi went to a nutrient pod. He opened the nutrient pod, entered, and lay down comfortably. The nutrient pod closed. Su Yi's consciousness quickly entered a virtual world. This was the latest technological achievement of the Federation. The Deep Blue Virtual World. The entire world was under the control of the Federation's highest intelligent supercomputer, the Deep Blue System, which could also simulate various scenarios and dynamics. After waiting quietly for a while, a countdown appeared in the virtual world in front of him. 10 minutes. 3 minutes. 1 minute. The college entrance examination begins. On the light screen, information appeared. Examination location: Fangyuan City Second Middle School, Classroom A77. Examination time: 10:00. Examination subject: Theory examination. Cultural theory: 100 points. Martial Dao Basic Theory: 200 points. Total score: 300 points. Candidate Su Yi. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi clicked the button below to confirm start. Soon, the scene in front of him changed, and a series of questions appeared. Su Yi could manually write out the answers or respond verbally. The original owner's cultural subject grades were already quite good, and after Su Yi's transmigration, he hadn't neglected his cultural subjects much either. What's more, to prepare for the college entrance examination, Su Yi specifically tried whether burning slaughter value could help him memorize quickly. The result was, it was very effective. By burning just 300 points of slaughter value, Su Yi had memorized the thick Martial Dao Basic Theory question bank backwards and forwards. So, seeing these questions in front of him now, Su Yi simply felt it was too easy. The college entrance examination. Is this all there is to it? 74 Theory exam, full marks. At the entrance of Fangyuan City Second Middle School, countless parents eagerly awaited. One by one, they kept refreshing their phones, or occasionally looked up at the LED screen at the school entrance. Suddenly, the information on the LED screen changed. They're here, someone's scores are out. Cultural Theory 10 points, Martial Dao Basic Theory 20 points, total 30 points. Who is this Fang Xianrong? Did he click the wrong button and submit early? Yeah, even if he closed his eyes and chose all C, it wouldn't be this low, right? What are you thinking? Multiple choice questions only account for 40% of the total score. Wait, this person couldn't have really chosen all C and only answered the multiple choice questions, could he? Someone else's scores are out. The exclamations of the parents next to them immediately made these people look up at the LED screen again. Zhang Yuan, Provincial City Third Middle School, Class A32, Cultural Theory 80 points, Martial Dao Basic Theory 146 points, total 226 points. Song Mingshan, Taichung City Second Middle School, Class 19, Cultural Theory 83 points, Martial Dao Basic Theory 112 points, total 195 points. As students began to submit their papers, the information on the LED screen began to change constantly. The information of all students in the entire Jiangnan province would be ranked together. The further along it went, the faster the rankings refreshed, and eventually the LED screen would only display the scores of the top 100 students in the province. If someone later surpassed them, their information would replace the previous person's. As for a specific person's information, one could only log in to the official website and enter personal information to search. Liu Ruxin and Su Xiangdong, one stared at the large screen above, the other kept refreshing his phone. Su Yi's scores hadn't come out yet. However, the parents of Xia Zhikyu next to them. They're out. Xia Zhikyu, Fangyuan City Second Middle School, Elite Class, Cultural Theory 88 points, Martial Dao Basic Theory 178 points, total 266 points. Xia Zhikyu's mother immediately laughed aloud. This brat, he performed really well. These scores were even higher than Xia Zhikyu's previous mock exam scores. The surrounding parents, hearing Xia Zhikyu's scores, also cast envious glances. Although these scores couldn't get him into the top 100 in the province, they were already very good. Liu Ruxin also offered congratulations repeatedly. Xiao Q is a steady child. The bigger the occasion, the better he performs. Xia Zhikyu's mother's mouth was practically splitting to her ears. Oh, our Xiao Q is usually so careless. I was worried, but I didn't expect him not to drop the ball during the college entrance examination. Ha. By the way, have your Xiao Ye scores come out. Xiao Ye definitely won't be bad either. The cultural theory exam time was almost over. Liu Ruxin was also worried. Then she heard Su Xiangdong and Xia Zhikyu's father speak almost simultaneously. They're out. My goodness, Xiao Ye actually got a perfect score. On Su Xiangdong's phone, and on the LED screen above, Su Yi's scores appeared almost simultaneously. Su Yi, Fangyuan City Second Middle School, Elite Class, Cultural Theory 100 points, Martial Dao Basic Theory 200 points, total 300 points. Xiao Ye, it's a perfect score. Liu Ruxin covered her mouth excitedly, but tears were already welling up in her eyes. Is this what it means to cry tears of joy? My goodness, who is that Su Yi? He actually got a perfect score. He's a student from our Fangyuan No. 2 middle school. This is too impressive. As expected of a genius from the elite class, he's amazing. Even the surrounding parents, who were also waiting to see the scores, exploded with excitement. A perfect score came from their Fangyuan City Second Middle School. Even if it wasn't their own child, they felt honored. Especially in this situation where the college entrance examination was synchronized across the entire province, everyone could see that a student from their Fangyuan City Second Middle School got a perfect score in the first theoretical exam. It was too glorious. Su Xiangdong couldn't help but laugh heartily. My son, that Su Yi is my son. Ha. At this moment, Su Xiangdong was even happier and more honored than when he became a construction worker and earned a monthly salary of 30,000. And more honored. And hearing Su Xiangdong's words, the surrounding parents looked over with envy and jealousy. These are Su Yi's parents. How did they raise such a child? He's too outstanding. Hello, Su Yi's father. I am the parent of Liao Tingting from our second middle school. Su Yi's father, how is your Su Yi's martial Dao cultivation? He's in the elite class, does it even need to be said? Of course, he's very formidable. Su Yi's father, you really know how to teach children. He's good at both academics and martial arts. Maybe our city's top scorer will be Su Yi. Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin were surrounded by a group of parents, their smiles unstoppable. However, regarding talk of being the city's top scorer, the two dared not accept it. Our Xiao Ye was just lucky. The questions that came out were ones he happened to know. We just hope he can get good grades and get into a martial Dao university he likes. We wouldn't dare to dream of being the city's top scorer. Despite this, the congratulatory voices from around them continued incessantly. Many parents gathered around, wanting to share in the good fortune and bring some good luck to their own children. However, the closest distance to Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin was occupied by Xia Zhikyu's parents. Their Xiao Q had good foresight. He had been good friends with Su Yi since childhood. See? Because of Su Yi, their Xiao Q not only got his life back, but also successfully awakened a very rare mental system ability. Now even his cultural class scores had improved significantly. Su Yi was their Xiao Q's benefactor. They must protect his parents for Su Yi. The entrance of Fangyuan City Second Middle School was bustling with activity. And throughout the entire Jiangnan province, many people also noticed the name Su Yi. A perfect score of 300 in the theoretical exam, that's really good. However, Theory only accounts for a portion of the college entrance examination scores. The bulk of the scores are in physical fitness and combat ability. How can a genius from a small city like Fangyuan City compare to the geniuses of the entire province? It's good enough to make a splash in the theoretical exam. This is the first time the college entrance examination is synchronized across the entire province, so he's certainly made a big name for himself because of it. Indeed, look online, there's already news out. Fangyuan City's genius teenager, theoretical exam perfect score revealed. These editors are really fast. Many people were only slightly amazed by Xiao Ye's perfect score in the theoretical exam. But they didn't believe that Xiao Ye could truly make a name for himself with it. And while almost everyone in Jiangnan province was paying attention to the college entrance examination, far away in Jade capital, someone was also watching the college entrance examination situation in Jiangnan province through his phone. Seeing Xiao Ye's perfect score of 300. Crack! Su Yang directly crushed the teacup in his hand. Xiao Ye, it's you again. Why do you always jump in front of me? 75, physical fitness 10th in the province. Xiao Ye naturally didn't know that his perfect score was attracting so much attention. After finishing the questions, he checked them twice, confirmed there were no issues, then Xiao Ye submitted his results, opened the nutrient capsule and stepped out. With the morning exam concluded, students could have lunch at school before continuing in the afternoon. Asu over here. As soon as he walked out of the teaching building, Xiao Ye saw Xia Jikyu excitedly waving at him. Beside him were Xiao Qiyu and Mu Wanru, whom Xiao Ye was familiar with. Asu, you're amazing, you actually got a perfect score. Xiao Ye, congratulations. Xiao Ye, that's incredible, you've brought honor to our second middle school. Xiao Ye smiled and thanked them. You all saw the results, how did everyone do? Xia Jikyu rattled off the scores. I got 266, Mu Wanru got 286, and school beauty Xiao is amazing, 298. Classmate Xiao is so impressive. Xiao Ye gave a thumbs up. Xiao Qiyu. Although your tone is very sincere, student Su, for a perfect 300 scorer like you to praise me with such an admiring tone, I really don't know whether to be happy or ashamed. Xiao Ye rubbed his nose. He genuinely thought Xiao Qiyu was very impressive. After all, he knew very well that his perfect 300 score was achieved by burning slaughter value to memorize the entire question bank. Xiao Qiyu, however, earned hers with genuine ability. Xia Jikyu walked over and put an arm around Xiao Ye's shoulder. All right, stop complimenting each other here. Let's go eat. There are 3 more assessments this afternoon. The college entrance examination on Blue Star only lasts 1 day. After students enter the examination hall in the morning, the hall is completely sealed off, and lunch is provided by the school. After a hearty meal, Xiao Ye took the opportunity to browse his phone for a while. Currently, as soon as he opened his phone, he could immediately see information about the college entrance examination, and the latest push notification he received was about the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination rankings. Xiao Ye, with a perfect score of 300, naturally ranked first. However, Xiao Ye was not the only one with a perfect score in the theoretical exam this year. There was also Li Guangqi from Provincial City, number 1 high school. Another was Jiang Laoyu from Jian City. Besides these, there were also many scores like 299 and 298. It seems that the theoretical exam can't really create a significant gap. What truly determines the provincial ranking will be the 3 exams this afternoon. Returning to the examination hall. Entering the nutrient capsule again. The afternoon exam quickly began. Examination location: Fangyuan City Second Middle School, A77 classroom. Examination time: 13:00. Examination subject: physical fitness. Base score: 200 points. Additional score: 100 points. Total score: 300 points. Examinee: Xiao Ye. Clicking start again. Soon Xiao Ye, lying in the nutrient capsule, could feel a slight current flowing through his body. This was the nutrient capsule automatically detecting Xiao Ye's physical fitness. It was also the most precise detection method in the current federation. Soon, the data on the light screen changed. Physical examination finished. Examinee's physical fitness surpasses the 9 heavens physical limit. Base score: 200 points. Do you want to start the additional test? Without a doubt, of course, yes. In this physical fitness segment, the so-called additional score is actually for supernatural ability. Xiao Ye activated the Dark Prison Demonic Dragon technique, stimulating his blood-sucking supernatural ability. The current circulated faster around Xiao Ye's body, and the additional score continued to rise. 112, 37, 54, 61. However, the growth rate was clearly slowing down. It seems that, with my current blood-sucking supernatural ability, which has only evolved once, it's not considered top tier in the ranking of supernatural abilities. So he sighed slightly in his heart. But to be honest, he had long anticipated this situation. Physical supernatural abilities certainly couldn't compare to the rarer mental system ability. Even Shenmo's special supernatural ability, that allows him to merge into darkness, probably couldn't compare. However, Suyi didn't feel discouraged. After all, his supernatural ability could continuously evolve. And currently, his blood-sucking supernatural ability had only evolved once. So he believed that as long as he kept evolving his supernatural ability, one day it would become an existence that people looked up to. But for now, seeing the parameters about to stop, Suyi's mind stirred. Limit burst activated. Divine ability fragment vibrated. Instantly, the score, which was about to stop, began to soar again. 66, 78, 85, 90. Finally, Suyi's score stopped at 90. At the same time, the results were uploaded. Suyi's score appeared on the LED screen, outside Second Middle School and online. Suyi, Fangyuan City Second Middle School, Elite Class, Base Score 200 points, Additional Score 90 points, Total Score 290 points. It's out. Xiao Ye's score is out again. 290 points, what level is that score? Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin were both nervous and excited, and a little at a loss. Xia Jikyu's father next to them had already started congratulating them. Oh my, that's a super high score. Most students can't even reach 200 points, and there's no additional score for them at all. Xiao Ye getting 290 points means there are very few people in Fangyuan City who can compare to him. Look quickly, the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination rankings have been updated. The data on the LED screen changed. The entire LED screen was divided into two sides. One side showed the scores from the recently completed physical fitness test. The other side showed the total score ranking of all college entrance examination candidates in Jiangnan Province. No. 1. Li Guangqi Provincial City No. 1 High School, total score 599. No. 2. Xiaoqiu, Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School, total score 598. No. 3. Jianglaoyu, Jian No. 1 Middle School, total score 596. No. 10. Suyi, Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School, total score 590. Look, Xiao Ye ranks 10th in the entire province. This is too amazing. Old Su, you've raised a good son. Su Xiangdong's smile couldn't be wider. But he didn't forget to return the compliment. Your Xiao Q is also very impressive. No. 32. Xia Jikyu, Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School, total score 550. After the second physical fitness assessment, the scores of the examinees had actually been significantly widened. Ordinary martial arts students who hadn't awakened a supernatural ability, even if their cultivation reached the 9 heavens limit and they scored full marks in cultural subjects, could at most get 500 points. To exceed this score, it was only possible for supernatural ability awakeners. Which meant that supernatural ability awakeners, as long as they didn't completely slack off, could easily get into top martial arts universities. The only difference would be how much their specific ranking varied. Who is this Xiao Qiu? She actually ranks second in the province. That's truly amazing. I remember, this child scored 298 points in the previous theoretical foundation exam. Doesn't that mean she got a perfect score of 300 in the second physical fitness assessment? You're right, now that you mention it. Li Guangqi, who is currently first in the province with a total score of 599, means his second round physical fitness score was 299, which is 1 point lower than Xiao Qiu. Doesn't that mean the provincial first place in the second physical fitness assessment is Xiao Qiu from our Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School? Our Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School has really brought honor this time. We have perfect scores in both the first and second exams. It would be great if someone could ultimately get first place in the entire province. 76. Fighting skills easily mastered. Ordinary people watch the excitement. Experts watch the methods. Parents waiting for scores and those who enjoy following the college entrance examination could only see how many points each person got and their rank. But for experts, the scores from the second round, physical fitness, held significant meaning. Jiangnan Military Region. The highest ranking commander was also paying attention to this college entrance examination. Xiao Qiu, 300 points in physical fitness. She truly is that person's daughter. How many years has it been since the entire federation saw a perfect score in physical fitness? The last person to achieve a perfect physical fitness score is now a 9 heavens master, about to challenge for the king rank, right? The calm-faced staff officer, about 40 years old, nodded beside the commander. Xiao Ye's performance is indeed outstanding. Actually, Li Guangqi's physical fitness score of 299 is already quite impressive. It's just that this year, there's the prodigy Xiao Ye. Not just these two, Jiang Laoyu from Anji City also performed very well. The commander seemed to be in a very good mood. This year, the top 10 all achieved physical fitness scores of 290, which means their supernatural ability rank is above 90. This is more than double the number compared to previous years. These people are geniuses of our Jiangnan province, and even more so, of Eastern Radiance and the entire human race. I don't know if it's just a feeling, but it seems more and more geniuses have emerged in recent years. In our generation, fewer than 10 people nationwide could achieve a supernatural ability score of 90 in 1 year. But now, Jiangnan province alone has 10. The human race's foundation will undoubtedly grow deeper and deeper. Another commander who had been silent uttered a faint remark. I heard that whenever a race faces a life-or-death crisis, the race's luck will be elevated, and geniuses will emerge in great numbers. Alas, what began as an excited conversation ended in a sigh. The emergence of these geniuses was certainly a good thing, but it also made them acutely aware of how critical the current situation was. Internally, secret realms descended, and star beasts rioted. Externally, the demon race attacked, and wars were constant. They truly didn't know if humanity could still achieve victory and regain peace. Regardless, the appearance of these young ones is a good thing, and we must increase our efforts in cultivating them. With these children's performance, their genius rating should have reached at least S rank, right? The staff officer's tone was hesitant. The top 9 geniuses indeed all have S rank ratings. It's just the 10th rank Xiao Ye. What about Xiao Ye? Xiao Ye has already been recruited by the Patrol Bureau. Not long ago, Patrol Bureau Director Zhang Beichuan applied for S-rank genius treatment for him. Logically, Xiao Ye's performance was sufficient to pass this application, but the Heavenly King Hall rejected it, only granting him A-rank genius treatment. Why did the Heavenly King Hall reject it? What was the reason? The staff officer shook his head. I don't know the specific reason, but since they could grant Xiao Ye A-rank genius treatment, it proves that Xiao Ye himself should have no problems. Perhaps the Heavenly King Hall has its own considerations. Alas, it seems this young one has bad luck. I hope it doesn't affect his cultivation. The commander sighed. Although he felt it might be somewhat unfair to Xiao Ye, the commander still trusted the Heavenly King Hall's decision. Moreover, Jiangnan province produced many talents this year, and as the commander, he was most concerned about the few who performed the best. Xiao Ye was, after all, only ranked 10th. Let's wait and see. The discussions of others could not affect the students currently taking the examination. Because, after the physical fitness test, everyone remained in their nutrient pods. The combat technique examination followed immediately. Examination location: Fangyuan City Second Middle School, classroom A77. Examination time: 14:00. Examination subject: combat technique. Total score: 360 points. Candidate Xiao Ye. Please select the specific combat technique subject. Xiao Ye directly selected basic combat technique. The combat technique examination had no distinction between basic and bonus points. Total score: 360 points. How much one earned depended entirely on one's ability. The content on the light screen changed. Please select the specific combat technique subject. Xiao Ye directly selected basic combat technique. As Xiao Ye clicked to confirm and begin, a virtual figure quickly appeared before him. The figure wore white training clothes, with the same height, build, and cultivation as Xiao Ye. The moves it used were also the basic combat technique familiar to Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye took a slight step back, observed briefly, and quickly determined that the basic combat technique of the virtual figure before him was only at the entry level. Casually raising one hand, Xiao Ye easily blew up the virtual figure. Score plus 20. As this virtual figure disappeared, another virtual figure immediately appeared, still attacking Xiao Ye with basic combat technique. However, this virtual figure clearly had a stronger grasp of basic combat technique than the previous one. But to Xiao Ye, it made no difference. He still blew it up with one punch. Score plus 20. Another virtual figure appeared. Still entry-level basic combat technique. Still blown up by Xiao Ye with one punch. Score plus 20. Xiao Ye had gradually figured out the pattern. It seemed the combat technique examination was for them to fight these virtual figures using combat techniques. And the combat techniques mastered by the virtual figures would become increasingly proficient as the previous one was blown up. This continuous fighting would then test the examinee's mastery of combat technique proficiency. Since that's the case, I'll just keep standing. The virtual figure that had just reached proficient level in basic combat technique, blown up. Score plus 20. The virtual figure with even greater proficiency in basic combat technique, blown up. Score plus 20. The virtual figure whose basic combat technique had reached the limit of proficient level, blown up. Score plus 20. Then came basic combat technique reaching mastery, perfection. Each proficiency rank would feature 3 virtual figures with varying degrees of mastery, but Xiao Ye easily passed them all. That's right, Xiao Ye had turned this examination into a game of passing levels. As he defeated one virtual figure after another, there was a strong sense of excitement from continuously challenging levels. What Xiao Ye didn't know was that, while they were taking the combat technique examination, outside, on the college entrance examination channel, the exciting moments of these students' battles were already being broadcast live. Damn, this year's college entrance examination team really knows how to have fun. This kind of virtual combat looks pretty cool. If there were an online game like this, my combat technique would have reached a state of perfection long ago. Look, the person who just punched and blew up the virtual figure in the video is my younger brother. Isn't my brother handsome? Heh heh, look again. Your brother has just been blown up by the virtual figure. With the college entrance examination team's live broadcast, it wasn't just parents concerned about the college entrance examination anymore. Even many fun seekers and martial artists flocked to the official website, wanting to see the caliber of this year's students. Especially those martial artists. These college entrance examination candidates might very well become part of their ranks in the future, going on missions and entering secret realms with them. It was always good to get to know them beforehand. As the combat technique examination progressed, many people had already been blown up by virtual figures, ending their combat technique examination. The remaining number of people was steadily decreasing. Finally, the live broadcast screen suddenly split into 20. This meant that only 20 people had not yet finished the examination. Among them was Xiao Ye, 77, first in the province in 3 exams. Xiao Ye, it's Xiao Ye. At the entrance of Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School, Su Xiangdong excitedly pointed to a corner of the LED screen and shouted. The person in that small screen was none other than Xiao Ye, who was currently in battle. Xiao Ye is too amazing. It's said that the virtual figure's combat proficiency has already reached the transcendent realm, but Xiao Ye still looks at ease. Xia Jikyu's father exclaimed in admiration. Old Su truly has a good son. He's so promising. Unlike their Xiao Q, he was eliminated long ago. Out of 300 points for combat technique, he ultimately only got 222 points. Although that was already good compared to other students. But compared to Xiao Ye, it was truly unwatchable. Now, they could only see how far Xiao Ye could go. Banged! Xiao Ye punched out again. The virtual figure, whose basic combat technique had reached the intermediate transcendent realm, was once again blasted apart by him. Score plus 20. The number of virtual figures he had blasted apart had already reached 14, which meant he had already secured 280 points. Xiao Ye quietly waited for the next person to appear. What he didn't know was that, on the synchronized broadcast screen, there were only 7 people left. In other words, only 7 people in the entire Jiangnan province had reached the transcendent realm in combat technique. Gone, another one is gone. It's Xiao Qiu. Our Fangyuan city's Xiao Qiu also lost, what a pity. Now there are only 6 people left. Doesn't that mean our Fangyuan city only has Xiao Ye left as a sole seedling? It's here, a new virtual person has appeared again. Can Xiao Ye still win? Xiao Ye charged forward. Did he also throw a punch? I'll be damned, he blew up the virtual figure with one punch. Xiao Ye is too fierce. As expected of a child from our Fangyuan city, he's just that fierce. Xiao Ye is the first person to defeat this round's virtual figure, and he looks so relaxed. This round is definitely stable. Could it be that our Fangyuan city is going to win another provincial first place? The crowd at the entrance of Fangyuan City Second Middle School was in high spirits. Even if Xiao Ye wasn't their child, seeing a child from their city perform so excellently made them feel proud. And Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin were so excited, they were almost fainting. Our Xiao Ye is too strong. Truly worthy of being my Su Xiangdong's son. Get lost, Xiao Ye being so amazing, that's all thanks to me. Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin tacitly avoided mentioning the Yujingsu family. Another one is down, a genius from the provincial city high school. Now there are only 5 people left. The other provincial city genius is also gone. Doesn't that mean there are only 4 people left? Li Guangqi, Jiang Laoyu, Shen Mo, and our Fangyuan city Su Yi. Only these 4 people are left. Go Su Yi. Virtual space. A figure appeared again. And this time, the virtual figure's level had reached technique approaching the Tao. Although it had just reached technique approaching the Tao, it did give Su Yi some pressure. At least Su Yi couldn't blast the virtual figure apart with 1 punch. Instead, he used 2 punches. Su Yi won again, he actually won again, and he won so easily. He's so cool. Quickly, let's see how the other 4 people are doing. That Shen Mo is already dead. That fast. Li Guangqi and Jiang Laoyu also seem to be fighting very hard. Looking at it this way, Su Yi's level in basic combat is simply crushing Li Guangqi and Jiang Laoyu. Jiang Laoyu is also finished, the exam is over. What about Li Guangqi? Li Guangqi has been holding on for 10 minutes, can he continue? Oh, what a pity, Li Guangqi was also blasted apart by the virtual figure. Doesn't this mean only Su Yi is left? Su Yi has already secured first place in combat technique for the entire province. Amazing, amazing. Su Yi, who had been quietly waiting for the next virtual figure to appear, suddenly opened his eyes. It appeared. A virtual figure whose basic combat technique had reached the intermediate technique approaching the Tao. This time, Su Yi threw 3 punches before blasting the virtual figure apart. Then, the third virtual figure quickly appeared. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Why did it appear so quickly this time? But he soon understood. This meant that everyone else except him had already lost and finished the exam. So he didn't need to wait for others to finish fighting. Instead, he could directly start his own battle. Come on, let me see your strength. Su Yi beckoned to the virtual figure with his finger, then actively charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. Fists and feet collided. Those watching the synchronized broadcast could barely capture the scene of Su Yi and the virtual figure fighting with their eyes. They could only see 2 blurry figures constantly flickering. Fast, too fast. What level of battle was this exactly? If someone could master combat technique to this extent, they would probably be blasted apart at first sight, right? Was this truly a level of combat that humans could achieve? And while everyone was exclaiming in amazement, boom! Su Yi directly threw a punch. The divine ability fragment within his body vibrated because of this punch. Clang! The virtual figure retreated a few steps, then suddenly exploded. This virtual world returned to peace once again. Su Yi waited with anticipation for the next virtual figure to appear. Only the last virtual figure just now had given him a hint of fighting passion. The previous ones were simply too weak, completely failing to pique his interest. However, the virtual world vibrated slightly. Su Yi's consciousness was directly ejected. It's over. Su Yi woke up from the nutrient pod, still a bit disoriented. But after a quick calculation, he realized that all 3 virtual figures of technique approaching the Tao had been blasted apart by him. And clearly, for the Federation, technique approaching the Tao was already the top-tier proficiency. It seemed even the Federation hadn't thought that there was such a thing as divine ability fragment above technique approaching the Tao. It ended too quickly, it's a bit unsatisfying. Su Yi shook his head and walked out of the nutrient pod. He took out his phone, ready to check the current college entrance examination situation. No, 1 Su Yi, Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School, total score 950. No, 2, Li Guangqi Provincial City No. 1 High School, total score 914. No, 3, Jiang Laoyu, Jian No. 1 High School, total score 908. No, 4, Shen Mo, Provincial City No. 1 High School, total score 888. No, 5, Xiao Ye, Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School, total score 878. Looking at the freshly released provincial ranking, Su Yi smiled slightly. I am the first place. 78. The fight was a perfect score, sparking heated discussions from all sides. Damn, full marks for martial skill. Su Yi is too amazing. Mr. Su, you've really raised a good son, I'm so envious. Our Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School is the strongest. Cheers resounded endlessly outside the Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School entrance. They only knew that a student from Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School had achieved full marks in martial skill, currently ranking first in the entire Jiangnan province. He was more than 30 points ahead of the second place. If this momentum continued, Su Yi ultimately claiming first place in the entire Jiangnan province no longer seemed like an extravagant hope. Some people had already started popping champagne to celebrate. However, for those in the know, the full marks Su Yi achieved were like a thunderclap. Jiangnan Military Region. How is this possible? The usually stern commander's expression was about to crack. Full marks, it's actually full marks. This is too incredible. The aide next to him was a bit confused. Commander, aren't full marks in martial skill a good thing? It is indeed a good thing. Achieving full marks in martial skill means this martial skill has been cultivated to its extreme, but the problem is, no one in their Eastern Radiance, or even the entire Federation, had ever been able to cultivate a martial skill to its maximum rank. The last virtual figure in the current college entrance examination was actually calculated by the Eastern Radiance supercomputer based on data. Even the prototype couldn't be found. Even the first Heavenly King, hailed as a savior in the Federation's history. Among the prodigy-like talents he displayed in his youth, he was never seen cultivating a martial skill to such a level. Could it be that Xiao Ye was even more of a prodigy than the first Heavenly King? The commander found it hard to believe. Could it be that the college entrance examination system had a bug this time, and the level of the final virtual figure was lowered? The commander muttered to himself. No. Another white-haired commander, who had been silent, picked up his phone. Although the college entrance examination is ranked by province, the combat opponent for the martial skill challenge is actually consistent. I checked the martial skill situation in other provinces' college entrance examinations, and besides Xiao Ye, only that boy from the Jade capital Xuanyuan family reached the final virtual figure, but he was instantly defeated by that virtual figure in a single move. This proved that there was no problem with the final virtual figure. It could even be said to be ridiculously strong. But even so, Xiao Ye still easily defeated it. This could only prove one thing. This shows that the skill close to Tao limit calculated by the Eastern Radiance supercomputer is not the true limit. Xiao Ye was able to achieve a perfect score of 360 in martial skill because our exam only had 360 points, not because it was the upper limit of his ability. That makes it even more terrifying, doesn't it? The white-haired commander took a deep look at the image on his phone, showing Xiao Ye effortlessly resolving the battle. I suggest that the Jiangnan district resubmit Xiao Ye's genius rank assessment. Treating such a genius as only an A-rank genius is a waste of talent. At least an S-rank or even SS-rank genius would be fitting for Xiao Ye's performance. The stern-faced commander, reminded by this, suddenly realized. Exactly, this Xiao Ye is absolutely worth vigorous cultivation. Such a talent must be valued. Xiao Zhang, immediately draft an email for me. I'll send it to the Heavenly King Hall right away. Yes, Commander. While the commander of the Jiangnan military region was marveling at and exceptionally joyful over Xiao Ye's performance. Jade capital. Su family. Su Yang had completely trashed his study. Xiao Ye, you bastard. Why did he suddenly change like a different person? Wasn't he a complete trash? Shouldn't he have been mediocre and completely trampled under my feet? How did he suddenly become a genius? If the Su family members see Xiao Ye's college entrance examination results, will they recognize Xiao Ye back into the Su family? What will I do then? Everyone will know that I am just an adopted son of the Su family. No, I absolutely cannot let Xiao Ye return to the Su family. That damned blood demon cult, they promised me they would deal with Xiao Ye, but Xiao Ye is still alive and kicking. What's worse, the blood demon cult, even that blood envoy died in Fangyuan City. Damn it. The more Xiao Yang thought about it, the angrier he got, and he stomped hard, intending to smash the items thrown on the floor. However, his gaze fell on the photo frame on the ground, looking at the majestic Su Zhengdao and the kindly smiling Chuanyu and Mingmu in the picture. Xiao Yang suddenly had an idea. The matter of Xiao Ye's college entrance examination results definitely can't be kept a secret. Instead of waiting for the Su family members to discover that Xiao Ye is a genius and regret expelling him from the Su family, I might as well strike first. With that, Xiao Yang directly dialed Chuanyu and Mingmu's number. Beep. The phone rang only once before it was quickly answered. Xiao Yang, what made you think of calling Mom? How's your cultivation going lately? Do you need any resources? Mom just got a bottle of 7th grade dragon essence blood recently and has already sent someone to deliver it back to you. Xuanyuan and Mingmu's voice was full of concern and affection. Xiao Yang's eyes were cold, but his voice was full of gratitude. Thank you, Mom. You always think of me first with any good things you get. Actually, you should give these resources to second sister, third sister, and little sister also needs them very much. Xuanyuan and Mingmu felt warm inside. She always heard about siblings in other families fighting fiercely over resources. Only in their family, such a thing had never happened. Xiao Yang was always so warm-hearted and loving towards his sisters. How could she not want to dote on Xiao Yang more? It's all right, your second sister and third sister don't need these resources at all. As for your little sister, she stays at the Xuanyuan family all day. She's almost become a child of the Xuanyuan family. Why would I need to prepare resources for her? Mom, I just hope our Xiao Yang's cultivation goes smoothly. Su Yang's eyes grew even colder. Yes, Su Minju and Su Xingqian were geniuses who had awakened supernatural abilities. Their cultivation didn't require piling up resources, and they were already assessed as SS-rank prodigies early on, with the Federation providing whatever resources they needed. As for little sister Xuanyuan 17, she had shown unparalleled cultivation talent from a young age, doted on by old Master Xuanyuan, who kept her by his side to guide her. Old Master Xuanyuan doted on the several sisters in the family immensely, but only showed superficial concern for him. Wasn't it just because he wasn't the biological son of the Su family? That biased old man. Su Yang took a deep breath. Mom, it's not just second sister, third sister and little sister. Su Yi also needs resources very much. Xuanyuan Mingmu's voice on the phone immediately cooled down significantly. Xiao Yang, why are you bringing up that guy? Mom, have you forgotten? Today is the college entrance examination, and Su Yi also participated in it, and he's currently the first in the entire Jiangnan province. What? Su Yi is first in the entire Jiangnan province? How is that possible? Xuanyuan Mingmu couldn't believe it. How could I lie to you? Su Yi is currently ranked first in the entire Jiangnan province across 3 subjects. In my opinion, it's a sure thing that Su Yi will take first place when the college entrance examination ends. To be honest, I'm genuinely happy for Su Yi, but it's just a pity. If Su Yi had shown his current talent when you and Dad found him and brought him back to the Su family, and hadn't left the Su family, then Su Yi could have gotten first place in the college entrance examination in Jade Capital, and how proud you and Dad would have been. 79. Xuanyuan Mingmu's concealment, the practical skills test begins. Snap. Xuanyuan Mingmu hung up the phone. Her expression flickered between light and dark. Su Yi could actually achieve first place in the Jiangnan province college entrance examination. Could that boy really be a prodigy? One had to know that in this year's college entrance examination, the Shen family's youngest son was in this cohort. And there was also the daughter of that legendary person. It was said that Jiangnan province had 2 other super prodigies this year. Previously, the Expeditionary Force and the Secret Realm Army had directly clashed over those 2 super prodigies. This matter had spread throughout the Jade Capital and aristocratic family circles. It could be said that this year's Jiangnan Province College entrance examination had a much higher concentration of prodigies than other places. Yet even so, all those people were trampled underfoot by Su Yi. How could this not shock Xuanyuan Mingmu? Amidst her shock, there was also a hint of secret joy in her heart. As expected of Su Zhengdao and her, Xuanyuan Mingmu's son, a child with the bloodline of the Su family and the Xuanyuan family, how could he truly be a good-for-nothing? Now, it seemed that even growing up outside, without the resources of the Su family and the Xuanyuan family, he could still easily crush those prodigies. But what followed immediately was a surge of anger. Su Yi was clearly a prodigy, yet when they brought him back to the Su family, he showed absolutely no talent. He insisted on pretending to be a good-for-nothing, making them disappointed in him, and later even voluntarily betrayed the family. He did it on purpose. Su Yi resented them for abandoning him for 18 years. So he deliberately acted like a mediocre person, precisely because he did not want to return to the Su family. Now Su Yi had already betrayed the family. Then any achievements he made had nothing to do with their Su family. On the contrary, if people knew about Su Yi's relationship with their Su family, the Su family would probably become the laughingstock of everyone. Their own son was a prodigy, yet he was not close to them and instead wanted to betray the family. The more outstanding Su Yi performed, the more he was humiliating them. The more Xuanyuan Mingmu thought about it, the angrier she got. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Su Yi was deliberately using this method to humiliate them. Damn it! What's damn it? Su Zhengdao, full of chilling killing intent, happened to return at this moment, his armor still stained with the blood of slain star beasts. Hearing Xuanyuan Mingmu's words, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. Nothing, you misheard. But you, I heard earlier that the star beasts in the secret realm launched another attack. You weren't injured, were you? Half a month ago, the star beasts in the southeast secret realm rioted again. Su Zhengdao led the charge, suppressing the star beasts. Now he had finally returned. It's nothing, it's all over now. Su Zhengdao tried to make his voice gentler, comforting his wife. However, his heart was very heavy. Over the years, the star beast riots in the secret realm had become more and more frequent. The demon race, who were behind the star beasts, were pushing them more and more aggressively. The final war between the human race and the demon race was probably not far off. Su Zhengdao did not convey this heavy pressure in his heart to his wife, and while taking off his armor he asked, "Speaking of which, I seem to remember something I needed to pay attention to recently, but I can't quite recall it right now. Wife, help me think, did I forget something?" Xuanyuan Mingmu walked over and gently helped Su Zhengdao take off his armor. "Nothing is more important than your health. You've been fighting continuously for half a month. Look at your dark circles. Go take a shower, relax and get a good night's sleep. I'll make you something you love to eat." Su Zhengdao was indeed very tired, and he nodded at her words. "All right, thankfully I have you, wife, supporting me all these years. It's just that you have to stay with me in this secret realm all the time. Wife, you've worked hard." Xuanyuan Mingmu smiled and lightly punched Su Zhengdao's chest. "We're an old married couple, stop saying these things. Go take a shower." Watching Su Zhengdao's retreating figure, Xuanyuan Mingmu's smile faded. Su Yi's college entrance examination results were not a big deal. There was no need to tell righteous path. Su Yi naturally didn't know that his results had stirred up many more troubles. At this moment, after a short rest, the last subject of the college entrance examination also began. Examination location: Fangyuan City Second Middle School, Classroom A77. Examination time: 17:00. Examination subject: Practical Combat Ability. Total score: 500 points. Candidate: Su Yi. Practical Combat Ability, 500 points. From this score, it could be seen that practical combat ability was what Eastern Radiance valued most. Su Yi first chose a long saber as his weapon for this practical combat ability examination. He adjusted the long saber to the style he had used before and familiarized himself with the feel. Only then did Su Yi click start. A virtual figure quickly appeared before him. From the aura emanating from the opponent, it could be judged that their cultivation was the same as his, both at the Kaiyuan 9th level. As soon as the virtual figure appeared, it swiftly rushed towards Su Yi. Swish! Su Yi swung his long saber, and the sharp blade directly cut the virtual figure in half at the waist. The figure dissipated. Score +10. Well, it was similar to the previous stage. It was still about continuously defeating the appearing virtual figures and earning points. The final score would be calculated by the number of enemies killed. The rules were very simple. However, the virtual figures in this stage no longer only used basic combat technique. Instead, they had various moves and routines. Some even used various weapons. This made it more difficult for the candidates, because it was unpredictable if the moves and routines the opponent used would happen to counter you. Only with sufficiently strong overall strength could one cope with various situations. And facing one virtual figure after another, each with different moves and routines, Su Yi not only didn't feel pressured, but was instead filled with excitement. Now this is interesting. The long saber danced. One virtual figure after another was cleanly and decisively killed by Su Yi. Su Yi also witnessed various different moves and fighting styles because of this. Score +10. Score +10. Score +10. The score continuously increased, but Su Yi felt no fatigue at all. Instead, the more he fought, the more excited he became. It seemed that the warlike genes in his body were all activated at this moment. Sometimes, when Su Yi encountered some fierce or strange moves and fighting styles, he would even intentionally not kill the virtual figure directly, but instead provoke the opponent to continuously attack, thereby observing their methods. At this moment, Su Yi had long forgotten that he was participating in the college entrance examination. Instead, he treated it as a form of training. Swish! After provoking another virtual figure until it had no new moves, Su Yi finally gave it a quick death with a single saber strike. Score +10. Total score 400. The score reached 400 points. Su Yi quietly waited for the next virtual figure to appear, somewhat looking forward to what new and novel moves it would bring. However, what he didn't know was, as his score reached 400 points, Su Yi's battle screen also appeared on the external LED screen. It's out. Su Yi's battle is on the screen too. Before, I was worried why Su Yi's battle screen hadn't appeared yet, and I even thought he was eliminated, but I didn't expect him to just be fighting slowly. Fighting slowly is fine, as long as it's on the screen. It means his total score has reached 400 points. I hope Su Yi can win a few more rounds. Yes, I hope Su Yi can definitely win first place in the entire province. 80. Su Yi is finished. He's broken into the top 10. The last subject of the college entrance examination, practical combat ability. As the examination progressed, fewer and fewer students remained in the testing state. Initially, the LED screen displayed highlights of student battles. But now, the large screen was divided into smaller screens, showing the battles of students who had already defeated 40 opponents and were undertaking their final challenge. Although Xiao Ye performed very well, it seems that in terms of actual combat ability, he probably can't compare to Li Guangqi. Li Guangqi has already fought his 44th opponent, while Xiao Ye just defeated his 40th. Yes, when it comes to overall educational capability, the provincial capital is definitely superior. In my opinion, for the children of Fangyuan City to compete to this extent is already very impressive. Xiao Ye is already the student with the best college entrance examination results in Fangyuan City for many years. Exactly, this is already quite good. At the entrance of Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School, although the onlookers said it's already good enough, their tones were filled with regret. They had hoped Xiao Ye would advance triumphantly and directly claim first place in the entire province. But now it seems his true comprehensive ability still couldn't compare to students from the provincial capital. One couldn't deny it. Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin tightly clasped their hands, nervously watching Xiao Ye on the screen. Xiao Ye, is he very tired? I see that every time he fights an opponent it takes him quite a while. This is a virtual battle. Even if he gets injured, it won't affect Xiao Ye's real body. Don't worry, don't worry. Su Xiangdong said not to worry, but he himself was so worried that he wished he could rush in and help Xiao Ye fight. Although injuries or even death in the virtual world would not affect the real world. However, in that almost completely real virtual world, if one were truly killed, one would face immense terror. This is also why the Federation did not promote virtual combat. Because when this virtual system was first invented, some people truly had mental breakdowns after dying in it. Even more, some people became accustomed to this desperate fighting style after repeatedly dying in the virtual world. When they returned to the real world, they couldn't change, and many consequently lost their lives for real. There was even a saying that fighting in the virtual world could not truly experience the great terror between life and death. Instead, constant death would dull the mind, making it impossible to break through to become a high-level martial artist. Therefore, this virtual system, originally intended for martial artist training, was later abandoned and only occasionally used for low-frequency purposes like examinations. Old Su, don't worry. Although Xiao Ye's battles are a bit slow, he's fighting steadily. I've calculated it. Even if Xiao Ye only gets 400 points in this subject, his score will still secure him a spot in the top 10 of the entire province, and Madu University is a sure thing. Next to them, Xia Jikyu's father whispered to comfort Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin. Upon hearing Xia Jikyu's father's words, Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin's attention was indeed captured. Really in the top 10 of the province? Really, look, among those people on the screen right now, even if all of them get full marks in this subject, only 10 people can surpass Xiao Ye's score. But how could these people truly get full marks? Our Xiao Ye is definitely in the top 10 of the province this time, and he might even contend for the top 5, or even the top 3. Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin did a quick calculation, and found that it was indeed as Xia Jikyu's father said. Fortunately, our Xiao Ye had such a significant lead in the previous subjects. Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin exchanged glances. They didn't expect Xiao Ye to become the top scholar. As long as Xiao Ye achieved a good score and could get into his ideal university, that would be enough. Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin instantly relaxed quite a bit. And at the same time, he won again. That Li Guangqi won again. He's at 450 points. Li Guangqi is truly too handsome. His long sword gleams with cold light. He truly lives up to his reputation as Gentleman's Sword among the people of the provincial capital. What, Gentleman's Sword? Don't tell me this nickname is quite fitting. Who came up with it? I heard that Li Guangqi is a famous genius prodigy in the provincial capital. Not only is his talent outstanding, but his character is also quite good, and he's skilled with a sword, which is why he was given the name Gentleman's Sword. Li Guangqi perfectly fits the image of a swordsman in my mind. It's decided from today onwards, he is my idol. That Jiang Laoyu is also good. She looks like a delicate girl, but she uses a whip. What a queen. I still like our Fangyuan City's Xiao Qiu the most. Archery is too cool. One arrow for each small fry. Exactly, Xiao Qiu's combat speed is also second only to Li Guangqi's. Those virtual figures couldn't even touch Xiao Qiu's clothes before she took them down with an arrow from afar. However, weapons like bows and arrows also have drawbacks. If the opponent's defense isn't strong or their speed isn't fast enough, they can easily be overwhelmed. But if they encounter an opponent skilled in defense or with high evasion and that opponent gets close, they will fall into a disadvantage. You can stop talking. It's over. You actually hit the nail on the head. Xiao Qiu died. The people around them were instantly speechless. They all rolled their eyes at the expert who had just spoken. Only you understand. Only you can talk. It's over, right? Xiao Ye really encountered an incredibly fast opponent. After the opponent got close, although Xiao Ye used her bow to block, she was ultimately killed and her examination ended. 430 points, that's not bad either. Which means, our Fangyun number 2 middle school only has Su Yi left. Why hasn't Su Yi won yet? This match has already been going on for 10 minutes. He finally won. On the screen, Su Yi finally defeated his 41st opponent. And at this moment, on the LED screen, only 4 people were still fighting. Li Guangqi, Zhang Laoyu, Shen Mo and Su Yi. Aside from Su Yi, the progress of the other few was much faster than his. Li Guangqi had already begun fighting his 46th opponent. And Su Yi was still fighting his 42nd virtual figure. Just then, on the LED screen, another small screen went dark. It's Shen Mo, he's gone. Shen Mo defeated a total of 44 people, which is pretty good. Indeed, his movement technique is incredibly fast, and he can even merge into shadows. Actually, the virtual environment isn't ideal for Shen Mo to perform. If it were a real battlefield with a more complex environment, it would be more advantageous for Shen Mo. Look quickly, Zhang Laoyu has also started fighting her 46th opponent. Li Guangqi actually won again, 46-1. Li Guangqi started challenging his 47th opponent. My goodness, he was gone in one hit. No, my eyes aren't playing tricks on me, are they? Everyone quickly looked at the small screen where Li Guangqi had been, and indeed, it had gone dark. One had to know that when fighting the 46th virtual figure, Li Guangqi, although his battle time was longer, had won without injury. But now, facing the 47th virtual figure, he couldn't even withstand a single move from the opponent. The change was too sudden. The onlookers were a bit slow to react. Could it be that the system has a problem? However, soon, Zhang Laoyu also defeated 46 virtual figures and encountered the 47th virtual figure. Then, boom. Zhang Laoyu defeated. At this point, everyone knew that the system was not the problem. It was that the 47th virtual figure was truly unbelievably strong. 81, first in the province, exam continues. Now, the college entrance examination results for almost 99.99999% of the people in Jiangnan province have already been released. The remaining 0.00001% was Su Yi. On the LED screen, only Su Yi's combat footage remained. In the footage, Su Yi was still unhurriedly kiting the virtual figures. Different virtual figures had completely different combat styles. And the later the virtual figure appeared, the stronger its combat power. Su Yi even wondered, could so many distinctly different combat styles really be simulated by an intelligent system? Why did these virtual figures always feel like real, existing humans? However, whether virtual or real, Su Yi cherished this opportunity. The Federation rarely opened the virtual world to the public, and it was not easy to find so many masters with different styles to fight against outside. Thinking this, Su Yi was even less inclined to simply clear the stage. He waited until the virtual figure in front of him had used up all its moves before Su Yi reluctantly dealt with it. Then it was 43-44, yawn tilde tilde. Someone couldn't help but yawn. How to put it? Although Su Yi was a genius from their Fangyuan number 2 middle school, it had to be said. His combat style was too hypnotic. His fights were not exciting at all. At first, he would just dodge, and then, after a long time, he would make his move to end the battle. Too boring. Especially after watching the battles of Li Guangqi, Zhang Laoyu, Shen Mo, and even Xiao Ye, then seeing Su Yi's combat style. Cautious. Too cautious. Was this still a vibrant, aspiring university student? He was more long-winded than this lady, who was 70 or 80 years old. Meanwhile, Su Xiangdong had already excitedly clasped Liu Ruxin's hand. That's the 44th one. That's the 44th one. Li Guangqi only fought to 47 and lost, which means he only got 460 points, for a total of 1374. And our Xiao Ye has now defeated 43 virtual figures, and is currently fighting the 44th virtual figure. Xiao Ye has already obtained 950 points, plus 430 points, that's 1380. Even if Xiao Ye loses now, his total score will surpass Li Guangqi's. Our Xiao Ye is the provincial number 1. Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin didn't find Su Yi's fighting boring, nor did they find him cautious. They were simply happy for Su Yi. Their Su Yi was the provincial number 1. The number 1 in the Jiangnan province college entrance examination. Watching Su Yi, who was still constantly dodging on the LED screen, Liu Ruxin's tears flowed uncontrollably, but the corners of her mouth curved upwards wildly. Our Xiao Ye is truly amazing. He's dodging so diligently just to get a few more points, isn't he? Xiao Ye must be very tired, very pained, right? It's really hard on the child. In Liu Ruxin's eyes, ever since Su Yi returned from Jade Capital, he seemed to have become a different person. He must have experienced a great shock in Jade Capital, which made him unwilling to acknowledge his war godfather and choose to return to their side. Liu Ruxin didn't ask what exactly happened. She only knew that she had to be better to Su Yi, even better, to let him know that he also had family. These past few months, Xiao Ye had cultivated diligently, probably wanting to prove himself. Now, he finally succeeded. Liu Ruxin was both happy and heartbroken for Su Yi. That child still didn't know he had already secured the provincial #1 spot and was still desperately trying his best. And just then, the other people around finally reacted. That's right, Su Yi's total score has already surpassed Li Guangqi's. Su Yi is the provincial #1. Oh my goodness, the children from our Fangyuan #2 middle school are too amazing. Provincial #1, provincial #1. No matter how strong Li Guangqi's combat ability is, so what? He was still defeated by Su Yi from our Fangyuan #2 middle school. Immediately, the entrance of Fangyuan #2 middle school turned into a sea of joy. Countless people gathered, wanting to shake hands with Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin. Especially after hearing that Su Yi was just an ordinary student from class 17 before, and only suddenly experienced an awakening a few months before the college entrance examination. Suddenly, even more parents came forward, wanting to share in the good fortune. Especially those whose children would also be taking the college entrance examination next year or the year after. They all wished they could share a bit of Su Yi's luck, so that their children could also make great strides before the college entrance examination. However, Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin had no mind for anything else. They were still focused on Su Yi's performance. After all, Su Yi's examination was still ongoing. The 44th virtual figure, after 15 minutes of fighting, Su Yi won. The 45th virtual figure, after 15 minutes of fighting, Su Yi won. The 46th virtual figure, after 15 minutes of fighting, Su Yi won. The 47th virtual figure. The crowd, who had been celebrating wildly, gradually quieted down. What's going on? Initially, they thought Su Yi's combat ability couldn't compare to Li Guangqi's. Every match was fought with great difficulty. He could only rely on constant dodging to avoid attacks while looking for opportunities to counterattack. But how? Su Yi had actually also defeated 46 virtual figures. And he was still going. The 47th, Su Yi definitely can't hold on. That's right, even Li Guangqi and Jiang Laoyu couldn't take a single move against the 47th figure, so Su Yi definitely can't either. It's already very difficult for Su Yi to have come this far purely by willpower. I really admire him. That's right, Su Yi is already the pride of our Fangyuan #2 middle school, and even the entire Fangyuan city. Su Yi, even if you lose, you're still amazing. At the entrance of Fangyuan #2 middle school, the atmosphere was harmonious. It's just, can't you see clearly before speaking? What do you mean, one move and he's gone? Su Yi is still here, okay? Xia Zhiqiu's mother couldn't help but roll her eyes. What kind of people were these? Why were they still hoping Su Yi would lose? Didn't they see Su Yi was still fighting well? Indeed. Facing the 47th figure. Facing the 47th figure that killed Li Guangqi and Jiang Laoyu in a single encounter. Su Yi remained unhurried, widening the distance between them. Fleeing. 82. The battle never ends. The list of humanity's most powerful geniuses. Virtual world. Su Yi was in high spirits. So strong. This 47th virtual figure was truly powerful. He was 10 times stronger than the 46th virtual figure. If his speed and agility weren't 3 times that of an ordinary person, he probably would have been taken out in a single exchange. The 47th virtual figure was tall, and also wielded a long blade. Every strike was incredibly fast. As swift as lightning. And the opponent's movement speed was also extremely fast. Even with Su Yi's physical qualities being 3 times that of a normal person, dodging the opponent was still somewhat difficult. However, he could still endure it. The opponent's blade technique, however, gave Su Yi a lot of inspiration, vaguely pointing out a future path for his blade technique. In all martial arts, speed is paramount. This 47th virtual figure had pushed speed to its absolute limit. 10 minutes later. I've seen all your moves, thank you. Su Yi no longer dodged. He turned and struck with his blade. Swish. The 2 figures brushed past each other. Su Yi won. The 47th virtual figure dissipated. How is this possible? Everyone watching Su Yi's battle was stunned. Provincial city. After Li Guangqi finished his exam, he didn't leave the school immediately, but instead silently watched Su Yi's battle. Su Yi, a name he had never heard before. Now he was steadily surpassing him. Knowing that Su Yi had already secured the top spot in the province, Li Guangqi was only slightly surprised, but at this moment, seeing Su Yi shatter the 47th virtual figure with a single strike, Li Guangqi's normally calm face finally broke for the first time. He had personally experienced the power of the 47th virtual figure. He had lost directly without even a chance to react. But Su Yi won. And it looked like he won quite easily. How is it? Finally realized there's a prodigy even more monstrous than you, huh? How does it feel to be beaten? Shen Mo had walked up to Li Guangqi without him noticing. Shen Mo, as a descendant of a king, had been suppressed and beaten by the abnormal Li Guangqi since childhood. Now it was finally Li Guangqi's turn. Shen Mo inexplicably felt quite pleased. Li Guangqi composed himself, putting away his shocked expression, but in his indifferent eyes there was now a hint of human desire. This feeling is great. All this time he had always been far ahead, dominating everyone. Being a genius for too long made him lonely. There wasn't even anyone to accompany him. But now he finally found a goal to pursue. Su Yi's appearance, on the contrary, reignited Li Guangqi's motivation for cultivation, which he had grown somewhat weary of. Su Yi, he, Li Guangqi, would definitely catch up to him and surpass him. Shen Mo beside him, damn it, he really is a freak. Aegean City. Jiang Laoyu looked at Su Yi on the LED screen, who had a relaxed expression and was already preparing to face the next virtual figure. Su Yi, very good, Li Guangqi is no longer enough for me to chase. Now that you've come, it will only motivate me more. Su Yi, I'll be waiting for you at Mado University. Waiting to surpass you. Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School. Zia Jikyu, oh my, Asu is too amazing, long live Asu. Liu Shan Town. As expected of someone from our Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School, as expected of the man I, Liu Shan Town, have long since conceded defeat too. Mu Wanru, Su Yi is so handsome. Not only is he handsome, but he's even more handsome when he's killing. Can I ask him out after the college entrance examination? July, what do you think? Zio Kiyu was in the middle of sending the video of Su Yi defeating the 47th virtual figure to someone. Hearing this, she put down her phone and smiled slightly. Don't even think about it. Jiangnan military region. The two commanders could no longer sit still. Commander Yansu, am I seeing things? He actually won. White-haired commander, you're not seeing things because I saw it too. That was that person, even if it was just a youthful imprint left by that person, but he was actually killed, and so easily. The two commanders' insights were clearly not comparable to ordinary people's. They had long realized that Su Yi's battles took a long time, not because his skill was lacking. Quite the opposite, it was because he was too skilled. Su Yi wasn't fighting at all, he was learning from them. He was openly toying with them, kite flying. And to be able to do this, only super speed and agility, along with powerful strength, would suffice. The 47th virtual figure left by that person, whom others couldn't even withstand a single blow from, Su Yi could still kite. He could even easily counterkill. Could it be that our Jiangnan province really produced a super prodigy this year? Commander Yan Su had an incredulous expression, mixed with a hint of hidden pride. The white-haired commander was clearly more composed. Such a talent, yet he's only an A-rank prodigy. I old Bai am the first to disagree. We must reapply for his prodigy rank. If Heavenly King Hall still doesn't agree, I old Bai will hang myself at the entrance of Heavenly King Hall. It was not easy for their Jiangnan province to produce a genius. Shouldn't he be treasured? Commander Yansu nodded in agreement. Old Bai, you're right, I'll hang myself with you. But before that, we must strengthen Su Yi's protection rank. Jade Capital. Unlike the widespread astonishment and admiration in other places, Su Yang didn't smash anything this time. He just sat in a dark corner, his eyes like venomous snakes, staring intently at Su Yi in the video. If he could, Su Yang wished he could crawl into the phone, follow the signal, and directly kill Su Yi. However, he couldn't. Instead, Su Yang took out his spare phone and directly made a call. All original plans are cancelled. Do not target Su Yi recently. As a Su family member, Su Yang knew the inside story, and more importantly, what those last few virtual figures in the college entrance examination's practical ability test represented. Su Yi would undoubtedly be the center of attention now. If he were to act now, not only would he fail, but he would also expose himself. But Su Yi, the more dazzling you are now, the closer your death will be. A human genius before he grows up is still just a genius. How many geniuses have died over the years? Eastern Radiance. In a bright park somewhere, amidst the gracefully fluttering crowd, a message was transmitted. Jiangnan Province, Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School, a genius named Xiao Ye, potentially possessing the strongest king's potential, has appeared. A moment later, in the dark world, a message appeared. Human genius kill list updated. New entry, human rank 11 Xiao Ye. 83, fight to the peak and clear the game. Xiao Ye had no idea how big a reaction his victory over the 47th virtual figure would cause. At this moment, he had already welcomed his 48th opponent. The opponent was a burly man whose face was indistinguishable. He held a long saber in his hand. Although it was just a virtual image, Xiao Ye seemed to see lightning arcs flickering on his saber. He also uses a blade technique. Xiao Ye became a little interested. After he achieves a breakthrough to the supernatural fourth heaven, Xiao Ye can choose a true supernatural martial skill. Without a doubt, Xiao Ye would definitely choose a blade technique. During this time, although the blade technique types varied, Xiao Ye had looked up a lot of information about blade technique. But watching videos always felt like scratching an itch through a boot. It was much more satisfying to fight a blade technique master. Let me see your blade technique, what the? Before Xiao Ye was ready, the opponent's saber had already swung down. So fast. In truth, the burly man's speed was not as fast as the 47th figure. The 47th figure's speed was like light, and Xiao Ye needed to concentrate fully to track his movements. This burly man was not so exaggerated. However, this burly man's blade technique moved like thunder. It carried the speed of thunder, and even more, the unstoppable, destructive aura of thunder. With one saber strike, Xiao Ye actually felt an implicit sense of fear that he absolutely had to dodge and could not face it head-on. Although in reality the opponent's blade technique was only at the Kaiyuan 9th level, this aura was truly terrifying. If the 47th virtual figure had maximized speed, then this 48th virtual figure had maximized aura. To be honest, Xiao Ye actually preferred this kind of grand, straightforward and unstoppable blade technique. Therefore, Xiao Ye spent a full 20 minutes dodging and weaving before he finally brought himself to kill this 48th virtual figure. The opponent's blade technique was formidable, but in the face of his basic saber technique, which had already condensed a divine ability fragment, it was still a step behind. And that one step was the difference between victory and defeat. If this virtual figure were a real human, according to his understanding of blade technique, he would definitely be a blade technique grandmaster by now. If I had the chance, I would really like to meet that person. If the opponent had already entered the supernatural fourth heaven, how powerful would this thunder blade technique be? So he still felt a bit unsatisfied. The battle with the 48th virtual figure brought Xiao Ye even greater gains. It allowed him to vaguely determine the blade technique he wanted to choose in the future. Come on, let me see what level the next one is. The 49th virtual figure appeared. And the opponent was actually a woman. Xiao Ye was a bit surprised. It wasn't because he was surprised that the opponent was a woman, but because the weapon in her hand was actually a tree branch. There's such a weapon. If that fragile tree branch were to encounter his long saber, wouldn't it shatter in an instant? But the fact that she could appear as the 49th challenger definitely proved that her strength was greater than all the previous ones. Something strange. Xiao Ye immediately distanced himself. Underestimating an opponent was risking his own life. However, although Xiao Ye's speed was fast, that person's speed was even faster. Whoosh! A white light flashed past. Xiao Ye's eyes widened in surprise. He had been fighting for such a long time. Although it was in a virtual world and didn't truly consume physical strength, and his stats would return to peak condition after each battle, Xiao Ye's spirit was actually very tired. Especially his kiting strategy, which greatly extended the examination time. It was only because the college entrance examination on Blue Star had no time limit. Otherwise, Xiao Ye would have been out long ago. But at this moment, as the white light entered his body, Xiao Ye suddenly felt as if he were in a hot spring, comfortable all over. Even his tired spirit seemed to be nourished. There's such a good thing. This is an examination. But very quickly, Xiao Ye came to his senses. Wait, what was that white light just now? Was it emitted by the 49th virtual figure? Didn't only those in the supernatural fourth heaven have star power that could leave their bodies? But that virtual figure was only at the Kaiyuan 9th level. This is a supernatural ability, a healing supernatural ability. Xiao Ye finally understood the ability of this 49th virtual figure. The opponent wasn't a combat professional at all, but a healer. And at this moment, PFFFT, PFFFT, PFFFT. Streaks of white light continuously merged into Su Yi's body. Su Yi only felt his condition constantly getting better, and then bloated. He understood. This was an attempt to heal him to death. Su Yi charged forward with his saber. For the first time, he abandoned his kiting strategy. If this continued, he would be healed to death first. However, although the 49th virtual figure was not skilled in combat, her speed was very fast. Su Yi's speed, which was 3 times that of an ordinary person, couldn't even catch up to her, and he was even healed twice more by her. Su Yi felt the qi and blood in his body churning as if they were about to erupt, and his body was swollen, as if it could explode at any moment. His soul was also in an abnormally excited state. If he hadn't awakened the blood-sucking physique, which came with a dark buff, he would probably have completely fallen into an excited state by now. He couldn't wait any longer. Limit burst. Su Yi's speed suddenly erupted. Hiss. The long saber flashed past. The 49th virtual figure died. Phew. Su Yi let out a long sigh of relief. For the first time, he experienced the terror of a healing professional. Just barely, just a little bit, he really would have been healed to death. Fortunately, this was a virtual space, and his limit burst didn't have the external restrictions, allowing him to use it continuously. Otherwise, in that situation just now, it would be hard to say who would have died. Next time I encounter an enemy, I must take out the healer first. It wasn't because healers made enemies harder to kill. It was because healers were just too disgusting. Su Yi was afraid of encountering another healer who could heal enemies to death. Of course, if I had such a healing companion, that would be another matter. Just as he was thinking, the virtual world rippled. The 50th figure appeared. This 50th virtual figure was also a burly man, holding a long spear. He gave off a very restrained feeling, without the speed of the 47th, the domineering nature of the 48th, or the healing of the 49th. But Su Yi became even more vigilant. He had even prepared to activate limit burst and escape at any time. Then, whoosh. The burly figure raised the long spear in his hand, the spear tip pointing directly at Su Yi. A cold killing intent instantly enveloped Su Yi. At the same time, buzz. Inside Su Yi's body, those 2 divine ability fragments suddenly trembled. This is, Su Yi's eyes widened. Spear technique approaching the Tao. A spear technique, infinitely close to the divine ability fragment. Immediately after, Su Yi's eyes burst forth with unparalleled battle intent. He really wanted to have a good, hearty fight. Come on. Bang bang bang. The long saber and long spear collided rapidly. The entire Jiangnan province, even the high-ranking officials of the entire Eastern Radiance, were paying attention to the battle between Su Yi and the 50th virtual figure. How many years has it been? Since that person left this imprint in the system, this is the first time anyone has truly been able to reach him, right? If that person could see a human race junior reach this stage, he would probably be comforted that the human race has successors. This young man named Su Yi is very good. To reach this stage, even if he loses, it's still an honor. No one believed Su Yi would win. After all, this virtual figure was the imprint left by that person, a peak existence of the human race. Just then, the battle had reached its most crucial moment. Bang! The long saber and long sword intersected. Su Yi clutched his chest. Just when everyone thought Su Yi had lost. Splash tilde tilde. The 50th virtual figure suddenly transformed into a sky full of golden light, gradually disappearing into the virtual world. The 50th virtual figure defeated. Su Yi victorious. 84. The college entrance exam is over, and I've broken the record to come in first in the entire province. Phew, that was close. Su Yi slowly opened his eyes in the nutrient capsule. That 50th virtual figure, not only had his marksmanship reached the limit of technique approaching the Tao, but his movement and combat techniques were also absolutely at the limit of technique approaching the Tao. If it weren't for the last moment, when Su Yi felt Night God descend, his PHYSICAL Chinese letter once again increased threefold, and he activated limit burst, he might have truly been defeated. If I were to encounter such a strong opponent in a normal state, I'm afraid I would only be able to ensure victory by also elevating police combat technique to the state of a divine ability fragment. Su Yi sighed. He originally thought that condensing 2 divine ability fragments was already quite good. However, there are always geniuses in this world who can exceed his expectations. Su Yi, who was originally a bit overconfident due to condensing divine ability fragments, realized that there were always stronger individuals out there. Stepping out of the nutrient capsule, Su Yi took out his phone, preparing to check his final score. First place in the college entrance examination. That should be a given, right? He just didn't know how his friends fared. He opened his phone, and the top message was about the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination results. Number 1, Xiao Ye, Fangyuan. Number 2, Middle School, total score 1450. Number 2, Li Guangqi, Provincial City. Number 1, High School, total score 1374. Number 3, Jiang Laoyu, Jian. Number 1, High School, total score 1368. Number 4, Shen Mo, Provincial City. Number 1, High School, total score 1328. Number 5, Xiao Ye, Fangyuan. Number 2, Middle School, total score 1308. Xiao Ye, with a score of 1450, topped the list. What made Xiao Ye happy was that Xiao Ye also achieved an excellent 5th place in the entire province. I wonder how that kid Xiaoyu's score is. Xiao Ye scrolled his finger, preparing to look further down. But a figure had already bounced in from outside the door, and as soon as he rushed in, he gave Xiao Ye a big hug. Xiao, you're amazing. First in the province, first in the province. Xiaoyu was incredibly excited at this moment. His best brother took first place in the province, which was simply too awesome. Xiao Qiu, Mu Wanru, and other elite classmates also walked in one after another, congratulating Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, congratulations. Great God, Xiao, I found that your online name was really well chosen. From now on, I'll call you Night God. Xiao Ye, you've brought so much honor to our Fangyuan number 2 middle school. No, I have to take a photo with you. When I go to university, I'll tell others that the top scorer in the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination was my classmate. Facing these congratulations, Xiao Ye smiled on the surface, but his mind was already a bit muddled. You all. After we finished our exams, we didn't leave. We were outside watching videos of your exam on our phones, Xiao. We only dared to come in and congratulate you after you came out of the nutrient capsule. Xiao, you're really too amazing. Xiaoyu explained everything in a few words. Just now, Xiao Ye wasn't fighting alone. All the classmates from their Fangyuan number 2 middle school elite class were outside cheering Xiao Ye on. By the way, how are your scores? I just didn't have time to check before everyone came in. Xiaoyu scratched his head. 48th in the province. I can't compare to you, Xiao, but getting into Mado University should be no problem. This was also thanks to him unexpectedly awakening a mental system ability with Xiao Ye's help before the college entrance examination. Otherwise, wanting to get into Mado University, don't even think about it. By the way, Mu Wanru's score is also very good, 32nd in the province. Hearing that his friend's scores were all good, Xiao Ye felt relieved. And just then, Xiao Ye, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Principal Zhang walked over with a group of teachers. Xiao Ye wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he always felt Principal Zhang's head seemed even brighter than usual today. Xiao Ye, my proudest student, you probably don't know what kind of record you've set. Xiao Ye cooperated perfectly. What record? Principal Zhang, immediately exaggeratedly, raised his voice. Oh, my proudest student, you've set the total score record for the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination. Even your score ranks first on the entire Eastern Radiance College entrance examination total score leaderboard. As he spoke, Principal Zhang shook his head with some regret. It's a pity that the theoretical knowledge test banks for the college entrance examination vary from province to province. Otherwise you would be the true national college entrance examination number 1. What an honor, truly a great honor. The creator of this record-breaking high score was a student from their Fangyuan number 2 middle school. He was his Zhang Juding's student. It must be because he founded the elite class, which stimulated these students. That's how they could produce a provincial number 1. Even Xiao Qiu ranked in the top 5 in the province. Out of the top 5 in the province, their Fangyuan number 2 middle school accounted for 2. Principal Zhang's face turned red with excitement, and his head shone even brighter. By the way, this important moment must be well documented. With a whoosh, a banner appeared behind him. Congratulations to our student Xiao Ye for achieving first place in Jiangnan Province with a college entrance examination record of 1450. Principal Zhang pulled Xiao Ye to stand under the banner. Click click. Several photos were taken from various angles. Xiao Ye maintained an awkward yet polite smile. He glanced at his classmates and Teacher Lan beside him. Teacher Lan, please join us for a photo too. Thank you for your patient guidance over the past few years. Lan Jingfei felt a warmth in her heart. At a time like this, Xiao Ye still remembered her. She immediately stood on Xiao Ye's other side and took a few photos. By the way, and the other teachers and classmates, how about we all take a big group photo? Click click. After several more photos were taken, everyone finally let Xiao Ye go. It's been a tiring day of exams. Go back and rest early. There are many people waiting outside the school. How about I arrange for someone to send Xiao Ye and you all can leave through the back door? Principal Zhang thoughtfully arranged. By the way, Xiao Ye, your parents are also at the school gate. I'll have someone remind them so they don't have to keep waiting and can go back early. Xiao Ye was stunned. My parents are at the school gate. Yes, I saw the news online. Many people took photos of your parents waiting at the school gate for the results. Not to mention Xiao Ye, your mother and father are also handsome and beautiful. No wonder you are so good looking. Principal Zhang, invigorated by the good news, praised everyone he saw. However, Xiao Ye shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Principal Zhang, but I'll still go through the main gate. Calling Xia Zhikyu. As soon as Xiao Ye and Xia Zhikyu walked out of the school, they were immediately surrounded by a cheering crowd. Amidst a chorus of congratulations, they finally found Su Xiangdong and Liu Ruxin. Xiao Ye. Dad, Mom, my exam is over. Thank you for raising me all these years. I'm very happy to be your son. Immediately, Liu Ruxin could no longer control her tears. And around them, there were bursts of praise. Wow, these are Xiao Ye's parents. They're amazing to have raised such a wonderful son. If my son could say something like that to me after the college entrance examination, my life would be complete. How much good did this couple do in their previous lives to have such a son in this life? It's truly enviable. 85. Su Zhengdao, don't force me to send a meteorite down your path. Southeast Secret Realm. Garrison Station. Crack. Xuanyuan Mingmu crushed the cup in her hand. In front of her, the live broadcast of the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination was playing synchronously on the TV. In the picture, Xiao Ye stood with a middle-aged couple. Their faces were full of happy smiles. Especially that middle-aged couple. Xuanyuan Mingmu only felt that the smiles on their faces were exceptionally dazzling. That good-for-nothing actually called others mom and dad, and even thanked them for raising him. And said he was happy to be their son. So Xiao Ye was very unhappy to have her, his biological mother. Xuanyuan Mingmu grew angrier the more she thought about it. The one who should have been envied, praised, and watched on TV by everyone. Should have been her, his biological mother. Why should it be those lowly people from the slum? Xiao Ye's achievements today were all thanks to the bloodline of their Xuanyuan family and Su family. Yet he recognized a couple from the slum as his parents. And even left their Su family. Damn it, this is too much. Xuanyuan Mingmu felt as if she had been greatly insulted. She no longer wanted to see the annoying faces on the TV. She turned off the TV with a bang. But Xuanyuan Mingmu's mood did not calm down. That brat Xiao Ye actually got such a high score in the college entrance examination. He even directly cleared the final practical ability test. People like Principal Zhang were only surprised that Xiao Ye could achieve such a high score. But Xuanyuan Mingmu knew. The last test of the college entrance examination, practical ability. The virtual figures that appeared in it were actually masters in human history. The last three were the three strongest heavenly kings in human combat power. Although they were only imprints left by the three heavenly kings, with only Kaiju in 9th level strength. But they were still heavenly kings. No one had ever been able to defeat these three virtual figures. Except for Xiao Ye. Xuanyuan Mingmu knew very well what this meant. Xiao Ye would definitely be valued and cultivated by Eastern Radiance, and even the entire Federation. And for such a genius, his background, everything about him, would be thoroughly investigated. At that time, not only the Heavenly King Hall, but probably more people would know Xiao Ye's true identity. Then more people will mock me for abandoning my excellent biological son. Xuanyuan Mingmu clenched her fists tightly. For her, who had been a favored daughter of heaven since birth, unforgivable. No, I absolutely cannot let this happen. To Xuanyuan Mingmu, Xiao Ye was not a son to be proud of. But her disgrace. Xuanyuan Mingmu's brain raced, trying to find a way to avoid becoming a laughingstock in everyone's eyes. Southeast Secret Realm. Garrison Barracks. Su Zhengdao was leading a group of Secret Realm generals on an inspection of the barracks. Having just experienced a battle, many soldiers were injured. Are there enough healing medicines? Be sure to provide adequate supplies for injured soldiers. Also, the severance pay for retired soldiers. I need to reconfirm it, and I will personally contribute a portion to increase everyone's severance pay by 5%. In addition, although this battle is over, the defensive fortifications cannot be relaxed, in case star beasts launch continuous attacks. Su Zhengdao gave instructions one by one. Just then, buzz. The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Su Zhengdao glanced at the caller ID and immediately walked aside to answer the phone. Dad. What, Dad? I don't have such a muddled son-in-law like you. A furious voice immediately came from the receiver. Dad, did I do something to displease you again? Tell me, I'll definitely change it. Su Zhengdao smiled bitterly in his heart. The caller was his father-in-law, old Master Chunyuan. Just by the tone, he knew the old master was extremely angry. He didn't know how he had offended the old master. He had been staying quietly in the secret realm all this time. Old Master Chunyuan sneered. What did you do to displease me? You displease me everywhere. Su Zhengdao, do you still remember what day it is today? Su Zhengdao scratched his head in confusion. Today, what day is it today? Old Master Chunyuan let out an angry howl. Good for you, you really don't care at all. Do you know that today is the day of the National College Entrance Examination? And do you still remember that you have a son who is taking the college entrance examination today? Su Zhengdao was suddenly stunned. He finally remembered what he had forgotten. It was the college entrance examination. Today was the day of the college entrance examination. And Su, you should also be taking the college entrance examination today. I'm sorry, father-in-law, I've really been too busy and forgot. I'll go check on Su Yi's situation right away. Although Su Yi's talent was not good, and he loved to lie and bully his brother, and even left the family. But he was still Su Zhengdao's biological son. How could Su Zhengdao not care at all? Su Zhengdao even thought, if Su Yi's grades were not good, he would even swallow his pride to help Su Yi get into a good university. At least Su Yi had also awakened a supernatural ability, hadn't he? It was just that the awakening was late, which delayed some cultivation. But as long as he was given time, Su Zhengdao believed that Su Yi would not fall too far behind in cultivation. However, later, upon hearing that Su Yi had been submitted for an S-level genius rating, Su Zhengdao felt relieved. Su Yi was indeed worthy of inheriting his bloodline. However, on the other end of the phone, old Master Chunyuan's mocking laughter came through. By the time you go to find out, it'll be too late. Let me tell you, my grandson is the top student in Jiangnan province this year, and he cleared the final test, the practical ability test. What? How is that possible? Su Zhengdao exclaimed subconsciously. Old Master Chunyuan's roar immediately followed. How is it not possible? My grandson is a genius. Are you still unconvinced? Su Zhengdao quickly regained his composure. No, Dad, I'm not saying I don't believe you, but this is too surprising. Clearing the practical ability test. Didn't that mean Su Yi could even defeat the imprints left by the 3 heavenly kings? This, even with his Su Zhengdao's bloodline, he shouldn't be that powerful, right? Old Master Chunyuan laughed heartily. Haha, that's naturally because Su Yi is my Chunyuan family's grandson. He has our Chunyuan family's bloodline flowing in him. Of course he's outstanding. Cough, what's the use of me telling you all this? Su Zhengdao, I'm not calling you to give you good news, but to let you know that Su Yi is a true genius, not someone you can suppress. Put away your petty thoughts. If I find out you're secretly trying to harm Su Yi, disregarding your father-son relationship, then don't blame this old man for turning hostile and disregarding our father-in-law-son-in-law relationship. Su Zhengdao was immediately confused. Dad, what are you talking about? When did I ever suppress Su Yi? Su Yi was his biological son after all. Su Zhengdao was overjoyed that Su Yi displayed his talent. How could he suppress him? However, old Master Chunyuan didn't believe Su Zhengdao's words at all. HMPH, still pretending to be confused with me. The Patrol Bureau submitted an S-level genius rating for Su Yi. Wasn't it because of you that the Heavenly King Hall changed the rating, ultimately only giving the child A-level genius treatment? Damn it, if it weren't for me intervening, he wouldn't even have gotten a level, and would have been directly kicked out of the genius cultivation system. You little bastard, thinking about this makes me angry. Su Zhengdao, you may not acknowledge Su Yi as your biological son, but I acknowledge him as my biological grandson. If you dare to lay a hand on Su Yi again, I won't mind dropping meteors at the entrance of your southeast secret realm. I'll trap you in the secret realm until you die. 86. The Su family members clutched their chests in the same way, their regret brewing. Banged. Old Master Chunyuan immediately hung up the phone. Listening to the dial tone, Su Zhengdao frowned in thought. Su Zhengdao knew that the Patrol Bureau had submitted an S-rank genius application for Su Yi, and he had even secretly celebrated with a drink because of it. When did he interfere with the Heavenly King Hall's genius evaluation of Su Yi? He wouldn't possibly do such a thing. After thinking for a moment, Su Zhengdao took out his phone. He scrolled through his past email records. Sure enough, he found that he had indeed sent an email to the Heavenly King Hall, accusing Su Yi of being disobedient and unfilial, and not up to the task. Su Zhengdao's eyes widened suddenly. How did he not remember sending such an email? No, in an instant Su Zhengdao reacted. This wasn't sent by him, and the only person who could access his phone and have the authority to operate it was. Something happened at home, I need to go back for a bit. Xiao Ye, continue to monitor the severance pay matter and report back to me. Also, organize a table of other supplies and the injured, so I can review it properly when I get back. Su Zhengdao finished giving instructions, and immediately rushed back to the garrison. He took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Zhengdao, why are you back so early? Xuanyuan and Mingmu held a vase of freshly arranged flowers, showing them to Su Zhengdao. Look, freshly picked forget-me-nots, don't they smell good? Putting them by the bedside will help you sleep better too. Su Zhengdao had been guarding the secret realm for years, his mind constantly tense, as star beasts could riot at any moment. So, even though Su Zhengdao was already a high-ranking war god, years of poor rest had taken a toll on his body. In recent years, Xuanyuan and Mingmu would often pick forget-me-nots to help Su Zhengdao fall asleep with their fragrance. Looking at the forget-me-nots in his wife's hand, and the smile on her face, Su Zhengdao felt a pang of softness. But, bright eyes, did you touch my phone? The smile on Xuanyuan and Mingmu's face froze. Then slowly receded. You found out, yes, I sent that email using your phone. It really was you. No matter how wrong Su Ye was, he is still our biological son and he's still young. How could you bear to do it? Xuanyuan and Mingmu snorted coldly. Biological son. I'd rather Xiao Yang was my biological son. Su Ye doesn't even see me as his mother, preferring to acknowledge a woman from the slum as his mom. Why should I always think of him? And was I wrong? Didn't he deliberately make trouble for Xiao Yang and refuse to admit it? Didn't he voluntarily leave the family? This kind of disloyal, unfilial, heartless person is just an ungrateful wolf. Watching his wife's emotions grow more agitated as she spoke, Su Zhengdao was in disbelief. You actually think that way? Even if Su Ye is wrong, blood is thicker than water, bright eyes. How could you be so cruel? Do you know that if Su Ye is really kicked out of the Heavenly King Hall's genius cultivation system, it's equivalent to half of his martial Dao path being severed? Are you trying to ruin him? Xuanyuan and Mingmu, however, was indifferent. For an ungrateful wolf like that, losing his martial Dao future is better for everyone. Otherwise, every time Su Ye achieves something, people would surely mock her, Xuanyuan and Mingmu. Su Zhengdao couldn't understand his wife's thoughts and wanted to say something more to her, to resolve her inner conflict, but his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Su Zhengdao glanced at it. Something unexpected had happened in the military region, and he had to deal with it immediately. Putting down his phone, Su Zhengdao took a deep breath, calming his breathing. Bright eyes, Su Ye has now become the first in the Jiangnan province college entrance examination, and he's the provincial first, far exceeding previous records. He has already shone brightly, and it's not something you can hinder by trying to sever his martial Dao path. I'll take responsibility for what happened last time, but from now on, you are not allowed to harm Su Ye. If I find out, I can't bear to make you suffer, but I will ask father-in-law to come and have a good talk with you. Xuanyuan and Mingmu was incredulous. You, Su Zhengdao, you're threatening me with my father. Su Zhengdao took another deep breath. If you think this is a threat, it proves that you yourself know what you did was wrong. Xuanyuan and Mingmu, you shouldn't be so indiscriminately wrong. With that, Su Zhengdao turned and left. As he pushed open the door, he couldn't help but add another sentence. Bright eyes, don't forget, Su Ye is our biological son. The reason he doesn't acknowledge us, the reason he grew up in the slum, the reason he is so resistant to us. Ultimately, it's because we lost him 18 years ago. After speaking, Su Zhengdao strode out of the house. However, facing the bright moonlight in the secret realm, a strange emotion suddenly welled up in Su Zhengdao's heart. After finding Su Ye back then, should he have spent more time getting to know his biological son? Why did he have talent but never show it? Why was he so resistant to the Su family, even leaving the family? What if what Su Ye said the night he left the family wasn't a lie? Su Zhengdao suddenly clutched his chest. Had he indeed wronged Su Ye? Clutching her chest in the same way as Su Zhengdao, there was also Su Zingchen. Jade capital. Su Zingchen had just come out of seclusion, and the first thing she did was check the situation of the Jiangnan province college entrance examination. Then, Su Ye, total score 1450, first in the province. Su Zingchen hadn't had time to be happy for Su Ye when she saw Su Ye's latest interview. Student Su Ye, congratulations on achieving the top score in the Jiangnan province college entrance examination. According to our understanding, your grades were only average a few months before the college entrance examination. Can you share how you rapidly improved your grades? Su Ye in the TV smiled slightly. Probably because I was struck by lightning. A clap of thunder, soul transmigration. Maybe you can also get first in the college entrance examination. Su Yi joked casually. But hearing Su Yi's words, Su Xingqian only felt as if her heart was suddenly gripped by a large hand. It was her. That day, when Su Yi left the family, it was she who injured Su Yi with her lightning supernatural ability. Although she only wanted to teach Su Yi a lesson at the time, she didn't really intend to hurt him. But for Su Yi, who had just been recognized back into the family, wasn't it too hurtful to him? So that's why Su Yi left the family. That's why he was stimulated to awaken his supernatural ability. And even cultivated desperately to get first in the college entrance examination. Su Xingqian couldn't be sure if all of this was related to her. But a feeling called guilt couldn't help but rise in her heart. If she had been a little more patient with Su Yi back then, would everything today be different? Taking a deep breath, Su Xingqian took out an item from her storage bracelet. As things stood, she could only give Su Yi some material compensation, right? Hey, brother Zhang, I have something I want to give to Su Yi, but I'd appreciate it if you don't tell Su Yi that I sent it to him. 87. When the leader returned from his suicide attempt, Su Yi received a gift. Phew. Su Yi let out a long breath. Oh, my most proud student, your performance today was truly excellent. Principal Zhang walked over with a smile, handing Su Yi a bottle of water. Su Yi declined the mineral water and picked up his own cola, taking a big gulp. The cola wasn't cold, half the pleasure was gone. Principal, we agreed, this is the last one. If there are any more interviews, I won't cooperate. After the college entrance examination, he not only helped the school record promotional videos, but also agreed to several interviews for Principal Zhang. And in every interview, he enthusiastically thanked his alma mater, Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School. After a few days, Su Yi felt his face was about to freeze from smiling so much. Accepting interviews was much more tiring than cultivating. The smile on Principal Zhang's face wavered a bit. But he still nodded. Oh, my most proud student, I will of course keep my promise to you. This is the last interview. Su Yi wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt that Principal Zhang had been speaking with a bit of an old movie translation accent recently. Perhaps Principal Zhang had been too excited lately. By the way, Su Yi, Director Zhang of the Patrol Bureau seems to be looking for you. He wants you to go to the Patrol Bureau tomorrow. Zhang Beichuan was looking for him. He could have just contacted him directly. Why ask Principal Zhang to pass on the message? So he was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. Because of the title of top scorer of the college entrance examination, his phone had been constantly receiving calls from various parties these past few days. So he simply kept his phone off for a few days. Okay, I'll go to the Patrol Bureau tomorrow. Bye, Principal, I'm leaving. So he took off without another word. He was afraid Principal Zhang would drag him to another promotional event. Looking at Su Yi's figure, nimbler than a rabbit, Principal Zhang sighed regretfully. He had originally wanted to take Su Yi to his office to take a few more photos. Principal Zhang had already decided to write an autobiography. The book's title would be My Most Proud Top Scorer of the College Entrance Examination and I. The next day, Su Yi arrived at the Patrol Bureau early in the morning and met Zhang Beichuan in his office. Good kid, congratulations. Being the best in the entire province really brings honor to our Patrol Bureau. Zhang Beichuan smiled and pulled Su Yi to sit on a nearby sofa. Su Yi was able to surpass the two prodigies, Li Guangqi and Jiang Laoyu, to become the best in the entire province. And it was a high-score victory. Zhang Beichuan had been walking around proudly these past few days. He was very proud. Even the higher-ups had called to praise Zhang Beichuan profusely. Now seeing Su Yi, who had brought him such pride, Zhang Beichuan's smile was so wide his mouth couldn't close. Director, let's not talk about this topic anymore. Su Yi said with a wry smile. Becoming the top scorer of the college entrance examination in the provincial capital was, of course, a good thing. But the continuous interviews these past few days had made Su Yi almost afraid of the topic. If he had known this, he would have rather given up some points. Really not talking about it. You know, with such excellent results, the military is going to reward you handsomely, if you don't want to talk about it. Talk, definitely talk, let's talk about it now. Su Yi's eyes instantly lit up. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of a good thing. The military's rewards surely wouldn't be stingy. He wondered what good things there would be. I knew you little fellow would be tempted. Come on, follow me to meet two military leaders. Ah, leaders are coming to their Fangyuan city. Su Yi was a little overwhelmed by the honor. Why trouble the leaders to make a trip? How embarrassing. Just give him the stuff directly. Zhang Beichuan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. The two leaders just returned from hanging themselves, and they're passing through our Fangyuan city, so they came to see you. After seeing you, they'll return to the provincial capital. Su Yi, what are you talking about? Hanging themselves. Originally, meeting leaders was such a solemn matter, but with Zhang Beichuan saying it like that, it suddenly seemed a bit improper everywhere. Soon, led by Zhang Beichuan, Su Yi met the two legendary military leaders, who had just returned from hanging themselves, on the rooftop of the Patrol Bureau building. The two descended from the sky. After landing on the rooftop of the Patrol Bureau building, they retracted their profound elemental light wings. They could fly long distances with the help of elemental light wings. These two military leaders were both experts above rank 7. However, the need for elemental light wings suggested they probably hadn't reached rank 9 yet. Su Yi quickly judged their approximate cultivation level. His expression grew even more respectful. One of the leaders, a serious-looking man in his 40s, slightly twitched his mouth when he saw Su Yi. This must be Su Yi, our Jiangnan province's top scorer of the college entrance examination this year. You are very good. Thank you for the compliment, leader. I still need to work harder. Su Yi smiled politely. His eyes, however, inadvertently swept over the necks of the two leaders. He actually saw 2 red marks. Did they really go hang themselves? The serious leader was clearly not good at communicating, especially with strangers. Although he greatly admired Su Yi in his heart. However, he went straight to the point with a crisp tone. My surname is Yan and I'm called Yan Shu. This is Elder Bai Fan next to me. This time, you achieved the provincial first place in Jiangnan province with a record-breaking score, and the military will reward you. First, your genius rank will be elevated to SS class. Su Yi's heart rejoiced. From A class, he jumped directly to SS class. This was equivalent to 2 promotions. He would definitely receive more resources, which was absolutely a good thing. Thank you, leader. I will definitely make good use of these resources. Yan Shu nodded. This made their trip to hang themselves outside the Heavenly King Hall worthwhile. It was a pity they had originally wanted to apply for SSS class genius for Su Yi, but the Heavenly King Hall was very cautious in evaluating geniuses of that rank, requiring at least 3 years of observation of Su Yi and his family, so they could only settle for the next best thing. Your genius evaluation was approved by the Heavenly King Hall. These things are our Jiangnan military region's rewards for you. Yan Shu took out a storage bracelet and placed it on Su Yi's hand. Inside is an earth element inner armor that can withstand attacks below rank 5. Like the inner armor you have, if the attack is too strong, it will also be damaged. So while these inner armors are meant to enhance your defense and improve your survival ability, don't think you can take risks freely just because you have inner armor. Yan Shu cautioned with a serious expression. Mainly, the military region had had geniuses who, relying on their defensive inner armor, went around being reckless. As a result, they directly lost their lives to star beasts. So these military leaders habitually give extra warnings when presenting inner armor to geniuses. Yes, leader. I will definitely develop steadily and never be reckless. Su Yi joyfully took out the yellow inner armor. He was so excited, he almost put it on immediately. With this, his life-saving ability would be greatly enhanced. He knew that when he encountered the murderous maniac and Qi Bayer previously, it was thanks to the inner armor Zhang Beichuan had given him that he was able to withstand it. And when he took out the inner armor, Su Yi found several other items in the storage bracelet. 88. Life crystal knife embryo. Inside the storage bracelet, 20 star meteorites, each the size of a fist. These star meteorites alone are worth 5 million. There were also piles of various special metals. Not to mention the countless nutritional potions. The most important thing is that these nutritional potions are all for cultivating in the first heaven. Obviously, these leaders also knew that Su Yi would soon break through to transcendence, and giving him Kaiyuan realm potions would be useless. Instead, these first-order nutritional potions would be of greater use to Su Yi, helping him quickly stabilize and consolidate his realm after the breakthrough. However, for Su Yi, the most precious thing was actually the storage bracelet itself. 5*5*5*5. A full 125 cubic meters of storage space. One must know that the storage bracelet previously issued by the Patrol Bureau only had a mere 5 cubic meters. After putting in a blade and some essential items, it would be packed full. The 125 cubic meters of storage space was enough to put all of Su Yi's belongings inside. If he went out to hunt Yao beasts or star beasts, he could also put the most precious materials into the storage bracelet. It was incredibly convenient. This bracelet, it's all for me, including the bracelet itself. Yan Shu forced a smile. That's right, this is all the military region's support for you. We hope Student Su can continue to work hard and achieve even better results. We especially hope Student Su can make good use of the life crystal and blade embryo within it. Yan Shu and Bai Fan took one last deep look at Su Yi, then both spread their elemental light wings and flew away. Looking at the two figures gradually disappearing into the sky, Su Yi still hadn't fully recovered. They just left. They truly came and went in a hurry. The seniors are very busy. The fact that they came to see you personally already shows how much they value you. Zhang Beichuan laughed heartily, then led Su Yi back to his office. Speaking of which, the two seniors were truly dedicated. To help you secure genius treatment, they flew directly to the entrance of the Heavenly King Hall on Blue Star and hung themselves to force the Heavenly King Hall to expedite the re-evaluation of your genius rank. Of course, hanging themselves was just a tactic, a display of attitude. The real reason Su Yi received SS rank genius treatment was because of Su Yi's own excellence. But if not for the firm attitude of the two seniors, the genius evaluation would certainly not have come down so quickly. Moreover, I just found out that when we submitted your genius evaluation last time, someone actually sent an email to the Heavenly King Hall saying you had attitude problems, that you were disloyal and unfilial. If it weren't for a martial god senior speaking up for you, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have received a rank genius treatment. I don't know who it was, but that's just nonsense. Fortunately, the two seniors were firm this time, and the Heavenly King Hall quickly re-ranked you, and no one dared to continue to refute. Director Zhang was very puzzled. What time was it? Beyond Blue Star, the ultimate war between the human race and the demon race was on the verge of breaking out. At this time, someone was still playing petty tricks on Blue Star, persecuting a genius. If he knew who it was, Zhang Beichuan clenched his fist. Even if he knew who it was, he probably couldn't do anything. Anyone who could directly influence the decisions of the Heavenly King Hall was certainly not a small figure. As a martial artist who was only in the fourth heaven, what could he do to such a prominent person? However, Zhang Beichuan spoke unintentionally, but Su Yi listened intently. Someone said he was disloyal and unfilial. Who else could it be? It must be that family from the Yujingsu family. It was very likely Su Zhengdao himself. So even after he left the family, these people still wouldn't let him go. Su Yi clenched his fists. Su family. How ruthless. Just you wait. He took a deep breath, calming the resentment in his heart. Su Yi finally remembered the most important thing at hand. Director Zhang, you promised me that if I could become the top scorer of the college entrance examination, you would accompany me to hunt Yao beasts in the suburbs again. When are we going? Zhang Beichuan, how could this kid remember so clearly? But facing Su Yi's eager eyes, he couldn't bring himself to renege on his word. Of course old Zhang, am a man of my word. If I say I'll risk my life to accompany you, I'll definitely go. I'll call you when I have time. The two seniors just said they also sent you a life crystal and a blade embryo. Those are good things, especially the blade embryo. They even gave away something like that. What a grand gesture. Quick, take them out and let me see. I also need to tell you how to use these two things, so you don't use them carelessly and waste such treasures. Seeing Zhang Beichuan's excited expression, Su Yi felt that Zhang Beichuan wanted to change the subject and watch the fun. However, he still searched in the storage bracelet for a while and found those two items. Although Su Yi had never seen them before, these two items were carefully placed in separate boxes in the storage bracelet, clearly indicating their preciousness. That's right, these are the life crystal and the blade embryo. The life crystal was a translucent crystal, about the size of a fist, refracting various colors. Su Yi asked curiously, Director, what is this life crystal? This is a good thing. Zhang Beichuan admired the life crystal for a while, before carefully placing it back in front of Su Yi. The life crystal contains a large amount of gentle energy, and its greatest benefit is for breakthroughs. It can increase the success rate of a breakthrough by 30% and keep a person in optimal condition during the breakthrough process. This is a second-order life crystal, which means if you encounter a bottleneck when you are in the transcendent second heaven, you can use this life crystal. Su Yi nodded, I see. But he felt a little disappointed. Was the life crystal precious? Of course it was precious. It could help people break through bottlenecks and improve their cultivation. But it was useless to Su Yi. Others might encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation, but Su Yi only needed to add points. Therefore, this life crystal became a bit of a white elephant for Su Yi. What about this blade embryo? Zhang Beichuan's eyes immediately lit up. This is an even better item. Even a king or even a heavenly king might not necessarily own a blade embryo. I don't even know how the military managed to get this. Zhang Beichuan carefully caressed the blade embryo. A blade embryo, as the name suggests, is the original embryo for forging a blade. It is said that this is something only found in the divine realm. After refining it with heart blood and adding other materials, one can slowly temper it into any shape of long blade using qi and blood. Moreover, a long blade tempered with qi and blood can be intimately connected with its owner, moving with their will. And the most important thing is, as you integrate more precious materials, the rank of your blade will continuously improve. It can be said that by possessing a blade embryo, you are equivalent to possessing a divine weapon that continuously grows. This is so awesome. Starting with growth-type equipment. Xiao Ye was overjoyed. He wished he could immediately drip blood to claim ownership. However, Zhang Beichuan scratched his head. The only drawback of the blade embryo is probably that it's a money sink. For the blade embryo to grow, it needs to continuously incorporate precious materials. It's very possible that the materials needed to upgrade the blade embryo will be more than the materials needed to forge an ordinary long blade. Moreover, depending on the materials incorporated, the quality and effect of the long blade tempered from the blade embryo will also differ. But these are all legends. I haven't truly come into contact with a blade embryo myself. I suggest you wait until you arrive at Madu University and consult with your mentor before you start tempering this blade embryo. 89. Is someone bullying my teacher? Walking out of the patrol bureau, Xiao Ye patted the brand new storage bracelet on his wrist with satisfaction. As for the original bracelet, it was naturally returned to Zhang Beichuan. When he was leaving, Zhang Beichuan mentioned to him that, in addition to receiving SS rank genius treatment, the military would also try to erase the information about him becoming the top scorer of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province, in order to better protect his safety. While it wouldn't erase all traces, it would at least reduce online discussions about Xiao Ye. This could be considered a form of protection for Xiao Ye and his family. At the same time, Zhang Beichuan also reminded Xiao Ye. The war between the human race and the demon race was becoming increasingly tense. There were also demon race members lurking in Blue Star, the human race's main base. For example, the fallen ones from before, and the envoy of the blood demon cult. These people loved to hunt human race geniuses the most. Once they successfully hunted a human race genius, those fallen ones could obtain true demon blood from the demon race, thereby effortlessly becoming high-level martial artists, and would also be more easily accepted by the demon race. Throughout human history, many geniuses were killed by these fallen ones before they even had a chance to grow. Xiao Ye's performance in the college entrance examination was too outstanding. According to information relayed by military informants embedded among the fallen ones, Xiao Ye had already made it onto the Earth rank of the human race's must-kill genius list, ranking 22nd. Moreover, he had directly ascended from human rank 11 to Earth rank 22. I'm already this powerful, yet I can only rank 22nd on the Earth rank among heaven, earth, and human. Who are the people ahead of me then? Xiao Ye couldn't help but mumble to himself. But he quickly realized. Among ordinary college entrance examination candidates, he naturally stood out as excellent. However, there were also many special admission students like Zhang Xuan in the college entrance examination. There must be many who were also very outstanding. Not to mention, there were also those like Su Yang, who had already broken through to transcendent before the age of 18. Thinking this way, Xiao Ye only ranking on the Earth rank was very understandable. I still need to keep working hard. Since the military was taking action to reduce his popularity, he no longer had to worry about Principal Zhang asking him to complete any interviews. First, he would go home and spend a few days with his parents, then continue to drink nutrient potions to raise his supernatural ability rank. In a while, he would go with Zhang Beichuan to hunt Yao beasts in the suburbs. Then he would go to the demon capital for university. He wouldn't be able to see his family every day anymore. Just as he was thinking, buzz! His phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. So he couldn't help but smile. It was the family group chat. Someone was at-ing him. Liu Ruxin, Xiao Ye, should our family also host a teacher appreciation banquet? I just discussed it with Xia Jikyu's mother and our two families can host it together. What do you think, Xiao Ye? At night God. Wife is always right. Xiao Ye, you achieved such great results, all thanks to your teacher's guidance. We absolutely must host this teacher appreciation banquet properly. Ask your teachers when they are available. Baby is a little baby. Can a teacher appreciation banquet be eaten? I want to eat guo bao ru tilde tilde tilde. As the family's financial situation improved, even little lowly Su baby had her own phone. Night God, for the teacher appreciation banquet I'll listen to mom and dad. I'll ask the teachers now. Exiting the family group chat, happy family. Xiao Ye was about to ask his teachers about the time. He found that the class group chat was also lively. It was the class 17 group chat. Although Xiao Ye later joined the elite class, He had always remained in the Class 17 group chat. After Xiao Ye became the top scorer of the college entrance examination, the Class 17 group chat celebrated for several days. The atmosphere was so enthusiastic that Xiao Ye couldn't help but send several large red envelopes into it. Mainly because those guys' compliments were too good. He couldn't control his hands. Why was it lively again now? Xiao Ye clicked on the Class 17 group chat and quickly frowned. To summarize simply, someone was bullying their class teacher Lan Jingfei. And this matter, when spoken of, was somewhat related to Xiao Ye. Lan Jingfei was actually a minor genius in cultivation, but later, during university, she was injured by a star beast while hunting it, leaving behind internal injuries that prevented her from breaking through to the third heaven for a long time. That's why she couldn't join the military, and eventually returned to Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School to become a class teacher. However, even though Lan Jingfei's cultivation couldn't continue to improve, her insight and theoretical abilities were not lacking at all. Step by step, she became a class teacher capable of leading a class. Actually, Class 1 of Xiao Ye's cohort was originally supposed to have Lan Jingfei as the class teacher, but unfortunately, the current class teacher of Class 1, Chen Zi's father, was the vice principal. He used the excuse that Lan Jingfei hadn't produced any results yet to snatch away Lan Jingfei's Class 1 class teacher position, making Lan Jingfei the class teacher of Class 17 instead. At that time, the two had a private agreement. Whoever's class achieved better results would be the class teacher for the next Class 1. Anyone could see that Lan Jingfei had no advantage in this bet. After all, when classes were assigned at the beginning of the school year, students with stronger potential were placed in classes with smaller numbers. With one being Class 1 and the other Class 17, there was a huge disparity in student quality. Lan Jingfei was practically guaranteed to lose. But who knew that Class 17 would produce a prodigy like Xiao Ye, who immediately secured first place in the entire province? There was even a prodigy like Xia Zhikyu, who also awakened a supernatural ability and achieved excellent results. Coupled with the students of Class 17, under Lan Jingfei's guidance, most of them performed exceptionally well in this college entrance examination. So overall, Class 17's results were actually slightly better than Class 1's. This bet, which was almost certainly a loss, was surprisingly won by Lan Jingfei. However, Misty Rain, that Chen Zi actually said that Xiao Ye and Xia Zhikyu had already joined the elite class and were not students of our Class 17, so their scores could not be counted towards Class 17's results. Misty Rain, isn't this bullying? Misty Rain. Now the new cohort of students has already started early, and on the class assignment roster, Teacher Lan has been assigned as the class teacher for Class 17 again. Misty Rain was the original class monitor of Class 17. At this moment, she angrily described the incident in the group chat. Immediately, it provoked indignation among the classmates. Lan Jingfei had dedicated herself to their class for the past 3 years. Many students were able to perform exceptionally well in this college entrance examination, thanks to Lan Jingfei's help. Now, she was being bullied by Chen Zi like this. It would be strange if they could tolerate it. Nickname, damn it, I can't stand it. Nickname. Anyway, I've already graduated, so tonight I'm going to put a sack over Chen Zi's head. Lan Jingfei was his goddess. Was she someone that trash like Chen Zi could bully? Xia Zhikyu's words immediately drew agreement from the boys in the group chat. A whole row of +1 had already flooded the screen. Xiao Ye thought of Lan Jingfei's patient guidance to the original owner. He also thought of how Lan Jingfei had always helped him in every way after he transmigrated. Even when he had just awakened his supernatural ability, she had paid out of her own pocket, giving him 100,000 yuan free of charge, so he could buy nutrient potions and quickly improve. This kindness, indeed, deserved to be repaid. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Ye began to type rapidly. Night God, don't rush into the sack over the head business. It's most important to first reclaim what Teacher Lan rightfully deserves. Night God, I have an idea. Everyone listen and see if you're willing to join. 90, from bottom to top, from left to right, specifically looking for consort Lan Jing. Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School. New students have already enrolled. Because Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School achieved exceptionally good results in this year's college entrance examination, even the new students' expressions were very excited. Some even regarded Xiao Ye as a role model. They hoped that 3 years later, they too would be like Xiao Ye, taking the top scorer of the college entrance examination for the entire province in one fell swoop. However, in the teaching building, the generous and wealthy class teacher of Class 5 was speaking up for Lan Jingfei. That Chen Zi is absolutely infuriating. How can a person be so shameless? Lan Jingfei had led the innate deficient Class 17 to surpass class 1 in grades. As a result, Chen Zi immediately kicked out Xiao Ye, the top scorer of the college entrance examination. Isn't this cheating? Moreover, I'm not bothered about money, but Xiao Ye was brought up by you after all. He became the top scorer of the college entrance examination for the entire province, so logically, the school's reward should also go to you. But with Chen Zi causing such a fuss, even your class teacher's reward is gone. Can he be any more shameless? There's no such thing as tutoring in Blue Star. A teacher's income is solely their salary. As a class teacher, the biggest single income might be the rewards brought by outstanding students in the college entrance examination. This is an affirmation and reward for the teacher's 3 years of hard work. If one could bring out a top scorer of the college entrance examination, this reward would be even more generous. But with Chen Zi causing such a fuss, it's gone, all gone. If someone screwed me over like that, this lady would have quit long ago. With a top scorer of the college entrance examination brought out by this lady, wouldn't I be highly sought after in other schools? It's only this damn number 2 middle school, helping that connected Chen Zi, and instead, ostracizing capable people like you. As she spoke, she even felt a bit of frustration. All right, don't be angry anymore. The children have already entered their classes. Aren't you going to see them? Lan Jingfei shook her head, picked up her textbook, and prepared to go to the classroom. She was certainly wronged. But when she came down from the battlefield, the principal of number 2 middle school gave her a stable job, and even took her to various famous doctors to treat her internal injuries. Even if it was for Principal Zhang. However, if there was a next time, Lan Jingfei would not tolerate it again. She walked into the class 17 classroom again. Looking at the unfamiliar young faces, Lan Jingfei smiled slightly and introduced herself. Hello, everyone. I am your class teacher for the next 3 years, Lan Jingfei. Below, several students huddled together, whispering. Wow, the class teacher is so beautiful, a great beauty. I heard that the provincial top scorer from our number 2 middle school this time was also taught by her. We are so lucky to be assigned to class 17. HMPH, you guys don't know, do you? I specifically inquired about it. Xiao Ye was unremarkable when he was under her and only soared after joining the elite class. If you ask me, it was this teacher who delayed Xiao Ye's rise. This, impossible, right? Why impossible? If she really helped the top scorer of the college entrance examination that much, she would have been assigned to classes with earlier numbers long ago. How could she still be teaching our class 17? At these words, everyone nodded. Their gazes towards Lan Jingfei were filled with disappointment. They had originally thought they found a hidden gem. Unexpectedly, they fell into a pit. Although these students were whispering, Lan Jingfei was, after all, a transcendence martial artist of the second heaven. How could she not hear these voices? Her mood immediately became a little downcast. But how could she explain? Should she say that Xiao Ye's excellent results were all due to her? That she was framed, which is why she could only continue to teach class 17. She feared that no one would believe it even if she said it. Lan Jingfei cleared her throat, preparing to pretend not to hear and get to the point. And just then, a sudden clamor came from outside, along with confused footsteps. By now, everyone should have been in their classrooms. Why was it so noisy outside? Lan Jingfei frowned slightly, but did not intend to pay attention. However, the noisy sound grew closer and closer, and in a short while it directly reached the door of class 17. Knock, knock, knock. The classroom door was suddenly knocked. Lan Jingfei frowned at first. But hearing the sound outside the door, a smile flashed in her eyes. These little rascals, at the door of class 17. Is Teacher Lan in this class? Didn't I go to the wrong one? Teacher Chen, why do you look so bad? You still haven't answered me, is this really the class? Xiao Ye smiled at Chen Zi, whose face was extremely foul. Chen Zi was so angry his back molars were almost ground to dust. This Xiao Ye. He was simply a jinx. He was deliberately here to make trouble for him today. Early in the morning, he had just arrived at class 1 of the first year, ready to show off his teaching demeanor. Who knew that a crowd would suddenly block the door of class 1, saying they came to thank their teacher? A wave of surprise immediately surged in Chen Zi's heart. He thought they were his former students, who had specially come to school to thank him. Choosing today the day new students started was truly thoughtful. However, when the door opened, he saw Xiao Ye's handsome face. And behind Xiao Ye were a group of former class 17 students. There was also the conspicuous Xia Zhikyu, holding a large bouquet of flowers. Xiao Ye even asked knowingly, Teacher Chen, why are you here? Shouldn't the class teacher of class 1 be Teacher Lan? After all, Teacher Lan brought out a provincial top scorer like me. It would be outrageous if she weren't the class teacher of class 1. Teacher Chen, did you go to the wrong class? After all, the top scorer of the college entrance examination, was not brought out by you. Didn't you make a bet with our teacher Lan back then? If teacher Lan led the class 17 students to achieve better results than class 1, you would give the position of class teacher of class 1 to teacher Lan. Teacher Chen, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Thinking of that scene back then, Chen Zi almost wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. He had just been about to show off his teaching demeanor in front of the new first-year students, when Su Yi mocked him in front of all the new students. Chen Zi felt as if he could still hear the students' discussions and disdain. However, this was not enough. Su Yi actually dragged him out of the class, asking for his help to find Lan Jingfei. Then everyone went upstairs. From bottom to top. From left to right. On each floor, Su Yi would randomly knock on the doors of several classes. Hello, is this Lan Jingfei's class? After getting a negative answer, he wouldn't leave. Instead, he would loudly announce that their class 17 students had come specifically to thank Lan Jingfei. Thanking Lan Jingfei for bringing out him, the top scorer of the college entrance examination. And also thanking Lan Jingfei for leading the class 17 students to achieve better results than the class 1 students. Walking all the way up. Everyone in the school knew that Su Yi, the top scorer of the college entrance examination, personally came to thank Lan Jingfei. They also knew about the bet between Lan Jingfei and him. Chen Zi clenched his fists tightly. He was utterly humiliated today. And the key was, facing Su Yi, the provincial top scorer of the college entrance examination, he couldn't even get angry at this moment. He had to keep smiling. Yes, that's right, this is class 17. Go in quickly. Get in quickly. End this. He was tired. Let it all be destroyed. Quickly. 91. Expressing gratitude in person and fulfilling the bet. So Teacher Chen knows where class 17 is after all. Then it will be much easier for Teacher Chen to come and teach lessons in the future. He knows the way well, and we won't have to worry about him going into the wrong classroom. Su Yi smiled slightly and pushed open the door of class 17. Then, leading the students of class 17, he walked inside with a clamor. As each person entered, they directed scornful laughter toward Chen Zi. Xia Zhikyu even spat unceremoniously. Bullying his goddess, Teacher Lan. Does Chen Zi even deserve to? Tui. Teacher Lan, thank you for your dedicated teaching over the past 3 years. Without you, we wouldn't be where we are today, and I certainly wouldn't have achieved the score of top scorer of the college entrance examination for the province. You are not only our revered mentor but also a guiding light on our life's path. Su Yi presented a large bouquet of flowers to Lan Jingfei. Was the thank you speech written by the class president a little too formal? He felt that after he finished speaking, the surroundings had gone silent. Su Yi blinked, feeling a bit lost. Behind him, the students of class 17 suddenly chimed in with their thanks. That's right, Teacher Lan, without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Teacher Lan, I can't bear to part with you. Woo woo woo, Teacher Lan, can I hug you? Several girls were already crying and hugging Lan Jingfei. Their emotions were clearly much more intense than Su Yi's. This scene left the freshmen downstairs, and the students watching the excitement at the door dumbfounded. They couldn't help but feel reverence for Lan Jingfei. For a teacher to receive so much gratitude from students. It must be because the teacher was truly dedicated to the students back then, which inspired such actions. The few students who had just been disparaging Lan Jingfei downstairs lowered their heads in shame. They had previously thought Lan Jingfei was a trap. And that was why she was assigned to class 17. And that the top scorer of the college entrance examination had nothing to do with Lan Jingfei. But they were harshly slapped in the face less than 10 minutes later. What do you mean, nothing to do with her? The top scorer of the college entrance examination came personally to thank her face to face. Moreover, he came to back up his class teacher. Where is this a trap? This is clearly a mountain. A mountain they could not reach. Lan Jingfei's eyes felt warm, and she couldn't help but smile while holding the flowers. Why did you suddenly come? None of these children had notified her beforehand. We just wanted to give teacher a surprise, didn't we? Does teacher like the surprise? Xia Zhikyu chuckled and gestured toward Chen Zi, who was gnashing his teeth at the doorway. Seeing Chen Zi's frustrated expression, Lan Jingfei couldn't help but feel delighted. So what if Chen Zi deliberately made things difficult for her? She still had these students to back her up. The commotion Su Yi caused on his way up had already set the entire school abuzz. On the school intranet, the news that Su Yi, the provincial top scorer of the college entrance examination, had brought the former students of class 37 of grade 10 to present flowers, and thanks to Lan Jingfei was already trending. Furthermore, people were spreading information about the bet Lan Jingfei had made with Chen Zi. They also revealed all the little tricks Chen Zi had pulled. Of course, the students of class 37 of grade 10 definitely had a hand in this. The class president, Misty Rain, was directing the whole operation and was currently battling online with her phone. At this moment, many students were already clamoring on the school intranet for justice for Lan Jingfei. Principal Zhang had originally been busy with school publicity matters these past few days. He was now startled by the commotion within the school. After a brief inquiry, he rubbed his increasingly shiny scalp. Principal Zhang had a terrible headache. This Xiao Ye. He really knows how to make a scene. And he really knows how to stir up trouble. If he wanted to seek justice for his class teacher, he could have just talked to him directly. Why make such a big fuss? Principal Zhang immediately dropped the manuscript he was writing and quickly walked towards class 37 of grade 10. Then, before long, under Principal Zhang's dispensation of justice, the bet between Lan Jingfei and Chen Zi was finally fulfilled. Lan Jingfei became the class teacher of class 1. And Chen Zi became the class teacher of class 17. How is it, are you finally satisfied this time? Principal Zhang gave Xiao Ye a helpless look. Xiao Ye smiled slightly. By the way, Principal Zhang, I was taught by Teacher Lan for 2.5 years. I heard that if a student in the class is admitted to a key university or has exceptionally outstanding grades, the school offers a reward. Shouldn't my reward? Principal Zhang, give it. It all goes to your Teacher Lan. Xiao Ye, what about Zia Jikyu's share? Principal Zhang, give it. That's also for your Teacher Lan. Xiao Ye nodded in satisfaction. I knew our principal was wise and mighty and fair in his dealings. Oh, right, Principal. Didn't you say you wanted me to record a VCR to encourage the new students when school starts? I think that's a brilliant idea. Principal Zhang, he knew it, Xiao Ye was a good student. He was especially supportive of his educational endeavors. Not holding him back at all, Principal Zhang walked away happily. Xiao Ye formally invited Lan Jingfei and Principal Zhang to attend the thank you banquet he and Zia Jikyu were hosting for their teachers. Of course, I'll attend your thank you banquet. Lan Jingfei readily agreed. All right then, see you in a couple of days. I won't delay Teacher Lan from meeting your new students. Xiao Ye waved his hand. Having accomplished his goal, he prepared to withdraw. However, after walking 2 steps, he stepped back and placed something in Lan Jingfei's palm. Teacher Lan, here is your 100,000 yuan back. With that said, Xiao Ye and the students quickly left with a flurry. They had agreed to gather today not only to back up Lan Jingfei, but also to go out and have a good meal together. Lan Jingfei watched the figures of her former students quickly departing, the corners of her mouth turning up. Only after they had left did she open the box in her palm. She hadn't expected Xiao Ye to still remember the 100,000. Inside the box was not a bank card, as Lan Jingfei had expected. Instead, it was a fist-sized, translucent crystal. It refracted a 7-colored light. This is a life crystal. Lan Jingfei exclaimed. She had searched for the life crystal after she was injured back then. However, the item was truly too difficult to find, and she eventually had to give up. Yet, she never expected that the life crystal she had desperately sought would appear before her in this manner one day. This is too precious. Lan Jingfei quickly stood up, wanting to catch up with Xiao Ye and return the item. Her martial Dao talent was limited. Even if she used the life crystal, she could at most achieve a breakthrough to the 3rd heaven. But Xiao Ye was different. His future was bright. If he had the life crystal, using it when he encountered a bottleneck could save him countless hours. And for a genius, time was the most precious commodity. However, Xiao Ye, who had already reached downstairs, just waved his hand at Lan Jingfei, who was calling out to him from the window. Teacher Lan, I never take back something I've given away. Having said that, he and the students had already run far away, laughing and joking. Lan Jingfei stood silently at the window for a long time. In the end, she put away the life crystal. Being able to teach Xiao Ye was probably the luckiest thing that had happened in her life. And giving Xiao Ye that 100,000 yuan was probably the most correct choice she had ever made. 92. How to earn kill points in Shanghai. Fangyuan City train station. Xiao Ye, you must take good care of yourself when you get there. Eat well, remember to add clothes when it's cold, and if cultivating is too hard, just come back. You still have your parents. What are you talking about? Our Xiao Ye is a genius. Cultivating won't trouble him. Xiao Ye, when you get there, don't just focus on eating. You need to eat more, eat something good, and don't be stingy with money. Liu Ruxin and Su Xiangdong each held one of Xiao Ye's hands, giving him endless advice. Xiao Ye, Dad recently got another promotion. My boss said I'm responsible and wants me to learn to be a project manager. My salary has already increased to 40,000 a month. Spend money as you please. If it's not enough, Dad will transfer it to you. Su Xiangdong said, then looked at Su Yi's classmates not far away, especially the youthful and beautiful Xiao Qiu, and the long-legged, straight Mu Wanru. He winked at Su Yi. When you get to university, you should also be generous to girls. Don't be reluctant to spend money. Su Yi, Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry. I'll take good care of myself. I'll come back when the holidays start. The train is about to depart. I need to go in. Okay, take care of yourself. Xiao Ye, remember to call Mom when you get there. Under the watchful eyes of Liu Ruxin and Su Xiangdong, Su Yi reunited with his friends and boarded the train to Madu. Since they booked their tickets together, the four of them had seats next to each other. And everyone had their own storage bracelet, so they didn't even need to carry luggage. It was indeed much easier than when he first went to university in his previous life. They found their seats. Xia Zhikyu immediately sat eagerly by the window. Phew, we're finally off. It's my first time going to Madu, I'm so excited. Su Yi casually sat next to Xia Zhikyu. Across from them were Mu Wanru by the window and Xiao Qiu directly opposite Su Yi. There are many top universities on Blue Star. Applying for majors was also free. However, most people would choose to apply to a top university in their home province or nearby. After all, this is a world of high martial arts, and the university you choose determines the area you will fight for in the future. For example, if you enter Madu University, you will defend the Southeast War Zone in the future. And if you enter Yujing University and then join the military, you will be assigned to the Kyoto War Zone. And protecting one's hometown is basically everyone's initial intention. So when applying to universities, they would all apply nearby. Therefore, on this train to Madu, Su Yi saw many familiar faces. After looking out the window for a while, Xia Zhikyu suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Su Yi. Su, where have you been these past few days? I found a super fun game and wanted to double rank with you. Where did Su Yi go? Of course, he went with Zhang Beichuan to hunt Yao beasts in the suburbs. And the results were quite good. Host Su Yi. Supernatural ability, Vampire Adult, 32-100. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demonic Dragon Technique, Kaiyuan 9th level. Martial Skill, Basic Combat Technique, Divine Ability Fragment, Police Combat Technique Approaching the Tao, Basic Saber Technique, Divine Ability Fragment. Talent Limit Burst. Slaughter Value, 3,621.3. This killing spree outside the city directly brought Su Yi more than 3,000 slaughter value. At the same time, Su Yi had not forgotten to add points to Police Combat Technique during this period. Currently, he had added points more than 10 times. According to the current progress of adding 2 to 3 points per day, he would only need to wait another week to fully upgrade Police Combat Technique to a Divine Ability Fragment. At the same time, Su Yi had a premonition. When Police Combat Technique also reached Divine Ability Fragment, something unexpected might happen. Because the two Divine Ability Fragments, after forming, were constantly resonating, seeming to only need one more thing to form a true Divine Ability. Perhaps what was missing was the last Divine Ability Fragment. Su Yi was full of anticipation for this. And during this time, Su Yi had also been consistently drinking Tier 1 nutrient potions, and his supernatural ability was continuously accumulating progress. In short, everything was developing in a good direction. Su, I recently seem to have felt that my basic combat technique has reached a bottleneck, but the new movement martial skill I've been practicing seems to suit me better, cultivating it much faster than basic combat technique. I estimate that after I get to university, I'll be able to break through to transcendence very quickly. After breaking through to transcendence, one would become a true transcendence martial artist, and their body would undergo a great evolution. And I heard that after breaking through to transcendence, you can go out and hunt Yao beasts to earn merit points, and most importantly, the Yao beasts you hunt can also be sold for money. Although Xia Zhikyu's family background was a little better than Su Yi's family used to be, the difference was not significant. So Xia Zhikyu was also eager to improve his family's living conditions through his own efforts. Mu Wanru, across from him, couldn't help but pour cold water on Xia Zhikyu. Hunting Yao beasts outside the city. Do you know how dangerous that is? Every year, many geniuses die inexplicably because they went out to hunt Yao beasts. If it's a fighter like Su Yi, it might be possible, but you. It wasn't that Mu Wanru looked down on Xia Zhikyu. It was that Xia Zhikyu's martial skill wasn't up to par. His supernatural ability was even a mental system ability. If he really encountered a powerful Yao beast, he probably wouldn't even be able to run away. It would simply be going out of the city to deliver food to the Yao beasts. Xia Zhikyu was immediately discouraged. I know I'm a bit weak, but can a person still have a dream? Su, don't you agree? Su Yi, I think what classmate Mu said is very true. You should stop messing around. At Xia Jikyu's level, going out of the city to hunt Yao beasts would truly be delivering food. One must know that outside the city, there are not only Yao beasts but also fallen ones specifically targeting blue star geniuses. Xia Jikyu, no matter what, was a rare mental system supernatural ability awakener. If he dared to go out of the city alone, he would definitely be targeted immediately. However, Su Yi himself was a little tempted. If he could hunt Yao beasts after breaking through to transcendence, it would greatly increase the efficiency of gaining slaughter value. And slaughter value represented the continuous progress of his cultivation and martial skill. He was originally worried that after going to Madu University, without a part-time job, the source of slaughter value would become a problem. But he didn't expect that as soon as he got on the train, Xia Jikyu brought him such good news. However, if Xia Jikyu went out of the city, he would encounter danger, and if he went out of the city, it would be even more dangerous than Xia Jikyu. It seems he needs to find a way to hunt Yao beasts safely and quickly to obtain slaughter value. So he fell silent for a moment. And just then, on the train, a sharp cry suddenly came from the crowd. Oh no, a Yao beast is going to attack the train. Immediately, everyone followed that person's voice and looked out the train window. 93, Shanghai University report. Outside the car window, a black dot rapidly expanded in everyone's eyes, moving from far to near. It was a giant black eagle. With its wings spread, it was over 20 meters long. The giant eagle was also enveloped in lightning. Lightning arcs flashed, and the giant eagle's speed became even faster. It's a dark-winged thunder eagle. Xiao Ye exclaimed softly, but her expression showed no panic. It looks like a fourth-tier dark-winged thunder eagle. To actively attack a human race train, it's really asking for death. Sure enough, as Xiao Ye's words fell, a thick golden beam of light suddenly shot out from the train. It directly impacted the dark-winged thunder eagle. The dark-winged thunder eagle didn't even have time to let out a cry of agony before it was completely incinerated by the golden beam, leaving no ashes behind. Holy cow, it's a laser cannon! Xia Jikyu exclaimed. I've long heard that Eastern Radiance trains are equipped with laser cannons to deal with Yao beast attacks, but I never imagined they'd be this powerful. So he also watched, mesmerized. This was his first time seeing modern weaponry sweep away Yao beasts up close. Its power indeed exceeded his imagination. I remember the Yao Beast Encyclopedia said that the Dark-Winged Thunder Eagle is one of the fastest flying Yao beasts, especially when empowered by lightning arcs. Its speed far surpasses that of Yao beasts and human martial artists of the same tier. It's incredibly powerful that the laser cannon could lock onto the Dark-Winged Thunder Eagle so quickly. Xiaoqiu smiled slightly. Our Eastern Radiance laser cannons come with built-in locking and tracking functions. Even with the Dark-Winged Thunder Eagle's maximum speed, it cannot escape the laser cannon's attack. However, the patrol bureau in various regions had cleared out the Yao beasts in the surrounding suburbs not long ago. I didn't expect a fourth-tier Yao beast like this to slip through the net. Presumably, the previous clearing operation angered the Dark-Winged Thunder Eagle, which is why it suddenly attacked the human race's train. Xia Jikyu, on the other hand, was full of excitement. Our Eastern Radiance weapons are so powerful. If we were on the battlefield, lining up these weapons would wipe out the star beasts and demon race on the other side in a single round. However, Xiao Qiu and Mu Wanru exchanged glances and both shook their heads. Although these modern weapons are becoming increasingly powerful, they are still not lethal enough against truly high-level demon race. Especially after reaching the 9 heavens, many modern weapons simply cannot harm martial artists above the 9th tier. To truly resist the demon race, we still have to rely on the human race themselves. This topic became a bit heavy. Seeing everyone fall silent, Su Yi pulled out a few bottles of cola from his storage bracelet. Isn't it just a high-level martial artist? One day we will become one too. For now, let's have a drink and celebrate finally getting into our dream university. Azu is right. You have to eat one bite at a time and cultivate one step at a time. I don't believe Grandpa Zia that I can't become a high-level martial artist. When the time comes, I'll definitely beat those demon race until they beg for mercy. Cheers. A few hours later, the train stopped at Madu Station. Su Yi and the other 3 were about to hail a car when a stylish Hangsu sedan pulled up in front of them. The car window rolled down, revealing Zhang Chuan's smiling face. Gentlemen, please get in. Xia Jikyu was the first to open the passenger door and get in. All right, old Zhang, you're the best. You even came all the way to pick us up. Zhang Chuan smiled and revealed the truth. I'm not here to pick you up. I'm here to pick up our top scorer of the college entrance examination. Xiao Ye, you really did it. You became the top scorer of the college entrance examination, bringing great honor to our Fangyuan No. 2 middle school. He truly was the potential stock he had spotted at first glance. He even risked offending Su Yang to befriend Xiao Ye. Now it seemed this decision couldn't have been more correct. Mu Wanru giggled, glanced at Xiao Qiu beside her, then was the first to open the car door and sit on one side. Xiao Qiu and Xiao Ye looked at each other, then Xiao Qiu was the second to get in, sitting in the middle of the back row. Xiao Ye then sat on Xiao Qiu's other side. The three of them sitting together were a little cramped. So you could even smell Xiao Qiu's faint fragrance. Feeling Xiao Qiu's slight tension beside him, Xiao Ye spoke, changing the subject. I should be congratulating you instead. You successfully passed Mado University's independent enrollment. Should I start calling you Apothecary-sama now? Haha, it's a bit early for that, but it's fine if you want to call me that in advance. Zhang Chuan immediately brightened up. Although he didn't take the college entrance examination, he was now an apothecary. During this independent enrollment, I was directly taken in by a mentor at Mado University. From now on, brothers, just tell me what medicine you want, and I guarantee to give it to you at cost price. Oh right, Mado University is especially lively these past few days with new students enrolling. When you arrive later, you're definitely in for a big surprise. Zhang Chuan hinted at something. But no matter how much everyone asked what the surprise was, Zhang Chuan avoided the topic, just looking like he was enjoying the show, making everyone even more curious. Mado University. Xiao Ye and the other three looked at the four characters, Mado University, written in a powerful, calligraphic style at the school gate, and couldn't help but remain speechless for a long time. After a while, Xiao Ye finally recovered from his shock. What a powerful aura. Just by looking at these four characters, he seemed to feel a fierce saber intent surging out from them. The blade technique was sharp and swift. There was even a faint sense of familiarity. These are the characters left by our human race's strongest king. A slightly familiar voice sounded in his ear. Xiao Ye turned his head. Shen Mo. It was Shen Mo, the young master of the Shen family, who had once ascended the life and death arena with him to lure out Zhang Wuxiang's blood demon emissary. The human race's strongest king. After a martial artist enters the transcendent realm, there are 9 heaven realms. Above the 9 heavens is the king realm. Above the king realm is the heavenly king realm. To be called the strongest king meant being the human race's most top-tier genius, the most top-tier expert. Xiao Ye, long time no see. When we first met, I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be much more formidable than I imagined, completely crushing that Li Guangqi fellow underfoot. Seeing that prodigy Li Guangqi being defeated, Shen Mo felt incredibly pleased. From childhood, Li Guangqi had always overshadowed him. Now finally, someone could teach Li Guangqi a lesson. I was just lucky to be a step ahead of you all. Xiao Ye smiled humbly and walked into the campus with Shen Mo. Soon, everyone found the admissions office. They were about to pull out their identification and admission notices to register. Just then, a scream rang out. At the same time, Xiao Ye felt a strong palpitation. Danger! Swish! Xiao Ye directly took out his long saber from his storage bracelet. He shielded Xiao Qiu, Xia Zhiqiu, and the others behind him. As he turned, he already saw a golden-maned lion, its entire body burning with flames, pouncing towards their direction not far ahead. Roar! The flaming lion roared. The admissions office was in chaos. 94, Shanghai University, a pleasant surprise. Yao beasts actually appeared in Mado University. Xiao Ye did not understand. But facing the charging flame lion, Xiao Ye did not retreat. It was 3 meters long. Its whole body was burning with flames. This was a crimson flame lion, and judging by its length, it should be at the peak of the first order. He could fight it. Xiao Ye immediately charged forward with his blade. Shen Mo made the same move. However, Xiao Ye charged openly. Shen Mo's figure, however, merged into the shade of a nearby tree, and in the next instant, he appeared beside the crimson flame lion. Hiss! The dagger in Shen Mo's hand slashed fiercely across the crimson flame lion's back. However, that layer of flame which seemed ethereal actually blocked the dagger in his hand. Star power protection, be careful. Shen Mo shouted loudly, warning Xiao Ye. But as Shen Mo cried out, Xiao Ye's long blade had already arrived. Swish! The blade, like snow, chopped down with great force from top to bottom. The angle was extremely tricky, and the crimson flame lion's speed made it impossible to dodge. The crimson flame lion apparently had no intention of dodging either. The long blade directly struck the crimson flame lion's head. The flames that had blocked Shen Mo's dagger only resisted for a moment when facing Su Yi's long blade, then were instantly parted by the blade. The long blade directly cut into the Crimson Flame Lion's head, emitting a loud bang. Blood flowed profusely from the Crimson Flame Lion's head. Its eyes, like brass bells, grew even angrier. A human dared to injure it. Roar! The Crimson Flame Lion roared again, and its paw, as large as a volleyball, slammed fiercely towards Su Yi. However, Su Yi's figure was clearly more agile, and he dodged the Crimson Flame Lion's giant paw with a quick turn to the right. At the same time, whoosh! The air let out a sharp screech, and an arrow shot from where Su Yi had originally stood. Because Su Yi had been standing there, the Crimson Flame Lion had not noticed that someone was drawing a bow and shooting an arrow behind it. It was completely too late to react. The arrow directly pierced the Crimson Flame Lion's right eye. The flames around the Crimson Flame Lion had no time to block the arrow, not to mention that the eyes were already the Crimson Flame Lion's weakness. The powerful force caused the Crimson Flame Lion to repeatedly stumble backward. The Crimson Flame Lion howled in pain. It frantically twisted its massive head. However, hiss! The intense pain, coupled with its right eye being pierced by the arrow, made the Crimson Flame Lion completely unaware of Su Yi, who was on its right side. And taking advantage of this opening, Su Yi's long blade had already sliced directly across the Crimson Flame Lion's softest underbelly, stabbing down fiercely. The blade tip passed through the ribs and directly into the heart. The Crimson Flame Lion's entire body trembled violently. Life was rapidly draining from its body. Humans, hateful humans. The Crimson Flame Lion used its last strength to try and drag the human who killed it down with it. But just then, a blue wave of light suddenly invaded the Crimson Flame Lion's brain. It caused its movements to stiffen for a moment. At the same time, a dark green wooden vine had appeared behind Su Yi. Su Yi reached out and grabbed the wooden vine, which contracted, carrying Su Yi's figure rapidly away from the Crimson Flame Lion. The Crimson Flame Lion regained its senses, but could no longer find Su Yi. It could only roar a few times in anger, then gradually lay down on the ground, no longer moving. Slaughter value plus 100. Su Yi, holding the wooden vine, returned to his companions, and only when he heard the system's voice did he truly breathe a sigh of relief. Undoubtedly, the arrow that pierced the Crimson Flame Lion's right eye was shot by Xiao Ye, who was currently holding a golden longbow. And the one who influenced the Crimson Flame Lion at the critical moment, preventing it from launching a dying counterattack, was Xia Jikyu's supernatural ability. As for the last wooden vine, Mu Wanru put down the shriveled seed in her hand and let out a long sigh of relief. That was too close, I thought I wouldn't make it. Mu Wanru's healing supernatural ability leaned towards the wood attribute, and she could also quickly make seeds sprout into wooden vines with a certain degree of attack power. However, it was clearly more effective as a rope to rescue teammates. Your coordination is too good. Shen Mo had returned to their side at some point, his eyes filled with envy. Just now, in a flash of lightning, the Crimson Flame Lion suddenly appeared. Su Yi and others had no time to discuss. Yet they could still cooperate so seamlessly. Especially between Su Yi and Xiao Ye. If Su Yi had been even slightly slower, that arrow would have hit Su Yi. Unless they trusted each other immensely, they certainly couldn't have achieved this. What exactly is going on? How could a Yao beast suddenly appear in Madu University? Su Yi was not truly relaxed, still cautiously guarding his surroundings. This matter was strange from beginning to end. Zhang Xuan, however, walked over with a smile. Surprise. How about it, aren't you surprised? Isn't it unexpected? Su Yi and the others frowned simultaneously. What do you mean, what surprise? Zhang Xuan chuckled. Because this scene has been happening every day in Madu University these past few days. These Yao beasts were deliberately released by the Madu University instructors, precisely for, oh my, there's another one. Zhang Xuan hadn't finished speaking. He suddenly exclaimed, pointing behind Su Yi. There, a dark green long snake was extending most of its body from a tree, opening its huge mouth at Su Yi. Previously, this long snake had been hidden in the tree. No one had noticed it. As Zhang Xuan exclaimed, Su Yi's long blade swept backward directly. The blade fiercely struck the giant snake's 7-inch spot. Clang! The scales on the giant snake's body were unusually tough, and the clash between the blade and the scales actually produced a metallic sound. This strike only left a white mark on the giant snake's body. Limit burst. Su Yi's eyes narrowed, and his strength suddenly erupted. The long blade finally cut through the giant snake's scales. But it was resisted by a force, unable to go deeper. However, this powerful and heavy strike also sent the giant snake flying directly. Banged! Ugh! The giant snake fell heavily to the ground in the distance, its tail thrashing wildly, directly sweeping away a student who had gotten close to watch the excitement. At the same time, the giant snake twisted its body and swam towards Xiao Ye again. As if it had targeted Xiao Ye. It was over 10 meters long. Its whole body was dark green. This was a second-order jade-scaled snake. He couldn't beat it. Run! Xiao Ye unhesitatingly ran towards an uninhabited direction. This jade-scaled snake seemed to have targeted him. He would lead it further away first. However, Xiao Ye had only run 2 steps. 2 figures in armor suddenly appeared. One of them reached out and grabbed the jade-scaled snake's head with a squeeze. The jade-scaled snake twisted its body frantically, but the hand that held its head did not budge. His fingers applied a slight force. The originally frantically twisting jade-scaled snake's body trembled, then stopped moving completely. Its head, however, was already deformed. It had been easily killed by that person. Xiao Ye then stopped. His gaze fell on the armor on the 2 figures. Star power armor. This was the mark of the 3rd heaven. Were these 2 both 3rd heaven experts? 95. Surprise or mistake merit points compensation. Is this the surprise you mentioned? Xiao Ye looked at Zhang Xuan beside him. Zhang Xuan gave a wry smile. Probably this is it, right? What exactly happened? These past few days, new students have been registering at Manhwa University. Once or twice a day, Yao beasts suddenly appear. Some students, like you just now, directly kill the Yao beasts on the spot, while others are scared and flee in a panic. But at this time, teachers will step in to stop the Yao beasts, so overall it's very safe. It's just a special welcoming method of Manhwa University. But this is the first time in days that 2 Yao beasts appeared simultaneously, not to mention one of them was a second-tier Yao beast. This could no longer be considered a surprise, it was practically murder. If Xiao Ye's reaction had been even a little slower, he would probably have been bitten by the jade-scaled snake. The jade-scaled snake's venom was exceptionally potent. If Xiao Ye, who had not yet reached the transcendent stage, were bitten, he wouldn't even have time to wait for a teacher's rescue. Zhang Xuan also realized that this matter was very suspicious. Xiao Ye rubbed his chin. Zhang Xuan, do I have any strange smell on me? What kind of question was that? However, Zhang Xuan still tilted his head and sniffed Xiao Ye. Quite fragrant. It seemed to be the smell of shower gel. Then come to my room later. Zhang Xuan. Take this set of clothes from me, and research it to see if it's been tampered with. After Xiao Ye finished speaking, Zhang Xuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, his heart immediately tensed up again. On the other side, Xiao Qiu instantly understood Xiao Ye's meaning. Are you saying your clothes were tampered with? Xiao Ye nodded. That jade-scaled snake just now seemed to only attack me. I think there must be a reason, and the most likely possibility is that something was smeared on my clothes. Zhang Xuan nodded seriously. Then it really needs to be thoroughly checked. Xiao Qiu then turned to leave. What are you doing? Xiao Ye grabbed Xiao Qiu's wrist. Xiao Qiu, of course, I'm going to check the surveillance to see who deliberately approached you. To attract the jade-scaled snake to attack you with a scent, it could only have happened within half an hour of us being attacked, which is after we entered Manhwa University. Checking the surveillance now might be able to find that person. The person who did this clearly wanted Xiao Ye's life. Naturally, they needed to be found as soon as possible. Forget it, no need to check. Why? Today is Manhwa University's registration and opening day. From the main gate, we encountered countless people along the way. There were at least 80, if not 100, people with physical contact or who came too close. Moreover, if someone truly intended to get something on me, they might not need direct contact. A slingshot or even a fallen leaf could have been used. The possibility of finding that person through surveillance is extremely low. Xiao Qiu then stopped. Her beautiful brows were still slightly furrowed. Then, are we just going to let that person hide in the dark and target you? Of course not. That's why I wanted Zhang Xuan to help see if he can find any clues from my clothes. We can't pinpoint the other party through surveillance, but we can analyze the composition of the substance they used and track its source to find some clues. Zhang Xuan immediately patted his chest. No problem, leave it to me. My mentor is not only good at potion research and analysis, but also has good relationships with various material suppliers. As long as they left a trace, we will definitely be able to find it. While Xiao Ye and others were discussing in low voices, the surrounding students who had been startled gradually calmed down. However, their gazes towards Xiao Ye and others were full of admiration. They are so amazing. They can kill a first-tier peak Yao beast so easily. Especially that boy with the knife, he's so handsome. Yes, he looks so elegant, exactly my ideal type. Don't even think about it. Didn't you see he already has a girlfriend next to him? They're even holding hands. Su Yi's ears twitched slightly. He quickly released Xiao Qiu's wrist that he was holding. He had instinctively grabbed her to stop her just now. He had forgotten to let go. Xiao Qiu touched her wrist, her face slightly flushed. Ahem, students. The 2-3 Heavens martial artists raised their voices, attracting everyone's attention. The Yao Beast just now was just a small surprise for you new students. Entering Madu University does not mean you have reached the peak of your life. On the contrary, this is just the beginning of your martial artist career. Entering Madu University means that in the future, you will join the army and fight on the front lines to defend Eastern Radiance and the human race. Just a small Yao Beast made some of you flee in a panic. Honestly, I am very dissatisfied with the performance of some students. The male 3 Heavens martial artist scanned the crowd. Immediately, many new students lowered their heads, not daring to meet the martial artist's gaze. They were all the ones who had immediately fled the moment the Yao Beast appeared. Today, with teachers present, your safety can be guaranteed, but in the future, when you enter the battlefield, you can only trust yourselves and your companions. Keep getting stronger, little ones. Stronger and more courageous, these are the martial artists we at Madu University want to cultivate. These words stirred the hearts of many new students. They secretly encouraged themselves to cultivate harder. However, Su Yi frowned. Teacher, do you mean that the Yao Beasts just now, including the second jade-scaled snake, were all surprises prepared by the school for us? The male 3 Heavens martial artist looked at Su Yi following the voice. Their gazes met. Su Yi felt a sharp pain in his brain. Just then, a figure stood between Su Yi and the male 3 Heavens martial artist. Lindsay, you've gone too far. It was another 3 Heavens martial artist. She was tall and curvaceous, looking in her early 30s, with long fiery red hair. Zhao Rong. Lindsay frowned and withdrew his spiritual pressure. The school's arrangements are not for you new students to question. Your name is Su Yi, right? Don't think that just because you fought bravely just now, everything is fine. When you were fighting the Yao Beast, you actually deliberately knocked the Yao Beast towards your classmates, causing a classmate to be injured by the jade-scaled snake's tail. By rights, I should give you a demerit. Su Yi narrowed his eyes. Does this teacher mean that I get no reward for resisting the Yao Beast, but instead will be punished? Madu University's school rules are truly interesting. It seems I need to speak with the leadership to understand them properly. All right, Lindsay, stop talking. Zhao Rong walked in front of Su Yi and the others. All right, I admit this was our mistake. That jade-scaled snake somehow suddenly advanced and escaped, but thankfully nothing happened to you all. As a reward for you killing the Yao Beast, and as compensation for our mistake, we will issue you merit points. You've reached the end of the book.